Although Levo was also worried inside, he comforted her softly. "Qing, don't be afraid. I am here with you. I won't let anything happen to you." But deep down, he wasn't confident. The pursuers were very close, and ahead was the cliff. There was no way to escape. He couldn't just have Mu Qing jump off the cliff with him, could he? Meanwhile, Susia was riding on Yiling's back, having caught up with the group and arrived at the edge of the mountain cliff. She immediately saw the golden lion standing at the cliff's edge with Mu Qing on its back. Seeing them trapped in front of the cliff, her face looked very grim. How was she supposed to help Mu Qing escape in this situation? She didn't care whether Mu Qing lived or died, but as the system said, Mu Qing couldn't die because of her. At the same time, Mu Qing also saw more than 10 wolf tribe beastmen chasing after them. The leader was Yiling, the strongest among the younger generation of the tribe, which made her look even more worried. Especially when she saw Susia sitting on Yiling's back, her face darkened like water. That despicable female, first she betrayed Su Lai, and now she's leading beastmen to capture her. All those years of raising her seemed wasted. If she had known back then, she should have left her in the forest to be eaten by wild wolves. The wolf tribe beastmen quickly caught up and blocked the only escape route. Ahead was the bottomless cliff, leaving Levo and Mu Qing with nowhere to run. Mu Qing, the leader, has an order. If you obediently go back, you won't be punished. But if you try to escape again, don't blame us for being rude. The first beastman to catch up looked at Mu Qing coldly and spoke human words. Mu Qing's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Obediently going back? That sounds nice. If she really went back, Su Lai would definitely kill her. Thinking of those days worse than death, she would rather die than return. Although she was terrified inside, she forced herself to stay calm and sneered at the orc who had just spoken, saying, "Don't waste your effort. I won't go back with you." Then she looked at Susia sitting on Yiling's back and angrily asked, "Susia, you ungrateful girl, what did I do to deserve this? Why do you want to harm me? Don't forget, I raised you." Hearing this, Susia couldn't help but laugh angrily. Even at this moment, Mu Qing still had the nerve to question her. She coldly smiled and asked Mu Qing, "You raised me?" "No, it was my father who raised me. The meat I ate and the animal skins I wore were all given by my father. And yet, you still want to stop my father just because you dislike me, look down on me, and think I embarrass you. Over the years, have you ever truly treated me as your daughter? Have you ever treated me well?" Mu Qing's face slightly changed at her words, then she argued weakly, "No matter what, I am your mother. I gave birth to you and raised you. I may not have contributed much, but I have worked hard. Do you just watch me die?" Susia was so angry she couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qing was truly selfish to the extreme, even now trying to use mother-daughter feelings to manipulate her morally. Though she was angry inside, she showed no emotion on her face. She looked at Mu Qing with a half-smile and asked, "So, what do you want me to do? Betray my father like you and run away with you?" Mu Qing's face darkened, knowing she was being sarcastic, but for survival, she suppressed her anger and softened her tone, begging, I know I was wrong before. I apologize. Can you forgive me? Just help me this once, and I promise I will make it up to you in the future." Before she finished speaking, Susia sneered and looked at her with icy eyes, showing no emotion. Then she coldly interrupted Mu Qing. "Do you think I'm stupid? Do you believe your lies? Forget whether you can escape. Even if you do, I bet the first person to die would be me." She didn't trust Mu Qing at all, especially given her extreme selfishness. And she didn't care for the others' compensation. However, she still needed to save her. If Mu Qing really died because of her, her luck would be bad too. But how to save her was the problem. Mu Qing's escape route was blocked, and ahead was a cliff. Even if she wanted to help, she had no idea what to do. How deep is this cliff? What is below? If Levo and Mu Qing jump down, is there any hope of survival? Susia thought for a moment and asked the system internally. The cliff is very deep, but the exact depth cannot be measured. Below is a dark river. If Levo and Mu Qing jump down, the chance of survival is very small, but not impossible. The system scanned and responded. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she made a plan in her mind. She looked at Mu Qing and Levo, who were pushed to the edge of the cliff, and raised her voice. Mu Qing, for saving my life, I can give you a way out. It depends on whether you dare to fight for it. As soon as she spoke, the beast men and Yang around turned to look at her, their brows furrowed. The leader had given a strict order. Bring Mu Qing back alive, dead or alive. How could they let her escape? Yang wanted to speak but held back. He wanted to hear what Susia would say next. Mu Qing suddenly became alert, looked at her, and hurriedly asked, what way out? As long as she could stay alive, she was willing to try anything, even fight for it. Susia's lips curved slightly, and she pointed to the bottomless cliff in front of her, slowly saying, jump off the cliff.
What?
Jump off the cliff? Mu Qing's face changed instantly, and her voice rose sharply. Are you joking? Such a deep cliff. How could she survive if she jumped? Yang's mouth twitched fiercely. This fat woman really had bad intentions. Even if he jumped from that cliff, he might not survive, let alone Mu Qing, who had no strength at all. Even with Levo protecting her, she would definitely die. The other 10 beast men present looked at her with strange expressions. Let Mu Qing jump off the cliff? Who would think of such a thing? Susia didn't care about their strange looks and only stared at Mu Qing, seeming to see through her thoughts. She said calmly, the bottom of the cliff is a dark river. If you're lucky enough, when you jump, you might fall into the river and maybe save your life. If you're too afraid to jump, then wait to be captured and brought back. Your father hates you deeply, and returning means death. She paused and added, of course, you can also try to resist, but with just the 2 of you, you probably can't fight so many beastmen. The 10 beastmen brought by Yang were all elite members of the tribe, with the lowest strength being 4th-tier beastmen. The leader, Yang, was a 5th-tier peak beastman, almost 6th tier. Levo's strength was decent but only 4th tier, and he was injured. Mu Qing, on the other hand, was just an ordinary female with no fighting ability at all. When a fight is about to start, there is no way to fight back. So, they only have 2 choices, either be captured or jump off the cliff to try for a chance at survival. Ling and the nearby beastmen were stunned when she said there was a hidden river at the bottom of the cliff. They all wondered, how did she know about the hidden river? This place is one of the top 10 dangerous spots in the beast world. Usually, few beastmen come here, and no one dares to jump down. Even the beastmen who often go hunting outside don't know what's below. How does Susia, a female who never leaves her tribe, know this? Everyone present was full of doubt. Even Ling felt the same, but didn't ask. They all looked at Mu Qing and Levo, curious about what choices they would make. Mu Qing looked very worried, glancing at Levo, wanting to hear his opinion. Levo also looked conflicted, staring at Susia and asking seriously, how do you know there's a hidden river at the bottom of the cliff? Susia remained calm and replied softly, how I know doesn't matter. I only ask you, do you want to live? If you want to live, jump down. Maybe there's a chance. If you don't want to jump, forget it. She had said everything she needed to. Whether they jump or not was up to them. Levo fell silent after hearing this. He looked at Mu Qing, who was scared and trembling, and quickly made a decision. Instead of being captured and waiting for death, it's better to jump and try for a chance at life. Qinger, do you trust me? He looked steadily at Mu Qing and asked seriously. Mu Qing looked at his serious face, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded with a pale face. I trust you. Even if she didn't trust him, there was nothing she could do. It was better than being caught and killed by the old beast. But she didn't say this out loud. The 2 of them decided to jump. At the critical moment, Mu Qing suddenly turned her gaze to Susia, showing a sad and reluctant expression. Sia, Amu knows he's been bad to you before, and he's sorry. But you are still part of Amu's body, and Amu still cares about you. We don't know if we can survive this jump. Amu wants to hold you before he dies.
Can I?
Tears fell from her eyes as she begged.
Susia es ne eredin werli.
She didn't believe Mu Qing would suddenly change her mind. This female probably wanted to pull her down to jump together, right? The thought shocked her. The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was very possible. Based on Mu Qing's selfish and vengeful nature, such things are not impossible. Just say what you want to say. I can hear you. She sat on Nightling's back, frowning as she looked toward Mu Qing in the distance, her voice calm. Seeing she wasn't fooled, Mu Qing's heart was filled with hatred, and she gritted her teeth angrily. She silently cursed. That sly female is really cunning. But her face looked more and more sad, tears falling more fiercely. Sia, Amu really has no other meaning. I just want to touch you one last time before I die. Can't you fulfill this small wish of Amu? Levo saw Mu Qing upset, and his big golden lion eyes looked at Susia with anger, dissatisfied. He said, I tell you, this female is really unkind. Your Amu at least gave birth to you. Even if she did something wrong before, she is still your Amu. She didn't even ask your father to forgive her. But you are so cold and heartless. The beast men present looked at what was happening and showed strange expressions. Indeed, as Levo said, even if Mu Qing had been bad to Susia before, she still gave birth to her. Not even allowing her to touch her now seems a bit unreasonable. Nightling, a tall wolf with a strong body, stood quietly there. His silver eyes flickered with light, but he said nothing. He didn't know that Mu Qing's affair was exposed by Susia, and he thought their mother and daughter had a terrible relationship, worse than strangers. Susia frowned tightly, her heart growing more alert. She didn't doubt that if Mu Qing could get close now, she would definitely pull her down with her. Nightling, let's stay back. She leaned close to Nightling's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Nightling's silver eyes flashed with a faint glow, but he didn't ask anything. He obediently carried her a few meters back. Even he could see that Mu Qing had a problem now. Seeing Nightling carrying Susia away, the distance growing farther, Mu Qing was filled with anger. She wiped her tears, looked deeply at Susia, then pitifully said to Levo, Levo, if you really want to touch Sia before I die, can you help me get close to her? Levo sighed inwardly, feeling Mu Qing's words were full of motherly kindness. He nodded, let out a long howl, and suddenly charged toward the cliff edge. Just when everyone thought they were going to jump off, Levo's tall body suddenly turned his head and charged straight at Nightling, moving so fast that no one could react. Susia reacted instantly, her face changing drastically. Nightling, move away. Before she finished speaking, Nightling had already carried her and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, Levo was too fast and was right in front of them in the blink of an eye. Mu Qing, sitting on Levo's back, had eyes full of crazy hatred. She quickly reached for Susia, her sharp nails like eagle claws. If she managed to grab hold, she could definitely tear off a piece of her flesh. Ling's silver eyes flashed with cold light. Its forehooves kicked fiercely at Levo's lion belly. Levo screamed painfully and was caught off guard, knocked over, along with Mu Qing on its back, falling toward the cliff. It looked like both of them were about to tumble down the edge. Ha ha ha, you worthless female, let's die together. I gave you your life, and today I will take it back. Mu Qing gritted her teeth, her face twisted with coldness, like a venomous snake. She seized Susia's ankle and pulled down hard. Susia felt her ankle tighten, then was suddenly yanked downward with great force, losing her balance instantly and falling from Ling's back toward the cliff. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. No one expected Mu Qing to suddenly go crazy, let alone be so ruthless. She was willing to die with her. Ling reacted the fastest. At the moment Susia was falling, a flash of white light appeared, transforming instantly into a human form. It reached out with a long arm and grabbed her wrist. Susia looked up at Ling, who was clinging to the cliff edge, holding her tightly. Her expression was one of shock. Why you? She stared at him in surprise, speechless for a moment. She never thought this dog of a man would risk danger to save her, and still hold on so tightly. Ling held Susia's hand firmly, veins bulging on his arm. Seeing her shock, he sneered, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid you'll die and can't report to the leader." Her mouth twitched fiercely. Could this dog man be so sweet-talking and still alive? There was no time to argue with him now. She looked at his grip on her and hurriedly said, "Let go quickly, or we'll both fall." Instead of loosening his grip, Ling held her tighter, his deep eyes fixed on her, his lips slightly curved. "You fat pig, didn't you just lose weight? Why are you still so heavy?" Susia was so angry she almost spat blood. Mu Qing was still holding her ankle tightly. A living person hanging below was naturally heavy. She kicked Mu Qing hard, but her grip was like iron clamps. No matter how she kicked, she couldn't loosen it. Mu Qing not only pulled down harder but also twisted and wriggled madly, afraid she would fall. Angry, she summoned a vine from her palm and struck it forcefully at Mu Qing's wrist. Mu Qing screamed in pain repeatedly, her arm bleeding heavily, but she still held on tightly. Not only did she refuse to let go, but an empty hand also grabbed her vine to pull her down. She looked up at Susia with hatred and said through gritted teeth, "Even if I die, I will hold on to you." Although there was a dark river beneath the cliff, no one knew if falling down would be fatal. Susia was stunned by her madness. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Mu Qing was truly her biological sister. She tried to pull the vine back, but after several attempts, it wouldn't budge. Instead, because of the shaking, her body started to slide down more. Now she dared not move recklessly. Ling also felt himself slipping and was about to fall. His forehead veins bulged with anger. He wanted to pull Susia up, but unfortunately, there was no leverage near the cliff. He turned his head to look at the edge of the cliff, where 10 beastmen companions were already stunned. He shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help." The 10 beastmen quickly responded and moved to help. However, one of them, named Quang Tai, had a cold look in his eyes, clearly with ill intentions. He pretended to help pull everyone up but secretly kicked a small stone. The stone hit Yiling's arm as he grabbed the rock. His arm hurt, and reflexively, he loosened his grip. The 3 of them fell straight down. "Quang Tai, what are you doing?" The other beastmen glared angrily at Quang Tai. Quang Tai didn't expect his small trick to be discovered. He panicked but quickly calmed down and explained, "It wasn't intentional. I slipped and accidentally kicked a small stone, and it just happened to hit Yiling's arm." The beastmen present frowned, uncertain whether to believe him. Some couldn't help but look down at the bottomless cliff. A thick white fog covered the view, obscuring what was at the bottom. Falling from such a height, it was probably very dangerous. "What should we do now?" One beastman looked serious and asked everyone with a frown. Mu Qing and Levo were already dead, and that was fine since they were the ones the leader wanted to capture. But Susia was the leader's daughter. If anything happened to her, no one could bear the blame. And Ling was a young, strong warrior of the tribe. If he died here, it would be a huge loss, not to mention how tragic it would be. The leader will definitely be very angry when he finds out. Everyone split up and see if there's a way down to the bottom of the cliff. We need to find someone alive or find a body. We must look first. The speaker is Xianfeng, a tall man with a stern face. He is at the early stage of level 5, and his true form is a swift wolf. Usually, he gets along well with Ling. After speaking, he looks at Quang Tai's panicked face with a curious expression and adds, "Quang Tai, stay here and guard." Quang Tai often envies Ling because he is weaker and is often suppressed. He doesn't believe Ling does it on purpose. But he has no proof, so he can't say anything. When Quang Tai hears this, he immediately knows he is suspected. His face changes and he quickly protests, "Xianfeng, what do you mean? Why should I stay here alone?" Xianfeng coldly glances at him, his voice icy. "Just because of your little move earlier, we have to be cautious. If you don't want to stay, go back to the tribe and ask the leader to decide." Quang Tai chokes on his words. Though he feels unwilling, he dares not really go back to the tribe. He knows that if he does, the leader might not listen to his explanation and could punish him severely. Thinking of this, he can only swallow his anger and stay bitterly by the cliff. He originally wanted to go down and see if Ling was dead. If Ling was alive, he planned to take the opportunity to kill that. Although they are all from the wolf tribe, there are many private conflicts, and jealousy runs deep. The other beastmen didn't think much of it at first, but after Xuanfeng's words, they suddenly remembered that Quang Tai and Ling didn't get along well. It's hard to say whether Quang Tai's earlier actions were intentional. Now, everyone's eyes on Quang Tai are suspicious, but no one says anything. They each go their own way to find a way down the cliff. Xianfeng also chooses a direction to look for. Quang Tai stays alone, looking grim. He silently prays that Ling will fall to his death. Otherwise, if that survives and finds out he was the one who pushed him, he will definitely tear him apart. He can't help but peek over the deep, bottomless cliff, thinking that even if Ling is very strong, there's a hidden river below. But falling from such a height with such a huge impact, he might not die, but be crippled. He might even be swept away by the dark river to an unknown place. Even if Xianfeng and the others find a way down the cliff, it won't be easy to find Ling thinking this way. He feels a lot better. As for what to do when he returns to the tribe, anyway, when the time comes, she will insist it was not intentional. Even if the leader is unhappy inside, he can't say much. At most, he will scold himself. Susia felt her body falling continuously, and the sensation of weightlessness made her feel dizzy. Fortunately, Mu Qing's hand loosened during the fall and no longer held onto her vine. She didn't know where she had fallen to. As for Ling, she didn't know where he went, and she wasn't sure if he fell with her. In her panic, she forcefully swung her vine and quickly wrapped it around a crooked tree, which helped her avoid falling further. She secretly felt relieved, almost dying from the fall. She was thinking about how to climb up. Suddenly, she heard a snap sound above. Susia had a bad feeling and looked up. She saw that the vine only wrapped around a thin branch of the crooked tree, which was already dead and couldn't support her strength. It had broken. She wanted to cry but couldn't, feeling unlucky. "Ah," she screamed, and before she could react, she fell straight into the dark river below the cliff.
Splash.
Susia sank directly to the bottom of the dark river like a weight, splashing water everywhere. The water in the dark river was icy cold, chilling to the bone. She felt her head buzz then. Then there was nothing. Actually, she couldn't blame herself for being so useless. Falling from such a height would make anyone dizzy. Just looking down from the edge of the cliff would make her legs weak, let alone falling from above. She felt like she was on a roller coaster without a seatbelt, an unprecedented thrill. The current in the dark river was very strong, and she felt like a message in a bottle drifting downstream. She didn't know where she was drifting to. She didn't know how long it had been. Finally, Susia's body was carried by the water to a relatively calm place. The current here was less strong, and she gradually stopped. If she were awake, she would definitely find this place quite beautiful. On both sides of the dark river, moss and ferns grew on the rocks, looking lush and green. The water was clear enough to see the bottom, and occasionally, a few rare silver fish swam by. Unfortunately, she was still unconscious and couldn't enjoy this rare beauty. She lay quietly on the riverbank, like a sleeping beauty, not knowing when she would wake up. At the same time, Ling was also unconscious on another riverbank. He fell into the dark river a bit earlier than Susia, but because he is an orc with a strong body, he didn't pass out immediately like Susia did. However, he is a poor swimmer and cannot swim. Although he was not knocked out, he almost drowned in the dark river. Fortunately, at a critical moment his survival instinct kicked in. He transformed into his beast form, used his hands and feet, and crawled onto the shore. However, after struggling in the water for so long, he exhausted his strength and eventually fainted. At this moment, both the wolf and the person are unconscious, and the riverbanks are silent. I don't know how much time has passed. Susia, in a daze, feels something licking her face. She frowns uncomfortably, raises her hand, and mutters, "Stop it." Unfortunately, The wet feeling on her face didn't go away. Instead, it continued from her cheek to her neck. She was finally bothered enough to wake up a little, opening her eyes in confusion. What she saw was a lush green meadow and a fluffy silver giant wolf. At this moment, the silver wolf was lowering its head to lick her neck, with worried eyes full of concern. Susia was startled and quickly woke up, sitting up abruptly. She exclaimed, "Ling, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, she sat up too quickly, and everything went black in front of her eyes. She fell back onto the ground and took a while to recover. Seeing her wake up, Ling's silver eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly masked it. With a flash of white light, he transformed into a human form, showing an expression of disgust on his face, and said fiercely, "Get up quickly, if you're not dead."
Suya's mouth twitched sharply.
She had just seen the worried look in his eyes and felt quite touched, but now all those feelings vanished. This man really can't speak properly. She glanced at Ling, who had already stood up and was looking around, apparently checking the situation here. Then her gaze also looked around. It seemed like they were in a valley, surrounded by towering cliffs that reached the clouds. The cliffs were covered with green vines and plants, looking full of life. Right now, they were on the riverbank of the valley. The dark river water flowed out from a stone wall, forming a small waterfall. The sound of rushing water was especially clear in the quiet valley. The environment here was very beautiful, like a hidden paradise forgotten by the world. If she ignored their miserable state, it would be a nice vacation spot. Susia stood up, stretched her limbs, and checked herself. She was fine and hadn't been hurt. Her right wrist was swollen severely, and her hand was covered in fresh blood from being scratched. At first, she didn't feel pain, but now she suddenly started to hurt a little. She knew it was Mu Qing who caused this, and a cold feeling appeared in her eyes. That female, I wonder if she has already died from the fall or was washed away by the river. She secretly used her special power to heal her wrist. A green vine sprouted from her palm, with a few leaves, glowing faintly green, gently touching her swollen, bloody wrist. She only felt a cool sensation, and the burning pain immediately lessened. Even the bleeding wound healed at a visible speed. Her wood-type ability had already leveled up to level 2, so healing simple wounds was easy. Ling turned to look and saw her using her ability to heal herself. A trace of surprise flashed in his silver eyes. Although he already knew her ability was a healing type of wood power, this was the first time he saw her heal with her own eyes. And judging by how fast her wound recovered, it seemed quite good. He didn't understand much about wood-type abilities, but he knew that a level 1 ability couldn't do what she just did. He silently watched without making a sound or disturbing her. Until she finished healing, the swelling on her wrist disappeared, and the wound looked completely healed. With no sign of injury, he finally withdrew his ability. He then walked over and asked calmly, "Did your ability level up?" Susia gently moved her now fully healed wrist and softly nodded. "Yes, I leveled up to level 2 some time ago." She didn't hide her ability level, since this information would eventually be known by everyone anyway. Ling's silver eyes showed a hint of admiration, but he said something a bit teasing, "I didn't expect you to be quite smart." Susia rolled her eyes at his teasing words. "Can't you praise me without sounding so annoying?" She was stubborn as a rock. She was too lazy to argue with him and casually looked across the river. She saw many different fish swimming inside, some familiar, some unfamiliar, all colorful and beautiful. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a silver fish swimming inside.
Huh!
Those silver fish in the river look quite special. Curious, she crouched down to observe the silver fish carefully. They had bodies that were silver white and crystal clear, reflecting light as if they could shine. Their tails were long and thin, like flowing ribbons, very beautiful. She had never seen such fish before and couldn't even name them. She hadn't seen anything like this in the apocalypse either. She reached her hand into the water, unable to resist touching the silver fish. Before her hand could reach them, the fish swam away quickly. "What kind of fish is this?"
"So special?"
Susia asked, pointing at the swimming silver fish. Ling looked in the direction of her gaze, surprise flashing in his eyes. He explained rarely, these are very rare silver moontail fish. They live in water rich with spiritual energy. Their meat is tasty and full of strong spiritual power, which is very good for beastmen. He didn't expect to find such a rare spiritual fish here. It was quite lucky. Silver moontail fish? A nourishing food? Susia's mind moved. Whether it tastes good was secondary. The fact that it was nourishing and contained rich spiritual energy made it valuable. Although she was not a beast man, because of her special abilities, she also needed a lot of spiritual power. This silver moontail fish obviously benefited her too. Knowing it was valuable, she wouldn't let it go. Her gaze fell on the few silver moontail fish swimming in the river. With a thought, vines from her palms shot out. They quickly wrapped around the fish. She pulled them out and threw them onto the shore. Ling stepped over and saw the fish flopping on the grass, feeling very happy. They found some dry wood and some easily ignitable fluff grass. Susia then started to make fire by rubbing wood. After some effort, she finally got a fire going. The fish had already been cleaned and gutted by Ling, then skewered on sticks and placed over the fire to roast. He turned them occasionally, making the fish turn golden and crispy. Wow, I didn't expect you to be good at this. It smells really nice. Susia suddenly leaned over, smiling. Ling saw her approach, frowned, moved the roasted fish aside, and looked at her cautiously. If you want to eat, roast your own. Don't stare at my fish. Hee, don't be so stingy. I just want to see how good your cooking is. She shamelessly smiled and reached out to try to grab one. Although her own roasted fish was also delicious, she really wanted to eat the dogman's cooking. Ling moved quickly, dodging her claws in an instant, and sneered, if you want to eat, do it yourself. You're not bad at roasting. After saying that, he sat back down and continued roasting his fish, ignoring her. Susia was disappointed and pouted. Next time, if you want to eat something, do it yourself.
Don't bother me.
After speaking, she skewered a silver moontail fish and placed it over the fire to roast. Ling paused for a moment. Thinking about the delicious food she had made, he wanted to hand her the grilled fish, but he felt it might be a bit embarrassing. Just as he was hesitating, Susia had already finished grilling her fish and was happily eating it. The fish was cooked to perfection, crispy outside and tender inside, with a wonderful aroma. Her satisfied expression made it look like the most delicious food in the world. Ling watched her enjoy her meal with such delight, his brow furrowed slightly, and suddenly he felt that the fish in his hand wasn't as tasty anymore. He suddenly regretted why he had refused her earlier. Now she was happily eating her fish, and he was just here feeling conflicted. Susia seemed to notice his gaze. She looked up at him with a half-smile and said, "What's so special about grilled fish? There's braised bear paws, spicy rabbit heads, fragrant boiled pork slices, chopped chili fish head, cola chicken wings." She continued munching on her fish, smiling as she listed all these dishes. "If you don't share, I'll make you drool with envy." Ling was stunned by her words. He hadn't just never tried these dishes, he hadn't even heard of most of them. But he knew they must taste good. In fact, they might even be better than the delicacies he had tried before. Ling caught a glimpse of her proud expression and twitched the corner of his mouth. This chubby girl was definitely doing it on purpose. He scowled and shoved the grilled fish into her mouth, just enough to stop her endless chatter. Susia was stunned. She widened her eyes, staring at the man with a darkened face, and her mouth twitched slightly. What is this man's problem? She reached out to take the fish from her mouth, rolled her eyes, and asked, "What are you doing?" Ling's expression grew darker, and he said coldly, "Can't even shut your mouth with food." After saying that, he ignored her and started grilling another silver moontail fish. Susia's mouth twitched again. She looked at him strangely and continued eating her fish. Forget it, she thought. Not caring about him, her fish was getting cold anyway. After eating and drinking enough, they didn't stay there. They put out the fire and began exploring the surroundings. It was already bright outside, probably around 11 a.m., based on the sky. Last night, They had chased Mu Qing for most of the night. When they fell off the cliff, it was not yet dawn, but they didn't know the exact time. Later, both of them fell into the dark river and were swept here. They were unconscious during the trip. Thinking about what happened when they fell, she looked at Ling and couldn't help but ask, "By the way, Ling, did you not hold on tightly when you fell, or what happened?" She remembered that the dogman, although struggling at the time, persisted for so long, but then fell off a cliff when helping those orcs. This made her think more. Ling heard this, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall what happened. "I don't know exactly what happened. I just felt my arm was hit by something, and I instinctively let go." Susia was stunned instantly, looking at him with confusion. "Your arm was hit by something?" In that situation, both of them were hanging on the edge of the cliff, supported only by Ling's one arm. At this moment, something hit his arm. If it was accidental, that's one thing. But if it was intentional, then the person's purpose is clear. They either wanted her to die or wanted Ling to die. Ling nodded seriously. "Yes, I was hit by something, but the situation was urgent, so I couldn't see clearly what it was." Everyone present was from the tribe of orcs, and Ling was leading the team. Who could have such a strong grudge against them? She had a neutral relationship with the tribe's orcs, with no deep ties or conflicts. Of course, she had no issues with the 10 orcs from last night either, so it probably wasn't aimed at her. She looked at Ling and asked with a frown, "Could it be that you offended someone in your usual life? Maybe they want to take this chance to kill you?" Ling thought for a moment and shook his head. "Although I sometimes have conflicts with some orcs in the tribe, it shouldn't be to this extent." He was very powerful, far beyond his peers. Only Mo Lin could compare, with Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming close behind. Few could stand against him. In such a situation, jealousy and dissatisfaction would naturally arise. But these were minor conflicts. He didn't think it would escalate to assassination. Susia also found this reasonable, but still felt something was off. Ling's personality was domineering and self-centered, often speaking in a way that could offend others. Maybe he had unknowingly offended someone. She thought for a moment and warned, "Anyway, be careful. This matter isn't simple." Ling nodded, looking serious. "I understand. I will find out what's going on." There was definitely something strange about this incident. If he didn't figure it out, it would feel like a thorn in his side, making it hard to sleep at night. Moreover, if Susia hadn't fallen with him, given her strength, she might not have survived. Thinking she could die made him feel inexplicably uneasy. This emotion made his brow furrow, and his gaze at her was complicated. Susia did not notice his complicated expression. At this moment, she remembered Mu Qing. She didn't know if the other person was dead or had been swept somewhere else. How are Mu Qing and Levo doing?" She asked the system silently. The system heard her and was silent for a moment before replying, "Host, after Mu Qing and Levo fell off the cliff, they were also swept away by the dark river, just like you. Levo is okay. He was unconscious for a while but woke up. However, Mu Qing hit a sharp rock with her head while being carried by the water and was badly injured. It's not fatal, but given the medical conditions of this world, she is likely to become mentally impaired or lose her memory." Hearing that Mu Qing might become mentally impaired or lose her memory, she felt little emotion. She didn't hate Mu Qing much, but she also had no good feelings toward her. The things Mu Qing did were truly unforgivable and disgusting. Now, this result could only be called her own fault. She was only worried that Mu Qing was dead, which would mean not only failing her task but also affecting her own luck. She frowned and asked inwardly, "Is my task considered completed?" "Host, as long as Mu Qing is not captured by the wolf tribe within 3 days and remains alive, your task will be considered complete," the system replied.
You understood clearly.
The task was issued last night, and now a whole night had passed. This meant that within the next 2 days, as long as Mu Qing was not dead and not captured by the wolf tribe, she would have completed her task. Although Mu Qing hit her head, the system said she was not in life danger. The dark river's water was rushing so fast, and Mu Qing was swept downstream. Even if the beastmen found the bottom of the cliff, it wouldn't be easy to find her. So, this task was already mostly done. Thinking this way, she relaxed. Her mood improved, as if she saw the three-piece iron weapon set waving at her. By noon, the dark riverbanks were quiet, with only the gentle sound of flowing water. Occasionally, clear bird songs broke the silence of the forest. Susia and Ling did not stay in one place, but began exploring the surroundings, looking for a way out. They followed the dark river upstream, trying to find an exit and signs of people. The dark river seemed to be underground, with wet, moss-covered rock walls on both sides, and the air was filled with a damp, earthy smell. Just when they were about to lose patience, a faint light appeared ahead. They quickened their steps and finally emerged from the dark underground river. As soon as they saw it, they were stunned by the scene before them. From a distance, a vast lake stretched out in front of them. The water was not the usual green but pure white, as if covered in snow. The surface shimmered with sparkling light, like glittering crystals. Along the shore, there were many rocks covered with white particles. Some small animals were sitting there licking the stones. They looked a bit like squirrels but had brighter fur and were slightly larger. Is this a salt lake? Susia was completely shocked by what she saw. She quickly ran over, squatted by the lake, and tasted some of the water, finding it salty. Haha, Ling, we're rich. This is a salt lake. She shouted excitedly, her eyes shining as if she saw countless treasures waving at her. Ling was also stunned by this scene. He knew the role of salt, but since all the salt was in the water, figuring out how to get it was a problem. The rocks along the shore covered with white particles could be picked up, and when they needed salt, they could scrape some off with bones. Watching Susia's greedy expression, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This chubby girl really is adorable in her own way. Ling looked at her greedy expression and felt amused inside, but he only said calmly, "You should make some vine baskets and backpacks. We can first store the salt stones, then find a way to meet up with the tribe's orcs and figure out how to carry everything back." Susia nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on the salt lake in front of her. Of course, we need to bring back the salt stones, but the lake contains a lot of salt, so extracting it is a problem. Simply scooping water to take away wouldn't work. It's too far, too much work, and clearly not practical. Moreover, the lake looked quite large. To get enough salt, they couldn't rely on just scooping small amounts of water. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly had a bright idea and looked at Ling excitedly. "We can try to dry the lake water in the sun. Once the water evaporates, we should be able to get salt." Ling frowned and pondered this idea silently, considering whether it was feasible. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Let's try your method first." They immediately got to work. First, they found a flat open space by the lake, then used nearby dirt and stones to build a simple salt drying area. Next, she asked Ling to dig a few wooden buckets. No need for anything fancy, just enough to hold water. They used wooden buckets to draw water from the salt lake, then pour the salt water onto the salt drying fields to let it dry naturally. Once the lake water evaporates completely, salt is formed, and they simply collect and separate it. Besides drying salt, Susia also made many woven baskets and backpacks to carry all the salt stones covered with white crystals from the lake. She plans to transport them back later. These salt stones are rich in salt. Just a light scrape with a bone knife or boiling them in a stone pot can produce a lot of salt. After finishing all this work, it was already completely dark outside. They had about 35 baskets of salt stones and roughly 5 barrels of dried salt particles. Although not very refined, the salt is still fairly white, with small grains, and is perfectly fine for eating. After a busy day, they were both very hungry. Luckily, there were many wild animals in the woods near the lake. Ling caught one easily, and they finally had a satisfying meal. After eating and drinking enough, they found a nearby cave and built a fire in the center. They sat around the fire to rest. As night deepened, the cave was silent, with only the crackling sound of the fire. Susia sat by the fire and suddenly remembered something very important. She recalled that the system had said Levo and Mu Qing were not dead and had fallen off the cliff with them. Although she didn't know where the dark river had carried them, she guessed they were nearby. The salt lake is so important that if Levo and Mu Qing discover it and spread the news, it would surely lead to a fierce struggle among the tribes. It might even cause chaos and bloodshed. Thinking about this, she looked at Ling and shared her worries. Ling frowned upon hearing this, his eyes dark and serious, clearly lost in thought. After a moment, he looked at her and said gravely, "You're right. The Salt Lake is a treasure. If other tribes find out, there will be intense fighting. Our wolf tribe is strong, but not the strongest. It's impossible to keep it all to ourselves." Susia's brow furrowed even deeper. "That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, tomorrow you continue drying the salt. I'll look around nearby to see if I can find them. If I do, I'll deal with them directly to eliminate the threat," Ling said, his silver eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. She nodded slightly. "Levo is definitely going to die. But as for my mother, if I find her, maybe I can spare her for now, or kill her in a few days. It's not that she has any maternal feelings for Mu Qing. She's doing this purely to complete her task. If Mu Qing dies now, my mission will also fail. Even if I have to die, I want to wait a few more days before dying. Once she completes her task and obtains the 3-piece iron set, whether Mu Qing lives or dies will have nothing to do with me." Ling cast a deep glance at her and said calmly, "Okay." He didn't ask why, just assumed Susia still cared about their mother-daughter relationship. Anyway, Mu Qing, as a female, will be caught and handed over to the leader eventually. Susia sighed in relief and gratefully said, "Thank you, Ling." Ling listened to her thanks, slightly pulled at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit uncomfortable.
He simply didn't speak.
Meanwhile, in a somewhat damp cave downstream of the dark river, Mu Qing sat blankly by the fire. She had a large cut on her head, bleeding quite a bit. The wound was roughly covered with crushed herbs, which stopped the bleeding but looked quite frightening. Levo had already turned into a human form and was roasting meat by the fire, occasionally glancing at Mu Qing with concern.
"Who are you?"
"And who am I?" Mu Qing touched her bruised head and looked at Levo, who was roasting meat nearby. Her mind was completely blank. Memories from the past seemed erased, leaving no trace. She tried hard to remember, but couldn't, and the more she thought, the more her head hurt. Levo paused, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. He looked at Mu Qing and said half-truthfully, "Your name is Mu Qing, mine is Levo. You are my
partner.
We went out hunting and accidentally fell off a cliff. You hit your head and ended up like this." Suddenly, he thought it was pretty good that Qing had amnesia. With no memory of the past, she wouldn't remember anything before, and from now on, she would be just as female. No need to share her with other beasts or meet secretly anymore. Anyway, they already had 2 cubs, so calling her his partner isn't wrong. As for how to explain to the lion tribe when they return, just find a random excuse. But they must keep it a secret from the wolf tribe. Mu Qing listened to him, tilted her head and thought for a moment, then finally shook her head blankly. "But I don't remember you." Levo sighed inwardly, but didn't show it. He softly said, "It's okay, not remembering is fine. We can get to know each other again and start fresh." Mu Qing tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." The next day, Susia got up early, caught a few silver moontail fish in the dark river, and grilled them for breakfast. After eating the grilled fish, she began busy salting and drying work. Since they can't find a way out for now, it's better to dry the salt first. In the morning, Ling ate some grilled fish, and then went to look for Mu Qing and Levo. Both of them fell near the same place on the cliff, and there is only one dark river nearby. If they're alive, they are probably close by or downstream somewhere. With careful searching, they will surely find the people. Susia was busy drying salt, while Ling was busy searching for people. Meanwhile, Xianfeng and the beast men, after a day and night of searching, finally found a path down to the bottom of the cliff. When they reached the bottom, they looked at the rushing dark river in front of them and frowned. Yesterday, Ling and the others probably fell into this river and were swept away, one beast man said, stepping forward and looking at the flowing water with a serious expression. Xian Feng's brow furrowed as he looked downstream. Everyone split up and look. If they're alive, we'll find them. If they're dead, we'll find the bodies. The others agreed and began searching along both sides of the river. At the same time, Ling continued downstream along the river and soon noticed many footprints on both banks of the dark river. There were footprints from various animals and also human footprints. His silver eyes flickered as he squatted down to carefully examine the footprints. Animal tracks were numerous and mixed, making them hard to distinguish, but human footprints were quite clear. From their size and depth, it seemed to be a man and a woman. The chaotic pattern of the footprints suggested they had stayed here for quite some time. More precisely, the people should be nearby. His silver eyes flickered in the dim light as he began searching around. Soon, Ling found a cave hidden behind a cliff. Outside the cave, there were some dry firewood, showing signs of recent habitation. He pricked up his ears and faintly heard sounds coming from inside. He moved quietly, approaching the cave entrance slowly. A strong smell of roasted meat wafted out from inside. This confirmed that someone was inside, and it was very likely Mu Qing and Levo. As he got closer, the voices inside became clearer. "Levo, my head hurts so much. I can't remember many things," said a weak voice, the voice of Mu Qing, sounding tired and confused. Ling paused, his brows furrowing. From the tone, it seemed Mu Qing had lost his memory. He was surprised, but then heard Levo's voice coming from inside. "Don't think about it if you can't remember. Anyway, it's not an important memory. Just remember that I am your male, Ling." This shameless male really knows how to take advantage of a situation. He sneered inwardly, but didn't continue listening. He stepped inside without hesitation. No hesitation at all. Levo, a fourth-tier beast man, was not worth his attention. "Who's there?" Levo was talking to Mu Qing when he suddenly heard footsteps. His face changed drastically. He quickly turned his head toward the cave entrance and saw a pair of icy silver eyes. "Ling?" He looked terrified, as if he had seen something frightening. His whole body felt cold, from head to toe. Although he was a beast man from the wild lion tribe, he knew a little about the wolf tribe. He understood that the beast man in front of him was one of the strongest young members of the wolf tribe. His body reacted faster than his mind. Golden light flickered around him, and he instantly transformed into a majestic golden lion.
Roar.
He let out a loud roar, looked up, but didn't confront Ling directly. Instead, he quickly carried Mu Qing and rushed out of the cave. Ling's silver eyes flashed with mockery and disdain. With a flicker of white light, he transformed into a tall, imposing silver moon-gray wolf. His icy silver eyes shone with a cold light, making people shiver.
Howl.
He howled loudly, gathering strength in his limbs, and quickly blocked the cave entrance, stopping Levo from advancing. Levo stared at Ling blocking his way, his face instantly turning pale. His large golden lion eyes were full of despair. It's over. This time, it's really over. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad that he would encounter Ling, a deadly omen here. The other was the strongest young member of the wolf tribe, halfway to the 6th rank, far beyond his ability to fight. Run? There was no way to escape. Fight? He couldn't win either. What to do? He thought of Mu Qing on his back. His large golden lion eyes flashed with a fierce look. The only way to survive now was to use Mu Qing as a hostage. Although Mu Qing betrayed Su Lai, she was still officially Su Lai's partner. If Mu Qing died, Ling would probably have a hard time reporting back. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He suddenly threw Mu Qing down from his back, sharp claws pressed against her neck. He looked at Ling with cold, ruthless eyes and said, "Ling, don't come any closer, or I will kill her." Mu Qing was suddenly thrown off the lion's back, trembling with pain and cold sweat. Her face turned even paler. The wound on her forehead, which had stopped bleeding, started bleeding again. The herbal bandage she had on had fallen off, revealing a fierce wound. At this moment, She no longer cared about the pain on her body. She looked at the cold, sharp claws pressing against her neck, and she let out a terrified scream.
Ah!
Help! Don't kill me! Please don't hurt me! She looked extremely frightened, almost on the verge of breaking down. Mu Qing couldn't understand why. Just a moment ago, he had been saying he was a strong male who would protect her, but now he was threatening to take her life. She didn't know that although Levo loved her and even risked himself to save her from the wolf tribe, when his life was truly threatened, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Levo looked at Mu Qing, who was trembling and screaming on the ground. His big golden lion eyes showed a hint of pity, but he didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he pressed his claws harder against her neck. He looked coldly at Ling and threatened him sharply, "Move aside quickly, let us go, or I will kill her. See how you explain this to Su Lai when you get back." Ling, tall and silver-white, blocked the cave entrance. Hearing Levo's threat, he looked sarcastic and disdainful. "She's your partner, not mine. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Besides, the leader only told me to bring you back, not necessarily alive. Dead is also okay." Levo's golden lion eyes widened with more fear. He hadn't expected Ling to speak like this, completely ignoring his threat. He thought that since Mu Qing was Su Lai's partner, the other would at least show some concern. But now he realized he had overthought. "Don't come any closer, or I really will kill her," Levo threatened fiercely, though his voice trembled with fear. He moved his claws closer to Mu Qing's neck, almost piercing her skin. But his voice was trembling, revealing his inner fear. Mu Qing was already terrified out of her mind. She trembled all over, holding back the pain from her neck, not daring to scream. She was afraid that Levo's claws might cut her throat. Ling looked at Levo's expression as if he was watching a clown. He sneered softly, his wolf eyes full of disdain, and approached him gracefully. With each step he took, Levo's heart trembled. When Ling was 5 steps away, Levo could no longer bear his fear. He released Mu Qing's neck, summoned his strength, and suddenly charged at Ling. It was obvious he wanted to break free and escape. "You're courting death." Ling looked at the charging golden lion with cold wolf eyes that flashed with killing intent. He suddenly exerted force, and a silver ice spike shot out from the crescent-shaped mark on his forehead, swiftly striking toward Levo. This is his special power, ice attack. Levo was caught off guard and struck, trembling with pain, blood pouring out, but his body did not stop. He still charged forward outside the cave, ignoring the injury. Yiling's silver eyes were cold. Suddenly, he leapt up and his sharp wolf claws sliced across the opponent's neck.
Spurt.
Blood sprayed out instantly, staining Levo's golden mane.
Bang!
Levo's large body fell heavily to the ground. After a few convulsions, he was completely still. From the moment Ling appeared to Levo's death, only a few minutes passed. Mu Qing stared blankly at Levo, who was already dead on the ground. She was stunned until a sharp pain in her neck reminded her she was still alive. She covered her injured neck with her hand. Bright red blood flowed down, staining her fingers. She felt the real fear of death, so close to her. She had amnesia and didn't remember what had happened or who the beast man in front of her was. She only knew he was very scary. "Why you?
Who are you?
Why did you kill him?" Mu Qing looked at Ling with fear, her face pale, and asked tremblingly. Ling didn't answer her. He only coldly said, "Get up. Follow me." Mu Qing didn't know where he was taking her, but she dared not resist or ask questions. She quickly crawled up using her hands and feet and followed behind Ling. Levo's death had already terrified her so much that she was afraid she might make a mistake and follow his path. Fortunately, Ling didn't make things difficult for her. He didn't even glance at her and walked ahead coldly. Mu Qing let out a sigh of relief and silently followed. They quickly left the cave, heading upstream along the dark river toward the salt lake. Meanwhile, Xianfeng and the other beast men, who were searching downstream along the dark river, suddenly heard lion roars and wolf howls. They were not very familiar with lion roars, but vaguely knew it was Levo's voice. As for the wolf howls, The few beast men present recognized them immediately, clearly Yiling. Xianfeng and Yiling had a good relationship. They could tell at a glance that Yiling was alive. They relaxed a little. Everyone quickly. Yiling and the others should be ahead. Let's go see. Xianfeng ran toward the sound, shouting to the beast men behind him. The others looked happy, responded, and quickly followed. After searching for a day and a night, they finally found traces. Based on the sounds just heard, it seems that Nightwing and Levo have started fighting. However, Levo is only a peak 4th rank beastman, while Nightwing is at the peak of the 5th rank, almost half a step to the 6th rank. Their battle was almost certain to be one-sided. Sure enough, when they arrived at the cave, Nightwing was no longer there and no one knew where he had gone. On the ground in the center of the cave, there was only a corpse, a lion with golden fur, with a large wound on its neck that was bleeding heavily. Its eyes were wide open, clearly dead and unblinking. It was Levo. However, the body was still warm, indicating he had died recently. Xianfeng looked at Levo's body with a slight flicker in his eyes. He didn't expect Nightwing to have killed Levo. Luckily, the main target of the leader was Mu Qing. With Levo dead, it simplified things and avoided trouble. It seemed that Nightwing had left after killing Levo. Where are Mu Qing and Susia now? Are they with Nightwing or somewhere else? He looked at a tall, honest-looking beast man beside him. Jiza, you're responsible for carrying Levo's body. Although he's dead, it's best to bring the body back so we can report to the leader. Jiza nodded without objection.
All right.
As he finished speaking, a black light flashed around him, transforming him into a tall, strong black wolf. He lowered his limbs and walked to Levo's body. He opened his mouth, bit the back of Levo's neck, and threw him onto his back. Although Levo was large, he was also a 4th rank beast man, and his wolf form was equally big. Carrying a lion's body didn't hinder his movement. Seeing this, Xianfeng waved to the other beastmen. Let's keep searching. Nightwing should be nearby. Once we find him, we'll find Mu Qing and Susia. The beastmen responded and quickly followed. The dark river twisted and flowed rapidly. The group hurried downstream along the dark river. At this moment, the sun was blazing in the sky, and it was noon. Because they were at the bottom of a cliff and there was a winding dark river, it didn't feel hot. Instead, there was a strange coolness. Susia had been drying salt all morning and was exhausted, with a sore back and aching limbs. She felt as if her arms and legs weren't her own, uncomfortable everywhere. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud gurgling sound, breaking the quiet of the afternoon. She helplessly patted her belly. She had been busy all morning and was now starving, with her stomach pressed against her back. Looking at the salt on the field, which was gradually evaporating, she thought that if she kept drying it for a while longer, the salt could be collected and separated. However, the most important thing now is to fill her stomach first. Working hungry was not acceptable. Just as she was about to go to the dark river to catch a few silver moontail fish for roasting and eating, she heard the system remind her, "Host, have you forgotten about the side quest to mate with any beast husband? The time limit is 7 days, and 3 days have already passed." Susia was stunned instantly. During these days, she had been busy helping Mu Qing escape to trigger a hidden task. Later, after falling off a cliff and accidentally discovering a salt lake, she was busy drying salt and forgot about that side quest. She remembered that the reward for this side quest was 50 packs of toilet paper. Originally, her chosen mate was Bai Qi, who was gentle and easy to approach. But now Bai Qi was no longer here. Mo Lin, Qing Zhu, and Xian Ming were also gone. Only Yiling, that troublesome man, remained. Surely she wouldn't have to mate with that man, right? Given how much Yiling disliked her and his arrogant, domineering personality, she guessed he would probably kick her away before she even got close. Looking at the gradually forming salt crystals on the salt field, she felt irritated. Her stomach was growling from hunger, but her mind was full of that headache-inducing side quest. This is really frustrating, she muttered, scratching her head. Her mind flashed with Yiling's handsome face, which was stunning but also seemed to owe him 8 million. Mating with that dog man? I'd rather go mate with the fish in the dark river. Thinking of Ling, she shivered involuntarily. The word disgust was practically written on her face, as if she were some virus. His tone was also extremely annoying, making her want to cover his mouth and beat him up. If she dared to make such a request, he would probably throw her into the dark river to feed the fish. Forget it, I should eat first, she decided, shaking her head and temporarily putting aside this annoying task. She went to catch a few fish to roast and eat. When she arrived at the edge of the dark river, looking at the clear water and the swimming silver moontail fish, she felt happy. These fish not only had tender meat and rich spiritual energy, but also roasted very fragrant. In the past 2 days, she hadn't practiced much, but her spiritual power had increased significantly, showing signs of breaking through to the 3rd stage. Not only did her spiritual energy grow stronger, but her mental strength also improved, expanding her sensing range. Suddenly, a green vine appeared in her palm, like a spiritual snake, darting out and quickly sinking into the river. With a tug and pull, several silver moontail fish were flung onto the grass on the shore, flopping and jumping around chaotically. Looking at the few fish washed ashore, she felt very happy. She skillfully opened the fish with a bone knife, cleaned it thoroughly, and finally cooked it over a fire. Soon, the delicious smell of fish filled the air. Susia sniffed the tempting aroma, and her hunger grew stronger. Her stomach was already empty, so she ignored the heat and took a big bite. Suddenly, her system's annoying voice rang in her mind. "Host, don't forget there's a side task." She almost dropped the fish in surprise, rolled her eyes silently, and said impatiently, "You said the task isn't mandatory, right? I can just give up on it. I'll probably skip the 50 packs of toilet paper as a reward." But she was just being stubborn. She definitely didn't want to miss out on the reward of 50 packs of toilet paper. The system chuckled. "The task isn't mandatory. You can choose to do it or not. But if you give up, you might have to use leaves to wipe your bottom in the future." Susia immediately choked and retorted, "Who said I have to use leaves? Can I wash with water? Also, once I find some straw, I can make my own paper. Won't I have paper to wipe then?" Suddenly, she remembered something and felt something was off. "Huh? I remember you set the deadline for this task as 1 month. Why is it only 7 days now? Really? You must be mistaken." The original deadline was indeed 7 days. The system coughed awkwardly, sounding a bit guilty and trying to defend itself. She frowned deeply. Did she remember wrong? Why does she feel like the system is cheating her? Could the system be trying to trick her into mating with Ling? But she honestly couldn't remember whether it was a month or 7 days. "Stupid system, you'd better not be cheating me, or..." Her expression and tone grew fierce, but after a while, she suddenly didn't know what to say. Even if the system really tricked her, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was her golden finger. But this golden finger was sometimes really tricky. The system nervously chuckled, pretending to be innocent. "Host, I would never cheat you. We are the closest partners. The deadline for the task is really 7 days." Susia rolled her eyes and didn't bother arguing with the system. "Forget it. 7 days is 7 days. If it can be done, then do it. If not, then forget about those 50 packs of toilet paper." Thinking of this, she didn't bother to worry and continued to nibble on her grilled fish. The fish was tender and golden, full of vitality, and fragrant. She sprinkled some salt on it and stuffed some green onions into the fish's belly while grilling. She picked the green onions nearby, just grabbing a few when she saw them. The seasoning was simple, but the taste was very good. Soon, she finished one fish. Just as she was about to start on the second, she suddenly heard footsteps. She looked up and saw Ling come out of the woods, expression cold. Behind him, a disheveled female followed. She looked closely and realized it was Mu Qing. But Mu Qing no longer looked confident and energetic. She appeared very battered. Her hair was messy, her face pale, and she had a large cut on her forehead, bleeding and looking very frightening. Her animal skin skirt was torn and covered in blood and dirt. She looked very ragged and dirty, hardly better than a beggar. Her face showed fear and confusion, her eyes darted around, and she didn't react much when she saw herself. Her gaze was like she was looking at a stranger. Susia was stunned instantly. She suddenly remembered what the system had said, that Mu Qing had hit her head on a sharp stone and either became a fool or lost her memory. Now it seemed she had lost her memory, otherwise, she wouldn't look so unfamiliar upon seeing herself. Instead, she would have pounced on her and torn her apart. She vaguely remembered Mu Qing's expression when she pulled her off the cliff, full of hatred, as if she wanted to tear her apart and eat her. "You're back? Where's Levo? Did he already kill him?" She asked the approaching Ling. Ling glanced at her and casually took the grilled fish from her hand, eating it without hesitation. He said vaguely, "Yes, I already killed him." His tone was casual, as if he had just killed a chicken. Susia's lips twitched slightly. She was unhappy with the dogman's behavior of taking her grilled fish without asking, but, remembering the side task about mating with the beast, she swallowed her words. Forget it, it's just a fish. She could grill another one later. There were plenty of silver moontail fish in the dark river, and she could catch one easily. She turned to look at Mu Qing, who was standing nearby, confused and helpless. Whether she saw herself or the salt lake, she showed no reaction, as if she didn't recognize anything or remember anything. Knowing she was probably suffering from amnesia, a wave of pity washed over her. Once, Mu Qing was a proud leader's partner in the wolf tribe. She was respected by orcs, flattered by females, and never lacked food or clothes. Life was very comfortable for her. Now, she has fallen to this state, and it's entirely her own fault. Susia feels no sympathy for her at all. What's wrong with her? She looks at Ling, who quickly finishes a fish, then points at the confused and helpless Mu Qing, asking knowingly. Ling raises an eyelid, looks at Mu Qing with his silver eyes, and says indifferently, "She probably has amnesia." One fish isn't enough for him to satisfy his hunger, so he naturally looks at the grilled fish next to Susia and reaches out to take some.
Why?
"I haven't eaten enough myself." Susia quickly notices his intention and protects the fish, looking at him cautiously. If a dog man eats one fish, that's fine, but he wants to take the rest too? Is he being too much? Seeing her protective gesture, Yiling's lips curl slightly, but he doesn't try to take the fish again. Instead, he looks at her deeply. She feels a bit confused under his gaze, touches her face, and asks suspiciously, "Is there something on my face?" Ling withdraws his gaze and replies lightly, "No." "Why did your buck teeth disappear?" Originally, her buck teeth were almost fully exposed, even her gums showed, making her mouth look very big and, frankly, quite ugly. At some point, her buck teeth became less obvious, and her gums no longer showed. Her mouth gradually shrank. Now, her mouth and teeth look completely normal. Her teeth are white and perfect, and her lips are very pretty. He lifts his gaze to her beautiful peach blossom eyes, which seem to speak, misty, bright, and captivating, almost haunting. He remembers her eyes used to be very small, almost just a slit. And her figure, though still somewhat plump overall, no longer looks bad. Instead, it feels full and attractive. Big chest, big hips, but a very slim waist, somehow it's a bit. Her skin has also become much whiter, glowing under the sunlight. But her nose is still the same as before, flat, with nostrils facing upward, very unattractive. Her overall appearance has dropped several levels. Susia notices him staring at her nose with obvious disgust. She can't help but touch her nose, feeling speechless inside. She knows her nose is very flat, with nostrils facing up, and is indeed quite ugly. From a metaphysical perspective, such a nose is also considered to bring bad luck and financial loss. However, there is nothing I can do about it. The original owner's strict conditions are right here, and any change depends entirely on the system, this golden finger. But as long as the 5 beast husband's affection levels increase, she believes her nose will eventually become more attractive. None of your business. Have you finished watching? Susia glared at him and turned to eat grilled fish, ignoring him. Who keeps staring at someone's nose? Really? Ling quickly looked away, watching her angry side profile, a faint smile curling his lips. He found that this chubby woman seemed to become more interesting and more captivating to look at. It's just that her pig-like nose is really distracting, making people want to cut it off. If Susia knew what he was thinking, she might spray him with spit, saying her nose is ugly and should be cut off. What kind of talk is that? Without a nose, wouldn't she be even uglier? Luckily, she doesn't know these thoughts. She just keeps eating her grilled fish, quickly finishing one. Ling caught sight of her messy eating manner, his mouth twitching. This chubby woman really has no sense of propriety. He didn't stay standing there. He turned around to go hunting. That grilled fish wasn't enough to fill his teeth, so he needed to find more food to satisfy his hunger. Mu Qing saw Ling leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This beast man was truly terrifying, with a very strong aura. With him here, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her gaze fell on Susia, who was eating happily, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. She had only eaten a little of Revo's roasted meat in the morning, and hadn't started lunch yet. Suddenly, this scary beast man Ling appeared, and within minutes, he had killed Revo. Then she followed here, and her stomach had been starving for a long time. Seeing Susia eating so deliciously only made her hungrier. But she didn't dare ask for food. Although she didn't remember her past or know who this female was, she could tell that the other person didn't like her, even despised her. Susia had no intention of sharing her food with Mu Qing. This woman had mistreated the original owner many times before, even pulling her off a cliff. Although she had amnesia now, it didn't mean she could pretend nothing had happened. However, after eating 2 grilled fish, she was almost full. Seeing Mu Qing staring at her eagerly, she finally softened her heart and handed over the remaining fish, saying, "Here, for you." Mu Qing looked at the fish meat offered to her and then looked up at her, hesitant to take it. She rolled her eyes, a bit annoyed, and said, "Eat if you want, don't if you don't." Then she tried to pull her hand back. Mu Qing was startled and quickly took the fish meat from her hand, softly saying, "Thank you." Seeing that she looked normal and not upset, she finally relaxed and started eating eagerly. She was clearly very hungry. Susia's expression was complicated. She looked away and didn't watch her anymore. She clapped her hands and stood up to collect the dried salt. The salt was almost dried, with coarse salt crystals on the surface. It only needed simple filtering to get cleaner salt. She busily worked at the salt field, putting the separated salt into a clean vine basket, planning to take it back to the tribe once she found a way out. Mu Qing finished the grilled fish quickly. Although she only ate half, she was no longer very hungry. She couldn't understand what Susia was doing, but she could guess a little. She didn't stay standing there. She came over to help, even though her forehead was still bleeding and hurting badly. She didn't care. It wasn't that she didn't care or didn't want to escape. She knew she couldn't run away. Even if she could, she had no memory now. Where could she go? It was better to stay here, honestly. Maybe she could regain her original memories. Susia saw her working with a bleeding forehead and frowned deeply. She didn't want to bother, but in the end, she couldn't keep watching. She sighed helplessly. "Fine, just this once. Consider it repaying the original owner's kindness for giving birth, and from now on, we won't owe each other." A green vine suddenly sprouted from her right palm, growing longer and longer. It then climbed onto Mu Qing's forehead, with a few green leaves at the tip emitting a gentle green glow, softly brushing over her wound. Mu Qing was startled and took a few steps back instinctively, staring fearfully at the twisting, swaying green vine as if it was a terrifying thing. Seeing her like that, Susia felt angry and said, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Mu Qing was instantly scared and stared blankly at her, not moving anymore. The green leaves at the tip of the vine climbed onto her forehead again, gently touching the large wound, emitting a soft green light. Mu Qing felt the coolness from her forehead and was surprised, her eyes wide open. She realized her forehead didn't hurt as much anymore. In an instant, she understood that the other person was healing her. She couldn't help but reach up and touch her forehead, only to find no blood, and it was even starting to scab. Her eyes were full of surprise and gratitude as she looked at Susia.
This.
My wound. She had lost her memory and had no idea what was happening, only feeling that this moment was very strange. Susia glanced at her and said calmly, "This is a special ability of mine. I can heal wounds." She didn't explain in detail, thinking it wasn't necessary, and even if she did, Mu Qing, who had lost her memory, might not understand. Mu Qing nodded vaguely, still full of questions, but seeing her cold expression, she didn't ask further. She noticed that this female didn't seem to like her. Although she was treated, her attitude was very cold. Susia didn't care about her thoughts. After healing her wound, she retracted her power. The green vine on her palm disappeared quickly, as if it had never appeared. Mu Qing kept staring at her hand, full of curiosity. That sudden green vine had come out of her palm. So amazing. She ignored Mu Qing and continued working on her own. Mu Qing silently moved to help. Susia didn't stop her. With one more person helping, she could relax a little. Otherwise, she would have to do all the tedious work herself. In the following time, both of them were busy drying salt and collecting separated salt. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, Ling, who was hunting, unexpectedly met Xianfeng and others, who were looking for someone. Both sides paused in surprise. Xianfeng reacted first, quickly stepping forward, sizing up Ling from head to toe. Seeing he was fine, he relaxed and said, "Are you okay?"
I was so worried. I'm fine.
Ling shook his head and, thinking of something, asked, "How did you come down?" But what he was really thinking was that since Xianfeng and the others could come down here, there must be a way to leave the cliff. Hearing his question, Xianfeng felt speechless. They had searched the cliff for a day and night, finally found a way down, and then followed a dark river for a long time before reaching this place. And yet, this guy acted as if nothing was wrong and asked how they got down. Annoyed, he shot a quick glare at Ling, wanting to punch him in the chest, but remembered he couldn't win and held back. He glanced at Ling and said irritably, "How did we come down?" "Of course, we looked for you. You fell off the cliff, and we were all scared to death." When he spoke, he looked behind Ling and around him. He saw only a large wild boar dead on the ground and no one else. He frowned and asked, "Where's Susia and Mu Qing? Are they okay?" Mu Qing was fine, but Susia was the daughter of the leader. If anything happened to her, the leader would definitely punish them. Even the strongest, Ling, might not be able to escape unscathed. "They're fine. They're probably sun-drying salt right now," Ling said calmly, glancing at Xianfeng and the others in front of him. "Sun-drying salt?" Xianfeng was surprised. "What salt are they drying? Where does the salt come from? Does salt need to be dried? What is Ling talking about?" It seemed he didn't understand. Not only him, but the other beastmen also looked at Ling with confusion, clearly not understanding what he meant. Seeing their confused expressions, Ling chuckled softly. He didn't hide anything and simply explained how they found the salt lake and the methods Susia suggested for drying salt. "Well, you'll understand when you come with me. I'll take you to see." After speaking, he bent down to pick up the wild boar on the ground and was about to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He stopped, turned his head, and looked at Xianfeng and the others still caught in the wind, overwhelmed by the surprise. Only then did he realize someone was missing. He frowned and asked, "Where's Quang Tai? Why isn't he with you?" His team had 10 people, including himself, making 11. Not counting Susia. Now, one was clearly missing. Xianfeng came back to his senses, looked at Ling with a complicated expression, and said, "Quang Tai. He stayed on the cliff." Ling raised an eyebrow. "Stayed on the cliff?
Why?"
Xianfeng briefly recounted what had happened before, including whether Quang Tai had deliberately caused Ling to fall off the cliff. After hearing Xianfeng's explanation, Ling's silver eyes narrowed slightly, radiating danger. His lips lifted slightly, and his voice was cold and sarcastic. "Careless? Do you believe that?" "What careless?" He was sure Quang Tai did it on purpose. He thought it was just some minor friction between them. He knew Quang Tai was unhappy with him, but he never took it seriously. He never expected this despicable person to dare to do something underhanded, especially since he was on his team. Xian Feng looked embarrassed. He didn't believe it either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Quang Tai on the cliff and not let him follow. Isn't it just because you're worried the other side might secretly cause trouble? Nightwing, let's wait until we get back to report the Iron Warrior's matter to the leader. How to handle it will be decided by the leader. For now, let's go see the Salt Lake first. Xianfeng cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, really not wanting to continue this topic. Also, he was very curious about the salt lake they discovered. This is a salt lake, and the importance of salt is almost obvious. It's not only a hard currency in the beast world, but also an essential item for orcs. With this salt lake, the wolf tribe will never lack salt again. Just thinking about it makes him very excited. He was so excited he almost wanted to run over immediately. Yes, Nightwing, we can talk about the Iron Warrior's matter later. If you're really upset, just kill him when we go up. For now, let's go see that salt lake first. A beast man called Jinyu urged excitedly. He is a red flame demon wolf, at the early stage of level 5, equal in strength to Xianfeng. He is tall and strong, with a beast hide wrapped around his waist, revealing a sturdy, muscular chest. His appearance is handsome, with simple red hair with beast tendons and bright red eyes shining with urgency. Nightwing looked at everyone's eager expressions and smiled happily. He didn't continue to dwell on this topic. As Jinyu said, if the despicable Iron Warrior returns, just kill him then. He waved his hand to signal everyone to stay calm. All right, you guys are so anxious. The salt lake is not far ahead. Just follow me. After speaking, he bent down and dragged the wild boar on the ground, then left. Xianfeng, Jinyu, and the others quickly followed. Jesus still appeared as a black wolf, carrying the corpse of Levo, who had been dead for some time, on his back, working tirelessly with everyone. Nightwing, what do you mean by drying salt? Does salt need to be dried? Xianfeng hurried to catch up and asked curiously. He glanced at the wild boar he was dragging and casually grabbed the other front leg of the boar, pulling it with him on one side. Nightwing glanced at him and didn't hide anything, briefly explaining the process and principle of drying salt. Xianfeng listened with amazement, finally understanding how drying salt works. He also thought it was a very good method. Otherwise, since the salt is in the water, it would be very troublesome to extract it. The method was thought up by Susia. I couldn't have come up with it, Nightwing said with a smile when he saw his surprised expression, then explained again. Xianfeng was stunned, not expecting that such a wonderful method was created by Susia. In his impression, this female was lazy, ugly, and silly. He didn't know when she became less annoying, but now she looked more beautiful and intelligent. She not only found many edible foods, but also knew a lot of knowledge that most people didn't. He couldn't help but remember the rumors about Susia and the tribe. They said she once received guidance from the beast god in her dreams. Perhaps the method of salt drying was also told to her by the beast god in a dream? The orcs following behind, including Jinyu, naturally overheard their conversation and shared similar thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the salt lake. What caught their eyes was a large, clear salt lake and a simple salt farm surrounded by a fence. On the ground, a layer of salt particles was visible. Although not very white, it was definitely salt. Around the salt farm, there were many woven baskets, backpacks, and wooden buckets, all filled to the brim. There were about 35 baskets of salt stones, and the amount of granular salt was roughly the same. Xianfeng, Jinyu, Jizai, and the other orcs were shocked by what they saw. They had lived most of their lives but had never seen such a grand salt lake and so much salt. It felt like a dream. Oh my, so much salt! Are our wolf tribe going to become rich? Ha ha ha, with this salt lake, we won't have to worry about salt anymore. Yeah, not only that, we can also trade salt with other tribes for supplies. What can't we get in exchange? The orcs present were very excited, chatting eagerly and eager to start drying the salt immediately. Ling looked at their excited faces, a happy smile on his lips, clearly in a good mood. Everyone stop hesitating. Hurry up and work. Let's dry the salt and bring it back early, he said, tossing a wild boar aside and waving his hand loudly to the orcs. Xianfeng, Jinyu, and the others heard him and started working. But they weren't quite sure how to begin. They had never dried salt before and didn't know how to do it. Seeing them standing there awkwardly and unsure, Susia found it amusing. She first directed some orcs to use wooden buckets to scoop water from the salt lake and pour it onto the salt farm to dry. Then she assigned others to collect and separate the dried salt. In short, everyone worked together. Thanks to the help of so many orcs, the drying process was much faster. Ji Zhe threw the corpse of Levo he was carrying aside, and with a flash of black light, it turned into a human form and helped out as well. Mu Qing saw the corpse of Levo thrown aside by Ji Zhe and couldn't help but think of what happened in the cave at noon. Her face turned a little paler. However, everyone was busy working now, so no one paid attention to her. Thinking about how Levo almost killed her and feeling indifferent, she didn't look over there anymore and continued working with everyone. The orcs present naturally noticed Mu Qing. Seeing her obediently working with everyone and not trying to run away, they looked at her with unfamiliar eyes, as if they didn't recognize her at all. Yiling, what's going on with her? Xianfeng moved closer to Yiling, pointed at Mu Qing working nearby, and asked in a low voice. Yiling glanced at Mu Qing, saw she was working honestly, and said calmly, "It's nothing." She hit her head when she fell off the cliff and lost her memory. Lost her memory? Xianfeng was surprised, looking a bit strange, and couldn't help but glance at Mu Qing again. She didn't lose her memory earlier or later, but only now, at this moment, she lost it.
It really seems to choose the right time.
If the leader saw her like this, he might not be able to bring himself to kill her. Probably not. Mu Qing and the leader have been partners for over 20 years and have 2 children. Even if she made a big mistake, there would still be some feelings between them. Yiling didn't know what Xianfeng was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. His gaze shifted to Susia, who was nearby commanding the orcs to dry salt. A slight smile appeared on his face, and he felt happy. This fat woman had really changed a lot. Susia sensed Yiling's gaze and turned to look at him. Their eyes met instantly, and both were surprised. She was the first to recover, and, thinking of the unfinished side quest, her heart moved. She smiled and walked over, asking, "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you think I look more beautiful now and am captivated by my beauty and wisdom?" Yiling looked at her narcissistic expression and twitched the corner of his mouth fiercely. He, with a handsome face darkened, said, "Susia, can you have some shame? With your looks, do you really think you're beautiful and wise? I think you're just ugly and stupid." He really couldn't understand this fat woman's way of thinking. Such words could come out of her mouth without shame. She wasn't angry, but instead smiled happily, leaning a little closer to him. Looking at his handsome face, she chuckled softly and said, "Yiling, you're just typical of someone who says sour grapes because they can't get the grape. I know, deep down you like me, right?
Don't be shy.
If you like me, just say so. Although your personality is a bit annoying and your words are sharp, we are still partners. Maybe we can try being together first and see how it goes." Ling. This fat woman is becoming more shameless and more disgusting. It's so disgusting it makes me feel sick. Are you jealous because you can't have the grapes? Are you pretending to like her? This fat woman really knows how to flatter herself. Does she not realize what kind of person she is? He frowned, his silver eyes looking at her with clear disgust. For a moment, he wanted to throw this fat woman far away. Better to throw her somewhere he couldn't see. Susia watched the man's disgusted expression and didn't get angry. Instead, she felt very happy inside. She knew her current beauty and intelligence weren't enough to make a handsome man like Ling fall for her. But she liked teasing him. Seeing him disgusted and helpless made her feel very good. It was like drinking a cold beer on a hot summer day, refreshing. "Oh, Ling, don't look at me like that. You'll make me shy." She blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, lively and charming. her eyes slightly tilted at the corners, with a hint of allure. Although she was a bit chubby and her nose wasn't pretty, her eyes, which had been improved by the system, were very beautiful. Ling was momentarily stunned. When he reacted, his face darkened. He was almost defeated by this shameless woman's thick skin. He forced himself to hold back the urge to throw her far away and turn to walk elsewhere. If he stayed with her any longer, he was afraid he might lose control and hit her. She was just too disgusting.
Ha ha ha.
Susia watched his back as he left and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xianfeng and the others naturally noticed this scene and looked surprised. They couldn't understand where Susia got her confidence to tease Ling, especially so shamelessly. But they also had to admit she had changed a lot. She had become smarter, more capable, more beautiful, and her personality was now cheerful and interesting. Of course, she was much more likable than before. Susia didn't care about their opinions. She just wanted to be happy. Then she happily continued her salt-making work. She found that this busy and fulfilling feeling was really good. And watching the orcs who used to only fight and kill, now working under her command to dry salt, almost doing whatever she said, she felt a strange sense of achievement. As night fell and the day's work ended, everyone sat around the campfire, roasting wild boar meat, the aroma filling the air.
Ling.
She realized that this man, who seemed cold and emotionless in her eyes, also had a gentle side. For example, when she was collecting salt, he would come over to help willingly. However, his words were often quite rude. He would complain about her clumsiness and then go do the work himself. When she was sweating heavily from the heat, he would offer her water and then, with the worst attitude and tone, tell her to go rest under the tree. Thinking about this made her laugh out loud. This man was truly a contradiction. He cared inside but always acted awkwardly. "Why are you laughing?" Ling glanced at her coldly and asked. She winked and smiled. "I'm laughing at someone who says one thing but means another." Ling frowned, shot her a look, and pretended not to hear. He continued, roasting the wild pig meat in his hand. Susia smiled again and didn't tease him further. Then, thinking of something, she asked, "By the way, Ling, since Xianfeng and the others found the bottom of the cliff, it means there's a way to leave. Why don't we go back to the tribe first, tell Dad about the salt lake, and since Mu Qing has already caught up and Levo is dead, it's a good time to report back. Dad can call back the orcs out hunting outside the tribe and move them here to dry salt." She thought for a moment and added, "Of course, we need to leave some orcs here to watch over things." Ling paused his roasting, glanced at her, and said calmly, "Why rush? Let's gather all the salt tomorrow, then go back." Susia thought it made sense. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal to wait a day. She also enjoyed the busy feeling of working with everyone. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, as if something was flowing out. Her face changed instantly. She realized she was having her period. Although she hadn't looked, she guessed from the timing that it was definitely that time of the month. Luckily, her system backpack had a reward, sanitary pads. Without them, using leaves to wipe would have been disastrous. She hurriedly threw the roasted meat in her hand onto Ling, accidentally dropping it right in his lap. Susia didn't notice and ran quickly into the nearby woods, clutching her stomach. Ling looked at the roasted meat that had fallen into his lap, his face darkening as if water could drip from it. This lazy woman, it was bad enough that she was pooping in the middle of eating, but now she deliberately threw the meat here. His face was grim as he picked up the roasted meat from his lap, disgusted, and was about to throw it away. Then he paused, thinking of something. He curled his lips into a sly smile and walked to the edge of the woods with some grilled meat, about to speak. Suddenly, he sniffed the air and caught a faint smell of blood. But this smell was different from the usual scent of injured animals. It made him feel restless and stirred an inexplicable urge. His brow furrowed deeper as he remembered rumors about females in the tribe. It was said that females emitted a special scent periodically, which was highly attractive to males and could lead to mating. This scent also signaled that the female was in heat. He looked at the dark forest with a strange expression. Could it be that the fat woman was in heat? Thinking of this possibility, his face darkened further as he looked at the half-eaten grilled meat in his hand, which still bore bite marks and had fallen onto his lap. His initial plan to tease Susia was gone. He stared intently at the forest for a while before finally sitting back by the fire. The piece of grilled meat was stuck beside the fire, ready to be eaten by the fat woman when she returned. Meanwhile, Susia hurried into the woods, clutching her stomach. Although it was very dark at night, the bright moonlight shone through the leaves, making it possible to see clearly. She found a hidden spot, took out a sanitary pad from her system backpack, unwrapped it, and laid it flat. She removed her animal skin skirt and placed the pad inside her homemade underwear. After putting on the skirt again, she let out a long breath. In her previous life, she suffered from painful periods. Each time she had her period, it felt like a trial. She didn't expect that after crossing into this beast world, this problem would follow her. She leaned on a tree trunk, cursing her painful period 1,000 times in her heart. This problem was truly stubborn. Even crossing over couldn't get rid of it. Her face pale, she slowly walked out of the woods, just about to return to the fire when she noticed everyone looking at her strangely. Ling's silver eyes fixed on her quietly. As the fat woman approached, the blood scent grew stronger and stronger, to the point that he almost went crazy, feeling more restless. He even had the urge to transform into his true form. He lowered his head and glanced. His handsome face darkened, but he maintained a normal expression and changed his sitting posture to hide his embarrassment. Seeing the strange looks from the other beast men and their restless expressions, Susia was momentarily stunned. Some of them had already revealed wolf tails, constantly wagging them anxiously, as if eager to pounce but afraid to do so. She was instantly confused and frightened by everyone's strange behavior. I have never seen a scene like this before. If they all suddenly pounce, what would happen? What's going on? Did everyone eat the love fruit? She couldn't help but whisper to herself, glancing at Ling, only to see his face darken even more than usual. And why does he look so awkward sitting there? The surrounding beastmen all grimaced when they heard her whisper. Right now, she herself is like the love fruit, top quality, making them want to rush over and tease her. But they dare not. Female members of the tribe are rarely seen during their mating season. Most stay alone in their caves or mate with their partners. Someone like Susia, who is in heat and wandering around, is very rare. Susia hesitated, walking over to sit by the fire, just about to speak. Suddenly, Ling, sitting nearby, jumped up and walked away quickly, as if she was some terrible beast. She blinked, watching Ling walk off, feeling speechless inside. What's wrong with this man? She looked at the other beastmen, noticing their strange looks, some staring at her with heat in their eyes. She felt even more confused and a bit creeped out by their gazes. It was as if something about her was attracting them. She looked down at herself. Besides her soiled animal hide skirt from her period, there was nothing strange. And the stain was at her back, which she couldn't see while sitting. It's not that she didn't want to clean it, but she had no clean animal hide skirt to change into. If she washed it directly, it would be wet and cold, making her worried about catching a cold at night, or worse, increasing her pain from her period. Why are you all looking at me like that? Susia picked up the roasted wild boar meat beside the fire, took a bite, and asked vaguely to Xianfeng nearby. It tastes good, crispy outside, tender inside, with a hint of sweetness. It's delicious. Ling had already walked far away, now leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, staring intently in this direction. Seeing her bite the meat, he thought about how the piece had once fallen on his lap, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of warning her. Meanwhile, Xianfeng looked at Susia with an awkward expression. What could he say? He couldn't exactly say they were attracted by her scent of heat and wanted to mate with her, could he? Though it was true, he really couldn't say such words. If he dared to say it, he was afraid Ling would tear him apart in the next second. Don't look at Susia and Ling always arguing and disliking each other. Even though they don't live together, they are indeed proper partners. Xianfeng's gaze once again falls on Susia, noticing she doesn't seem to realize she's in heat, and a flicker crosses his face. This female, she's not smart when she should be, and when she shouldn't be, she's overly clever. He clears his throat to hide his awkwardness, looks away, pretending not to hear her words. Seeing his expression, Susia feels more confused inside. She lowers her head and bites into the fragrant wild boar meat, asking the system internally, "System, what's wrong with them? They all seem so strange." The system remains silent for a moment, then slowly says, "Well, if I'm guessing right, they might be attracted by a special smell on you." Special smell? What kind of special smell? She chews the roasted meat, puzzled inside. She leans in to smell herself. "Nothing strange about my scent." The system sighs and explains, "It's not the kind of smell you think. As a female, during a certain period, you emit a scent that attracts males. Basically, you're in heat right now." "In heat?" Susia pauses, then quickly reacts. "Are you saying I'm like a female animal in heat in the animal world?" The system responds with an "Yes, you're in that state now. So, it's normal for male beasts to be attracted to you." Listening to the system, she begins to understand a bit more. She suddenly remembers that in the beast world, female animals are considered to be in heat during their period. Thinking of this, her face turns a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect herself to go into heat at this moment, especially in front of so many male beasts. What should I do now? A blush appears on her face as she feels embarrassed inside. This period lasts at least a week, and with so many beasts watching her every day, she can't take it. The system chuckles what to do. This is a good opportunity. Pounce on Ling and complete the side quest. Remember, the host, there are only 3.5 days left to complete the task. Once finished, the host will receive 50 packs of toilet paper. Susia looked confused and was deeply shocked inside. She asked silently, "Tong Tong, I just got my period." The system chuckled twice, and its voice echoed in her mind. In the beast world, females are a bit different from humans. They like to be in heat and mate with males. Don't you feel a strong desire too? She grimaced, feeling overwhelmed by the system's words. "Tong Tong, are you giving me advice or trying to trick me?" She felt speechless inside. She wasn't that perverted. Plus, she was in terrible pain from her period and just wanted to lie on the ground and roll around. There was no way she could think about attacking Ling now. The system laughed again. "I wouldn't trick you. It's just the truth. If a female in heat doesn't mate with a male, it's very uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that you might call out in the middle of the night. If you can endure it, pretend I didn't say anything." Thinking for a moment, it added, "You must understand, even though you look human now, your true nature is still an animal." Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew the system was right. This is the beast world. She had transmigrated with her soul, and her body's true nature was that of a female wolf. But thinking about calling out in heat at night made her feel so embarrassed she could pick out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. She didn't want to call out in heat and then be watched by a group of beast men. And from what the system said, if she didn't mate with a male, she would keep making noise? That would be too embarrassing. Susia's expression flickered. She clenched her teeth, deciding to try, both to avoid social death and to get those 50 packs of toilet paper. At worst, she would give up her face and be mocked by the dogman. She looked around and saw the dogman standing a little way off, arms crossed, leaning against a tree. The bright moonlight shone through the leaves, illuminating his handsome face, making him look mysterious. He stared intently in her direction, lost in thought. They made eye contact. She felt strangely guilty and nervous. Even though she decided to attack the dogman, she had no experience. In her previous life, in the apocalypse, she was busy looking for supplies. Men weren't important for filling her stomach. So, she really had no experience in seducing men. She secretly looked away, pretending not to see him, hesitating about how to start the conversation. Should she just attack him directly? No, she couldn't do such bold actions. And she didn't have the strength to push down the dogman. If she was rejected or kicked somewhere, She would be humiliated in front of everyone. Inviting? How could she bring herself to ask? Should she say, "Hey, I'm feeling very excited now, want to mate with me?" Just thinking about it made her feel so embarrassed she could pick out a 3-room house with her toes. She couldn't help but raise her hand to rub her face, cursing the system 1,000 times in her mind. What kind of bad idea did this dog system come up with? Her eyes shifted back to Ling, seeing that he kept glancing at her intentionally or unintentionally. She had a sudden idea. Could it be that the dogman also had such thoughts? The more she thought about it, the more she believed it was possible. Since the dogman is a normal male, and it's not impossible, with the special smell she was emitting, how could he not react? Suddenly, she had the idea that the dogman might take the initiative. If he did, she could just go along with it, pretending to resist a little. That way, she would not only save face, but also complete the side quest. Susia was scheming in her mind, but her face remained calm. She slowly chewed on the roasted meat in her hand. She was thinking about how to make the dogman take the initiative. Should she him directly? No, that was too obvious, and she didn't know how to do it. Hint? How could she hint at him? She looked down at herself and suddenly had an idea. She slowly stood up and walked to the nearby dark river, using the bright moonlight to check her condition. Her aunt's period had stained her beast-hide skirt, and her was red and sore. Even with a dark-colored beast-hide skirt, it was very noticeable. Her face turned red instantly. This look was totally embarrassing. No wonder everyone looked at her so strangely. She bent down, washed her hands and face, then cupped some cool river water and took a few sips. Her mouth was a bit dry from the roasted meat she had just eaten. She didn't wash the bloodstains on the beast-hide skirt, then stood up and walked back to the fire. On her way back, she deliberately walked back and forth in front of Ling, pretending to casually squat in front of him. While adding firewood, she made sure he saw the red patch behind her. She secretly glanced at Ling out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that his gaze was indeed on her, her throat moved, and her eyes were deep. There's a chance. Her heart fluttered slightly, but her face remained calm, pretending not to notice his gaze. She turned in another direction, facing the dogman, and bent down again to add firewood, revealing her full chest. After doing all this, she didn't look at him again and sat back down by the fire as if nothing had happened. Earlier, everything seemed normal, like just going to the river to wash my hands and drink water, then casually adding some firewood before returning naturally. Ling watched her back with a serious look, his throat moving as he looked at her deeply. When she just walked over, he smelled a strong scent of blood, and now he saw her behind with a red patch and her large chest. It was clear what was happening. He slightly smiled, feeling amused. This woman is quite clever, knowing how to use her heat period to attract me. His gaze stayed on her, and several times he wanted to walk over, but forced himself to hold back. Susia secretly watched his reactions, feeling anxious because he hadn't moved yet. Could it be that the man didn't understand her hint? That shouldn't be. Does he really dislike her this much? So much that he'd rather endure than touch her? Thinking this, she felt very upset. She clenched her teeth and decided to go all out. Oh, my stomach hurts so much. She suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out in pain, looking distressed. She curled up by the fire. If the man still didn't come over, she really wouldn't know what to do. Ling's attention was always on her. Seeing her clutch her stomach and cry out in pain, his brows furrowed deeply. What's wrong with this woman? Why does her stomach hurt so suddenly? Could she have eaten something bad? He wanted to go over and ask what was wrong, but suddenly remembered that Susia had special abilities, including healing powers from wood. She doesn't even try to heal her stomach pain. So stupid. She deserves to suffer, he sneered, instantly dismissing the idea of going over. Xianfeng, Jinyu, Jiza, and other beastmen all looked over in this direction. Susia, what's wrong? Are you okay? Jinyu put down the roasted meat and approached. As he got closer, he smelled the disturbing scent that made him uneasy, and his face showed some embarrassment. Susia was startled when Jinyu came near, afraid her plan would be exposed. She covered her stomach and awkwardly said, "I don't know what's happening, but my stomach suddenly hurts a lot." Jinyu frowned, confused about why her stomach would hurt suddenly. Could it be related to her heat period? He had heard that some females experience stomach pain during their heat, but he didn't know what to do about it. The special aura from Susia's body made his throat move again, and his heart grew more restless. He couldn't help but show a red wolf tail, fluffy and wagging constantly. Noticing his reaction, Jinyu's face grew more embarrassed, and he quickly retracted his red tail. He cleared his throat awkwardly and asked, "How can I help you?" Ling watched this scene closely and suddenly felt a bit annoyed. As for where this annoyance came from, he couldn't say. Susia kept an eye on Ling from the corner of her eye. When she saw his face suddenly turn dark, she had an idea. She deliberately raised her voice so that the distant dogman could hear, saying, "Jinyu, can you help me rub my stomach? It hurts a lot, and rubbing might make it better." Jinyu didn't expect her to ask for that. Seeing her in pain and looking at Yiling's gloomy face, his expression stiffened. He wanted to help Susia rub her stomach, but was a bit afraid. But not helping? Seeing her suffering face, he felt a little reluctant. For a moment, Jinyu was caught in a dilemma. His hand reached out but then hesitated in midair, unsure of what to do. Not far away, Yiling leaning against a tree looked even more gloomy, as if he could drip water from his face. He didn't know what was wrong with him. When he saw Jinyu's hand about to touch Susia's stomach, a strange anger rose in his heart. Especially seeing her in pain, he felt even more irritated. He had healing powers, but didn't use them on himself. He had seen foolish people before, but never someone this foolish. He cursed Susia inwardly 800 times. When Jinyu's hand was about to touch Susia's stomach, he finally couldn't hold back and walked over, sneering, "Jinyu, why are you rubbing her stomach? You're a male. What are you doing? Is she in heat? Or do you want to be her sixth beast husband?" Yiling's words made Jinyu's hand freeze and his face turn extremely awkward. He looked at Susia, then at Yiling, forced a smile, and withdrew his hand. He touched his nose and said, "Susia, you should ask Yiling to help you. I just remembered I need to check on the barbecue before it burns." Before he finished speaking, he got up and left quickly, as if chased by a fierce wolf.
Susia.
Watching Jinyu run away in a panic, she twitched her mouth fiercely. Is the dogman really that scary? Look at how frightened he is. She looked at Yiling and pretended to be weak, saying, "Yiling, my stomach hurts. Can you help me take a look?" Yiling crossed his arms and looked down at her, sneering, "Don't you have healing powers? Can't you heal your own stomach pain?" Susia secretly rolled her eyes, cursing Yiling 1,000 times in her heart, but her face showed no emotion. Weakly, she said, "I think my psychic ability has a problem. I can't heal myself." Yiling raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smile. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing her head lower and her face as red as sunset, although plump, her beautiful peach blossom eyes and perfect lips, pink like cherry blossoms, made her look very charming. Under the glow of the moon and firelight, she emitted a soft light, which was strangely captivating. Her small, flat nose didn't look ugly anymore, especially her exaggeratedly large chest, which she now sat and stood to show off her figure. He swallowed hard, his eyes deep, feeling more restless inside, with a stronger impulse building. He heard her softly and nervously mumble her voice gentle and a little sad, which unexpectedly softened his heart. He knew she wasn't really having a stomach ache, but was feeling uncomfortable due to her heat, and wanted to mate but was too shy to say so. He sneered inwardly. Normally, he would mock her harshly. But now, strangely, he didn't mock or expose her. He looked at her deeply with his silver eyes for a while, noticing her head lowering further until she was completely hidden, only her reddening ears visible. His thin lips curved slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he took a step forward, suddenly bending down and carrying her horizontally in his arms, then walking toward the nearby woods. Susia was stunned. After reacting, She quickly wrapped her arms around the man's neck, afraid of falling. Thinking about what was coming next, her face turned even redder, her small heart pounding wildly. Xianfeng, Jinyu, and other beastmen saw this scene and, of course, knew what was about to happen. Their expressions inexplicably showed some envy. It wasn't that they liked Susia, but the unique scent she emitted was simply too attractive. For males, it was an irresistible temptation. However, now that Susia was carried into the woods by Ling, they felt relieved. Being farther away, the special scent weakened, and they finally didn't have to endure the body's torment. It was just too awkward. Meanwhile, Ling carried Susia into the woods, stepping through the dappled trees, going deeper. His face darkened slightly, but his speed unexpectedly increased. The two hugged each other tightly, their bodies close, and the special scent rushed straight to his nose, almost making him lose control. There was a sudden urge to immediately throw Susia to the ground and tear off that annoying animal hide skirt, then rush to kiss her thoroughly. His hand, which was holding her waist and knee, unconsciously moved to her large, exaggerated hips. Realizing what he was doing, his hand froze instantly, his face darkening further, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Susia naturally sensed his movement, her face flushing as if blood could drip from it. She buried her head in Ling's embrace, pretending not to notice anything, but inside she was secretly thinking, "This man is so inconsistent, talks big but acts differently, not honest at all." Despite her complaints, she felt a little nervous. Of course, she also secretly looked forward to the wedding night. In both her past and present lives, she had never been close to a man before, so suddenly being intimate made her nervous. Ling looked down at her, noticing her face buried in his chest, with her ears red as if they could bleed, her long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans. Somehow, he found her quite adorable. He smirked and hugged her, continuing deeper into the woods. After walking a while, he found a large tree and stopped beneath it. The tree's canopy was like an umbrella blocking the moonlight, making the area under it dim, an ideal spot. He gently placed her on the ground, supporting himself with one hand beside her, looking down at her. In the dim light, their atmosphere suddenly became quite romantic. Susia felt his gaze, which made her feel strangely guilty and nervous. Her head, buried in his chest, didn't lift. Seeing her shy appearance, Ling sneered inwardly, but didn't mock her aloud. Instead, he rolled his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "Is your stomach hurting?" Her body stiffened, and she buried her face even lower, her voice like a mosquito. "No, it's not hurting anymore." He snorted softly but didn't expose her lie. Instead, he reached up and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up at him. In the dim environment, their eyes met. He faintly saw her reddened face and the tiny hairs on her cheeks, her throat moving as his gaze deepened. He looked down at her, his voice hoarse. "Since your stomach isn't hurting, let's do something else." As he finished speaking, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Susia's eyes widened in surprise, feeling the softness of his lips and his assertive, possessive manner, leaving her a little stunned. Was this man so sudden? No foreplay at all? Just came straight in for a kiss? Her heart pounded wildly. She glared at him, pretending to be shy, and turned her head away. Ling watched her shy expression, his throat rolling, his eyes deepening, and his desire growing hotter inside. He raised his hand and pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him, then leaned down and kissed her again. This time, the kiss was more forceful and assertive, unlike before when it was gentle. Susia was overwhelmed by the kiss and felt her body weaken. She instinctively raised her hand to hold his neck, responding shyly. Ling felt her response, and his throat moved again. His hand also became less controlled. He raised his hand and pressed her back of the head, deepening the kiss. His large hand moved to her animal hide skirt, as if wanting to tear it off. She was startled and suddenly felt scared, but quickly regained some reason. She wanted to push him away, but was afraid he would get angry and leave, so she hesitated. Blushing, she lowered her head and whispered, I'm a little scared. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of fear and nervousness. She was genuinely a bit afraid. The original owner had accidentally seen this man's body, which was really... Thinking about what might happen next, she felt a bit timid. Ling paused, looking at her reddening ears, her trembling eyelashes, and her soft voice. His mouth went dry, and he felt a strange tenderness. He didn't answer her words. He looked at her deeply for a moment, then suddenly pulled back his hand and said hoarsely, "Take it off yourself." Susia cursed this man in her heart 100 times, thinking about the side quest and avoiding social embarrassment. She didn't refuse and replied softly, "Okay." She took off her animal hide skirt, revealing her and underwear. The underwear were made from soft animal hide. Because she was curvy, she chose a very elastic animal hide, made to resemble modern underwear, comfortable and close-fitting. But in the hot season, it wasn't very breathable and felt a bit stuffy. But there was no other material available besides animal hide. Muo Qing had a snake skin he took off, but given how much he disliked her, he probably wouldn't easily give her such sensitive material. Although not breathable, it perfectly outlined her figure. She was still a bit overweight, but after losing 30 gene, about 15 kilograms, around her waist and taking a third of a weight loss pill, her disgusting fat was gone. Overall, she looked full and plump, with smooth, white skin, but her waist was very slim, making her look incredibly, an explosive kind of sexiness. Especially her chest, which was so stunning it was almost blinding. Ling's throat moved again, and his eyes held a faint fiery look as he looked at her. He stared at her with a fixed gaze and hoarse voice. "Take everything off." Susia's face blushed like blood, secretly glancing at the man, deliberately stalling, trying to tease him. However, Ling seemed to lose patience. He reached out and tore her and underwear apart, casually tossing them on the ground. She stood there completely stunned, her face as red as a ripe peach, instinctively covering her body. But her hands weren't enough to hide everything, and she didn't know where to cover, her face growing even redder, as if it might catch fire. She silently cursed the man for being unreasonable. She finally let go of her hands, no longer hiding, feeling exposed and vulnerable, but her behavior seemed overly dramatic. The bright moonlight shone through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on Susia, draping her full, beautiful body in a mysterious veil. She stood there, her skin white as snow, clearly shy but pretending to be calm, her eyes challenging Ling. Ling kept a close watch on her, his throat moving as he swallowed hard, his silver eyes almost sparking fire. He stepped closer, gently tracing her waist with his hand, and sneered, "I remember you used to have a lot of fat here, hanging down and looking disgusting. I'm curious, how did you manage to lose it?" Susia felt the warmth from his fingertips and the faint touch, making her more nervous inside, though she showed no sign of it. She inwardly cursed the man 1,000 times. He always brought up things she wanted to forget. So annoying. She glared at him unhappily and said irritably, "Didn't you tell me to eat less? I control my diet every day, sometimes just nibbling on wild fruits to fill my stomach, and with my powers helping detox, I lost weight like this." She didn't care whether he believed her or not. She just explained that way. Ling was half convinced, not saying he believed or doubted. He didn't press further on the issue. His hands became more unruly, pinching and touching here and there, like a rogue, without any hesitation. His gaze was intense and burning hot. Susia looked at his muscular chest, which was not a disadvantage for her, and reached out to tease him without hesitation. TSK, the feel was incredible. She wanted to keep touching, but then she felt his waist wrapped in animal hide. She suddenly realized that the man was still wearing animal skin. Feeling a bit annoyed, she wondered why she was completely, yet he was still dressed. She glared at him and said unhappily, "Why don't you take yours off?" Ling paused, looked down at her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips, a subtle smile that was hard to read. "Of course, I'm waiting for you to help me take it off," he said softly. Susia's face grew even redder. The man was always trying to take advantage of her, but she didn't say anything. She tugged his waist, and the animal skin wrapped around him was instantly torn away, exposing him to the air. It was right in front of her face. She looked at the fierce beast before her, feeling stunned and a little scared. Her face was so red it seemed like it might bleed, and she was very shy, her heart pounding loudly. Oh my goodness, this is too much. She swallowed nervously and instinctively stepped back. But in the next second, Ling suddenly pulled her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her waist. Are you afraid? He asked softly, teasing her in a low voice near her ear. Susia's lips twitched, and she glared at him, stubbornly saying, Who said I'm afraid? I'm a little surprised. Ling saw that she was clearly shy, but trying to act calm. His lips curled slightly, a look that was neither a full smile nor a frown. He didn't expose her. His gaze stayed on her blushing face, and his Adam's apple moved as he looked at her more intensely. He leaned down and gently touched her neck with his lips, his voice husky and soft. Since you're not afraid, then let's begin. Susia only felt a tickling sensation on her neck, like feathers softly scratching her, making her want to reach out and scratch it. She knew the man was teasing her. She glared at him unhappily, but didn't push him away or say anything. Ling smiled and didn't tease her anymore. Suddenly, he lifted her into his arms, making her legs wrap around his waist. She instinctively hooked her arms around his neck to prevent herself from falling. Feeling the warmth of his body and the strong heartbeat, she felt strangely nervous. In her past life and this one, she had never experienced anything like this. Suddenly going through such unfamiliar things made her uneasy. Ling naturally sensed her nervousness, but didn't say anything to comfort her. He carried her to a flat, large stone nearby and sat down, letting her sit on his lap. His voice was husky as he said, Relax, don't be nervous. Susia didn't speak, only blushed and secretly looked at the man in front of her. Honestly, the man was very handsome. His features were deep and well-defined, like a carefully carved piece of art. Especially his unique silver eyes, shining with a charming glow under the moonlight. So beautiful, it was almost unreal. No wonder the original owner was willing to eat the love potion just to be with him. With such a stunning face, it was easy to be attracted. Ling didn't know what she was thinking, so he just thought she was shy and didn't say much. Everything that followed was natural, but the process was very painful, to the point that she wanted to curse. He didn't know how long it took before the scene ended. Before she lost consciousness, she faintly heard a system voice in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mating task with any beast partner. Reward: 50 packs of toilet paper. The reward has been automatically sent to the system backpack. The host can check it later. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ling's favorability has increased by 60 points. Current favorability is 60. The favorability stage has been reached. Reward: a small, delicate nose. At this moment, she had already fainted, and in her blurry mind, she vaguely heard that she had completed a side quest and gained a lot of favorability. She secretly cursed the man, feeling he still had some conscience, but he knew nothing else. Ling saw her fainted and looked at her snow-white skin, which was almost completely damaged. She looked very miserable, like a pear flower battered by a heavy rain. He felt strangely guilty, but had to admit that although she was quite fat, she was very enjoyable. So good that he couldn't stop. If Susia's body wasn't so weak and she fainted, he probably wouldn't let her go easily. Although it wasn't very satisfying, he didn't continue and just held her to wash her at the dark river. The water in the dark river was very cold at night, but Ling's body was hot now. Pouring the cold river water on his skin felt incredibly refreshing. He first washed himself, then didn't put on any beast fur, and helped Susia wash while. His movements were gentle and careful, washing her all over. Suddenly, he realized that although she was chubby, she felt extremely good, and the pleasure was indescribable. He didn't understand before why the males in the tribe liked mating with females so much. Now that he had experienced it himself, he truly couldn't stop. His gaze casually fell on her fair skin, covered with marks he left, looking quite shocking. His eyes darkened slightly, his throat moved, and his body started to stir again. Especially since Susia was in heat, constantly emitting that special smell that hit his nose. It just now. He placed Susia on the grass by the river, wanting to continue but hesitated. This chubby woman's physical condition was really poor. If he continued, he might cause her to die. If Susia were awake now and knew what he was thinking, she would definitely scold him fiercely. That reckless man, he should look at how long he's been out here. It's been only a short while since night fell, yet the moon is already high in the sky. Several hours have passed, and even the strongest can't hold up that long. At night, the sound of the dark river's water flows softly, accompanied by distant insect chirping, forming a unique night melody. Nightwing looked at Susia, who was sleeping peacefully beneath him, with an expression more complicated than ever before. Although this female was once annoying, now she gave him an indescribable feeling. He sighed softly but ultimately didn't continue. He tried to get up to put on his animal skin, but after searching for a while, he realized their skins were left in the woods. His mouth twitched fiercely, and he was about to carry Susia back into the woods to find their skins and skirts. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching, and his silver eyes immediately narrowed. He looked up and saw that a few orcs, who had been sitting by the fire roasting meat, had somehow come over here. They were now crouched near the dark river, transforming into their true forms. Their wolf eyes glowed with a piercing red in the dark night, tails sweeping back and forth, staring greedily at them. It was clear they were attracted by the special scent coming from Susia, something they couldn't resist. His face instantly darkened, and his silver eyes flickered with danger. His voice was cold and fierce. "Everyone who doesn't want to die, get far away." The orcs were startled by his icy, fierce tone, quickly sobered up, and immediately shivered in fear. They hurriedly tucked their tails and ran away. Xianfeng and Jinyu, sitting by the fire, noticed what was happening here. They grimaced and cursed those orcs, serves them right. Approaching now would be asking for death. Nightwing's dominance was almost famous throughout the wolf tribe. Everyone knew that. His belongings were not to be touched, especially not his female. By the dark river, seeing the orcs flee in panic, his expression finally softened a bit. He lowered his gaze to look at Susia in his arms, frowning. The strong smell of her heat was too intense, easily attracting male orcs. It seemed he would have to spend the night in the woods tonight. He carried her back into the woods and placed her on the large rock where she had been before. He saw her animal skin skirt lying nearby, bent down to pick it up, and wrapped it around himself. Susia's animal skin skirt was also nearby, along with scattered bras and underwear. However, the bras and underwear were torn apart and clearly unusable. Nightwing glanced at them without much concern. Since he had his animal skin skirt on the outside, it didn't matter whether she wore those or not. He picked up Susia's animal hide skirt, shook off the dust, and walked to the large stone, covering her belly with it. Although his movements were rough, his eyes showed a rare hint of tenderness. After finishing, he carried Susia back to the cave where they stayed last night. It wasn't far, just a few steps away. He placed her on the dry grass they had spread out last night, with the animal hide skirt still covering her belly. Yang built a fire in the center of the cave and sat by it. He planned to stay here for the next few days, waiting for the female's mating season to pass before returning to the tribe. He also wanted to take this time to dry more salt from the salt lake. Mu Qing had already completed the task assigned by the leader. Whether he returned a few days early or a few days late didn't make much difference. As night deepened, the fire flickered, adding warmth to the dark cave. Yang sat beside the fire, his eyes often drifting to Susia lying on the dry grass. She was still asleep, her round face peaceful and calm in the firelight. Yang stared at her, carefully examining her face, especially her small, delicate nose. When he saw her nose, he suddenly froze. He remembered that the female's nose was flat and broad, with nostrils pointing upward. Very ugly. Ugly enough to want to cut it off with a bone knife. But now, looking at her, she seemed completely different, more refined and beautiful, and her whole face looked more delicate and attractive. He leaned closer, staring at her nose, and gently pinched it, lost in thought. He was sure that her nose hadn't been like this before. Why had it suddenly become so refined and beautiful? Yang frowned deeply, thinking for a long time but unable to figure it out. He felt that the female in front of him was like a mystery, hiding secrets he didn't know. And he didn't know what those secrets were. Although he had many questions, he didn't dig too deep. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Even though he was Susia's beast husband, he didn't want to pry into everything. As long as she remained as she was now, not returning to her old self, accepting her was fine, no matter how many unknowns she had. The night passed, and the next morning, Susia slowly woke up. The light outside the cave shone in, making her eyes sting and difficult to open. She raised her hand to block her eyes, adjusted to the light, and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on the top of the cave. Susia blinked her eyes, feeling a bit dazed. Unconsciously, some images from last night appeared in her mind, causing her face to flush instantly with embarrassment. The dog man was really too much. She clearly told him no, but he didn't listen, acting like a hungry wolf, which hurt her a lot. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. She didn't know what happened afterward. But from her current situation, it seems the dog man took her back to the cave. At least he has a conscience. Right now, Susia felt uncomfortable all over, as if she had been run over by a car. Everywhere hurt, especially in a certain area. She secretly cursed the dog man 1,000 times in her mind. She struggled to sit up, looked down, and realized she was completely, with only an animal hide skirt covering her stomach. The animal hide skirt was what she had worn before, but her and underwear were missing. Thinking about her period, she wondered how to put on a sanitary pad without underwear. She looked down and saw that the dry grass under her was stained red in large patches. She grimaced, relieved no one was watching at this moment. She initially wanted the dog man to find her some underwear. She looked around and found that Ling wasn't in the cave and had no idea where he went. Susia sighed and decided she had to find her own way. She got up, put on the animal hide skirt, which was empty inside but at least covered her body. However, she was not used to it. She stepped out of the cave, picked some relatively soft, wide leaves nearby and used thin, tender vines to string the leaves together, making a makeshift underwear she wore. She placed a sanitary pad inside, and with the animal hide skirt covering her, no one could see anything. It was early morning now, the sun just rising, casting golden light through the forest, with a fresh morning dew that felt a bit cool. Susia stood at the cave entrance, stretched lazily, feeling the warm sunlight and gentle breeze, as if last night's fatigue was carried away by the tender morning wind. She stepped over the dense trees and came to the dark river, squatting by the water to take a sip. Just as she was about to wash her face, she suddenly felt something was off.
Huh.
When did my nose become so delicate and prominent? No way, this nose actually looks quite nice, and my whole face seems more refined. Susia stared in surprise at her reflection in the water, her hand unconsciously touching her nose bridge. In the water's reflection, she saw a small, delicate, and beautiful nose, completely different from her previous flat, broad nose. Suddenly, she remembered that last night, when she fainted, there seemed to be a system prompt in her mind. She doesn't quite remember what was said specifically. All she knows is that she completed a side task and received 50 packs of toilet paper. It seems that the dog's affection level also increased, though she didn't hear how much exactly. She woke up in the morning, but didn't have time to check. System, did you modify my nose? She gently touches her nose bridge and asks the system inside. The system softly responds, last night, Yiling's affection level shot up to 60 and has entered the friendly stage. The host received the reward, small elegant nose. It was transformed when the reward was given.
How do you feel about it?
Are you satisfied? Susia is naturally pleased. Such a beautiful nose. Who wouldn't be? The effect is comparable to plastic surgery. However, she remembers that last time she checked the dog's affection level, it was 0. Initially, it was even in the negatives. She had to put in a lot of effort and activate the food strategy to bring it up to 0. Recently, she hasn't heard of any increase in affection. But last night, unexpectedly, it jumped straight to 60, entering the friendly stage. Susia's mouth twitches fiercely. What kind of magical operation is this? Could it be that this dog is an animal that thinks with its lower body? Sleep with him once, and the affection level skyrockets? If she sleeps with him several times, wouldn't she be able to max out the affection level? Thinking of this possibility, her mouth twitches again. This way of increasing affection is so simple and rough. But recalling the painful experience last night, she can't help but shiver and curse herself for being crazy to think of using such a method to boost affection. That dog is simply not human. Thinking of something, she continues to ask internally, "System, besides that, is there any other way to increase affection?" The system, showing a human-like eye roll, disdainfully replies, "Since this method works, keep going. Anyway, you are partners. This kind of thing is perfectly normal." Susia. Her mouth twitches even more fiercely. This dog system is becoming more and more unprofessional, daring to come up with all sorts of bad ideas. She internally expresses deep contempt and decides to ignore the dog system entirely. Thinking that she has already completed the side task, she asks again, "Where are the 50 packs of toilet paper I was rewarded? Where is it? Surely it's not trying to embezzle my stuff?" It's not that she doesn't trust the system, but this dog system is too shady. The system, hearing her words, instantly becomes displeased. This system is fair and just. How could I embezzle the host's belongings? Please don't wrong me. The reward has been sent to the system backpack. Can't you check it yourself? Susia silently rolls her eyes and doesn't continue arguing. She simply thinks and opens the system backpack. Sure enough, I saw a small compartment holding toilet paper with the number 50 displayed below. She gently tapped the compartment, selected a quantity of 1, and confirmed to take it out. In an instant, a roll of toilet paper dropped onto the grass. It was packaged in a plastic bag decorated with a few green bamboo leaves, fresh and simple, with no brand name on it. Inside the plastic bag were 10 rolls of pure white toilet paper. She picked up the toilet paper, looking very happy. With these, she no longer needed to use leaves to wipe. Thinking about the times she used leaves before, she felt very embarrassed. If she pressed a little harder, the leaves would tear, and sometimes her fingers would get dirty. It was so awkward. Fortunately, those embarrassing days are gone forever. She carefully stored the toilet paper in her system backpack, afraid others might see. First, it was hard to explain. Second, if others noticed what the toilet paper was for, they might ask her for some. Would she give it or not? There are 50 packs in total. Once used up, there's none left. She wouldn't want to share. She looked at the river water, admiring her small, cute nose, and couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling very happy. Since her nose became more delicate and charming, her whole face looked much better. Her appearance improved several levels. Compared to her previous ugly nose, even if her face was thinner, she wouldn't look as good as now. Indeed, looks are everything. Suddenly, she wanted to check if the data had changed. Thinking this, she opened the system interface. Host, Susia age, 16 charm, 65 appearance, 65, delicate young beauty, full-figured beauty, health, 75 weight, 170 gene, still overweight, skills, wood element supernatural power, level 2, target and favorability. Ling, 60, favorable Mo Lin, 10 indifferent, Qingzhu, 30 indifferent by Qi, 15 indifferent, Xianming, 25 indifferent. She quickly glanced over the data. She found that both charm and appearance were at 65. Especially, after the appearance value, there was an extra line. Delicate young beauty, full-figured beauty. She twitched her mouth, finding the description quite fitting. But at least she wasn't ugly anymore and could be considered a delicate young beauty. Her health remained unchanged at 75. Her weight was still 170 genes, but she had lost 10 genes since last time, probably because she was busy drying salt. Working hard in the sun every day, it's no wonder she lost weight. Although her weight was still above the standard, she wasn't in a hurry to take the remaining weight loss pills. The system just upgraded her nose, and her appearance has already changed enough to be noticeable. If she suddenly lost more weight, it might be hard to explain. Her gaze falls on the system page, and she continues to scroll down. She checks the affection levels of several beast companions. Except for Ling, whose affection increased from 0 to 60, the others show no change. After reviewing the data, she closes the page. She remembers she hasn't eaten yet this morning. Her eyes fall on the river, watching the silver moontail fish swim back and forth. She is about to catch 2 for breakfast when a fragrant piece of grilled meat is suddenly handed to her. She pauses slightly, looks up, and sees Ling has quietly come beside her, holding a steaming piece of grilled meat, with an awkward expression, staring at her. Susia looks at the grilled meat offered to her, surprised, and asks with a faint smile, "Is this grilled meat for me?" She usually eats separately from the dogman, especially not sharing food like this. Unexpectedly, after last night, he seems to have changed. Ling is annoyed by her half-smile expression and frowns, saying, "Your stamina is so poor, like a weakling. Eat some meat to boost your strength so you won't faint again next time." She chuckles softly, bursting into laughter. Seeing Ling's increasingly darkened face, she wisely reaches out and takes the grilled meat from his hand, bites into it, and mumbles, "I remember someone once told me to lose weight, even setting a goal to shed 50 pounds in a month. Are you now worried I'll become fat?" Ling is speechless after her words, his face growing darker and more annoyed. "Can't even keep your mouth shut, so why all the talking?" Susia takes another bite of the grilled meat. Not only is the dogman's cooking pretty good, crispy on the outside, tender inside, it's very delicious. She responds dissatisfiedly to his words, "I'm just curious. Your attitude changed so quickly. Did you sleep and suddenly have a change of heart, realizing you were too harsh before and want to make up for it?" She glances at Ling, deliberately showing a thoughtful expression, as if seriously pondering the question. Ling is so angry he nearly spits blood. This chubby girl really hits where it hurts. She talks as if he's some kind of pervert. His face is as dark as a pot, but his ears faintly turn red. He glares at her fiercely and turns to walk away quickly. It's as if he'll explode on the spot if he stays 1 second longer. Watching his hurried, angry figure, she can't help but laugh out loud. This dog man is usually very arrogant and cool, always acting as if he is the most important and superior. He looks quite annoying, but I didn't expect him to have such a cute side. Meanwhile, Ling, who had already walked far away, suddenly remembered something. He stopped in his tracks and coldly said without turning around, "You stay in the cave honestly these days. Don't go to the salt field unless necessary. The smell on you might affect the orc's work." Hearing this, Susia raised an eyebrow, sniffed herself, but didn't smell anything unusual. But this dog man must be right. Last night, the system also said I was in heat and would emit a special scent that attracts males. However, I can't smell this special scent myself. Oh, I see. She deliberately stretched her tone, looked up at Ling's dark face, and teased, "Ling, are you worried about me? Afraid my scent is too charming and distracts those orcs? Or maybe you're jealous because I'm your mate and don't want other orcs to get close." Hearing her words, Ling staggered and almost lost his balance, looking more embarrassed than ever. He suddenly turned around, glaring at her fiercely with a grim face, and said, "Who's worried about you? Stop imagining things. If you're not afraid of those orcs rushing at you, go ahead. I won't stop you." Then he looked her up and down with disdain and said, "Or do you secretly want this? Hope those orcs all come at you?" The more he thought about it, the more he believed this was likely. This fat woman was already very flirtatious. Last night, she used her heat to him and even fainted, yet she still wasn't satisfied. She's physically weak, but has such a big appetite. Susia looked at him with a "you really are a flirt" expression, her face showing faint disdain, and her mouth twitched. Is that human language? What does she mean by craving this? Hoping all those orcs come at her? It's like she hasn't seen a man in hundreds of years. If they all rushed at her, would she still be alive? She scowled and loudly said, "You're talking nonsense. There's no way I want that." Her tone was full of dissatisfaction. Ling chuckled but looked at her with obvious disbelief and coldly said, "If not, just stay in the cave honestly." Then he turned and left. Susia watched his back as he walked away, pouting and secretly cursing him 1,000 times. Then she continued to gnaw on the roasted meat in her hand. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly caught up with Ling and asked, "Hey, don't walk so fast. I have a question. Last night, I lost my underwear. Did you see it?" Ling paused, his body stiffening slightly and his ears reddening a little. He didn't look back and said irritably, "No idea. Look for it yourself." Then he walked away quickly, heading toward the salt drying area. Susia was angry. She stared at his back, wishing she could poke a few holes in it. What kind of attitude is that? Can't even ask a simple question? He really was a rude man. Last night, he seemed eager to swallow her whole, but today, he acted like nothing happened and even denied seeing her underwear. She sighed and thought about the small grove where she stayed last night. She decided to go look there. She found her things, but they were torn beyond repair, so badly that they couldn't be sewn back together. This man was very rough. When she got back, she planned to make him pay with some good animal skins, or it would be a big loss. She didn't pick up the torn underwear and on the ground, then turned around and went back to the cave. Back in the cave, she felt bored with nothing to do. She had slept so long last night that she couldn't fall asleep now. Everyone was busy drying salt at the salt field. She had already learned the process, so she didn't need to worry about it. But it seemed there weren't enough baskets and woven containers at the salt field. She had made these herself, weaving a few at a time. Thinking they probably didn't know how to weave these things, she got up, pulled some suitable vines nearby, and brought them back. She removed the extra leaves and started weaving on the ground. She was very skilled. In no time, she finished a basket, delicate, sturdy, and durable, capable of holding weight without any problem. Then she continued weaving. One by one, the baskets and woven containers took shape in her hands. In just half an hour, she made several and placed them casually inside the cave. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound at the cave entrance, indicating someone or some animal was approaching. She looked toward the entrance, feeling puzzled. Ling and the others were at the salt field. Who would come here in the middle of the afternoon? Could it be that the baskets and woven containers weren't enough, and the man had come back to find her to weave more? But then she felt something was wrong. Ling's footsteps were heavy, and he returned confidently, not sneaking around like now. He was being sneaky, lurking in the shadows, not showing himself for a long time. Susia furrowed her brow deeply, thinking that she was currently in heat and worried that her scent might attract some male animal. Thinking about it, she felt scared and kept a cautious watch on the cave entrance. Vines suddenly sprouted from her palms, reaching out in the air with claws. She was ready to strike at anything that might come in. The sounds at the cave entrance grew louder and more restless. She stared tightly at the opening, her vines poised to attack at any moment. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. It was Quang Tai. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. Quang Tai had been waiting on the cliff for days, but saw no movement. Unable to wait any longer, he came down to check. Following the dark river here, he caught a strange smell. He thought it was a female beast in heat, but to his surprise, he saw Susia.
She was also stunned to see Quang Tai.
Although she didn't know him well, she recognized him as a beast from the tribe. It seemed he was out with Ling to hunt Mu Qing and Levo. Yesterday, when Xianfeng and other beastmen met with Ling, Quang Tai was not there. She thought he might have gotten separated or hadn't found them yet. She didn't know that Quang Tai was the one who caused them to fall off the cliff. Seeing Quang Tai, Susia relaxed and retracted her vines. Just as she was about to go say hello, a warning from the system sounded in her mind. Host, be careful of this beast. He is the one who caused Ling to fall. She was startled and looked at Quang Tai with suspicion, her vines sprouting again. Although she didn't understand why Quang Tai wanted to harm Ling, she trusted the system's warning. The system could be unreliable sometimes, but in critical moments, it was very helpful. Seeing her cautious expression and the display of her plant powers, Quang Tai frowned slightly. Did he reveal himself? Or did this ugly creature already know he was behind the attack, causing them to fall? If so, this ugly creature must be eliminated quickly. Otherwise, when she returned to the wolf tribe and told the chief the truth, he would be doomed. Fortunately, Ling was not here, and Xianfeng and the others didn't know where they were, so it was a good chance to act. But before killing Susia, he wanted to have some fun first. The strange scent she emitted was too tempting, clearly indicating she was in heat. Quang Tai's eyes fixed on her face. He hadn't looked at her closely before, but now, with careful observation, he suddenly realized this ugly creature was not ugly at all. Although still a bit chubby, her face is no longer ugly. You could even say she looks pretty and gentle. Her small eyes, which were almost invisible before, are now beautifully shaped like peach blossoms, very attractive. Her flat, low nose has become delicate and refined. Her large, prominent teeth have disappeared, replaced by neat, white, regular teeth, and her mouth has become smaller. He was surprised by Susia's transformation, wondering how she managed such a dramatic change in a short time. Could it be related to her wood-type supernatural ability? Although Quang Tai didn't understand wood abilities, he had never heard of one that could change a person's appearance. He kept these doubts to himself, but his eyes on Susia were full of intense desire. He stepped closer and naturally asked, Susia, why are you here alone? Where are Ling and the others? His tone was relaxed, and his expression natural, like an old friend meeting after a long time. Seeing Quang Tai approach step by step, Susia's heart started to race. She remained calm on the outside, pretending not to know, and replied, Oh, Ling went hunting. I was bored, so I was making some woven baskets here. She didn't mention discovering the salt lake, as Quang Tai's dishonest nature and his schemes against Ling made her unwilling to share such important information. She secretly manipulated the vine tendrils, extending them underground and looping around behind Quang Tai, ready to strike unexpectedly. Quang Tai didn't notice these movements. His mind was full of Susia and the alluring scent she emitted. The tempting, sweet aroma made his mouth dry and his inner fire burn uncontrollably. He tried to look more normal, not too eager, and looked at the woven baskets beside him, feeling a bit distressed. Sia, making these baskets must be hard work, right? Why don't I help you? That way, you won't have to work so hard, he said, squatting down and reaching for the vines on the ground. Susia was disgusted by his affectionate nickname Sia and forced herself to hide her discomfort, pretending to be pleasantly surprised. Really? That's great. I was worried I was making them too slowly alone, she said, deliberately offering her vines as if to let him help. Quang Tai didn't know how to weave these things. Instead of taking the vines, he grabbed her hand. Her skin was soft and delicate, feeling wonderful, making it hard to let go. Sia, your hands are so skillful. You can make such delicate and useful things, he said. He complimented her while secretly trying to touch Susia, constantly reaching for her hand. Susia felt disgusted inside, but kept her face calm. Instead, she used her powers to control the vines underground, which quickly shot out from behind the Iron Berserker, hitting him hard. The Iron Berserker felt a sharp pain in his back and was knocked flying, falling heavily to the ground. He awkwardly lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, with a dark expression, glaring at Susia with fiery eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, Ugly girl, how dare you attack me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As he spoke, a flash of red light appeared around him, transforming him into a huge blood wolf. His fur was as red as blood, his eyes fierce, with sharp teeth showing, looking very frightening. Susia watched the sudden transformation of the Iron Berserker, feeling secretly worried. Her mind raced quickly, trying to think of a way to escape this danger. The Iron Berserker was a 4th-rank beast man, while her ability was only 2nd rank, and she was a healing type with wood powers, not good at fighting. If they really fought, she would definitely be hurt badly. Nightwing and the others were at the salt farm drying salt, not far from here. She thought about delaying time or finding a way to ask for help from them. Although she thought this, she didn't show it on her face. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Brother Iron Berserker, why did you suddenly transform? Do you think that makes you look more impressive?" Hearing this, the Iron Berserker's eyes grew colder, his blood-red wolf eyes fixed on her, and he spoke in a low, dangerous voice, "Susia, don't pretend with me. Do you think your little wood ability can fight me? Just obediently take off your beast skin skirt, and I might let you suffer less." He was too lazy to keep pretending now. He wanted to have some fun first, and then kill her later. Susia sneered inwardly. This Iron Berserker was really straightforward. He wanted her to take off her beast skin skirt right away. What did he think she was? But now, the situation was more important than her pride. She had to think of a quick way to escape. She showed a scared and innocent look, trembling as she said, "Brother Iron Berserker, don't do this. This joke isn't funny at all." Her eyes looked toward the cave entrance, secretly wondering how likely she was to escape. The salt farm wasn't far from here. As long as she could find a way to notify Nightwing and the others, the Iron Berserker would surely be defeated. Seeing her like this, the Iron Berserker felt even more pleased. His fangs became more ferocious, and he said in a low, threatening voice, "Do you think I'm joking? If you're smart, take it off now, or I'll have to do it myself." As he spoke, he stepped closer to her, his huge wolf paw leaving deep marks on the ground and making a harsh scraping sound. Seeing Quang Tai approaching steadily, Susia felt very anxious. He was tall and strong, with cold, sharp wolf eyes and fierce fangs. His mouth was wide open, as if he would pounce at any moment and tear her apart. But she knew she couldn't panic. Panic would only make her die faster. She quickly calmed down, her mind racing to think of a way to escape. Suddenly, she had an idea. Her eyes lit up as she looked at him with admiration. "Brother Quang Tai, you're so handsome. I'd be happy to be with you." She paused, then continued, "But playing inside the cave is a bit boring. Why don't we find a beautiful place to have some fun?" Meanwhile, Ling had just arrived at the cave entrance. The empty baskets and woven containers from the salt field were all filled, and there was nothing to carry the salt that had been dried out. He came back planning to ask Susia for some, but as he reached the cave entrance, he heard voices inside. He was puzzled. Why was the chubby woman alone in the cave, talking to someone? He perked up his ears and listened for a while. He happened to overhear Susia praising Quang Tai for being handsome and saying she was happy to be with him. She also mentioned wanting to find a beautiful place to do something. Ling's face darkened, his silver eyes full of rage. His aura was cold and piercing, making the surrounding air feel several degrees colder. He clenched his teeth and cursed silently. That fat woman really deserved a beating. Last night, she caused trouble all night and finally fainted from exhaustion. But in just half a day, she was so eager and thirsty, and still wanted to be with that Quang Tai. Thinking about Quang Tai's treachery, his expression grew even darker, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Strangely, he didn't rush inside but instead hid at the side of the cave entrance to secretly observe what was happening inside. He wanted to see what this fat woman was really up to. Inside the cave, Quang Tai didn't realize Ling was outside. Hearing Susia's words, his blood-red wolf eyes flashed with suspicion. Could this ugly creature really be interested in him? Thinking of her notorious obsession with the tribe, a hint of disdain crossed his wolf eyes. But he didn't continue to doubt her words. He thought it might be better that way. Being proactive was more interesting than forcing things. After they got tired of playing, killing her wouldn't be too late. Since Ling had gone hunting, he probably wouldn't come back before dark. With this in mind, he relaxed a little. He pretended to be carefree, shook his wolf head, and a red light flashed around him. The tall, strong wolf form instantly transformed into a human shape, with a beast hide wrapped around his waist. He was tall, muscular, and quite handsome. Unfortunately, his eyes were full of lustful intent, ruining the beauty of his face. He reached out to pull Susia, his hand constantly touching her, and he chuckled softly. Sister Sia is getting more and more beautiful. It really makes my heart race. I was just joking earlier, so don't take it to heart. Susia felt his hand's movements and felt disgusted. She wanted to slap him hard, but knew the situation was dangerous, so she held back. She pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, forced a flirtatious smile, and moved a little closer to him. Trying to hide her disgust, she said softly, I knew Brother Quangtia was joking. You really scared me just now. But your true form is so impressive. I am really attracted to you. Quangtia felt proud inside but looked down on him with contempt, thinking this ugly guy was as foolish as ever. His actions became more daring. He couldn't help but ask, oh, really? How do I compare to your 5 beast husbands? She paused slightly, glanced at him, and thought to herself, my 5 husbands are all unique and incredibly handsome, and they are much stronger than you. You can't even compare to their toes. But she didn't say this aloud. She pretended to be shy, lowered her head, blushed, and whispered, Brother Quangtia is very special. How could they compare to you? Unknowingly, when she said this, Ling, hidden at the cave entrance, looked furious, his silver eyes cold and sharp, his face dark with anger. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, but he forced himself to suppress his anger and listen to their conversation. Inside the cave, Quangtia was very pleased hearing Susia's praise, feeling proud and confident. He thought this ugly girl had good taste and could speak well. He also felt he was no worse than those 5. He was full of self-confidence. A wicked smile appeared on his face, and his actions became more reckless. He moved closer to Susia, greedily sniffed her scent, and in a husky voice said, Sia, shall we find a beautiful place now and enjoy ourselves? Susia sneered inwardly, but kept a shy look on her face. She nodded gently and said, sure. But Brother Quangtia, I know there's a flower field nearby. Why don't we go there? The flowers are in full bloom, and the scenery is very beautiful. Crazy Iron had been eager for a long time. The strange smell hit his nose, making it hard to resist. Without thinking much, he nodded, saying, okay, Sister Sia said where to go, and we go there. Seeing him fall for it, she sneered inwardly, but kept a shy look on her face. Then, Brother Crazy Iron, let's go. At that moment, a system alert sounded in her mind. Ding! Warning! Nightling's favorability has dropped to a negative number, now at -100. Hearing the voice in her head, Susia was stunned and stopped walking involuntarily. How could the dog's favorability drop to -100? She remembered it was still 60 this morning. How did it suddenly become negative, even at the lowest level? Could it be that her conversation with Crazy Iron was overheard? Or is Nightling nearby in the cave? But he hasn't come in. Thinking of this possibility, her heart sank with worry. If Nightling was nearby and heard her talk with Crazy Iron, there might be a big misunderstanding she couldn't explain. She instinctively looked toward the cave entrance, feeling uneasy. Is Nightling outside listening to my conversation with Crazy Iron? She asked the system silently. Her expression was not good. Yes, the system replied simply. Susia's face grew even more grim. She thought, so it is. She wondered how to clear this misunderstanding. But since Nightling appeared, Crazy Iron was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Crazy Iron saw she wasn't following and stopped, turning back to look at her. He urged, Sia, what's wrong? Let's go. But she didn't move. Her expression no longer tried to hide her feelings. She looked at him with cold disgust and sneered, "Go? Where to?" Crazy Iron felt uncomfortable under her icy, hateful gaze. His anger rose as he thought about what might happen next. He asked, suppressing his rage, "Sia, what do you mean by that?" His voice grew colder. Susia clearly heard this and didn't care. Her look remained cold and contemptuous as she mocked, "What do I mean? Crazy Iron, you really think I like someone like you? I was just teasing you earlier." She spoke bluntly. Crazy Iron's face darkened terribly. His lecherous expression was replaced instantly by anger. "Ugly freak, you dare to play me?" His voice was sharp, like it was forced out from between his teeth. Knowing that Nightwing is outside, she remains calm and slightly dismissive, curling her lips in disdain. Her words become even more unpleasant. "Playing you? You don't deserve it. Do you really think I would be interested in someone like you? If it weren't to buy some time, I wouldn't even bother to look at you." Quangtia's face turns pale, and his fists clenched with a cracking sound. "Fine, very good. Very good indeed. No one has ever dared to mess with him like this before. This ugly person is the first." Outside the cave, Nightwing hears the conversation inside and is instantly stunned, his silver eyes full of shock. Clearly, he is caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Knowing that the fat woman doesn't really like Quangtia but is just delaying time, her expression looks better, not as ugly as before. She is clever, knowing how to use tricks to buy time. But she seems a bit impatient, stoking Quangtia's anger so much. Does she not fear he might really hurt her? Or has Susia already sensed that she is outside and decided there's no need to pretend, deliberately acting this way? Nightwing no longer hides. He steps into the cave, his silver eyes shining with a cold light under the sunlight, icy and piercing. He is tall, broad-shouldered, with long legs. His short robe, made of beast fur, outlines his strong muscles. His appearance seems to lower the surrounding temperature. Quangtia hears footsteps and suddenly turns around. When he sees Nightwing, his face changes drastically, panic flashing in his eyes, and his face turns ghostly pale. "Nightwing, why are you here?" His voice trembles with fear.
This is a disaster.
How could this come back at such a moment? He's thinking about how to escape. Nightwing doesn't answer. His gaze is sharp, like a blade, sweeping over Quangtia. Finally, his eyes land on Susia. His expression is cold, with a hint of barely noticeable anger and possessiveness. Seeing Nightwing, Susia breathes a sigh of relief. She quickly runs to his side, looking aggrieved as she says, "Nightwing, you finally came back."
Quangtia.
"He tried to bully me. Though it's a bit embarrassing to complain right now, the most important thing is to clear up the misunderstanding. Only when the misunderstanding is gone can her good feelings toward him increase." Nightwing looks down at her. When he sees her pitiful expression, his eyes flicker slightly. All his anger instantly disappears, replaced by a faint sense of concern. He reaches out and pulls her aside. A flash of white light surrounds him, and he instantly transforms into a tall, majestic silver moon wolf, fierce and impressive. The silver moon wolf is huge, twice the size of Quangtia's blood wolf form. Its silver fur gleams under the sunlight, shining like a layer of silver light. A pair of silver eyes, cold and sharp, radiated a powerful pressure that made people feel afraid. Ling suddenly transformed into a fierce beast, causing Jing Tai to feel terrified. In an instant, he also turned into a tall blood wolf, slightly smaller than Ling. He kicked up dust with his forepaws and turned to rush toward the cave entrance. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from sight. Ling coldly watched Jing Tai run away, a hint of mockery flashing in his silver eyes, but he did not chase after him immediately. He leisurely turned his head and coldly looked at Susia, speaking in a low, dangerous voice. "Just now, you were chatting happily with him?" Feeling the danger radiating from him, Susia secretly thought something was wrong. But she remained calm on the surface, her expression stiff and a bit resentful as she said, No, I was just joking with him, to delay time and find a chance to escape and seek your help." Night Ling snorted internally, neither believing her nor dismissing her. His wolf eyes narrowed, as if he could see through people's hearts. Oh, really? I heard you say he's more handsome than the five of us? She secretly cursed in her heart. This dog man really heard everything and was quite vengeful. She quickly adjusted her expression and explained, I was just fooling him to make him lower his guard. With his disgusting behavior, I feel like vomiting just looking at him. He's so gross, and he's full of himself, thinking he's handsome. It's laughable. He probably can't even compare to your toes, let alone you all. At this point, she looked at Night Ling and shamelessly flattered him. Especially you, you're the most handsome among the 5 beast husbands, and also the strongest. Jing Tai is nothing. He's not even worthy to carry your shoes. Although her words were a bit exaggerated and disgusting, they were also true. Listening to her explanation, the coldness in Night Ling's silver eyes faded, replaced by a hint of satisfaction. It was clear he wasn't planning to pursue this matter further, so he seemed to have let her go. Then, his huge wolf body transformed into a silver shadow, disappearing into the cave in the blink of an eye. He went after Jing Tai. Susia watched his departing figure, feeling relieved but also a bit amused. That dog man was really petty. He was actually angry. And he was so angry that her favorability score dropped below 0. She grimaced and thought about the -100 favorability, feeling a headache coming on again. It was hard to finally bring her favorability back to a positive number and reach a good stage, but now she was back to square one. I secretly cursed the dog man 100 times. I was worried about how to regain his good feelings. At that moment, the system's cheerful voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host. Night Ling's favorability has increased to 60 and rose by 5 points. The current favorability is 65. Congratulations on successfully clearing the misunderstanding. I was stunned instantly, listening carefully to what the system said, my face full of surprise. Just now, I was worried about how to boost the favorability, but I didn't expect it to go up again. The dogman's favorability fluctuated wildly, dropping from -100 to rising back up, which was a bit my heart. Susia raised her hand to pat her chest, showing a bit of relief as if she had survived a disaster. She looked toward the cave entrance and stepped forward quickly. As she ran out of the woods, she saw on the nearby grassland that Hunter Iron was knocked to the ground by Night Ling's paw, looking very embarrassed. Although Hunter Iron, transformed into a blood wolf, was large, in front of Night Ling, the majestic silver moonblue wolf, he looked like a small puppy with no chance to fight back. Night Ling's silver eyes were cold, and her paw pressed firmly on Hunter Iron's head, her voice low and dangerous. Daring to harm me and my partner, you have quite a nerve. You're the first. Susia just arrived and saw this scene, feeling very satisfied. Night Ling's dominance and strength were fully displayed at this moment, making her look incredibly cool and captivating. Especially that phrase, my partner. Her heart couldn't help but flutter a little. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat and pretended to be nonchalant as she walked over. Looking at Hunter Iron pressed to the ground, she sneered and exaggeratedly acted. Oh dear, Hunter Iron, what's wrong? You wanted me to take off my skirt and go to the flower sea to mate with you? Why are you lying on the ground? Do you need your little sister to help you? Her words carried teasing and mockery. Night Ling's silver eyes suddenly turned cold, glancing at her without speaking. But her paw pressed on Hunter Iron's head tightened a little, causing his entire head to sink into the dirt with a painful whimper. Trying to make her your 6th beast husband? Without some skill, you'll die. His voice was cold and icy. After speaking, she kicked his wolf leg, and Hunter Iron's body was instantly torn with blood and flesh. Whoa! Hunter Iron let out a piercing wolf howl, trembling violently, his eyes full of pain and fear. He never expected Night Ling to be so ruthless, to mercilessly disable him. This also meant he would forever lose his dignity as a male beast man. From now on, they can no longer be considered fierce beasts. Over at the salt lake, Xianfeng was busy drying salt when Jinyu and other orcs heard a piercing wolf howl. They couldn't help but shiver. They didn't understand what was happening. Soon, some orcs recognized the sound as Longtie's and said, "Why does that wolf's howl sound so much like Longtai? He was supposed to be waiting on the cliff for us. Why does it sound like he's nearby?" The orcs present looked confused. Listening carefully, they realized it really was Longtie's voice. But the sound was so tragic that they didn't recognize it at first. What's wrong with Longtai? Why is he making such a sad sound? Sounds like he's been badly hurt. Did he encounter some fierce beast? Maybe. Let's go check and see what's going on. Xianfeng and Jinyu discussed it and decided Jiza should go see what was happening, while the others continued drying salt. Jiza transformed into a black wolf and quickly ran toward the direction of the sound. Meanwhile, Susia stood beside Ling, coldly watching Longtie's struggling, suffering form on the ground. She felt no pity. If Ling hadn't appeared in time, the situation could have been terrible.
Good job, you.
Ling, you won't have a good death. You murder your own kind, and the leader won't forgive you. Longtai was trembling with pain, but his head was pressed firmly into the mud, his voice full of hatred and fear. But mostly, he felt hopeless. He knew he was doomed and would probably die soon. Ling sneered, his silver eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. His voice was cold and deep. Murder your own kind? Do you have the right to say that? If the leader knew you caused us to fall off the cliff and insulted his daughter, he would be the first to kill you. Longtie's heart sank. He hadn't expected Ling to know everything. His wolf eyes flashed with ruthlessness and determination. Since he couldn't escape death, he decided to take someone down with him. Thinking this, he suddenly struggled and miraculously broke free from Ling's grip. Then, regardless of the consequences, he lunged at Susia, clearly intending to use her as a shield. Ling was prepared. He swiftly slapped Longtai back to the ground with a paw. His cold silver eyes flickered as he lowered his head slowly. His wolf mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs, and he spoke human words. "Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish." With that, his claws slashed fiercely, followed by several more moves. Soon, a complete blood-stained wolf pelt was peeled off, flesh and blood visible. He moved quickly and decisively, without hesitation, as if this kind of thing was familiar to him. Although Susia knew that in the animal world, the strong prey on the weak, and she had seen many bloody and disgusting scenes during the apocalypse, this particular scene still made her feel uncomfortable, and her stomach churned. She instinctively took a step back, avoiding the bloodied corpse. Ling cast a cold glance at her, his silver eyes calm and unchanging. He slowly wiped the blood off his wolf claw, transforming back into human form. The tall figure approached Susia and spoke in a cold, deep voice. "So, are you scared?" Although she felt a bit nervous inside, she tried to act calm outwardly. "Scared? I, Susia, have seen many storms. A mere wolf pelt isn't something to be afraid of." Ling sneered, clearly not believing her words. He stepped closer, casting a tall shadow over her, looking down with a low, dangerous voice. "Really? Then why were you trembling just now?" She was forced to retreat half a step, looking somewhat uncertain, but she refused to show weakness. "I suddenly felt a bit cold. The wind by the dark river is strong, and I'm dressed lightly. Is that a problem?" Ling raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his silver eyes. "Really? Do you want me to keep you warm?" As he spoke, he reached out to grab her. She quickly dodged back, forcing a smile. No need.
I'm not cold anymore, really."
She caught sight of the blood-stained wolf pelt on the grass nearby, her whole body tensing up and feeling resistant to the dogman approaching. Seeing her resistance, Ling understood she was scared by his methods. He retracted his hand and said calmly, "Enough. Stop pretending. I know what kind of person you are." He bent down and picked up the bloody wolf pelt, casually tossing it at her feet. He said indifferently, "This wolf pelt is a gift. You can do anything with it, but you can't turn it into underwear." After speaking, he turned and headed toward the woods. He had taken only a few steps when he stopped, his gaze fixed in a certain direction. He saw Jize, looking shocked and fearful, watching him. His expression flickered slightly, realizing Jize had come over after hearing the noise. He gave a faint glance at him, and then continued walking.
Jize watched earring Reeve, secretly relieved.
He followed the sound and smell, just in time to see everything that had happened. He couldn't say he wasn't shocked. He had also seen Ling's ruthless side with his own eyes. He didn't know that Quang Tai had tried to insult Susia. He only thought Ling was acting in revenge. On that day, on the cliff, everyone saw what Crazy Iron was doing with his small actions. Whether intentional or unintentional, it is true that he caused Ling and the others to fall off the cliff. Jize looked at Ling's departing figure, then at the blood-stained wolf pelt on the ground and the nearby bear corpse. He felt a wave of fear. He couldn't help shivering and quickly looked away, turning around and running away. It was too frightening. It's better for him to leave this dangerous place quickly. Susia watched Jize run away, feeling both amused and helpless. She bent down to pick up the wolf pelt by her feet. It was still warm and had a faint smell of blood. The wolf pelt was quite complete, with thick fur. If properly processed, it could be made into something useful. However, thinking that it was taken from Crazy Iron, she felt a bit uncomfortable. But then she thought, since it was a trophy from the fight, she might as well keep it. Besides, the wolf pelt was really good, and losing it would be a pity. With this in mind, she picked up the wolf pelt and carried it to the dark river to clean and process it. Fresh wolf pelts need to be treated with nitrate before use. Today was sunny, so after processing and nitrate treatment, it would dry quickly in the sun. She squatted by the dark river, washing the wolf pelt carefully, muttering silently, "Life in this beast world is really exciting, cutting skins and spasms all the time, more bloody than the end-of-the-world scenarios." The water in the dark river was crystal clear. She soaked the wolf pelt in water, scrubbing carefully to remove bloodstains and dirt. After cleaning, she did a simple nitrate treatment. Finally, she laid it out in a sunny spot to dry. If this wolf pelt is made into a cloak, it would look pretty cool. But that dogman said it can't be made into underwear or underwear. TSK, what's that guy thinking? When she returned to the cave, she found that the woven basket and bamboo basket she had made were gone. She paused slightly, knowing Ling had taken them, but didn't mind. Over at the salt lake, Xianfeng still didn't know that Crazy Iron was dead. When Ling returned with the bamboo and woven baskets, he was very happy and casually took them to store salt. Ling worked calmly, as if Crazy Iron's death was just a small incident. Jize followed closely behind, looking a bit strange. His eyes kept flickering, glancing at Ling from time to time, afraid of upsetting him or provoking him into attacking. Xianfeng noticed his strange behavior and frowned, walking over to ask, "Jize, what's wrong? Your face looks bad. Didn't I ask you to check the situation earlier? What happened to Crazy Iron?" When Jinza heard Xuanfeng's question, his face turned even paler and his eyes flickered as he stammered, It's nothing."
Quang Tai.
He accidentally fell and happened to drop into the dark river. The water was very fast, and he was swept away in an instant, accidentally falling into the dark river and being swept away. Xianfeng frowned, clearly not convinced by this explanation. Quang Tai was a fourth-tier peak beast man, strong and tough. Even if he fell into the dark river, he could quickly climb ashore. And it was unlikely he was swept away unless he was knocked out and unconscious. Junyue also sensed Jinza's unusual behavior, narrowing his eyes as he walked over and coldly asked, "Jinza, is there something you're hiding from us? What exactly happened to Quang Tai?" Jinza broke out in cold sweat under their questioning. He instinctively glanced at Ling, who was collecting salt nearby, feeling nervous. Now was not the time to tell the truth. If Ling found out he was talking too much, he was afraid he might be the next to get skinned. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to continue lying. He fell into the dark river. Maybe he was caught off guard, and with the river so swift, he was swept away. I arrived a bit late and didn't have time to rescue him. Xianfeng and Junyue exchanged glances, clearly skeptical of Jinza's explanation. But seeing how nervous he was, they also understood that things were probably not so simple. However, Guangtia was cunning and sly, with poor relations with others, and everyone didn't like him much. Many beastmen secretly felt happy about his misfortune. No one even considered going to look for him. The dark river was fast and winding, full of unknown caves nearby. Who knew where he might have been swept to? If they spent time searching, they might as well produce more salt. That was the most important thing. Xianfeng didn't press further, only saying lightly, "All right, since there's nothing wrong, forget about him. Let's get back to work." There's still a lot to do at the salt farm. Jinza felt relieved and quickly moved aside to work, afraid of being questioned again. Ling placed his basket and vine basket aside, his gaze faint as he glanced at Jinza, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He knew Jinza was lying, but he didn't want to explain too much about Guangtia. That kind of person, dead or alive, was the same to him. Whether Jinza told the truth or not didn't matter to him. Guangtia had betrayed him first, and even if the leader knew the truth, he wouldn't say a word. Ling paid no attention to the others and quietly began collecting the coarse salt that had already been separated, placing it into his basket. His movements were graceful and quick, and soon he filled several baskets. Xianfeng and Jinyu exchanged glances, both seeing doubt in each other's eyes. They both sensed that Ling seemed to have gained a cold, sharp aura that he didn't have before. However, neither of them asked questions and continued working silently. As the sun gradually set, the day's work was coming to an end. Everyone sat around the fire roasting meat, talking and laughing. Only Mu Qing sat alone in the corner, quietly eating the roasted meat without speaking. Ling did not sit with everyone to eat, but took some meat and went toward the cave. Night fell, stars twinkled, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. When Susia saw it was dark, she packed away the blood-red wolf hide she had dried outside, which was almost completely dry after half a day of exposure. It was cold at night, so she kept the hide to cover her stomach. During her period, warmth was especially important. She was about to carry the wolf hide back to the cave. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in her ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Hidden Task 2. Mu Qing survived for 3 days. Rewards: a set of 3 iron tools, including a kitchen knife, an axe, and a shovel. The rewards have been automatically sent to the system backpack. Please check them yourself. She paused, listening carefully to the system's words, her expression full of surprise. The night Mu Qing ran away triggered the hidden task. The system wanted her to help Mu Qing escape successfully. At first, she strongly resisted this task. What does Mu Qing's life or death have to do with her? The system explained that because they were mother and daughter, there was an undeniable blood relation. Plus, she was the one who led Su Lai to discover Mu Qing's affair, which caused her to face this calamity. The cause and effect had to be resolved by her. Even if she couldn't help Mu Qing escape, she had to ensure her life for 3 days. Otherwise, it would affect her luck or something similar. To avoid affecting her own luck, she had no choice but to accept this task reluctantly and follow along. Unexpectedly, 3 days had already passed. Now that she knew the task was completed, she felt relieved. This cause and effect was settled, and Mu Qing's future, whether she lived or died, no longer mattered to her. She let out a deep breath of relief and quickly opened her system backpack. Sure enough, she saw 3 new iron items inside: a kitchen knife, an axe, and a shovel. These 3 items weren't much, but in this Stone Age, they were extremely valuable and rare. Especially that knife, extremely sharp, perfect for cutting meat and chopping bones. It's very convenient. There's also an axe, which looks very good, ideal for chopping trees and splitting firewood. As for the shovel, it can be used for digging the ground and planting crops, and it's very useful. Seeing the 3 metal tools quietly lying in the backpack, she feels excited. She suddenly takes out the 3 tools, holds them in her hands, and weighs them, smiling with satisfaction. These tools are even better than she imagined. They feel heavy and solid in her hands. The quality of the metal is excellent, very sharp, shining with a cold gleam, making them look very useful. She puts the tools back into her system backpack and happily carries the dried wolf pelt back to the cave. Looking up, she sees Ling sitting by the fire in the center of the cave, holding a piece of roasted meat, eating leisurely. The firelight reflects on his face, outlining his sharp features, and his silver eyes flicker with a cold light, looking dangerous yet charming. Susia walks into the cave, holding the wolf pelt, and notices a fragrant piece of roasted meat still stuck on the fire, untouched. It's obviously left for her. Ling looks up at her, glances at the wolf pelt in her arms, and shows a calm expression, seeming not to care. She casually tosses the wolf pelt onto a pile of dry grass on the ground, then picks up the roasted meat by the fire and bites into it without hesitation. It's crispy outside, tender inside, sprinkled with some salt, tasting quite good. But eating too much roasted meat can cause constipation and heat. Fortunately, there are plenty of wild fruits all over the mountain, so this isn't a big problem. After finishing the meat, she wipes her mouth and goes to wash in the dark river. Unexpectedly, the man with a dog-like look follows her, eyes dark and steady, not sure what he's planning. Thinking about what happened last night and knowing she's in heat, emitting a special smell, she wonders if the man might be thinking about something inappropriate. The thought makes her face turn red, but she tries hard to stay calm. "Hey, don't follow me," she snaps, turning around to glare at him loudly. Ling narrows his silver eyes and gives a faint, half-smile. "Who said I'm following you? Can I go to the river to wash?" While speaking, he shamelessly pulls off the animal hide around his waist and walks toward her, completely. The scene is quite intense. She stares wide-eyed at Ling's unabashed appearance, her face flushing as if blood might drip out, her heart pounding wildly. She instinctively looked away, but couldn't help secretly glancing with a corner of her eye. Blushing, she said, "Can you have some shame? Hurry up and put it back on." Ling saw her flushed face and teased, "Shame? In this beast world, who cares about that? Besides, you've seen it before." Susia was choked by his words, her cheeks turning even redder. She secretly thought, the customs in this beast world are really open and surprising. She instinctively wanted to run away, but felt as if her legs were glued to the ground. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose inside her. After last night's events, she was no longer a naive girl. She knew exactly what this special feeling was. Her toes curled nervously on the ground, her face growing even redder. This mating season, how long will it last? Ling noticed her unusual expression, raised an eyebrow, and his smile deepened. He quickly stepped closer, turned her face toward him, forcing her to look at him. "Wasn't last night pretty proactive? Why are you afraid to look now?" Hearing this, Susia's face burned hot. She was about to speak and argue back. But in the next moment, her body was suddenly lifted and carried away by Ling. They headed toward the small woods from last night. She knew what was likely to happen next and struggled to get down. But Ling's arms held her tightly, like iron bands, making her unable to move.
"Put me down."
She lowered her voice, her expression and tone anxious. It wasn't that she disliked him or was resisting his closeness. She was just scared after last night's ordeal. This man was truly like a beast. Ling didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he held her even tighter. His silver eyes flickered with a dangerous light under the moon, and he sneered, "Put you down? Don't you need me? Are you sure you want to get down?" Susia clearly understood what he meant. She was instantly speechless, her face burning hot. She also felt like her thoughts had been seen through, overwhelmed with shame.
Who
needs you?" She stubbornly argued, but her voice was soft and unconvincing. "If you don't need me, then why did you try so hard to me last night?" Ling scoffed coldly, unreservedly exposing her, and continued, "Or do you think I'm not good enough and want to try another beast man?" His tone grew colder as he spoke. Susia noticed the change in his expression and tone, feeling a little nervous. Thinking about what happened with Bai during the day, she was genuinely afraid he might misunderstand. If her popularity drops into negative numbers again, she will really cry herself to death. That kind of intense feeling, I don't want to experience it again. It's nothing. I just got scared last night from being overwhelmed by you. She wasn't resisting. She curled up in his arms like a quail, her face still unusually red. Ling saw this and looked much better. He didn't say anything, kept walking, and took her straight to the small woods from last night. The moonlight shone through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The night breeze blew, bringing a cool feeling. What happened next was natural. Ling was much gentler tonight, so she didn't feel as bad. Instead, she experienced a different kind of feeling. They stayed at the bottom of the cliff for a week. During the day, Ling followed Xianfeng and the others to salt the area. At night, he pulled her into the small woods for happy times. Until her mating season ended, they collected the salt and salt stones and left the cliff bottom. When leaving, they left Jiza to watch over the place, while the other beast men returned to their tribe. Mu Qing naturally went back too. Because they collected a lot of salt and salt stones initially, the total amount was even greater. Besides that, there were supplies that Susia had gathered over the past few days. She didn't go to the salt lake to salt the salt, but she kept busy doing other things. Apart from weaving baskets, she also explored around whenever she had free time and found many good things. There was Lingji, stalactites, and blood honey. Blood honey is just honey from the end of world, renamed in the beast world.
She discovered it by chance.
At that time, she was stung by wild bees several times while collecting blood honey, and her face swelled up and turned red, which was very painful. Fortunately, she has a wood-type special ability, so the swelling went down quickly. Stalactites are valuable. They are rich in spiritual energy and good for calcium. Since stalactites are liquid, they are hard to collect. She asked Ling to dig a few wooden buckets, which she filled and took back. They also caught a lot of silver moontail fish from the dark river, which she salted and stored in woven baskets. There were also red tangerine beans, similar to long beans in later generations. She also picked several large baskets of wild mushrooms, all dried in the sun. She gathered all kinds of rare herbs and useful plants. Because she collected so many things, she couldn't carry everything back at once. After discussion, everyone decided to leave the salt stones here for now and come back later to move them. Salt stones are large and heavy, covered with a layer of salt on the surface. They can be scraped off with a bone knife and collected, but since everyone was busy salting the salt, no one had time to do this. Jiza could stay here and do these things. She put down the large, heavy salt stones. The remaining items could be divided among herself, and she could carry everything back. The few buckets of stalactites were a bit tricky to move because they might spill during walking. Walking slowly would be fine. The group quickly left the cliff bottom and headed back to the tribe. Susia sat on Yiling's back, feeling quite happy. Her heat cycle was finally over, and she no longer had to suffer from the rough treatment of that dog man. Thinking about what happened these days, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. These beast men in this world are incredibly strong. Oh, wait, they're not human at all. Her good feelings toward him had increased a bit, now at 68 points. If she gained 2 more points, it would reach 70, and she would be in the liking stage. Don't underestimate these 2 points. They are a big step from just liking to really liking. Getting the dog man to like her was probably not that easy. It wasn't just about physical intimacy. She needed to win his heart emotionally. As they walked, she suddenly caught sight of some wild chili peppers in the grass nearby, sharp, bright red. Although a bit far, she was sure they were chili peppers. Her eyes lit up instantly, full of excitement, like a sudden burst of energy. She frantically patted Yiling's back and shouted eagerly, "Stop! Stop!" Yiling was startled by her sudden movement, stopped abruptly, and narrowed his silver eyes in displeasure, turning his wolf head to look at her. He spoke human language. "What are you yelling about?" Susia ignored his cold expression, jumping off his back excitedly. She pointed at the red grass nearby, speaking rapidly. "Chili peppers. Chili peppers. Oh my God, I can't believe I found chili peppers here." While speaking, she ran over to confirm it was chili peppers and became even more excited, reaching out to pick them. Yiling saw her going for the red toxic fruit and was startled. He threw off what was on his back, transforming into human form and rushing over. He grabbed her wrist tightly and sternly scolded, "Are you crazy? These are spicy and can cause your hand to turn red and swell if you touch them. You'll get hurt." She paused slightly, turning to look at him, smiling faintly. "Ling, are you worried about me?" He thought chili peppers were poisonous. She found that amusing. Chili peppers could not only keep out the cold but also serve as a spice, making food tastier. With chili peppers, she could cook more delicious dishes like spicy rabbit heads, spicy hot pot, spicy grilled fish, and hot pot. Thinking of hot pot, she couldn't help but salivate. During the very cold snow season, everyone sat together eating hot pot, which was incredibly enjoyable. Ling didn't know what chili peppers did, only that they were very spicy and shouldn't be touched. Hearing her words, his face darkened instantly. He quickly let go of her hand and snorted coldly, "I care about you. Don't get too sentimental. I'm just worried your hand will swell, and you'll keep complaining, giving me a headache." Susia wasn't upset when he let go of her hand. She didn't mind at all. This dog man clearly cared about her but was stubborn like a stone, acting proud and aloof. She shook her wrist and smiled. "Don't worry, these chili peppers won't make my hand swell. In fact, they're quite a rare good thing." Ling frowned, thinking about the strange things she had found and the dream he had of the beast god. He couldn't help but believe her words a little. He didn't stop her from picking the chili peppers but reached out and plucked the bunch himself. Susia happily took a basket to collect them. Though the dogman's words were annoying, his actions were quite thoughtful. They finished picking the chili peppers quickly. There weren't many, only about 2 or 3 jean. But at least they had chili peppers now. The chili vine was also dug up and taken back, which made everyone look at them strangely. It was one thing to pick all the red toxic fruits, but why dig up the vine too? Susia didn't bother to explain. She just smiled and said nothing, then climbed onto Ling's back and sat down comfortably. The team continued their journey. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was almost dark. Everywhere was lit by torches, illuminating the dark night and dispelling the cold. They had been outside for a week. The orcs who went out to hunt Mu Qing one after another had started returning to the tribe. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming each led their own teams back, but they had no success. Now they sat around the campfire in the tribe square, nibbling on roasted meat. After eating Susia's delicious food, the previously tasty roasted meat now felt bland, like chewing wax. If it weren't just to fill their stomachs, they probably wouldn't want to eat at all. When Susia and the others returned to the tribe, each orc carried full baskets, vine baskets, and hung wooden buckets, making the procession very grand. This immediately caught the attention of the tribe's orcs. Mu Qing sat on Xianfeng's back, looking around with a blank, unfamiliar gaze. She felt that everyone's eyes on her were strange, filled with dislike and contempt. "Hey, look." Mu Qing finally caught her back. "Now things can settle down."
Huh?
She looked blank and silly, and her gaze at us was unfamiliar, as if she had never seen us before. "What's going on?" "Who knows? Look at the big cut on her head. She probably hurt her brain." "Oh my goodness, look. Is that white salt in the basket? Where did so much salt come from? Could it be exchanged with another tribe?" "I don't know, but this is great news. We should tell the leader right away." This news quickly caused a big stir. The surrounding orcs gathered around, talking loudly. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming, and others exchanged surprised and shocked looks. Then, all of their eyes showed envy. They had returned empty-handed and were scolded harshly by the leader. Unexpectedly, Ling was so lucky. He not only brought back Mu Qing but also a lot of salt and supplies. It's true, beasts envy each other and get annoyed. They would definitely say they don't envy, but everyone knew better. Even though they envied him, they couldn't help but come closer. Smart orcs had already gone to tell Sulai. Susia sat on Yiling's back, listening to the surrounding chatter and the shocked voices, with a slight smile on her lips. "Sia, where did you go? Why did you bring back so much salt?" An older orc couldn't help but ask, his voice full of disbelief. She looked at the speaking orc, then suddenly jumped down from Yiling's back, smiling as she explained, "We found a salt lake at the bottom of the cliff. The salt we brought back was sun-dried by us. From now on, our tribe won't have to worry about salt anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd burst into excitement, their voices growing louder with discussion. "Salt lake? Really? That's salt. With a salt lake, our tribe won't have to worry about salt anymore." An orc was so excited he was dancing and looked very thrilled. "Sia, you're amazing. You actually found a salt lake." Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming were also very happy about this news. The importance of the salt lake was obvious. But they also noticed the words at the bottom of the cliff. How did Susia end up at the bottom of the cliff? Could it be that she fell but didn't die and instead found the salt lake? The four of them looked at each other, each seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Bai Qi stepped forward, his fox-like eyes narrowing with a gentle smile, but his gaze was curious. "How did you find the salt lake? Why did she appear at the bottom of the cliff?
Could it be
she accidentally fell?" As he spoke, he suddenly felt nervous and looked her over carefully. Seeing she was fine, he relaxed. It's not that he was particularly worried about Susia or liked her. After all, she is his partner and has become better and better. Naturally, he wouldn't want her to get hurt. Susia twitched her mouth and thought to herself, "This fox is really sharp," catching the main point instantly. She showed a helpless smile and was about to speak. Suddenly, Xianfeng walked over with a disdainful look, glancing at Mu Qing nearby. He said mockingly, "It was Mu Qing who pulled her down. Luckily, Susia and Ling are lucky. They didn't die and even found the salt lake. Honestly, we owe her thanks." He was pretending to praise Mu Qing, but everyone could tell his tone was full of sarcasm. The beast men present were stunned and all looked at Mu Qing, who suddenly became nervous and uneasy. Although they didn't know exactly what happened, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Susia is her biological daughter. Even if she disliked her, pushing her off a cliff is cruel. Unless it was an accident. But from Xuanfeng's tone, it was clear it wasn't just an accident. It seemed more like intentional. Mia, hiding in the crowd, overheard these words. Her originally jealous and twisted face suddenly turned shocked. Then she looked gleeful, thinking, "I am really clever." Unfortunately, this ugly duckling was too lucky. She didn't die and was completely fine, even discovering the salt lake. It was infuriating. Her gaze fixed on Susia. She saw her once ugly face become delicate and beautiful, then her stunning face darkened instantly. Deep in her beautiful eyes was intense jealousy. This ugly duckling. What tricks did she use to become more and more beautiful? Getting prettier was one thing, but she also received guidance from the beast god, becoming incredibly clever and knowing many things others didn't. And she even found the salt lake. Now, her status in the tribe might rise even more. She couldn't sit back and do nothing. She had to find a way to kill Susia or ruin her face and become ugly again. She believed she was the most beautiful female in the tribe and would never allow anyone prettier to steal her spotlight. Susia suddenly felt a strong malicious intent directed at her. Instinctively, she looked over and saw Mia's jealous face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint cold smile on her lips. This Mia was truly as foolish as ever. Her malicious intent was so obvious, as if she was afraid she wouldn't notice. "All of you, pay attention to Mia's movements. If she tries to do anything secretly, tell me immediately." Fearing the system might refuse, she silently added, "Don't rush to refuse me. We share both success and failure. If something happens to me, you won't benefit either, right? It's just a small effort for you. It's easier to avoid open attacks than hidden ones. Preventive measures are always good." The system was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "All right, I will monitor her closely. If there is any unusual behavior, I will inform you immediately." Seeing the system agree, Susia felt a bit relieved. She turned around, smiling as she continued talking to the surrounding orcs. Mo Lin's stern face showed no emotion, but his gaze was fixed on Susia, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. He noticed she seemed more beautiful than a few days ago. Ling also kept glancing at Susia, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. His expression was normal, but a faint tenderness flickered in his eyes. Tenderness?
Impossible.
Ling was the one who disliked Susia the most among them. The word tender appearing in his eyes was utterly ridiculous. He furrowed his brows, feeling that something must have happened in these days that he didn't know about. His gaze shifted to Mu Qing beside him, thinking it was she who caused Susia to fall off the cliff. She hadn't said anything, but her expression was a bit cold. Ling's expression grew colder. He waved to Jinyu and said coldly, "Take her to see the leader." "Okay." Jinyu responded, then walked over to Mu Qing and quickly took her away. Susia watched Mu Qing being taken away, but she felt no waves in her heart. She no longer had any feelings for this so-called Amu. She even thought her amnesia might be a good thing. At least she wouldn't cause trouble anymore. But whether she could pass her father's test was still uncertain. Bai Qi's gaze fell on her face, noticing that her nose looked more refined and attractive than before, and her features carried a new kind of charm. He was moved and couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Sia, have you experienced anything special these past few days?" She looked at him in surprise, puzzled why this fox suddenly asked such a question, and asked confusedly, "Something special? What do you mean?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, a sly glint flashing in his fox eyes.
Like,
"Did you have any interesting experiences with Ling at the bottom of the cliff during those days?" Susia's mouth twitched, secretly cursing that this fox was indeed clever. Her face faintly reddened, but she pretended to be relaxed. "Oh, you mean that? We just found a salt lake at the bottom of the cliff and happened to dry some salt. Nothing special." Bai Qi noticed her suddenly blushing face and deep eyes, recalling that she had once told him she wanted to start fresh. He glanced at Ling beside him and suddenly understood something. In this way, Susia probably also told Ling. A strange feeling of discomfort arose in his heart, but he couldn't quite explain why.
Ding.
Bai Qi's favorability increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 35. Please keep working hard, host. At this moment, a system voice sounded in Susia's mind. She looked at Bai Qi with some surprise. She wondered how this fox's favorability suddenly increased so naturally. Could it be because she was becoming more beautiful and had discovered the salt lake, causing the favorability to rise? Before she could think further, a series of system notifications overwhelmed her.
Ding.
Mo Lin's favorability increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 30. Please keep working hard, host.
Ding.
Qing Zhu's favorability increased by 10 points. Current favorability, 40. Please keep working hard, host.
Ding.
Xianming's favorability increased by 20 points. Current favorability, 45. Please keep working hard, host. She was dizzy from the barrage of prompts in her mind, feeling incredibly excited. She discreetly glanced at Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qing Zhu, and Xianming, secretly muttering in her heart. What's going on with these beast husbands? Why are their favorabilities all rising together? Could it be because I discovered the salt lake? She instinctively touched her face, wondering if she had become more beautiful and more charming. She was happily thinking about why their favorabilities were rising together when another message suddenly appeared, making her feel both shocked and overwhelmed.
Ding.
Now releasing side quest 2. Please host within 7 days, mate with the male lead, number 2, Mo Lin. Completing this task will reward you with a complete set of ancient pottery techniques, including methods for kiln construction and brick firing. As the system's voice became more tempting, Susia almost choked on her words. Mating? And specifically with Mo Lin? Is this system crazy? She had just been feeling proud about the collective rise in favorability, and now suddenly she was hit with such a ridiculous task. She couldn't help but roar inwardly. Dog system, are you out of your mind? I just finished talking with Nightwing, and now I am supposed to be with Mo Lin. Do you want me to get torn apart by all of them? The system chuckled softly and said, Host, this task is good for you. The ancient pottery manual can help improve your status in the tribe, including methods for building kilns and firing bricks. This can greatly improve your quality of life. Don't you feel tempted? Susia rolled her eyes and said, "Stop it. Is my task just about mating? First Nightwing, now Mo Lin, and next by Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming? Also, Mo Lin is so cold and quiet. He hardly ever speaks. How am I supposed to do that with him?" As she spoke, her face turned red, making Nightwing, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all glance at her several times. They didn't understand why she was blushing so much. Nightwing's expression slightly changed. He thought she was remembering the recent week they spent mating at the cliff's bottom, which made her blush. His eyes darkened and his lips curled slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Susia didn't notice the gazes of her beast husbands. Her mind was full of the new task the dog system just issued. The system chuckled softly, and its voice echoed in her mind. "Host, they are all your beast husbands. This is just a matter of time. The system is just pushing the task forward based on your situation. Besides, you've already slept with the most dominant, coolest, and most proud Nightwing. Mo Lin is no exception. With a little effort, it's easy to succeed." She felt very speechless inside and cursed silently. The dog system really talks without understanding. Easy to succeed? Mo Lin's cold and distant attitude makes it seem impossible. He rarely speaks, and even if he does, it's only 1 or 2 words. With his personality, not to mention mating, even getting close to him takes a lot of courage. His true form is a snake. If they were mating and he suddenly turned into his true form in excitement, wouldn't she be scared to death? Haven't Bai Sujian and Su Xian shown such love? Su Xian was still scared to death by Bai Sujian's true form. But, even with all the complaints, she knew she still had to accept this task. She understood some of the pottery firing process, but she didn't know how to build a kiln. Without a kiln, it would be impossible to successfully fire pottery. She also didn't know how to make bricks. The importance of bricks goes without saying. With bricks, they could build houses and city walls. This would greatly improve both their living quality and safety. Wooden houses can be lived in, but they are not as sturdy and solid as brick and tile houses. Other seasons are fine, but once the snow season arrives, a heavy snowfall can be overwhelming. The snow season in the beast world is different from later times. It is truly icy and snowy, and people can really die. Her gaze casually swept over Mo Lin, who stood there with a cold face, seeming out of place amid the lively surroundings. His deep eyes showed no emotion, only occasionally glanced at Susia with a hint of curiosity. Susia felt guilty under his gaze, and quickly looked away. Mo Lin seemed cold and distant, but he wasn't completely unapproachable. Though he spoke little, he had a weakness: he liked good food, which might be a good way to get close. While she was thinking, Bai Qi suddenly leaned over, his fox-like eyes narrowing with a teasing smile. "Sia, what are you thinking? Why is your face so red?" Startled, Susia was taken aback. This fox was so sharp. She awkwardly cleared her throat and waved her hand. "It's nothing.
Just a little hot."
She touched her face, feeling it burning. Bai Qi observed her expression and movements, watching her flushed face with disbelief. He became more certain that something had happened recently. Just as he was about to speak, Ling suddenly approached. His silver eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of danger. He stood in front of Susia, his tall figure almost enveloping her, his voice deep and magnetic. "Hot? Do you want me to help cool you down?" Susia felt a wave of pressure hit her and instinctively took a step back, but she slipped and nearly fell. Ling was quick. He caught her waist and pulled her back into his arms. His strong, firm arms made her feel the warmth from his chest and the steady beat of his heart, making her face turn even redder. Thank you." She panicked and tried to break free, but the man didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he leaned down and whispered playfully into her ear. "Lately, you seem to fall easily.
Are you
too tired?" His warm breath brushed her face, making the moment feel very intimate. Susia's face was burning hot, and her mind involuntarily recalled those days at the cliff's base. Yiling's dominance and strength made her feel almost helpless. Once night fell, he took her away, sometimes to a small forest, a dark river, a cave, or a sea of flowers. Even more unbelievable, the night before they returned, the place was a steep cliff. She bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm, raised her head, and shot him a warning look. I'm fine, really. Ling raised an eyebrow, seeming pleased with her reaction. He released her hand and took a step back, but his gaze remained fixed on her, as if making a silent statement. Chi watched their interaction, a faint coldness flickering in his fox-like eyes. He chuckled softly, his gentle tone tinged with teasing. Ling, you seem a bit different towards Xiu these days. Indeed, you used to dislike her openly. Today, you're very close. Could it be that after going through life and death situations, your feelings have improved? Qingzhu stepped forward, his green eyes scanning between Su Shiyu and Ling, his voice playful and curious. The more he looked, the more he felt there was something strange about these two. Ling hated fat women the most. Even glancing at them felt like polluting his eyes. Now, he seemed like a different person altogether. Mo Lin and Xianming didn't speak, but they clearly agreed with Qingzhu's words. Mia watched everything unfold, her jealousy driving her mad. She stared fiercely at Su Shiyu's increasingly beautiful face and at the subtle flirtation between her and Ling. Her face twisted with envy, and her resentment almost spilled out.
Why?
Su Shiyu, this ugly girl, how could she deserve Ling's favor? Mia's nails dug deep into her palms, the pain helping her stay somewhat clear-headed, but her malicious and jealous feelings couldn't be hidden. She had to find a way to ruin Su Shiyu. She couldn't let this lowly female continue to be proud. The beastmen and females present also felt that Ling had changed a bit, but since they knew he and Su Shiyu were partners, a little closeness and concern seemed normal. Su Shiyu felt the burning gazes on her and was extremely speechless inside. Ling, this dog man, was just stirring up trouble for her. Ling coldly glanced at Qingzhu and Chi, then said indifferently, "She is my partner. Is there a problem with that?" Qingzhu and Chi were taken aback, a flicker of displeasure flashing in their eyes. Qingzhu didn't say anything, but Chi suddenly blurted out, "She is your partner, yes, but not just yours." He still smiled, but a hint of coldness lurked in his eyes. Su Shiyu heard Chi's words and felt a jolt in her heart. This fox was not an easy person to deal with. He still smiled gently, but the coldness in his fox-like eyes was unmistakable. She twitched at the corner of her mouth, pretending to be gentle on the surface, but secretly calculating. This was a dark horse. Ling was in his hands, and he might not be able to gain the upper hand. She was thinking about how to handle the current situation when she suddenly felt a cold gaze fall on her. She looked up and saw Mo Lin. His deep eyes still showed no emotion, but Susia could feel the curiosity and a faint sense of pressure from his gaze. She felt nervous, unsure how to proceed with the dog system's task still swirling in her mind. Suddenly, in the next moment, Ling pulled her into his arms, leaving her stunned. Before she could react, she heard Ling confidently declare, "From today, she will live with me." This sentence was like a bomb, instantly causing a commotion among the crowd. Everyone looked at him with surprised expressions. In the past, Ling disliked Susia so much that almost no one in the tribe didn't know it. To avoid her, he even dug a cave at the top of the mountain just because he knew she was too heavy to climb up. Now, what did they hear? Ling actually announced publicly that he would live with Susia, the so-called ugly one. How could they not be shocked? Then, everyone started talking. Oh my gosh, did I hear that right? Why would Ling suddenly want to live with Susia? Isn't he the one who hated her the most? Who knows? Maybe they fell off a cliff together and, through life and death experiences, developed feelings. I think that's possible. Otherwise, how do you explain Ling's change in attitude and his sudden announcement to live together? Susia listened to the surrounding gossip, feeling speechless inside. She glanced up at Ling and saw that he looked calm, as if all this was natural. She couldn't help but silently complain, "Is this guy out of his mind? Suddenly doing this, isn't he just trying to make me hated?" Sure enough, Mia's face had already turned dark and twisted into a distorted expression, ruining her stunningly beautiful face. She looked just like an old witch from a drama. She stared at Susia with jealousy and resentment, her eyes almost shooting fire. Inside, she was screaming wildly. Ah, what tricks did this ugly girl use to make Ling care so much about her? Even if they are partners, she could tell herself it was because Susia had a good father. But now that Ling announced he would live with Susia, what did that mean? It meant he didn't dislike Susia at all, and even thought she was pretty good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have publicly announced they would live together. Mia's beautiful eyes turned red with anger. Her sharp, long nails dug deep into her flesh, but she didn't feel any pain. How is this possible? Absolutely not. No, it must be stopped quickly. Miao also hid in the crowd, standing silently. When she heard these words, her eyes flickered slightly, as if lost in thought. However, occasionally, she looked at Susia with jealousy. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming also looked at Ling in shock, each with different expressions and thoughts. Their eyes kept scanning between Susia and Ling. Even a fool could see there was a problem between them. Something definitely happened at the bottom of the cliff. Only Xianfeng, Jinyu, and the other beastmen who followed Ling back knew what was going on. During those days at the cliff, Susia was in heat, and Ling was her beast husband. Naturally, they mated. Now that they were back and living together, there was nothing strange about it. Susia looked up at Ling and saw he was calm, as if what he just said was casual and he didn't care about others' reactions. She secretly cursed, pretending to be cold and aloof. "You just pushed me into the spotlight with that one sentence." Mia, Miao, and the females who liked the dogman were eager to tear her apart. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming's gazes were like searchlights, scanning her from head to toe. Just as she was thinking about how to handle this sudden chaos, she suddenly felt a cold aura approaching. Looking up, she saw Mo Lin had already come in front of her. His deep eyes still showed no emotion. But Susia felt as if icy coldness was hidden in his gaze, making her shiver inside. Mo Lin didn't look at Ling. His gaze was fixed on Susia, and he spoke coldly. "Are you willing to live with him?" Susia froze completely when he asked her this. This was practically a death sentence. If she said yes, Mo Lin's icy face might freeze her into an ice sculpture in the next second, and she would fail the task. If she said no, Ling might just carry her away on the spot. She thought angrily, "Dog system, look at the task you gave me. How am I supposed to handle this?" But the system remained silent at this moment, pretending to be dead. She took a deep breath, her mind racing to find an answer that would both soothe Mo Lin and not offend Ling. She showed an awkward but polite smile and cleared her throat twice. I think where we live isn't really important. What's important is that we stay united, right?" Mo Lin frowned slightly, clearly unhappy with her answer, and his voice turned cold like ice. "So, are you willing to live with him?" She immediately felt a chill on her scalp and didn't know how to answer. Why is this icy-faced person so persistent? Does he really want her to choose between these two men? She secretly glanced at Ling and saw him looking at her with a half-smile, his eyes full of teasing, as if waiting for her response. She made up her mind and decided to give up, about to say something. Mu walked over with a smile and said something shocking. "This isn't hard. You're all Sia's mates, so why not live together? Anyway, everyone's already living like that." After saying that, he looked at Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming with a cheerful smile. "You guys should also move in together. You're all Sia's mates. Living separately like this, what's the point? Are you planning to rebuild a big cave or expand someone's cave? As long as everyone can fit, it's fine."
Ha ha ha.
His rough voice was full of happiness, and anyone could tell he was very pleased. Mu was indeed very happy at this moment. His sister first discovered the salt lake and brought back a large amount of salt. It could be said that the wolf tribe would never lack salt again. Now, it was clear that his sister and a few mates had grown closer. As her brother, he was genuinely happy for her. Susia was stunned, almost spitting out old blood. "Wait, brother, what are you talking about?" She quickly broke free from Ling's embrace, forced a smile, and tried to save the situation from spiraling out of control. "Brother, there's no rush. Let's discuss the Salt Lake first, okay? This is a matter that concerns the entire tribe's survival." After saying that, she looked at Xianfeng and the others. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and move the salt from the cliff bottom to the communal tribe. It's cold at night, and the dew is heavy. If the salt melts, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? This is extremely precious salt. If it all melts away, there will be no place to cry." Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all shift their attention and step forward to help. Susia breathes a sigh of relief, finally able to temporarily divert her attention. Before she can feel grateful, the annoying voice of the system rings in her ear again.
Ding.
"Host, please do not try to avoid the task. The 7-day countdown has started. Failing the task means no rewards." She almost rolls her eyes and mentally curses, "Stupid system. Stop pestering me. There are still 7 days. What's the rush?" Inside, she is thinking about how to complete this task. She secretly glances at Mo Lin and sees him with a cold face, efficiently moving the salt as if nothing just happened. His side profile is sharp, with a high nose bridge, tight lips, and an aura that keeps others at a distance. She feels a bit nervous. His icy expression shows no emotion at all, colder than the Arctic glaciers. What kind of nonsense task did the system assign? Knowing the system's nature, it will probably soon give her a side quest involving Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming to mate. She suddenly feels annoyed and mutters internally, "Stupid system, are you pushing me toward becoming a sea king?" First Ling, then Mo Lin, and next Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming. Are they going to take turns? The system chuckles mischievously and replies, "Host, this is for your happiness. Besides, aren't you enjoying it?" Ling's bossy CEO vibe, Mo Lin's cold and abstinent aura, Bai Qi's gentle fox spirit, Qingzhu's cool immortal look, Xianming's wild wolf king. Aren't they all top handsome men? Not only can you enjoy life, but you also get rewards. Isn't that great? Susia's mouth twitches fiercely. "Enjoy? You're pushing me into a fire pit. Do you think this is a dating game? This is real life. They're all beast men, one wrong move, and they might transform. I don't want to wake up one night to find myself entangled by a giant snake or attacked by a huge wolf. That would scare me to death." The other beast men are okay, but Emolin's true form is hard for her to accept. Snakes and similar creatures are cold and frightening just to look at. The system laughs more lewdly. "Host, stop pretending. I know what you're thinking." Being exposed by the system, she awkwardly presses her toes into the ground, rolls her eyes, and decides not to bother replying anymore. At that moment, Bai Qi returned with the salt. His face, which was hard to tell if male or female, carried a faint smile. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see through everything. "Sia," he said softly, his voice gentle like a spring breeze, making people feel warm. "You seem to have something on your mind. Is it because of what just happened? It's okay. If you don't want to stay with Ling, you can refuse. No one can force you." Hearing Bai Qi's tender yet sharp voice, she felt a bit uneasy. The more gentle the fox's smile, the deeper the hidden intentions. She quickly waved her hand and forced a laugh. "Haha, no, I don't have any worries. By the way, Bai Qi, could you help me carry these things back to the cave?" She pointed to the baskets, bamboo frames, and wooden buckets at her feet, all full of supplies she had gathered from the cliff bottom: honey with blood-like color, chili peppers, various herbs, dried longhorn beans, dried mushrooms, and more. There were 5 or 6 buckets, casually placed, filled with stalactites. Despite the bumpy journey, they hadn't spilled much, and more than half were still full. Bai Qi looked at the full baskets, bamboo frames, and buckets. A faint smile appeared in his fox-like eyes, and his tone remained gentle as water. Of course, I can help you carry them back. After speaking, he bent down and slung a full bamboo frame onto his shoulder. Before he could carry everything back to Susia's cave, Ling suddenly approached and blurted out, "Move to my cave. From now on, she will stay with me." Bai Qi paused, his smile instantly freezing. Then he returned to his gentle demeanor, but a faint, almost imperceptible coldness flickered in his eyes. He gently set down the bamboo frame, turned to look at Ling, and his tone remained calm. "Oh? Ling, is that your idea or Sia's?" Ling raised an eyebrow, a teasing look in his silver eyes, and said domineeringly, "Of course it's my idea, and it's also hers." Susia, standing nearby, felt her scalp tingle and thought desperately, Hey, are you two acting out some overbearing CEO versus gentle second male-led drama? Am I the heroine or just a? Can you please consider my feelings as the person involved?" She quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, forcing a polite but awkward smile. Ling, I think it's better if we each stay separately. After all, distance makes the heart grow fonder, right? Ling raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a playful expression. Distance makes the heart grow fonder? The distance between us seems to have grown very far. If it goes on, I'm afraid there will be a rift. She twitched her mouth. When did that dog man become such a good talker? He used to be very sharp-tongued, saying things that made people furious. I never thought that after those days at the bottom of the cliff, he would start speaking so kindly. The dog man really is a creature of the lower body. She thought hard, unsure how to reply. Qingzhu suddenly came over and asked curiously, "What's going on with you two? Could it be that you really like her?" He pointed at Susia with his finger, looking confused. The chubby woman, though now more attractive and able to make incredibly delicious food, has also discovered the salt lake. But surely she wouldn't be competing to live with her? Does the chubby woman have that much charm? Why doesn't he feel it? At most, he just craves the food she makes. Ling and Bai Qi's faces instantly stiffened. They like Susia, so how could that be? The air around them seemed to freeze. Susia looked stunned, her face showing some embarrassment, silently glancing at Qingzhu. As expected of a sharp-tongued man, his words instantly diffused the tense scene. Although it sounded a bit unpleasant, it truly eased the situation. It was a lucky coincidence. She cleared her throat and pretended to be calm as she said loudly, "Well, I prefer living alone. You don't need to trouble yourselves with these baskets. I'll carry them back myself." After saying that, she quickly picked up the basket filled with longhorn beans and walked away briskly, her steps swift and confident. The beans were dried and not heavy, just large in volume. Ling and Bai Qi wanted to help, but because of Qingzhu's earlier words, "You probably like her," they froze awkwardly in place, neither moving forward nor stepping back. Emolin cast a faint glance at both of them, but said nothing. He casually picked up 2 wooden buckets filled with stalactites and followed Susia. Those things were very heavy. He probably couldn't lift them. As for Qingzhu's words, he paid no attention at all. Xianming stood nearby, watching this farce with cold eyes, a slight smirk curling his lips in disdain. He had a high nose and deep-set eyes, tall and straight. His 8-pack abs were faintly visible under the beast-hide clothing, radiating a wild, untamable aura. He was usually a lone wolf, not liking others to touch or approach him, and he had no interest in participating in such petty jealousy and rivalry. Seeing Susia quickly leave with a basket, he couldn't help but find it amusing. This chubby woman used to be lazy and greedy, and she was as ugly as a pile of dirt. Now, she's becoming more attractive, and her personality is getting more interesting. Although he still finds her a bit annoying, she's no longer as disgusting as before. "Hey, Susia," Xianming suddenly spoke in a deep, charming voice. "I'll carry these back for you. Later, how about you make me a delicious meal?" He's been craving good food lately, and now that she's back, he naturally wants her to cook something tasty for him. Susia, walking ahead, heard Xuanming's words and paused slightly. She turned to look at him, knowing what he was thinking. She found it funny and happily agreed, "Sure, no problem. But you have to prepare your own prey." Anyway, she hadn't eaten dinner yet, so making extra for Xianming was no big deal. After saying that, she carried her basket and walked away. Mo Lin followed behind, carrying a wooden bucket. When he heard her words, his eyes flickered slightly. He knew there would be delicious food later, and a faint smile appeared on his face, like an opening in an icy mountain. He didn't say anything, just silently followed with his bucket. Ling and Bai Qi also heard this, and exchanged glances. Instantly, they forgot about their pride and awkwardness. They each carried 2 wooden buckets filled with stalactites, rushing to catch up, afraid they'd miss out on the tasty food. Xianming saw this scene and clicked his tongue, showing a bit of disdain. TSK, everyone acts so proper usually, but as soon as they hear about good food, they run faster than rabbits. If you keep being cold and proud, I might get to eat a few more bites. He swung his arm, and the 2 woven baskets filled with things landed on his shoulders. He carried them leisurely and caught up slowly. Qingzu stood still, looking messy in the wind, staring at the things on the ground with a conflicted expression. He wasn't sure if he should follow along. "Qingzhu, if you don't hurry up, you might not even get the soup later." Xianming, carrying his load, looked back at him with a teasing smile, kindly reminding him. Qingzhu's face darkened. He cursed these guys for being useless. As soon as they heard about good food, they scrambled to go, bouncing along without shame. Though he scolded them, he quickly grabbed 2 wooden buckets and followed. He didn't care much for Susia, but he had to admit the food she made was truly mouth-watering, so delicious he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. He certainly didn't want to go so far as to not even get a sip of soup. Susia carried a basket full of long bean pods and walked ahead, glancing back at a few beast men following behind. A happy smile curved her lips. She didn't say anything, just quietly thinking about what delicious food to make later. Mu also happily carried some things and quickly caught up with Susia. He leaned close and chuckled, "Sister, what do you plan to cook tonight? You can count on me to help." Since his sister received guidance from the beast god in her dreams and learned to make all kinds of tasty dishes, he hadn't yet tasted her cooking. Father had tried it and said it was very delicious, making people crave more. It was a new kind of food he had never tasted before, so he also wanted to try it. Susia turned her head to glance at Mu, who looked overly flattering. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're good at joining in the fun. Why weren't you so eager when we were moving things earlier?" Mu looked a bit embarrassed and guilty, forcing a laugh. "That's because they're here. As the older brother, why should I be so active? I'm just leaving the chance for you and the beast men to show off." "Fine. I'll count that as your share." She gave him an exasperated look and then ignored him, continuing to walk toward the cave with her basket. She didn't notice Mia's cold, twisted, and resentful face behind her. Maybe she noticed, but didn't care. After all, the system was watching. If Mia dared to secretly harm her, she would be the first to be informed. Meanwhile, in another part of the wolf tribe, inside the largest stone house, Su Lai heard that Yue not only discovered the salt lake, but also brought back a large amount of salt. He looked very excited. "Ha ha, well done. My daughter, you really are impressive. Who dare say my daughter is lazy and greedy now? I'll tear their mouth apart." He laughed so hard his face wrinkled, and his wrinkles seemed to smooth out, making him look younger. Then he suddenly slapped the stone table and stood up proudly.
"People,
gather all the elders and warriors of the tribe immediately. I want to announce this good news publicly. From now on, our wolf tribe will no longer worry about salt." The shaman and priest lived nearby, so there was no need to notify them specially. They probably already heard the news and came over. "Yes, leader." The wolf respectfully responded and left quickly. As he stepped out of the stone house, he just happened to meet the shaman and priest coming over. They also seemed to have heard the news. "Greetings, shaman. Greetings, priest." The wolf quickly stepped aside and bowed respectfully. The shaman and the priest nodded slightly, indicating he need not be overly polite. Wolf rose respectfully and hurriedly gathered the elders and warriors of the tribe. The shaman's aged face was full of satisfaction. He stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Child Sia is really becoming more impressive. It seems the beast god has not abandoned her, but has granted her wisdom and opportunities." The priest held a bone staff topped with a glowing beast core, looking serious. He said slowly, "The appearance of the salt lake is not only good news for our tribe, but also a blessing from the beast god. We must hold a ceremony quickly to thank the beast god for this gift." As they spoke, they quickly entered the stone house. Sulai saw them come in, his smile growing wider. He waved boldly and said, "Shaman, priest, you're just in time. Little you has really made me proud." The shaman and the priest exchanged a look, understanding each other silently. The shaman nodded with a smile. "Leader, Sia is truly remarkable. But we must be cautious. Once the news of the Salt Lake spreads, other tribes might become interested." Hearing this, Sulai frowned slightly and said seriously, "The shaman is right. The Salt Lake is our treasure. We can't let others take it. Priest, prepare the ceremony immediately to ask for the beast god's protection. I will also send the best warriors to guard the cliff bottom." The priest nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, leader. I will arrange the ceremony as soon as possible." Since Sia found the salt lake and brought back a lot of salt, she probably knows how to mine and extract it. It might be best to ask her directly, so we don't have to rack our brains. Sulai nodded slightly, having no objections. Just as he was about to send Wolf 2 to call Susia over, a voice came from the door. "Leader, Mu Qing has been captured by Night Feather and brought back." Jin Yu brought Mu Qing outside the stone house, but did not enter, standing respectfully at the door to report. Sulai's smile instantly faded, and his eyes turned cold. He snorted and waved his hand. "Bring her in." Mu Qing was quickly brought in, still looking confused and helpless. Her head wound had scabbed over, but her face was pale and her eyes dull. She looked at Sulai and then around her, seeming to have no memory of this place. Seeing her like this, Sulai frowned, feeling a bit strange. Then he looked at Jin Yu beside him, frowned, and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Jin Yu did not dare to delay, and respectfully replied, "Leader, Mu Qing hit a rock when she fell off the cliff. When she woke up, she had lost her memory and remembers nothing. On the way back with her, she was very quiet, seeming unfamiliar with everything around her." Sulai still didn't know that Mu Qing had pulled Susia off the cliff. Hearing about her amnesia now, he looked complicated. They had lived together for nearly 20 years, so the idea that they had no feelings was false. Mu Qing had also given birth to a pair of children for him. She had suffered quite a bit in the dungeon, and now, with her memory gone, her anger and hatred had long faded. But thinking about what she had done, he looked cold again. "She has lost her memory?" Sulai sneered, his expression and tone filled with mockery. "That's a good thing for her." He waved his hand, signaling Jin Yu to take Mu Qing away. His tone was cold, as if dealing with an unnecessary piece of furniture. "Since she's lost her memory, take her down and find a place to settle her. Just don't let her appear in front of me." This was basically letting Mu Qing go. Jin Yu looked at Sulai, opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated, unsure whether to mention that Mu Qing had pulled Susia off the cliff. Thinking everyone already knew, and it would eventually reach the leader's ears, he chose to stay silent. Anyway, it couldn't be hidden forever. The leader would find out sooner or later. Better for him to discover it himself than for Jin Yu to cause trouble by speaking up. "Yes, leader." Jin Yu respectfully responded, and then led Mu Qing away. The two left the stone house one after the other. He glanced at Mu Qing behind him, who looked confused and scared. He thought to himself that her losing her memory was actually a relief. At least she wouldn't have to face those past troubles anymore. Meanwhile, Susia returned to the cave carrying a basket. Although the dried beans weren't very heavy, the full basket still felt a bit weighty, making her face flush and her forehead sweat. She placed the basket of dried beans in the corner of the cave. She was thinking about tonight's menu. It was already dark, and trying to cook something else would probably waste a lot of time. As she remembered the chili peppers she picked on the way back, her eyes lit up with an idea. She planned to make a Wild World hot pot. Simple and easy, just prepare the ingredients and mix the hot pot base. This big pot meal was perfect for feeding this group of food lovers. She could also test whether these beast husbands could handle spicy food. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming, and Sumu gradually carried their things inside. The cave was instantly filled with woven baskets and wooden barrels filled with stalactites, so crowded that there was hardly any space to stand. Susia looked at the packed cave and couldn't help but rub her forehead. It's turned into a storage room.
There's no room to step.
Ling glanced around calmly, a meaningful smile on his lips. If it's too crowded, you can stay in my cave tonight. Hearing this, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all looked at him with strange expressions. Unlike their puzzled looks, Sumu clapped happily and patted Susia's shoulder, not realizing how hard he had hit. She was instantly shaken awake by the slap, her shoulder sinking, almost losing her balance. She turned to glare at him. "Brother, are you trying to turn me into a pancake?" Sumu chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand. I was just excited. Ling is right. You should stay in his cave tonight to avoid the crowd here. It's better to stay there in the future, so he and father wouldn't be embarrassed anymore. She rolled her eyes and seriously doubted whether Sumu had taken some bribe from that man. Otherwise, why would he keep defending him? Just as she was thinking of how to reply, sudden hurried footsteps sounded outside the cave. Next, Wolf One appeared at the entrance, surprised to see Ling, Mo Lin, and others there. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Miss Sia, young master, brave warriors, the chief has ordered all warriors to gather immediately at the tribe square. There's an important announcement." Susia hadn't had time to respond. Ling raised an eyebrow and looked at everyone with a meaningful smile. "It seems tonight's event won't just involve a few of us." Mo Lin remained indifferent, but his eyes flickered slightly, as if this wasn't surprising to him. Bai Qi smiled and looked at Susia with fox-like eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Sia, it looks like you'll be the center of attention tonight." Qingzhu snorted coldly, showing some displeasure. "So annoying. It's late, and what's there to announce?" He was just waiting to enjoy a good meal. Now that he couldn't, he naturally felt unhappy. Xianming frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He usually disliked lively gatherings, especially the complicated ceremonies and announcements in the tribe. But since the chief personally ordered it, he couldn't refuse. According to past tradition, there will definitely be a grand bonfire tonight. At that time, the males would imitate wild animals running and fighting to show their strength and bravery. The females would imitate birds flying and flowers blooming to display their grace and respect for nature. Whoever imitates the best and most accurately would receive praise and rewards from the leader. They might also earn admiration and affection from either males or females. In addition, everyone would gather together at the end to dance in pairs. The paired dance was the highlight of the bonfire party, making it truly lively. However, he didn't really like it. First, because it was noisy and crowded, and second, because females often secretly touched him. When Xianming said this, Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Sumu all froze, looking at Susia with surprise. Although she looked much better now, she was still chubby. If she danced in front of everyone, she might be laughed at. The group's faces twitched in amusement. They had never seen Susia dance before and didn't know what she would be like, so they were a little curious. Bai Qi cleared his throat and stepped forward, smiling as he looked at her and asked, "Do you know how to dance?" Susia was stunned instantly. In her past life, living in the apocalypse, she spent her days searching for supplies and fighting zombies. There was no time or mood for dancing. She truly didn't know how to dance. She looked down at herself. Besides, with her current body shape, dancing wasn't really suitable. A chubby girl like her, dancing? That would be funny. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you guys thinking I'm already embarrassing enough, and now you want me to make a fool of myself in front of everyone? Ling chuckled softly, a slight smirk on his face, with a teasing look in his eyes. Are you scared? You're not good at everything, are you? Susia glared at him and silently cursed in her heart. This dog of a man always brings up things she didn't say. When was she ever all-powerful? She cleared her throat and forced herself to stay calm. What's there to be afraid of? I just think that in this kind of situation, I should stay low-key. After all, the real focus is on the salt lake, right? Qingju's bright green eyes glanced at her and bluntly exposed her. If you don't know how to dance, just say so. Why pretend to stay low-key? Her gaze fell on Qingju's face, and she shot back without hesitation. So, Qingju, do you think you're especially good at dancing? Why don't you show everyone a bit? I promise to clap for you. Qingju immediately choked, her face stiffening. She snorted coldly and turned away, no longer replying. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud, his fox-like eyes curling into a crescent moon. Sia, you're getting more and more interesting. As he finished speaking, he looked around and said calmly, let's go. Everyone has probably already passed by now. The group of people left the cave together and headed toward the village square. Under the cover of night, a large bonfire was burning brightly in the square. The firelight illuminated the faces of each orc and female, making the scene look lively and warm. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat and fruits, and the sounds of drums and cheers created a primitive, joyful celebration everywhere in the village. It was so lively that it made everyone feel excited. Sulai stood on a high platform in front of the square, his face glowing with happiness. He loudly announced to the villagers, "Today, I have great news to share. My daughter, Susia, discovered a salt lake and brought back a large amount of salt. From now on, our wolf tribe will never worry about salt again." As soon as he finished, the whole square erupted in cheers. At the scene, the orcs excitedly waved their arms and cheered, making lively noises. Wow, Susia is amazing. She found the salt lake. The one everyone used to dislike as an ugly girl? She's so lucky now? Don't talk nonsense. Did you see? She looks much prettier now. Don't call her ugly anymore, or the leader might get upset. Hee, I'm used to calling her that. Do you think she really found it? Or maybe Ling or Xianfeng did. Who cares who found it? It's a great thing for our tribe either way. Maybe it's the blessing of the beast god, bringing good fortune to us. Everyone was talking excitedly, their expressions full of enthusiasm. Suddenly, the way they looked at Susia changed. No longer with disgust or disdain, but with admiration. Among the crowd, Mia's face looked as if she had eaten a fly, very displeased. She stared at Susia with jealous and hateful eyes, her face twisted in anger, like a wicked old witch. Why? How could this ugly girl find the salt lake? She was so lucky it made people crazy with envy. Now she was being praised and admired by everyone. It was so frustrating. Mia was getting angrier the more she thought about it, wishing she could rush up and tear apart Susia's annoying face. Susia had already noticed Mia's gaze, a cold glint flashing in her eyes, but she didn't care. She looked at Sulai on the high platform and suddenly said loudly, "Father, the salt lake was not discovered by me alone. More precisely, it was discovered by Ling and me together. This is the truth, and there is no need to erase Ling's contribution. Moreover, she is not the kind of vicious female character who takes all the credit." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder cheers. What? Ling also has credit? I knew it. How could Susia discover the salt lake alone? Ling must have helped. Who is Ling? She's the strongest among our young warriors, half-step 6th rank. It's not surprising she found the salt lake. However, I'm surprised that Susia is willing to admit Ling's contribution. Has she really changed? Who knows? Maybe she just wants to please Ling, haraha. I think it's very likely. Look at how Ling treats her now. They even live together. Listening to the crowd's gossip, Susia twitched her lips. What is everyone talking about? She was just speaking the truth, and it was interpreted like this? It seems the original owner's hated by everyone persona is really deep-rooted. Even the truth can be twisted into something with ulterior motives. Mia snorted coldly, realizing this. She had suspected all along that this ugly girl was lucky enough to find the salt lake, but it turns out she was with Ling. Maybe she was just riding on Ling's coattails. Feeling more balanced inside, her face looked less unpleasant. Ling stood among the crowd, raised an eyebrow, his silver eyes flickering with a cold light under the fire, a playful smile on his lips. He didn't expect Susia to suddenly mention him, but since she brought it up, he didn't mind playing along.
Oh.
Su Lai turned his gaze to Ling, full of praise and satisfaction. So Ling also contributed. Haha, not bad, not bad. Truly worthy of being a warrior of the wolf tribe. Both of you are heroes of the tribe. Ling nodded slightly, his tone calm but polite. Leader, you flatter me. I just did some rough work. It was Sia who came up with the ideas. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather so much salt, let alone bring it back to the tribe. Hearing this, Su Lai burst into hearty laughter, his eyes showing more satisfaction. His voice was loud and commanding.
Good.
Steady and humble, proud of your achievements, but not arrogant. That's what makes a true warrior of the wolf tribe. He then turned his gaze to Susia beside him, his expression complex, with a touch of kindness. This daughter, he once despised, has now become better and better. Not only is she smarter, but her appearance has also become delicate and beautiful. Now, she has made great contributions to the wolf tribe, and even her father feels proud of her. Sia, what reward do you want? Su Lai waved his hand confidently and said, whatever the tribe has, just ask for it. Susia paused slightly, her gaze resting on Su Lai's smiling face. For a moment, she wasn't sure what to ask for. The thing she wanted, Su Lai couldn't give her. But she could use this opportunity to improve her status in the tribe. Only when her position is high enough will the beastmen and females listen to her commands. Whether it's building kills, making pottery, or firing bricks, these all need people to do the work. These are all tasks she must handle in the future. If everyone doubts her at that time, and one person questions her, it could cause trouble. Father, I don't really want a reward, Susia said after a moment of silence, slowly. But I have a small request.
Oh.
Tell me. Su Lai looked at her curiously, wanting to hear her next request. As long as it's not too much, it's okay to agree. She smiled faintly and looked toward the priest on one side of the high platform. Father, I want to become an apprentice priest, to learn the knowledge and skills of a priest, and to contribute more to the tribe. Improving her status in the tribe is just part of her reason. More importantly, she is very interested in the abilities of priests. Whether it's communicating with the beast god, predicting good or bad luck, or those mysterious powers, she finds them fascinating. In this world, priests are not ordinary people. They can cast spells and curses, and even control natural forces. Some powerful priests can even fly or teleport. But those are very rare. She has a vague feeling that it's a bit like cultivation novels. She's not sure if it's exactly cultivation, but she's very interested and eager to learn. When she said this, everyone was stunned. All eyes widened as they looked at Susia in disbelief. She wants to be an apprentice priest? Is she crazy? Priests aren't just anyone can become. Although she dreamed of being guided by the beast god, it's not so easy to become a priest. Even being an apprentice priest has conditions. Exactly, priests are the most sacred position in the tribe. How could someone like her, how could a female like her be qualified? I think she's gotten carried away. She thinks that because she was guided by the beast god and found the salt lake, she can fly to the sky. In the crowd, Mia sneered repeatedly, her eyes full of mockery. She couldn't help but mockingly say, haha, Susia, do you think discovering the salt lake makes you special? Do you want to become an apprentice priest? Do you think you're qualified? Susia raised her eyebrows slightly, glancing faintly at Mia. A half-smile appeared on her lips as she said, whether I am qualified or not is not up to you. But you, with such strong jealousy. Be careful of getting wrinkles. Mia's face turned pale from being stung. She instinctively touched her face, then angrily glared at her.
You. What are you talking about?
Who's jealous? She sneered softly and ignored Mia, turning her head to look at Su Lai and the priest on the high platform. Her tone was calm as she said, Father, priest, I know my request is sudden, but I am really very interested in the priest's abilities. I believe I can bring more to the tribe. Su Lai frowned, looking at the priest with a complicated expression.
Priest this.
The priest was an old man with white hair, dressed in a pure white animal skin robe, holding a wooden staff engraved with mysterious symbols. His eyes were deep like the starry sky, seeming to see through everything in the world. He paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Sia, your request is not impossible, but the path of becoming a priest is not for everyone. Do you know that becoming a priest requires passing the test of the beast god, and you must have certain insight and natural resonance abilities? Susia's expression slightly furrowed. She wasn't sure if she had that insight or the ability to resonate with nature. As for dreaming about receiving guidance from the beast god, that was just her making things up to justify her actions. But now, she could only grit her teeth and go forward. She looked up at the priest on the platform and said, Priest, I'm not sure if I have that insight or the ability to communicate with nature. But I believe that since I can awaken special powers and even dream about the beast god's guidance, the beast god is probably pleased with me. I also believe I have the potential to become a priest. At such times, she desperately tried to flatter herself, regardless of whether she was truly qualified or not. She was secretly scheming, but her face looked serious, as if she was truly chosen by the beast god. The priest squinted slightly, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, as if weighing something. After a moment, he slowly nodded. Since you have such determination, then give it a try. However, I want to remind you that the path of a priest is not easy, especially. Your current body shape might affect your spiritual practice. Susia's mouth twitched, secretly cursing. Why does this old priest keep attacking her personally? She looked down at herself. Indeed, she was a bit plump, but much better than when she first arrived. If she wasn't worried about appearing too thin and raising suspicion, her body would have already returned to normal. Thinking that 7 days had passed, she decided she could take the remaining 1/3 of the weight loss pills. She planned to take them when she returned, to slim down and surprise everyone. She looked calmly at the high platform and said, Honorable priest, body shape isn't everything. Besides, I'm not fat, I'm just a little full for now. When she said this, the beast men and females present couldn't help but laugh. Mia's beautiful eyes fell on Susia's face with a look of disdain and disgust, secretly criticizing. She's ugly and fat, and she still makes excuses about being full. How embarrassing. Actually, Susia isn't ugly at all now. She could even be called pretty and delicate. Although her figure is a bit chubby, her face is refined, surpassing many females in the tribe. After all, she has a face worth 65 points. Miao Yao, hidden in the crowd, paused her gaze on Susia's face, her expression slightly furrowed with confusion. She truly couldn't understand why such an extremely ugly person could become so beautiful in such a short time. Could it really be related to her wood element supernatural ability? If only she could awaken her own wood element power, she would be so jealous. Ling stood beside Susia. Hearing this, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Full? You really know how to find excuses for yourself. Susia rolled her eyes secretly. Dog man, he really talks badly, but acts differently. Back at the cliff bottom, she didn't know who said she looked better a little plump, and every night he would pull her into something. She ignored Ling and turned to the priest, continuing to defend herself. Honorable priest, please rest assured, I will work hard to lose weight. Moreover, I believe that spiritual practice depends not only on body shape but also on willpower and understanding. The priest nodded, seeming somewhat satisfied with her answer. Good, then starting tomorrow, come to the stone house to find me. For now, Susia was indeed the most suitable candidate. He was already old and would retire sooner or later. The wolf tribe couldn't be without a priest, and training the next one was just a matter of time. Susia's beautiful almond-shaped eyes instantly curved into a crescent smile, and she quickly nodded. "Thank you, honorable priest." Suliang laughed so hard he couldn't stop, saying yes, Yuer is really talented. Father is looking forward to you becoming our tribe's high priest. Among the crowd below, she glanced at Suliang, who was smiling foolishly on stage, and twitched her mouth. But she didn't say anything and just stood there smiling. Night Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all looked at her with complicated eyes. Especially Mo Lin, whose deep eyes seemed to hold some curiosity. Susia was slightly stunned and, for some reason, felt a strange nervousness in her heart. She quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Father, is there still a bonfire party tonight?" Suliang nodded slightly and smiled. "Of course. Discovering the Salt Lake is a big event, so we must celebrate properly." After saying that, he slowly scanned the crowd and loudly announced, "The bonfire party begins. Everyone, let loose and show your spirit. Males, imitate wild animals running and fighting to show your strength and bravery. Females, imitate birds flying and flowers blooming to show your grace and spirit. Tonight, whoever performs the best will receive my praise and reward, and maybe," he deliberately stretched his voice, his gaze sweeping over the beastmen and females below, with a meaningful smile on his face, "maybe even catch the eye of someone you like." As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Torches waved in the night sky, their flames illuminating excited faces. Male beastmen clenched their fists, eager to show their strength and wildness. Females also looked excited, thinking about how they would perform to attract the beastmen's admiration and attention. Susia stood among the crowd, her expression stiff and her face strange. Dancing? Imitating birds flying? She looked down at her rounded, full figure and secretly muttered, "With my body type, what am I supposed to do, fly? I'd probably fall and land in a hole halfway through." She was thinking about how to fake her way through or avoid embarrassing herself. Suddenly, she heard a system prompt.
Ding.
Hidden task triggered. Shine at the bonfire party. Reward, a set of skincare products from the system.
Sushi Yue.
This dog system really knows how to pick its moments. During the apocalypse, she mostly fought zombies or searched for supplies. When did she ever dance? She couldn't just perform a zombie dance, could she? That would probably scare everyone away.
Huh.
Maybe that's not impossible. The system's task is to impress everyone. If she manages to scare everyone away, it would be quite impressive, right? The system detected her thoughts and immediately issued a sharp warning. Warning.
Warning.
Host, please do not try to cheat. The task is to impress everyone, not to scare them away. Please take the task seriously, or all charm points will be deducted. She rolled her eyes silently and cursed inwardly. This stupid system even resorted to threats. With a helpless sigh, she decided she had no choice but to go ahead bravely. She really wanted skincare products and similar things. Suddenly, she remembered a popular dance video she saw at the Wasteland base. It was a dance combining modern and traditional Chinese styles, with graceful movements and a strong rhythm. What was most amazing was that the dancer in the video was a chubby man who wore makeup and danced confidently. Not only was he not ugly or disgusting, but he danced with a lot of charm. That video was so popular at the base that everyone was talking about it. She had watched it several times and remembered most of the dance moves. Susia tried to recall the dance moves of the chubby man in the video. Suddenly, she noticed the scene had cleared a space, and everyone was forming a circle. Mia twirled her waist as she entered, wearing a perfect smile. But her eyes were fixed on Susia, filled with jealousy and a hint of pride. "Hey, Susia. Why are you just standing there not moving?" She deliberately raised her voice, sounding sweet but a bit sickening, with a teasing look. "Are you shy?
Or
do you not know how to dance?" As soon as she spoke, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned to Susia, eager to see her make a fool of herself. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all looked at her with different expressions, their gazes falling on her at the same time. Perhaps she is too nervous at the critical moment and dares not jump anymore? Mia was scolded like this, and her face grew even uglier. She wished she could go up and tear the ugly person's mouth apart. She snorted coldly, Susia, stop pretending here. Don't embarrass yourself later. She raised her chin, pretended to be elegant, flicked her long hair, and started dancing. Her dance was light and smooth, with a certain beauty. She danced gracefully by the campfire, like a butterfly fluttering around. Sometimes she spun, sometimes she jumped, her movements light and elegant, making the beast men present cheer loudly. Especially the young males, whose eyes were glued to her, eager to go up and show their admiration. Mia is truly the most beautiful female in our tribe. Her dance is so lovely, like a butterfly dancing. It's really beautiful. Yes, but unfortunately Mia has high standards.
She wouldn't look at me.
If she did, I'd want to be her 8th mate. Her 8th mate?
You really dare to say that?
Be careful, Wolf Fong, and the other 6 might come after you. I was just joking. Hearing the gossip around her, Mia's smile grew brighter, but her eyes kept flickering towards Ling and Mo Lin in the crowd, trying to read their reactions. Unfortunately, Ling only slightly frowned, seeming uninterested in her performance. He looked a bit impatient, as if wondering why it hadn't ended yet. He still wanted to see the chubby girl dance. Mo Lin remained cold-faced, not even giving her a glance. Seeing their reactions, Mia felt a little disappointed but quickly adjusted her mood. Ling and Mo Lin must have been amazed by me, just too shy to show it. Thinking this, she danced even more vigorously, as if to show all her charm, hoping to impress Ling and Mo Lin. She wished they would fall for her, say I like you, I love you, I want to be with you, and confess their feelings. Mia Yao, hidden among the crowd, watched her sister Mia dance gracefully. Her face looked bad, her fingers unconsciously pinching her palm, her eyes full of coldness. Susia didn't notice Mia Yao's expression. Seeing Mia dance hard but often glance at Ling and Mo Lin, she sneered and looked at her with mockery. But she didn't pay much attention. If Ling and Mo Lin truly liked Mia, they wouldn't be waiting here today. If the original heroine, Chu Yuyu, were here, she might feel a bit threatened. Thinking of Chu Yuyu, she wondered how she was doing in the Winged Tiger tribe. And that vicious female supporting character, Yunju, who was reborn, she didn't know if they had fought or not. Oh no, I can't watch the show up close. It feels like claws scratching inside my heart, what a pity. All of you, how is Chu Yuyu doing over there? She couldn't help but ask the system inside her mind. The system immediately perked up and teased, "Host, things are lively over there with Chu Yuyu. Yunju is fighting her fiercely, like a big drama every day. It's really exciting." "Oh, tell me quickly, what's happening?" Susia became very interested and even forgot about her upcoming dance performance. The system chuckled and slowly began to explain. When Chu Yuyu first arrived at the Yihu tribe, Yunju immediately targeted her. After rebirth, Yunju used her memory from the past life to quickly learn everything Chu Yuyu knew, like cooking, basket weaving, finding food, and so on. It paused briefly before continuing. Chu Yuyu wanted to rely on these skills to settle in the tribe, but then she found out Yunju had already taken her golden finger, her special advantage, making her so angry she almost exploded on the spot. She listened happily, thinking to herself, Chu Yuyu must be furious now. How is she doing now? The system didn't keep her in suspense and continued. Chu Yuyu isn't someone who gives up easily. She realized Yunju also knew these skills and thought Yunju was also a traveler from another world, so she started testing her. But she didn't find anything useful. Still, she noticed Yunju couldn't do certain things, like making ceramics. Right now, Chu Yuyu is studying ceramics, but Yunju keeps interfering. They're outsmarting each other, and it's a mess. They even blew up the kiln Chu Yuyu painstakingly built. TSK, This chaos is way more exciting than what I have here. Susia sighed, but Chu Yu has the protagonist's aura. No matter how Yunju tries, she'll probably end up losing in the end. But she was thinking to herself, Chu Yu has already started studying ceramics, so she needs to work harder and make ceramics as soon as possible. The system didn't care about her thoughts and sneered. That's not necessarily true. Yunju, after rebirth, is determined to seek revenge and change her fate. Whether Chu Yu can beat her is really uncertain. She raised an eyebrow. That makes it more interesting. It's a pity I can't watch the show up close.
Such a shame.
Instead of chatting with the system, she turned her gaze to Mia, who was still dancing passionately on the stage. She curled her lips and muttered softly, dancing like a square dance grandma. Yet these beast men keep clapping and cheering, their eyes obsessed and fiery, like they're under some spell. Although her voice was not loud, at this noisy bonfire party, Bai Qi heard her clearly. He didn't know what square dance aunt meant, but her words made him laugh out loud instantly. His laugh was soft but very clear. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly with a hint of playful teasing. He looked from Mia to Susia, then smiled with a meaningful curve on his lips. Square dance, aunt? He repeated quietly, with a teasing tone. That's a new phrase, but quite fitting. Susia didn't expect her murmured words to be overheard by Bai Qi. She tensed inside but kept a calm face, coughing lightly. Bai Qi, your ears are really sharp. Bai Qi chuckled softly, his tone gentle but with a hint of teasing. No wonder, some people's voices are always so noticeable. She twitched her mouth and silently cursed inwardly. This guy is really cunning, gentle on the outside but full of mischief inside. She was too lazy to argue with him and turned her gaze back to Mia in the crowd. Mia was dancing energetically, spinning and jumping as if trying to show off all her charm. But to Susia, her dance looked more and more like a square dance aunt doing the little apple. Especially that confidence of I'm the most beautiful, it was exactly the same. TSK, who gave her that confidence in her dance. She muttered, glancing at Ling, Mo Lin, Qingzhu, and Xian Ming beside her. She wondered how these handsome guys could hold back their laughter. Now she felt less nervous. Even if she couldn't dance, based on the videos she watched during the apocalypse, she could dance just as well. Bai Qi listened to her words, a deeper smile in his eyes. He whispered, you also think her dance is unique? Susia looked at Bai Qi and sarcastically said, more than unique, it's peerless. Bai Qi chuckled again, his voice deep and pleasant. Then, when you go on stage later, you must amaze everyone. She was slightly stunned, realizing he was teasing her. She glared and snorted, don't worry, I will definitely amaze you so much you'll doubt your life. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, playfully saying, I'll be looking forward to it. At this moment, Mia's dance finally reached its end. She finished with a graceful spin, a proud smile on her face, as if she had already imagined the applause and praise from the crowd. Sure enough, a burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Mia smiled even more happily, her eyes once again scanning Ling and Mo Lin, only to find their gazes remained cold and uninterested, not even glancing at her. Her smile froze for a moment, feeling a bit annoyed, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She didn't rush to step down but instead looked at Susia, her face instantly turning sour. Seeing her chatting happily with Bai Qi made her expression even more unpleasant. Mia lifted her chin and deliberately spoke in a sweet voice, Susia, now it's your turn. We are all looking forward to your performance. You won't let us down, right? She paused intentionally and continued with a teasing tone, of course, if you really can't dance, you can just admit defeat. No one will laugh at you. After all, your past image. Well, we all understand. As soon as she finished, the atmosphere on the scene became a bit tense. Everyone knew Mia and Susia didn't get along, so they all watched eagerly, curious about how Susia would respond. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming all looked at her with different expressions, their eyes falling on Susia at the same time. Susia looked at Mia's smug face and sneered inwardly. This girl is really overconfident, thinking she can dominate just by dancing in the square? Sorry, I don't think she's seen what real stunning looks like. She slowly walked to the center of the stage, deliberately adopting a just-you-wait-and-see attitude. This made everyone hold their breath, eager to see what tricks she would come up with. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to recall a fiery dance video she had watched during the apocalypse. The movements of the chubby man in that video were exaggerated but full of strength and rhythm, especially blending modern dance with Tang-style elements, making it unforgettable. Unfortunately, she lacked the fancy costumes and couldn't imitate the unique Tang-style makeup, so it was missing that extra flair. Oh well, just dance like this. As the memory of that video became clearer in her mind, she began her performance. At first, her movements were gentle and elegant, like a light butterfly dancing among flowers. Her hands moved softly like willow branches, swaying gently with the rhythm of the music, each gesture full of classical dance charm. As the drumbeat sped up, her dance style suddenly changed. The power and rhythm of modern dance began to show in her movements. Her actions became strong and forceful, each jump seeming to break through the sky. Her body was as flexible as a spring, constantly performing difficult and high-level moves. All the orcs and females present were captivated by her dance, their expressions filled with surprise and amazement. It was hard to believe that the once lazy, greedy, unattractive, and mean Susia could perform such an impressive dance. It was a dance they had never seen before. At this moment, Susia almost changed everyone's view of fat people among the orcs and females. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming, and others all looked on with amazement. They had thought Susia would embarrass herself tonight, but unexpectedly, she stunned everyone in a unique way.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Yiling's favorability has increased by 5. Current favorability, 73. You have reached the liking stage. Reward, skillful hands, which double success rate when making weapons, tools, or items. Congratulations. Mo Lin's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 40. Keep up the good work. Congratulations. Bai Qi's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 45. Keep going. Congratulations. Qingzhu's favorability has increased by 5. Current favorability, 45. Keep it up. Congratulations. Xuanming's favorability has increased by 5. Current favorability, 50. Keep striving. While dancing, Susia suddenly heard a series of beeping sounds in her mind, making her ears buzz and almost causing her to miss a step. Fortunately, these simple-minded people couldn't understand, so no one knew she had made a mistake. But her favorability ratings collectively increased, which made her very happy. Especially Ling, that dog man, whose favorability finally broke 70, reaching the liking stage. He was rewarded with skillful hands, which double success when making items. She adjusted her dance steps, feeling incredibly happy. Thinking of this, she threw herself into her dance even more, striving for perfection in every move. At this moment, Susia seemed like a shining light, attracting everyone's attention. Ling watched her agile dance, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. This chubby girl always managed to surprise him. Mo Lin's gaze was deep as he watched her jump and spin on the stage, a look of admiration in his eyes. He had never seen such a unique dance, nor had he seen such a dazzling Susia. He thought she was quite impressive. Bai Qi's beautiful fox-like eyes sparkled with a bigger smile. He found himself increasingly looking forward to Susia's performance, wondering how many more surprises awaited him. Blue Bamboo and Xianming also looked at her unexpectedly, their expressions amazed, as if they were seeing her anew. The 5 of them exchanged looks, feeling somewhat complicated inside. They used to strongly dislike Susia, but now they realized they didn't really understand her. Mia's face turned pale as she looked at Susia. She never expected that this unattractive girl could perform such an amazing dance. She felt like she had been slapped hard, with jealousy and anger burning inside her. She wished she could go up and pull down this girl, then tear apart that hateful face. Miao Yao still hid in the crowd, watching Susia on stage with cold eyes. She thought her sister Mia was already outstanding, but now it seemed Susia was even more impressive. The audience below was completely captivated by Susia's dance. The male beastmen looked stunned and amazed. The female beastmen were jealous, whispering unkind, demeaning and mocking words, filled with sour feelings. It was as if, in their eyes, Susia was no better than before, still lazy and greedy, the same unattractive girl. Of course, there were genuine female admirers who weren't jealous, like Yin Xiang and Su Qing. Sulai looked at his dazzling daughter, laughing happily with a wide grin that stretched to his ears. Su Mu wiped his eyes, then wiped them again, looking surprised. He could hardly believe that his sister, the ugly girl, could perform such an amazing dance. Although she was no longer ugly, she still had a chubby figure. He was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide enough to fit a duck egg. No, two. As the music ended, Susia finished her dance. She bowed gracefully with a faint smile on her face. The whole audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, the highest praise for her dance. Congratulations, host, for completing Hidden Task 3. You successfully amazed everyone and earned a set of skincare products from the system. The reward has been automatically sent to your system backpack. Please check it. Susia was about to leave when she heard the voice in her mind. She paused slightly, her smile deepening. Turning to leave, she was met with a few complicated looks. Yi Ling's silver eyes sparkled with a strange light as he walked over with long strides, his gaze fixed on her face. His voice was low and full of magnetic charm. You did very well. Susia raised an eyebrow, stopping in front of him, teasing. So, Lord Yi Ling, are you enchanted by my dance? Yi Ling's face darkened as he glared at her, but surprisingly, he didn't argue back. Instead, he took off his upper beast hide garment, revealing a perfect figure that made many females scream. Yi Ling, go for it. The females screamed wildly, their eyes almost glued to him. Mia blushed and her heart raced, wishing she could rush forward. She bit her lip and secretly vowed, Yi Ling is mine. No one can take him away. Isn't this a bit too much? Susia whispered quietly from the side. But her eyes honestly fixed on Yi Ling's explosive abs, even though she had seen them many times before. Yi Ling noticed her gaze, a pleased smile on his lips, with a playful look. It seemed to say, have you seen enough? If not, I'll let you look at it slowly later, and feel free to touch. She immediately understood his meaning, her face turning bright red as she glared at him. Then she quickly looked away. But in doing so, her gaze just happened to meet Mo Lin's deep eyes. Susia's heart skipped a beat, feeling embarrassed as if caught spying. She cleared her throat twice, trying to break the sudden silence. But Mo Lin's gaze remained fixed on her, his deep eyes seeming to see through everything, making her feel uneasy. Mo Lin, are you planning to perform later? She tried to change the subject. Mo Lin didn't answer immediately, just looked at her deeply until she started to wonder if she had something on her face. Then he slowly spoke, your dance is very special. Special? Was that a compliment or an insult? She was a bit confused, but still politely smiled. Thank you. I'm looking forward to your performance too. She was genuinely excited, but also wanted to see who had the better physique, him or Yi Ling. A hint of a smile appeared in Mo Lin's eyes, but he didn't say much, just looked toward the stage. He glanced at Yi Ling's explosive body, silently comparing himself, and found no difference, which made him feel relieved instantly. Bai Qi stood nearby, clearly hearing the conversation between Susia and Mo Lin. His beautiful fox-like eyes swept over the two, deep in thought, though his expression was hard to read. At this moment, Yi Ling had already stepped onto the stage. The whole crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on him. He slightly tilted his head, his silver eyes shimmering coldly in the firelight. Slowly, He raised his arms, his muscles tense with each movement, as if every inch of his skin was telling of his strength. Suddenly, he leapt forward with agility like a hunting leopard, moving swiftly and powerfully. He mimicked the running stance of the silver moon blue wolf, his limbs touching the ground, muscles tight, each step full of explosive energy. His movements were smooth and graceful, like a true wolf king running across the plains. The audience below held their breath, watching him intently, afraid to miss any detail. Yi Ling's actions grew faster, like a gust of wind weaving through the scene, each jump full of strength and elegance. His body traced beautiful arcs in the air, landing steadily as if the earth itself bowed beneath him, showing his dominance. The females in the crowd went completely wild, screams ringing out one after another, as if they wanted to shake the entire tribe.
Ling, Ling, Ling. Ah.
So handsome, I'm swooning. I can't take it anymore. Yi Ling, I want to have little wolf cubs with you. The females screamed almost to the point of fainting. Susia stood to the side, her lips twitching slightly. Though the handsome man was very attractive and bold, was this a bit too much? But she had to admit, Yi Ling's performance was truly impressive. Suddenly, Yi Ling turned around sharply, his gaze locking onto her with a long, meaningful smile. His eyes seemed to say, "How about it? Am I charming enough to make you want to have little wolf cubs with me?" A blush appeared on her face as she quickly looked away. Inside, she cursed silently. This man, why is he so good at teasing? It made her heart race uncontrollably. Just as she was about to find an excuse to slip away, she looked up and saw Mo Lin had already reached the center of the stage. He still wore a cold, stern expression, as if the lively scene around him had nothing to do with him.
Montag Lin. Montag Lin.
The females present erupted into another round of screams, though not as wild as those for Yi Ling. But Mo Lin's calm, aloof aura still attracted many. Susia noticed that when Mo Lin approached, his gaze subtly swept over Yi Ling, who was about to leave, with a cold look. It was faint, very subtle, and only for a moment, but she caught it sharply. She looked slightly amused. On the surface, these two seemed calm, but behind the scenes, there was a strong sense of tension. Yi Ling, being very sharp, noticed this. His silver eyes flashed with cold light, but he said nothing. He stepped back to the side, crossed his arms, and watched calmly. Just a snake, he thought. I wonder what tricks you can play. Mo Lin stood in the middle, his deep eyes scanning around, finally settling on Susia, with a slight smile on his lips. He slowly raised his hand, his long fingers lightly flicked, and his animal hide clothing slid to the ground, leaving only a piece wrapped around his waist. Suddenly, everyone gasped in surprise.
Ah!
Mo Lin, I love you so much. No, I can't take it anymore. My legs are weak. That waist. Those abs. I'm done for. I'm done for.
Montag Lin.
Look at me. I'd be willing to give you snake eggs. One nest isn't enough. I'd give you two. The women present screamed wildly, their faces flushed. They wished they could rush over and tear off the animal hide around Mo Lin's waist. It was too distracting, blocking the best view. Susia couldn't help but widen her eyes. Mo Lin's physique was completely different from Yi Ling's. Yi Ling's muscles were full of explosive power, with clear lines and a strong presence, like a commanding wolf king. Mo Lin's body leaned more towards smooth lines, muscles tight but not exaggerated, with perfect abs and a V-shaped line, especially that waist, absolutely captivating.
Wow, that waist.
It's a perfect male waist, with abs too, and the proportions are just super. She thought excitedly, unsure whether Yi Ling or Mo Lin had a better body. But when it came to appeal, it was definitely Mo Lin, someone women would want to sleep with. Mia's face turned red with excitement, her eyes shining with passion. Mo Lin, you're so handsome. I want to give you snake eggs. Let's raise little snakes together. As soon as she said that, the 7 beast husbands of the wolf Fong clan all looked angry, each muttering under their breath. Mo Lin stood in the center, his gaze cold and deep, as if the noise around him didn't matter. He deliberately glanced at Susia and began to perform. He mimicked the movement and attack stance of a black giant python. Bending down to the ground, arms close to his sides, he slithered forward like a real black python moving through the grass. His smooth movements and perfect figure were astonishing. His muscles rippled with each motion, exuding a charming aura that made it hard to look away. Especially that waist-to-hip ratio, absolutely perfect, making everyone's blood race. The entire audience was deeply captivated by his performance, and the females cheered loudly, excited and wild. Susia, though not screaming like the others, watched intently with shining eyes. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind her, Ling. He kept his eyes fixed on Mo Lin in the arena, a cold smile curling at his lips. "How are you enchanted by Mo Lin?" His deep voice sounded in her ear, carrying a faint chill. She glanced at Ling behind her, with a half-smile. "Are you jealous?" Ling's face darkened. "Stop imagining things. Who's jealous?" After saying that, he turned and walked away quickly. Susia watched his distant figure, not caring much, noticing his ears turning slightly red, and her smile grew broader. This man was not just proud but also quite stubborn. She withdrew her gaze and continued watching the scene. Mo Lin's performance was nearing its end. He slowly stood up, scanning the crowd, finally resting his eyes on Susia. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned.
Ding.
The host and male lead number 2, Mo Lin, looked at each other for over 3 seconds, triggering hidden task 4. Before the bonfire party ends, dance a song with Mo Lin. Completing this task will earn a mysterious reward. The voice in her mind surprised her, but she soon smiled. This system was really good at finding chances to give her tasks. Dancing with Mo Lin sounded pretty good. It could be a chance to get closer to him. She hadn't forgotten there was also a side quest to mate with Mo Lin. But inviting Mo Lin to dance was a tricky matter. Thinking about this, Susia saw Bai Chi step gracefully into the center of the scene. His white fur shimmered under the bonfire's glow. He smiled slightly, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly causing a wave of squeals from the females nearby. Wow, Bai Chi is so gentle. His smile is so healing. I feel like I'm melting. If I could spend a night with him, I'd die happily. The female's whispers reached Susia's ears, making her chuckle softly. These females really dared to dream. Though Bai Chi seemed gentle, he was actually very cunning and scheming inside. He was the type to plan carefully against anyone. Ling, Mo Lin, Qingzhu, and Xianming. Together, they'd probably all be played around by him. The old fox was exactly the kind of person Bai Chi was. Bai Chi slowly took off his animal hide coat, revealing a body as finely carved and as pure as jade. His muscles were not as explosive as night feathers, nor as smooth and as Mo Lin's. But he possessed a gentle beauty, radiating a sense of elegant strength. With a face that could be mistaken for male or female, he was the embodiment of beauty, yet did not seem feminine. He began to imitate the agility and cleverness of a 9-tailed white fox, moving lightly and gracefully, like a real fox weaving through the forest. His elegant posture and lively eyes made him seem innocent, yet irresistibly charming, almost hypnotic. After the performance, Bai Chi bowed gracefully in thanks and stepped back. The female spectators screamed wildly, and applause thundered. The atmosphere was completely ignited. The males were eager to join, and the females kept shouting excitedly. Susia thought that Qingzhu would go next, but to her surprise, this cold, sharp-tongued man just stood there with his arms crossed, watching the show without any intention of performing. Her gaze shifted to Xianming nearby. Wow, this one was even more impressive. He had hidden in a dark corner where the firelight couldn't reach, looking bored. Just as she was about to look away, the dog system suddenly appeared again.
Ding.
The host has triggered hidden task 5. During the bonfire party, have Qingzhu and Xianming perform voluntarily. Completing this task will unlock the system map, allowing you to view nearby resources. Susia was about to curse. Was the dog system malfunctioning? There were still 2 unfinished tasks, and now another one appeared. It didn't even give her a moment to breathe. Her gaze fell on Qingzhu. Under the firelight, his cold face looked even more stunning. He still crossed his arms, expression indifferent, like an outsider. She frowned deeply. Qingzhu was cold, aloof, and sharp-tongued. Anything he didn't want to do, anyone who dared to speak up, would be harshly rebuffed. Sighing, she looked toward Xianming in the distance. He stood in the shadows, leaning against a tree trunk, hands in the gaps of his animal hide, eyes coldly sweeping over the lively bonfire party, with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Susia watched him from afar, feeling nervous. She could almost imagine that if she boldly went over and invited him, Xianming would probably coldly reply, "None of my business," and then turn away. But despite her grumbling, she still had to complete the task. The map would open, making it much easier to find supplies later. She forced herself to walk over, wearing a polite smile, and tentatively asked, "Qingzhu, everyone is performing. Would you like to go up and try?" Blue Bamboo glanced at her with a cold smile and said, "Do you think I am the type to perform?" Susia choked slightly and silently rolled her eyes. But she kept smiling and said, "How could that be? You're so talented, just showing a little might wow everyone." Blue Bamboo sneered coldly, "Wow, everyone? Let those annoying females point at my figure and then scream like crazy after taking medicine? I'm not crazy." He then looked at Susia with his bright green eyes, as if inspecting a foolish person, and sarcastically said, "Or, do you want to see me take off my clothes?" She almost choked and felt her smile almost. His sharp tongue was really impressive, almost like an internet troll, full of stings and hurtful words. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes and forced a calm smile, saying, "You misunderstood. I just think you're so talented that it would be a shame not to show it." Blue Bamboo snorted coldly, with a mocking look in his eyes. "Talented? Whether I am or not. What does that have to do with you? Or, do you also want to fawn over me like those females?" Susia nearly choked to death at this, secretly clenched her fists. This guy was so narcissistic. If it weren't for the mission, she really wanted to turn around and leave. But for the map, she could only grit her teeth and continue. "You're overthinking. I just think that, as a member of the tribe, your behavior might seem out of place. Look at Ling and Mo Lin by Qi, they all went up and received lots of cheers and applause. You wouldn't want to be the only one left behind, right?" Blue Bamboo coldly glanced at her, as if looking at a fool. "They like to perform tricks. That's their business. Why should I cater to others' preferences? Out of place? Cheers and applause? Do you think I care about that?" Susia. She was already feeling like banging her head against the wall. His sharp tongue was almost like a keyboard warrior, making her speechless. Just as she was about to give up and turn to find Xianming, Blue Bamboo suddenly spoke again. "But if you really want to see a performance, I have a suggestion for you." Her eyes lit up, thinking he finally relented, and she hurriedly asked, "What suggestion?" Blue Bamboo's lips curled into a cold smile, with a meaningful look in his eyes. "You can go find Xianming. Isn't he a loner? Maybe he'd be happy to give you a disappear-in-place act." Susia. She felt that if she said one more word to Blue Bamboo, her brain cells might die. So, she decisively turned around and walked toward Xianming. Xianming stood in the shadows, giving off a strong stay-away vibe, with a look that said, "Don't mess with me." She forced herself to walk over, still smiling politely. "Xianming, everyone is performing. Would you like to try too?" Xianming coldly glanced at her, showing impatience. "None of my business?" Susia. As expected, as soon as she spoke, he delivered his classic line. She felt that no matter how much she talked, it was useless. So she decided not to waste her words anymore. Thinking about how Xianming liked her cooking, she suddenly smiled sweetly. "Xianming, if you agree to perform a little act, I'll cook you delicious food for 3 days straight."
How about that?
Xianming raised an eyebrow, looking at Susia with curiosity. 3 days? Susia immediately seized the chance, smiling slyly like a fox. "Yes, 3 days." Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you, guaranteed to satisfy you. Xianming was silent for a few seconds. Though his face remained indifferent, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Deal. He didn't like this kind of scene and was tired of the flirtatious looks from the females, but performing for food was not a bad idea. He walked to the center of the bonfire party, and everyone instantly fell silent. All eyes widened, staring at him. Especially the females, who, although usually a bit afraid of Xianming, couldn't help but show adoring, fanatic expressions now that he took the initiative to perform. Oh my god. Xianming is going on stage. Isn't he the one who hates these kinds of events? What's happening today? Never mind, it's a rare chance to see him perform. Susia stood to the side, a slight smile on her face, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, food was the best weapon to handle these beastly men. Ling, Mo Lin, Baiqi, and Qingzhu all looked surprised when they saw Xianming step forward. Qingzhu almost couldn't believe Xianming would take the initiative to perform. Her gaze quickly shifted to Susia, her green eyes full of curiosity. She thought he's quite capable to be able to persuade Xianming to perform willingly. At this moment, Xianming had already reached the center of the stage. His black beast fur coat made his figure look even taller, with six-pack abs faintly visible, exuding wild charm. His handsome face carried a rebellious air. He glanced at Susia, a proud smile curling on his high nose and deep eyes. Then he began to perform. His golden body was perfectly proportioned, with a wild aura. He had 8-pack abs and a beautiful mermaid line, making people feel crazy. He was not inferior to Ling, Mo Lin, or Baiqi. In fact, he seemed even more wild. He imitated the fierce and swift movements of the dark wolf from the underworld, acting quickly and sharply. Every leap seemed to break through the sky, and every landing was steady and powerful. Everyone was deeply attracted by his performance, especially the women, whose eyes looked even more passionate. Wow, Xianming is so wild and fierce, but also very handsome. His abs are really symmetrical, each one perfectly shaped. I'm drooling just looking at them. After the show, Xianming walked to Susia and slightly smiled. Remember what you promised me. Susia nodded slightly, knowing she wouldn't go back on her word. Don't worry, you can come over and eat at my place tomorrow. Hearing this, Xianming felt relieved and was about to find a dark corner to stay in. Suddenly, Qingzhu approached, glancing between Susia and Xianming with a sharp look. She snorted sarcastically, haha, it's rare to see Xianming perform. Susia, what tricks did you use? Susia rolled her eyes. Qingzhu, that's not very interesting. What tricks could I have? I just made a small suggestion. Suggestion? Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. What suggestion could make someone like Xianming, who's so out of place, perform? The temptation of food. Susia didn't hide it. I promised him that as long as he performed, I'd make him delicious food for 3 days straight. She looked at Qingzhu with a smile and moved a little closer. What about you? Do you want to perform too? If you're willing, I'll make you delicious food for 3 days as well. As soon as she said this, Qingzhu, Ling, Mo Lin, and Baiqi all froze. Before Qingzhu could react, Ling stepped forward, his face darkening. You promised to make him food just so he'd perform? What about us? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Susia looked at Ling's face, which was as black as a pot, feeling very speechless inside. This man was so obvious about his jealousy, he didn't even bother to hide it. Before she could speak, Mo Lin and Baiqi also came over, glaring at her with sharp eyes, showing some dissatisfaction. What about us? Mo Lin spoke coldly, his voice deep and with a hint of questioning. Baiqi still wore a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a strong sense of pressure. Sia, you can't favor one over the other. As he spoke, his voice deliberately stretched out, winding and twisting like a hooked line. Shoushiyue. Listening to Baiqi's exaggerated tone and the way his eyes curled, she twitched the corner of her mouth. This old fox was actually using charm skills on her. She cleared her throat quickly, regained her composure, and forced a laugh. You all misunderstood. How could I favor one over the other? As long as each of you agrees to one condition, I'll make you all delicious food. The group was stunned again. Ling was the first to speak, his silver eyes fixed on her, frowning as he asked, "What condition?" Susia glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. Her gaze instantly shifted to Qingzhu, and she bluntly said, "Immediately go up and perform a short act, and that counts as one." She didn't care about Qingzhu's reaction. Her eyes moved to Mo Lin nearby, looking at his stern but slightly nervous face. She cleared her throat again. Mo Lin, later, dance a song with me. As soon as she finished, Mo Lin's stern face suddenly cracked, as if struck by lightning. Dance a song? He never expected Susia to make such a ridiculous request. His eyes showed surprise, then he quickly returned to his cold, icy expression. But the tips of his ears slightly reddened, clearly flustered by the proposal. Dance? Mo Lin repeated coldly, his voice a bit stiff. Are you sure? Susia nodded seriously, a cunning glint in her eyes.
Of course I am.
What? Are you afraid? Mo Lin frowned slightly. I don't know how to dance. Then learn. She smiled like a clever fox, leaning in close and whispering, besides, I'll teach you. I guarantee you'll dance better than anyone. Montaklin. He was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, then nodded coldly. Fine, I agree. Seeing Mo Lin agree, she was overjoyed. Finally, she had dealt with this icy-faced guy. Once they danced a song together, she would get the mysterious big gift. She was so happy she didn't notice Yiling's suddenly darkened face or by Qi's deep, shadowy eyes. Qingzhu, at this moment, secretly let out a breath of relief. It was just a performance, not a dance, so he was safe. If he had to dance with that fat woman, he'd rather go hungry. It seemed he was worried Susia might change her mind or alter the conditions suddenly. Quickly remove the animal hide shirt from his upper body, revealing a strong, well-defined torso with visible abs that make the surrounding females scream excitedly. He coldly glances around, eyebrows slightly furrowed, clearly annoyed by their obsessive reactions. But for the sake of food, he endures it. He begins to imitate Qingyue howling wolf's grace and speed. His movements are not as wild as Xuanming's, but each one carries a cool, beautiful feeling, like a lone wolf king under the moon, proud and noble. The crowd erupts again in excitement, all captivated by Qingzhu's performance. The females present scream with excitement, their eyes filled with passion.
Wow.
So cool. He's really pale and cold-looking. I really want to touch him. If only I could mate with him. Haha, you really dare to think that. Be careful, he might really put you in your place. Qingzhu, performing on stage, hears these comments and instantly feels disgusted, his expression like he's eaten something terrible, like a big pile of it. He gracefully lands and immediately gets up, abruptly ending his performance. If he continued, he might not be able to hold back his sharp tongue. It's just too disgusting. Seeing Qingzhu suddenly stop his performance, Susia is stunned, then can't help but laugh. This guy's face, showing a disgusted, nauseated expression, is really funny. Qingzhu walks over with a cold face, still looking like he's eaten something terrible. Susia, you'd better remember what you said. Susia raises an eyebrow, smiling innocently. Don't worry, I keep my promises. But your performance ended so suddenly? Were you afraid those females would rush up and devour you? Qingzhu's face darkens, his eyes cold as ice. Shut up. He shrugs, looking indifferent. Anyway, the task is done. Almost as soon as this thought appears, the system's cheerful voice rings in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Hidden Task 5, successfully having Qingzhu and Xianming perform voluntarily at the bonfire party. Reward system map unlocked.
Ding.
The system map has been successfully activated. You can now view resources within a certain range. Please check automatically later. Hearing the system prompt, Susia's lips curl into a smile, feeling pleased. This is the system map. Now she doesn't have to run around like a headless chicken. It's basically a cheat device.
She's just thinking about it.
Ling and Bai Qi already stand on either side of her, both staring at her with a hint of you handle it. Ling frowned and narrowed her silver eyes. What are my conditions? Bai Qi looked at her with a gentle smile, his fox-like eyes forming a crescent moon. Sia, you can't be biased, okay? Susia touched her chin, her mind racing quickly. Ling is bossy and proud, Bai Qi appears gentle, but is actually cunning and sly. For a moment, she really didn't know what to ask for. Since she couldn't think of anything, she decided to keep it for now. Who knows when the dog system might act up and suddenly give her a strange task. Maybe this requirement could come in handy later. Thinking this, she looked at Ling and Bai Qi. I haven't decided on my request yet. Maybe I'll keep it for now and tell you both when I think of something. Anyway, it won't be something you can't handle. Ling frowned again, clearly unhappy with her answer, but he didn't say anything more. Bai Qi still smiled gently, seeming unconcerned. All right, we'll wait until you decide. Meanwhile, the performance on stage continued. Beasts took turns performing, each with their own style, but compared to Ling, Lin, Bai Qi, and Xianming, they seemed a bit lacking. Female performers also rushed to go on stage, some mimicking birds flying, others mimicking flowers blooming. But to Susia, these actions looked like moths fluttering chaotically, no better than amateur dancers. Even the middle-aged women doing square dancing were better. Mia's performance was just so-so, not as good as her sister Mia's. At most, they were beginner-level square dancers. As each act finished, Susia naturally won the Best Female Performer award. Sulai stood on a high platform, scanning the crowd with a loud voice. Tonight's performances are truly spectacular. Especially Ling, Lin, Bai Qi, and Xianming. They performed perfectly, truly top warriors of the tribe. As a reward, I will give each of them a precious beast crystal stone to help them break through their limits. He didn't mention Qingzhu, not because Qingzhu performed poorly, but quite the opposite. He thought he did very well. However, halfway through the performance, it suddenly ended. Even Yuer's beast husband couldn't be too biased. When he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. Beast crystal stones are rare cultivation resources. Only the leader has the right to distribute them. Sulai's generous gesture this time clearly showed he was very pleased with Ling, Lin, Bai Qi, and Xuanming's performances. But everyone keenly noticed that the leader didn't mention Qingzhu's name. Instantly, all eyes turned sharply to Qingzhu's face. Qingzhu looked very unhappy. If he had known the reward was a beast crystal stone, he would have endured the nausea and performed just to get it. This is a treasure that can break through boundaries. Don't even mention how regretful he feels inside. Whenever he thinks of Ling, Lin, Bai Qi, and Xianming having beast crystals, he knows their strength will surpass his. His face grows even paler. Right now, Susia feels sorry for Qingzhu, but it's his own choice, so she says nothing. Sulai doesn't care about Qingzhu's expression. He turns to Susia and says, as for the females in our tribe, tonight's best performer is undoubtedly Yuer. Although not part of the traditional dance, her performance is unique and fresh, full of spirit, strength, and grace. She is a perfect example of femininity. As a reward, I will give her a moonlight stone, which can improve her talent, upgrade her special abilities, and also nourish her skin, making her feel renewed. As he finishes, everyone is surprised. If beast crystals are rare and valuable treasures suited for males, then the Moonlight Stone is the best treasure for females. Its value is not inferior to beast crystals, and it might even be more precious and rare. No one expected the leader would be willing to give Susia such a gift, surely because she is his daughter. If another female had performed best tonight, the leader might not have been willing to give this reward. The same goes for the beast crystals. Mia's eyes turn red with jealousy, her face dark and twisted. Her sharp nails dig deep into her palms, drawing blood, but she doesn't care. Inside, she's loudly shouting. Why does Susia get the Moonlight Stone? She's just a fat, ugly waste. The leader is so biased. She secretly plans how to the Moonlight Stone from Susia. Miao Yao lowers her head among the crowd, glancing at Susia from time to time with hidden jealousy. Her eyes are dark and deep, flickering slightly, as if she's plotting something. Susia is naturally very happy, going on stage to receive a reward. Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, and Xianming also go up one after another to receive their beast crystals, all in good spirits. Even Mo Lin, who usually has a cold face, manages to show a rare smile. It's like spring flowers blooming, melting the icy mountain, making it impossible to look away. After receiving their rewards and returning to their seats, their eyes intentionally or unintentionally glance at Qingzhu from the stage, as if they're looking at a fool who missed a billion. Qingzhu's face is so dark it looks like ink will drip from it. His green eyes are full of regret and unwillingness. He stands at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed, lips tight, like a tense string ready to snap at any moment. When Xianming finishes his reward and passes by Qingzhu, he pauses slightly, glances at him sideways, and sneers, "What? Regretting now?" Blue Bamboo's face looked even more grim, but he didn't lose his temper. He turned his face away and ignored Xianming. He truly regretted what happened, but regret was useless now. He could only think of ways to find cultivation resources elsewhere. Seeing this, Xianming didn't say much. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he turned to leave. At this moment, the bonfire party had reached the most lively part, group dancing. The orcs, regardless of gender, crowded together, cheering and swaying to the drum beats. Some raised their arms, twisted their hips and waists, and made excited sounds like "oh, oh, oh." The scene was lively and chaotic. Susia stood on the edge of the crowd, watching this ancient dance party, her mouth twitching slightly. This wasn't really dancing. It was more like a wild, chaotic gathering of creatures. What shocked her even more was seeing the orcs and females being very close in front of everyone, showing no concern about the crowd's gaze. "Shoshiyue." Her mouth twitched wildly. She understood that orcs were passionate, but was this really necessary? She looked around and saw that such scenes were not rare. If she tried to squeeze in now, she couldn't imagine what the scene would look like. Just as she was about to quietly slip away, forgetting that she hadn't even finished her dance with Mo Lin, a cold and stern figure suddenly blocked her way. "Where are you going?" Mo Lin raised an eyebrow and looked at her, his voice unusually playful. Susia awkwardly smiled. I didn't go anywhere. I just wanted to get some fresh air." "Get some air?" Mo Lin's serious face flashed with a hint of amusement. "Didn't you say you wanted to dance with me?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, making an inviting gesture.
Susia looked surprised.
Could this cold-faced guy really want to dance? And so casually? Had the sun risen from the west? Before she could respond, Ling strode over, his silver eyes narrowing with a hint of danger. "If you're going to dance, dance with me first." Without warning, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the lively, crowded crowd. His attitude was commanding and decisive, smooth and without hesitation. Suddenly being pulled into the scene, surrounded by passionate orcs and females, she was stunned. Before she could react, Ling had already embraced her waist firmly and led her into the rhythm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Susia frowned, trying to break free, but Ling's arm was like iron clamps. She couldn't get loose.
"Dance."
Ling frowned, his silver eyes flashing with undeniable dominance. "Aren't you going to dance? Then dance with me first." Susia hesitated. She wanted to dance, yes, but not with the rude man in front of her. She wanted to dance with Mo Lin. Before she could protest, the rude man had already spun her around and confidently took over the center of the dance floor. Suddenly, a clear space was created. Ling's movements were forceful and quick, a bit rough. Susia was pulled off balance and nearly bumped into him. All the nearby beasts and females stopped what they were doing and looked over, their eyes full of gossip and excitement.
"Wow.
Ling and Susia are dancing together. Oh my, isn't Ling usually dislike Susia? Why is he leading her to dance today? Who knows? It seems Susia's recent changes have also caught Ling's attention. Listening to these comments, Susia felt speechless inside. catch his attention? You're dreaming. Clearly, the rude man is deliberately causing trouble. She tried to break free, but Ling's arm remained firm and even held her tighter. He looked down at her, his silver eyes full of teasing and dominance.
What?
Didn't you say you wanted to dance? Now you're scared? She gritted her teeth in anger and glared at him. Scared? I'm afraid you won't keep up with my rhythm. Ling raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling his lips. Then try. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spun her around, his movements so fast they dazzled the eyes. Susia almost fell out, but she managed to steady herself, cursing inwardly. Is this dance or a fight? Mo Lin outside the scene watched this with a cold expression, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. His lips pressed tightly, and his eyes were so dark they seemed to drip water. Bai Qi suddenly appeared from nowhere, smiling as he leaned close to Mo Lin, but his gaze was fixed on the scene. What? Got jumped ahead? Mo Lin frowned slightly, still staring at Susia. She owes me a dance. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, his pretty fox-like eyes showing surprise. Are you really planning to dance with her? Isn't he just agreeing for the food? Mo Lin coldly glanced at Bai Qi, his voice deep. She said she would dance with me, so she must dance with me. Bai Qi's fox eyes curved into a deeper smile. Then what are you going to do? Just go up and take her? Mo Lin didn't reply, but his gaze already said everything. Bai Qi chuckled meaningfully. I'll watch closely to see how the icy face melts. At this moment, Susia, who was in the scene, had already been led around by Ling, feeling dizzy and seeing stars everywhere. She couldn't tell east from west or south from north. Is this man deliberately messing with me? His dancing looks like fighting, and I'm about to from spinning. She hurriedly shouted, Ling, enough. If you spin me again, I'll float away. Ling's silver eyes flickered slightly, with a teasing tone. You can't take it anymore? Weren't you just talking a lot earlier? Susia gritted her teeth in anger. Are you dancing or taking revenge? Ling sneered coldly. What do you think? Just as she was about to argue, she suddenly felt her waist loosen, and she was pulled forcefully. In the next second, she found herself in someone's arms, cold and with a hint of restraint. Looking up, she saw Mo Lin's stern face close to hers, his eyes icy and sharp. She swayed her dizzy head and asked, Hey, Mo Lin, why do you have two heads? This comment made Bai Qi outside the scene laugh happily, her beautiful fox-like eyes full of mischief. Xianming crossed his arms, watching with a playful expression. Interesting, very interesting. Qingzhu stood in the corner, her green eyes full of regret, thinking about the mist beast crystal. Her attention was entirely elsewhere. Mia's face was dark as ink, her jealousy almost overflowing, her eyes like a venomous snake staring intently. All she could think about was how to kill Susia. In the scene, Mo Lin looked at the dizzy Susia, his mouth twitching slightly, but his voice was firm. It's my turn now. Shusiyue. Ling's expression darkened, a trace of hostility flashing in his silver eyes. Mo Lin, what do you mean? Mo Lin glanced at him calmly, his tone steady. She owes me a dance. Ling sneered coldly. Owes you? She just agreed to dance with me earlier. Mo Lin remained expressionless. That was you stealing it. Susia, caught between the two, felt the invisible tension clash fiercely. She thought to herself, is this a battlefield of death? I just want to complete my task. She tried to break free from Mo Lin's embrace. Maybe you two should calm down first? Mo Lin looked down at her with a terrifyingly cold gaze. You want to back out? Susia's forehead jumped, and she quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. No, I want to dance now. With that, Shi Dudong put her arm on his shoulder, ready to start dancing. She didn't want to fail the task, especially since the mysterious gift bag was still out of reach. Yiling's face darkened further, his icy silver eyes coldly fixed on her hand on Mo Lin's shoulder, as if he could see through her. Are you sure you want to dance with him? She felt Nightwing's cold, piercing gaze and knew he was angry, but at this moment, She had no time to care. Nightwing, we've already taken turns just now. It's Mo Lin's turn now. You can rest over there. Nightwing's silver eyes narrowed. Not finished yet.
Susia.
1,000 curses ran through her mind. Is this guy deliberately causing trouble? Mo Lin, with a cold face, directly hugged her and started spinning around, completely ignoring Nightwing's presence. He has no reason to fight for someone. If he didn't slap him with a tail, that would be showing respect. Nightwing's face instantly darkened, a hint of fierce anger flashing in his silver eyes. His right hand transformed into a wolf claw, and he looked at Mo Lin with a dangerous gaze. Are you trying to fight me? Mo Lin remained expressionless and calmly said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Who's afraid?
Susia.
Wow, are these two really going to fight at the bonfire party? She quickly broke free from Mo Lin's embrace, stepped between them, and forced a smile. Everyone calm down. We're all on the same side. Let's talk nicely and not fight. Nightwing looked disgusted and sneered. Who considers him a friend? Mo Lin still looked expressionless, his voice cold as ice. Not familiar.
Susia.
She was overwhelmed. How could these two be like elementary students? As soon as they disagree, they want to fight? Just as she was thinking about how to stop the fight, she suddenly felt a cool breeze hit her from behind. Turning around, she saw Bai Qi had come over unnoticed. His beautiful fox eyes curved into a crescent moon as he smiled warmly. See ya, since you dance with those two, I'll dance later too. You can't favor one over the other.
Susia's mouth twitched.
This old fox was definitely doing it on purpose, coming over to join the fun. She had no mood to pay attention to Bai Qi. She turned her head to look at the gloomy Nightwing, feeling overwhelmed. She frowned and said, Nightwing, stop messing around. If you keep it up, all the delicious food for 3 days will be cancelled. When she said that, Nightwing's silver eyes immediately froze, and the fierce aura he had was suddenly suppressed. His brows furrowed tightly, as if trying to squeeze a fly to death, and he coldly said, You dare cancel? Susia raised an eyebrow and retorted confidently, Do you think I dare not? Nightwing's face turned as black as a pot's bottom. His lips pressed into a straight line, clearly holding back his anger. But when he thought of the irresistible delicious food, he swallowed his rage and snorted coldly. You're ruthless. She couldn't deny this. After surviving the apocalypse, if she wasn't tough, she would have died long ago. If the man is always causing trouble, how will her tasks go in the future? Of course, she chooses to exploit his weaknesses. Mo Lin watched the scene, a faint, hard-to-notice smile appearing on his stern face. He spoke softly. Shall we continue? Before she could nod, Bai Qi approached with a smile, his fox-like eyes curling into a crescent moon. Shiyu, don't forget about me. I've been waiting a long time.
Shuanfedue.
This old fox is really everywhere, always looking for chances to get close to her. She decisively ignored him, resting her hand on Mo Lin's shoulder as they began to dance together. Bai Qi was left standing aside, his fox eyes narrowing slightly, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled even more meaningfully. TSK, I guess I'm not attractive enough. Ling stood nearby, his silver eyes coldly watching the two dance, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. But thinking of Su Shiyu's threats, he could only suppress his anger, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Su Lai sat on a high platform, watching his daughter being fought over by several top beast husbands, smiling so broadly his face couldn't close. He looked pleased. Yue has finally grown up and become more aware of how to get along with the beast husbands. Their relationship seems to be improving more and more. As an old father, he could finally relax. Sumu looked at Su Shiyu with complicated eyes, feeling that his sister had become unpredictable, completely different from before. He even wondered if this female was really his sister. The change was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Mia's face had turned dark enough to drip ink. She stared fiercely at Su Shiyu, her eyes full of jealousy and hatred. That despicable female, she really deserves to die. I want her to die painfully. Meow stood a little apart from the crowd, watching her sister meow with a jealous look, a cold smile curling on her lips. This proud and arrogant sister of hers always resented other females being prettier or more popular than her. She must be feeling very uncomfortable now. She secretly planned how to add fuel to the fire and make Meow lose control completely. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her eyes turned cold as she quietly threw the mostly eaten fruit peel into the scene. It was only a few steps from where Susia was dancing, and she turned around in a circle to get there. The night was dim, despite the torches providing some light. It was still quite dark. Everyone's attention was on Susia and Mo Lin dancing, so no one noticed her. In the scene, Susia was unaware of her, busy dealing with Mo Lin's dance steps. Mo Lin's dance was much gentler than Ling's, but her cold eyes always looked at him, as if judging something. She felt a bit nervous and asked, "Can you stop staring at me? I don't have flowers growing on my face." Mo Lin replied calmly, "You've changed a lot recently." Her heart skipped a beat, worried he might see through her, so she pretended to be relaxed. People always change. I can't be as annoying as I used to be. Mo Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and his voice remained cold. The old you was indeed annoying. Shoshiyue. What a typical straight-laced guy. Can he be a little more polite? Suddenly, a warning alarm sounded in her mind. Warning. Potential danger detected. Pay attention to your footing. She was dancing with Mo Lin and paused, lowering her head to see a fruit peel on the ground. Her brow furrowed, and she became alert. Who's so rude to throw a fruit peel here?
It was Meow.
She wants to blame Mia and stir up trouble between you two, the system honestly explained. A cold feeling flashed in Susia's eyes. Since Meow wanted to cause trouble, she decided to play along. She deliberately pretended not to see the peel and continued dancing with Mo Lin. But secretly, she adjusted her steps, pretending to stumble, leaning forward suddenly. Mo Lin reacted quickly, grabbing her waist and coldly saying, "Be careful." She used the moment to steady herself, pretending to be surprised, and exclaimed, "Oh no, there's a fruit peel on the ground. Who's so careless?" Her voice was just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Everyone looked in her direction and saw a half-eaten fruit peel lying on the ground. It was clearly a golden fruit peel. The crowd instantly quieted, all eyes focused on the peel. Who was just eating a golden fruit? Susia blinked innocently, sounding a little aggrieved. Mo Lin and I were dancing, and if I stepped on it accidentally, I would have fallen. Luckily, Mo Lin reacted quickly. As soon as she spoke, people around started whispering. Who's so rude to throw a fruit peel here? Exactly, this is a bonfire party. Everyone's dancing together. If someone accidentally steps on it, they'll fall and embarrass themselves. Could it be someone doing it on purpose? Meow stood among the crowd, her face slightly changing, secretly feeling uneasy. She didn't expect this awkward person to notice so quickly and deliberately draw everyone's attention to the fruit peel. She was about to quietly slip away when Susia, with sharp eyes, spotted her and pretended to be surprised, shouting, "Hey, Meow, where's the fruit in your hand? I remember you just took a bite of the golden fruit. Did you accidentally throw the peel here?" Meow froze in place, her face turning pale, and then flushes of red. She stammered, I didn't." Susia looked at her with a gentle but firm tone, adding a slight pressure. "Meow, don't be nervous. I was just asking. If you accidentally threw it away, that's okay. Just be more careful next time." Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Meow wanted to deny it outright. But since this awkward person directly pointed out that she was eating a golden fruit, denying it wouldn't convince anyone. She could only force a faint smile and say yes. "I accidentally threw it away.
Sorry."
As soon as she finished, the surrounding beasts and females cast disdainful looks at her, and the whispers grew louder. It was her who threw it. I didn't expect her to be like this. Exactly. How can she just toss fruit peels around in such a place? Her mind is too bad. That's right. It's not just that she's not as pretty as her sister Maya, but her thoughts are also bad. Mi Yao was scolded by everyone, her face turning red and her heart filled with anger. She hated it but felt helpless, so she lowered her head and slinked away in shame. Ling frowned as he watched the scene. He hadn't expected Mi Yao to do such a thing. She and her sister were equally bad, not much better. In fact, she was even less beautiful and charming than her sister. Sulai stood on the high platform, watching everything unfold with a slight frown. His impression of Mi Yao greatly diminished. He had originally thought Mi Yao was a well-behaved and sensible girl, but now he saw she was quite unruly. Then he looked at everyone present and announced loudly, "Tonight's bonfire party is over. Everyone go back and rest well. Tomorrow noon, the tribe will hold a sacrificial ceremony. Everyone must arrive on time here." Susia was stunned. A sacrificial ceremony? What kind of ceremony? She hadn't had time to think it through. Mo Lin had already let go of her hand and said calmly, "See you tomorrow." After saying that, he turned and left, his back cold and swift. She stood in place, watching his back, feeling a mix of emotions. This cold-faced person really comes and goes quickly. At that moment, a cheerful system voice rang in her mind.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing Hidden Task 4. You successfully danced with Mo Lin before the bonfire party ended. As a reward, you receive a mysterious gift package. The reward has been automatically sent to your system backpack. Please check it later. Susia felt happy inside. A mysterious gift package? She wasn't sure what was inside. Thinking that the bonfire party had already ended, she hurried back to her cave. Bai Qi was about to say a few words when he saw her rushing away, looking surprised. He frowned slightly, his fox-like eyes full of confusion. Why did she run faster than a rabbit? Could there be something more interesting than talking with me? He chuckled softly, his gaze casually sweeping over the fruit peels on the ground, his eyes turning deeper. He didn't stay there long, and quickly left. Xianming and Qingzhu also left in the same way. Yiling had already left during the dance between Susia and Mo Lin, and now he was probably hiding somewhere in a corner. Mia looked in the direction where Mi Yao had gone, then glanced at the fruit peels on the ground with a look of disdain and mockery. She muttered quietly, "I knew that girl wasn't a good person. Her true nature is finally revealed. Too bad she's too foolish." She snorted coldly, her face showing more sarcasm, and then she left as well. Meanwhile, Susia had already returned to her cave. The cave was dark, but the bright moonlight shone through the entrance, making everything visible. She sat on a stone bed and quickly opened her system backpack. She saw a small, delicate package in one of the compartments, with a note below it that read mysterious reward unopened. She gently tapped it and chose, "Take out." Instantly, a small package fell into her arms. Eagerly, Susia opened the package. A faint fragrance wafted out. Inside was a set of exquisite toiletries, including a beautiful handmade soap, a delicate toothbrush, and a small bottle of mouthwash. There was even a bottle of hair oil, with a light floral scent. These were items she had never seen in the beast world, luxurious and advanced, like products from the future. Her face lit up with surprise.
These were exactly what she needed right now.
In this beast world, maintaining personal hygiene was quite a luxury. With these, her quality of life would definitely improve. She carefully stored the treasures away, and her resentment toward the system eased a lot. It seemed the system wasn't entirely useless after all. Thinking about the other rewards she received at the bonfire, an unlocked system map, Susia felt excited. She eagerly opened the system page and found the recently activated map. A semi-transparent light screen appeared before her eyes, showing a vast forest. In the middle of the forest was an open space, which was the location of her tribe. In the lower right corner of the light screen, there was a small icon displaying the name Susia, indicating her current position. Curious, she touched the screen with her hand. To her surprise, the map moved smoothly as she slid her finger, and she could zoom in or out, making it more convenient than a phone map. Even more amazing, the map displayed colorful light spots, each representing a resource. Green spots stood for wood and plants, spread evenly across large areas of green forest. Blue spots indicated water sources, mainly along rivers and lakes. Red spots represented edible plants and fruits. The redder the spot, the more valuable the plant or fruit. Lighter red, like pink or pale red, meant common edible plants or wild fruits. Golden spots signified rare resources, such as underground mineral veins. Her eyes lit up instantly. In this primitive beast world, whether rare resources or underground minerals, they were extremely precious. Her gaze focused on the golden spots. There were only 2 located in different areas, not far from the tribe. The golden spots were lighter in color, probably indicating common mineral veins. Even so, these common mineral veins could still be useful to her now. She just didn't know what they were. The map didn't show details. She planned to take her beastmen to check them out when she had time. Besides green, blue, red, and gold, there were also white, gray, and black spots. White spots represented ordinary, harmless items or animals, like stones, bones, common soil, or non-dangerous animals. No need to pay too much attention to them. Gray spots indicated somewhat dangerous plants or animals. The darker the gray, the higher the danger. Black spots meant extreme danger, representing unknown boss creatures or forbidden areas that couldn't be detected. The darker the spot, the more dangerous it was. Where there were black spots, she was determined not to go near them, otherwise, she wouldn't know how she died. She found that the map couldn't show everything, it only displayed areas around her. Her gaze returned to the red spots, which varied from light to pale and were scattered across different regions. Tomorrow, she plans to visit the priest to learn something, and there is a ceremony to attend at noon, so she probably won't have time. She prepares to go see the map, to scan all the places showing red light spots. Maybe she'll find something useful. Right now, what she needs most are various resources. She feels good, because this system map is like a cheat device. With it, she no longer has to randomly stumble around like before. She is about to study the map carefully. Suddenly, a clear notification sounds in her mind.
Ding.
The system detects that the host has obtained the Moonlight Stone. Would you like to use it now? Susia is surprised, remembering the Moonlight Stone that Su Lai rewarded her with earlier. She had casually placed it on the bed when she got back. Her eyes scan over and see a smooth, faintly glowing stone quietly lying there. She holds it in her hand, playing with it. She was thinking about refining or using it, but now she decides without hesitation, use it. Instantly, the Moonlight Stone turns into a gentle glow and merges into her body. A warm energy flows from her dantian, spreading throughout her body. She feels her meridians being washed and expanded by this energy. It's a bit painful, but she can endure it. Then, something emerges from her skin, almost covering her whole body. It's dark and smells very bad. Every night, Susia uses her special abilities to detox herself, so she knows what this is. She is stunned. Recently, she hasn't expelled much dirt, and her skin feels very healthy. Why is so much disgusting stuff suddenly coming out? She wonders if the Moonlight Stone is helping her refine her body and remove impurities and toxins from deep inside. She feels happy, thinking her body is being transformed by the Moonlight Stone's power and her talent is improving. At this moment, the system's voice sounds again in her mind.
Ding.
The host has used Moonlight Stone. Talent has increased. The wood healing ability has risen from level 2 to level 4. Congratulations! She raises an eyebrow. Her ability has upgraded? By 2 levels at once? She quickly checks herself internally and finds her wood healing ability has become stronger and more vibrant. This is great news. Since she was reborn into this beast world, her ability had dropped from level 7 to level 1. She felt very powerless and could only slowly train again. But it's not exactly a 2-level jump. She ate a lot of silver moontail fish at the bottom of the cliff, and her ability was close to level 3, almost ready to break through. Now, with the help of the Moonlight Stone, she just managed to break through. Susia sniffed herself and nearly fainted from the smell. The dark, Dirty substance on her was not only foul but also sticky, as if it seeped from her bones. It was much worse than what she had previously expelled, an upgraded version of the stench. Ugh. She couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed a clean animal hide skirt, rushing out of the cave toward the river. She headed straight to the tribe's riverbank. She ran all the way to the river, ready to jump into the water to wash off the dirt. Suddenly, she heard splashing water. When she looked up, she almost lost her soul in shock. Mo Lin was standing in the middle of the river, shirtless, water droplets sliding down his strong muscles, looking especially attractive under the moonlight. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that his aura was even stronger than before, not weaker than the aura from her father.
Could it be?
He broke through to the 6th level? She raised an eyebrow, surprised, and thought about the beast crystal her father rewarded Mo Lin with at the bonfire party. She understood immediately. It seemed Mo Lin had finished refining the beast crystal, and after breaking through to the 6th level, he expelled impurities from his body and came to the river to bathe, just like her. Thinking about the task of mating with Mo Lin that she hadn't completed yet, her eyes brightened, and her thoughts became lively. Isn't this a gift from heaven? The task is right in front of her. Why not? Take the opportunity to throw herself at him? But first, she needed to wash herself clean. How could she pounce on the handsome guy smelling so bad? She was afraid that Mo Lin would kick her away at the next moment. Just as she was about to get into the water to wash, Mo Lin, thinking she had some other intention, shot her a cold glance. His eyes were sharp as knives, and she froze instantly from fear. All the beast husbands had a flaw. They especially disliked others appearing while they were bathing. Mo Lin was no exception. However, recently, his favor toward her had increased, reaching 40 points. Though he still kept a cold face, he no longer simply told her to get lost, like before. Susia forced a shy smile, trying to look more natural. I just came to take a bath. I didn't expect you to be here too. Mo Lin coldly glanced at her, clearly smelling the foul odor on her and noticing the dirt covering her skin. His eyes flashed with disgust. Stay away and wash. You smell bad. Her face darkened, and she secretly sneered in her heart. Huh, men are really big pigs. At the bonfire, he held me tight, but now he's complaining about my smell. His attitude changes faster than flipping a book. Though she cursed inwardly, she also knew she was indeed very smelly right now. She walked upstream, farther away from Mo Lin. As she took off her dirty beastskin skirt and stepped into the river, she silently thought, they can't see me, they can't see me. However, as soon as she stepped into the water, Mo Lin's cold voice came through. Go wash downstream. You're polluting the water source. Susia twitched her mouth and rolled her eyes wildly. This man is so picky. The river is so wide. How could it be polluted? She really wanted to curse loudly now, but since she still had the task of knocking him down to complete the system's mission, she could only hold back her anger and mutter as she moved downstream to wash. Mo Lin noticed her unhappy face and her muttering, and a faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She didn't notice these signs and was already at the downstream to wash. While washing, she secretly planned how to knock down Mo Lin to complete the task and get the reward. The ancient pottery-making manual, just thinking about it made her very excited. Chu Yuyu had already started researching how to make pottery, and she needed to speed up too. She couldn't fall behind. Mo Lin, have you broken through to the 6th level? Susia asked casually, while scrubbing the dirt off her body. Mo Lin glanced at her coldly and responded softly with an hmm. She twitched her mouth. This man was as cold as ice. Saying one more word might kill her. But she showed a surprised expression on her face. Really? That's great. You broke through to the 6th level. Your strength has greatly increased. Should we celebrate? She secretly watched Mo Lin's reaction. Mo Lin instinctively wanted to say no need, but then he thought of something and shot her a sidelong glance, asking, Is there something tasty? Seeing her fall for it, she was naturally happy and smiled. Let's go to the back mountain for hot pot. I guarantee you won't be able to stop eating. Why go to the back mountain? Wouldn't it be better to eat in her own cave? No, she was afraid the smell might attract others, and then she wouldn't be able to knock him down. The back mountain was quiet and peaceful, and no one would pass by late at night. The two of them ate hot pot and drank fruit juice, chatting about all sorts of things. Such a romantic scene.
Hot pot?
What's that? Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, his icy, deep eyes showing some interest, listening intently. Susia was about to answer when suddenly, a splash of water sounded loudly. She immediately turned toward the source of the sound and saw a head emerging from the water. Her wet, dark hair clung to her shoulders and chest. Her silver eyes were cold as ice, staring directly at Susia as if trying to see through her. It was Ling, of course. She was so scared her soul almost flew out of her body and nearly lost her footing. What the heck? Why are you here? When will the dogman appear again here? How long has it been since you last heard? I have no idea at all. Ling snorted coldly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So, did I disturb you? Susia's heart was pounding. This sudden chaos caught her off guard. She wasn't ready. She forced a nervous laugh, trying to ease the tension. Ling, are you here to take a bath too? Ling ignored her, turning his gaze to Mo Lin with a cold tone like a blade. Mo Lin, no wonder you kept stealing people at the bonfire tonight. Turns out you planned it all along. Mo Lin frowned and coldly retorted, it was you who was stealing people, not me. Ling was immediately silenced, his eyes flashing with sharpness as they flicked towards Susia. Then he stood up, splashing water as he left quickly. His wet figure under the moonlight looked especially stern. He had just broken through to the 6th level, yet this female didn't even think of celebrating for him. Instead, she was focused on celebrating for Mo Lin and going to the back mountain for hot pot. It really made him furious. Susia watched Ling's back as he left, her heart sinking. Now the chaos had escalated into a full-blown nightmare. Fortunately, the dogman's favorability hadn't dropped, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to think of a way to smooth things over when Mo Lin spoke calmly. Don't mind him. Let's go to the back mountain for the hot pot you mentioned. She was momentarily stunned, but decided to focus on dealing with Mo Lin first and completing the system task later. Okay. She nodded, quickly cleaned herself, put on a clean beeskin skirt, and the two of them got up and headed straight for the back mountain. Of course, they didn't forget to go back to the cave to get the stone pot and ingredients. Meanwhile, Su Lai returned to the stone house, his face dark and terrifying. A wolf knelt before him, head bowed so low it dared not breathe. What did you say? Yue was pulled down the cliff by Mu Qing? Su Lai's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent. The wolf nodded bravely, yes, leader. Before losing her memory, Mu Qing indeed pulled the young lady down the cliff. She said the young lady's life was given by her, and she wanted to take it back. At that time, Xian Feng, Jin Yu, and others were present, but they couldn't stop her. Su Lai slammed his fist on the stone table, causing A to appear. He was furious, his face dark with rage. Wicked female. I knew she hated Yue, but even a tiger wouldn't eat its cub. She dared to try to take Yue's life. That's unforgivable. The wolf saw his leader so angry, lowering his head even more, not daring to breathe. Mu Qing forcibly suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Give my orders. Lock Mu Qing in the dungeon immediately and keep her under strict watch. No one is allowed to release her without my permission." Initially, because she had amnesia, had lived with them for 20 years, and had given birth to a pair of twins for him, he thought it was better to let it go. Now it seems he was too kind. Yes, leader. Wolf immediately obeyed and left. Su Lai stood there with a very grim face. Mu Qing, since you seek death, I will make sure you get what you want. The night breeze was gentle and cool, blowing through the entrance of the common cave and clearing the stale air inside. The cave was very dark, with only some moonlight shining in, illuminating a corner and revealing faces full of mockery, disdain, and disgust, with harsh words constantly being spoken. Did you hear she lost her memory? I think she can't escape. She's probably afraid that after they catch her, the leader will kill her, so she's pretending to forget. I think she's really pretending. The leader is so merciful, he actually let her go. Doesn't she have several lovers? Why don't they come to rescue her? I heard a beast man from the wild lion tribe risked everything to break into the dungeon to save her. They fled together to the cliff's edge, but Nightwing found and killed them. The other lovers are so scared now they dare not show up, fearing they'll be killed too. Betraying the leader is bad enough, but secretly giving birth to wild offspring and raising them with the leader's belongings. How shameless. I've never seen anyone so brazen. I also heard she tried to kill Susia. They say tigers don't eat their own cubs, but she didn't even spare her own daughter. It shows how dark her heart is. Mu Qing sat in a dark corner, listening to the surrounding gossip, feeling lost. She didn't know what she had done before, but from these women's words, she could vaguely piece together her past, a treacherous woman who betrayed the leader, raised multiple lovers and wild offspring, and even tried to kill her own daughter. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the tattered beastskin skirt, her mind blank. Those so-called memories were shrouded in a thick fog. She couldn't remember anything. She couldn't even understand why she had done such things. Had she gone mad? Mu Qing, you despicable woman. Suddenly, a woman rushed in front of her, kicking her viciously and cursing angrily. How dare you sit here? Why don't you go die? It's not that she hated Mu Qing very much, but she felt really good about stepping on the former leader's wife and humiliating her. Mu Qing was kicked to the ground by that female, falling hard and scraping her arms and knees, which made her cry out in pain. That last kick to her chest was especially painful, like she was about to die. She was very angry inside. Even though she had been mean and cruel before, what did that have to do with these females? Why should they bully her? But she knew her current situation and held back her anger, not fighting back. Seeing her like this, the females around her got more excited, as if they found a new way to have fun. Wow, isn't that Mu Qing? Once so proud? Now she's just lying on the ground like a dog. Such a lowly female. She should have been kicked out of the tribe long ago. Exactly, and she even had a wild child. She's really a disgrace to our tribe. Harsh insults and teasing voices kept coming, some even kicking her again, as if trying to completely crush her dignity. At this moment, a figure hurried into the cave. She was beautiful, with a figure, it's Mia. Seeing these females bullying Mu Qing, her face instantly turned pale with anger and looked very upset. What are you doing?
Stop it right now.
She pushed away the females who were hitting her and coldly sneered. Even if she made a mistake, it's not your place to teach her. Who do you think you are? These females dared to bully her wife.
How dare they?
Mia felt very angry inside. She raised her hand and slapped each of them. Whoever made a move, she slapped them back. The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the cave, and she hit with force. Besides Susia, the ugly one, she didn't care about the other females in the tribe. Especially those living in the communal tribe, lowly females without beast partners or parents to raise them. They relied on the tribe for food every day, otherwise, they would have starved long ago. The females were caught off guard and backed away, covering their faces and not daring to make a sound. Although they often envied and disliked Mia in secret and talked about her behind her back, no one dared to confront her directly. After all, Mia was the most beautiful female in the tribe, with 7 powerful beast partners, and held a very high status. You lowly things! How dare you move against my wife? Mia looked at them coldly, her eyes full of contempt and anger. She turned to look at Mu Qing, seeing her curled up on the ground with a pale face, confused and helpless. She felt uneasy inside, and her expression was complicated. Mu Qing is her biological mother, and although her birth was not honorable, Mu Qing has always been very kind to her. Since she was young, Mu Qing always gave her the best things and protected her in every way. She even went so far as to trouble Susia several times for her. It's not false to say she feels touched inside. Mom, are you okay? Mia knelt down and helped Mu Qing to her feet, her tone gentle and caring. In the past, she didn't dare to call Mu Qing mom openly, but now she dared. Unfortunately, Mu Qing is no longer the same person she used to be. Mu Qing looked up at Mia, her face full of confusion and uncertainty. Seeing her call her mom, she realized she was her daughter. But she had no memory of her at all. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Are you my daughter? Mia was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Mom, have you really lost your memory? Mu Qing shook her head blankly. I really can't remember. Mia was surprised again, thinking Mu Qing was pretending, but it turned out she was genuinely forgetful. She glanced at the females around, thinking Mu Qing might be afraid to reveal something and thus reluctant to admit. She decided to take her back to her cave and wait until no one was around to ask carefully. But just as Mia led Mu Qing to the cave entrance, a tall figure blocked their way. It was Wolf One. Wolf One looked cold, his eyes sharp like blades sweeping over Mia and Mu Qing. His voice was icy. Mia, the leader has ordered that Mu Qing must be immediately imprisoned in the dungeon. No one is to stop her. Mia's face changed, and her eyes flashed with anger. Wolf One, how dare you stop me? Wolf One did not back down at all, coldly saying, it's the leader's order. I must carry it out. Mia, don't make things difficult for me. Mia's anger burned inside. Wolf One is a trusted aide of the leader, and his words represent the leader's will. If she forcibly takes Mu Qing away, she will not only offend Wolf One but also anger the leader. Thinking about the consequences of angering the leader, she couldn't help but shiver and her attitude softened immediately. Wolf One, Mu Qing has lost her memory. She doesn't know what she has done. Can't you just give her a break? Mia tried to persuade Wolf One, her tone filled with a plea. Mu Qing finally escaped from that terrible place in the dungeon. If she went back again, she might really die. Wolf One frowned. Mia, Mu Qing intends to harm the young lady, and considering what she has done before, how could the leader tolerate her? This also means leader. I was just following orders. If you really have an opinion, you can go talk to the leader. Mia's face instantly stiffened. Go find the leader? How could the leader listen to her? If it was useful, she would have gone to find him long ago. Suddenly, she thought of Susia. The leader always favored Susia, that odd girl. If Susia was willing to plead for AM, maybe the leader would let AM go. She wasn't worried that Susia wouldn't agree. After all, Susia was born from AM, so she couldn't truly bear to see AM die. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chased after Ling late at night back then. Thinking of this, Mia quickly made up her mind and improved her attitude toward Lang Yi. Lang Yi, I understand. I won't make things difficult for you. After speaking, she also comforted Mu Qing a few words before going to find Susia. Although she felt reluctant inside, Susia had no idea what was happening here. At this moment, she and Mo Lin had arrived at the back mountain of the wolf tribe. The night was hazy, and the moonlight was like water, shining through the dense trees, as if draping a mysterious veil. Mo Lin, what do you think of this place? Susia looked around and nodded with satisfaction. It's quiet here, and we won't be disturbed. It's a good spot for hot pot, and we can enjoy the night view too. Mo Lin glanced around, and also thought this place was good. Mostly because it was peaceful and a bit away from the tribe where the beastmen lived. The aroma probably wouldn't drift over there and attract any food thieves. He nodded slightly, agreeing. Seeing Mo Lin nod, she was happy and said without hesitation, then you first set up the stone pot and find some dry firewood nearby. And go hunt some prey. You can't have hot pot without meat. I'll find some fresh ingredients nearby. She brought dried goods and various seasonings. There were no fresh ingredients in the cave. Even if there were, they would have rotted after she was away from the tribe for so long. Now, if she wanted to make hot pot, she had to find new ingredients. Okay. Mo Lin responded and disappeared into the night in a flash. She quickly opened the system map and started looking for suitable ingredients for hot pot. With her cheat device, she easily found many edible ingredients. She used to come to the back mountain often but never paid attention, as if her eyes were blind. First, she found a few bright red wild fruits among some bushes, looking like small tomatoes but smaller than those from the end times. She picked a few, smelled them, and found they had a strong fruity aroma, so they should be edible. Near the water source, she discovered a large patch of wild mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. Wild coriander, wild chives, Chinese cabbage, and white radish were everywhere. She even found several spices: garlic, green onions, star anise, and cinnamon. Most of these spices she already had, so she wasn't in a hurry to pick them.
She only took what she didn't have.
Casually, she dug up a few tender bamboo shoots, peeled and sliced them, and thought they would taste good in hot pot. Hey, are these Sichuan peppercorns? Her eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over. Under the moonlight, 2 half-human-height plants were covered with red peppercorns, fully ripe and emitting a unique aroma. Wow, these are Sichuan peppercorns. My goodness, tonight's hot pot will definitely make that annoying man Mo Lin drool, haha. Susia laughed happily and eagerly gathered all the ingredients. Both chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns are essential for hot pot. Missing either one would ruin the flavor. The peppercorns need to be dried before use, but there was no time now, so she could just toss them into the pot directly. They wouldn't cause any harm. Seeing that she had enough, she happily carried a big pile of ingredients back to her spot. On the way back, she also looked for a water source to wash everything clean, feeling cheerful and humming various off-key tunes. While humming and walking back, she suddenly heard some rustling sounds. She looked up and saw Mo Lin returning with a fat wild mountain goat. The goat was taller than her, shiny-furred, and clearly a big one. This goat is really fat. Susia stared at the already dead mountain goat and thought about making slices of lamb chops, and offal. Her hot pot ingredients were all set. Mo Lin glanced at her calmly. Is there enough? Yes, yes, yes. Definitely enough. She nodded with a big smile, thinking that this man was cold but quite efficient at work. He was obedient and never made excuses or dawdled when asked to do something. Unlike that dog man Ling, who acted like a big boss. To get him to do something voluntarily, she first had to argue with him. The two worked together. Mo Lin handled the wild goat, and Susia prepared the hot pot base. She threw all the spices, peppercorns, chili peppers, star anise, cinnamon, into a stone pot, then added some wild chives and wild coriander for flavor. The aroma immediately filled the air. Mo Lin frowned, clearly annoyed by the unfamiliar smell. What is that smell? She paused her actions and looked at Mo Lin. She explained with a smile, "This is spicy hot pot. I guarantee you won't be able to stop eating." Mo Lin looked at her with some doubt, said nothing more, and quietly sped up his actions. Soon, the wild sheep was cleaned and the meat was sliced thin. Susia arranged all the prepared vegetables, fungi, wood-ear mushrooms, radish slices, and bamboo shoots. There was also a big plate of shrimp she caught while washing vegetables. She didn't catch fish. Slicing and deboning was too troublesome, so she didn't bother. All ingredients were ready, and the hot pot feast officially began. She picked up a slice of lamb, dipped it into the boiling broth. Then she dipped it in her homemade sauce, took a bite, and the spicy, fragrant flavor made her feel incredibly refreshed. Mo Lin looked at the bright red, constantly boiling and steaming hot pot in front of him, with brows tightly furrowed. Various ingredients were mixed together. He was shocked to see that there was actually a red poisonous fruit floating inside. The fruit was spicy and pungent. Can you really eat that? He didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks and just stared at the hot pot silently. Seeing Mo Lin's conflicted and doubtful expression, Susia almost laughed out loud, but she kept a serious face. Mo Lin, don't just look, try it quickly. It's really delicious, I promise you'll want more after trying. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of sliced lamb, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to his mouth. Come on, open wide. Mo Lin's mouth twitched. He felt like she was feeding a young animal. Shaking off this strange thought, he instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing her expectant eyes and the tempting aroma wafting over, he finally opened his mouth and ate. He had never eaten spicy food before, and as soon as it touched his tongue, the intense spiciness made his brows furrow. His throat felt like it was on fire, and he couldn't help coughing a few times. Cough, cough. Besides the red poisonous fruit, what else did you put in? Why is it both spicy and pungent? Mo Lin coughed repeatedly, his face turning red. Susia almost burst out laughing, but she kept an innocent look. Oh, is it too spicy? Maybe I should pour you some juice to help with the heat? Mo Lin's mouth was burning, as if it was about to catch fire, and he looked at her with some suspicion. Are you sure this stuff is edible? Of course, and it's very tasty. She nodded, holding back her laughter, saying, It's just your first time eating spicy food, so you might need to get used to it. Drinking some juice will help. She quickly poured a glass of juice and handed it to him. Mo Lin took the juice and drank it all in one go. The cool juice made his mouth feel much better, and the spiciness was significantly reduced. Although not very spicy, her eyes still showed caution when looking at the hot pot. Susia pretended not to notice his wary gaze and took the opportunity to pick up a piece of lamb, offering it to him with a smile like a clever little fox. Come on, try again. I promise you'll love this flavor. Emolin glanced at her, but opened his mouth to eat. This time, he was mentally prepared. Although he still found it spicy, the fragrant numbing sensation spread in his mouth, giving him a strange sense of satisfaction. How is it? Not bad, right? She blinked, looking hopeful. Mo Lin nodded slightly. He didn't say anything, but his eyes showed he agreed. He picked up his chopsticks and started cooking his own meat. His movements were a bit clumsy at first, but soon he was captivated by the hot pot's charm. Susia watched him and casually added a few more pieces of meat, pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, Mo Lin, this hot pot is specially prepared for you to celebrate your breakthrough to the 6th level. Mo Lin looked up at her and gave a faint as a response. Then he continued to focus on the hot pot. He found it really delicious and couldn't stop eating. But it was too spicy.
Sui's lips twitched.
This man really is so cold. However, she wasn't discouraged and continued with a bright smile. Mo Lin, what do you think of this hot pot? If you like it, I can make it for you often. This time, Mo Lin finally put down his chopsticks and looked at her deeply. Tell me, what is your purpose? Her face stiffened, thinking, does this man have to be so sharp? I can't say, I just want to sleep with you tonight. She forced a smile, trying to cover her embarrassment. I have no particular purpose. I just want to celebrate with you. Mo Lin shot her a cold glance, clearly not believing her story. He put down his chopsticks and stopped eating the hot pot, calmly watching her as if saying, keep talking. Susia knew she couldn't fool him anymore and had to muster her courage. Actually, I have a small request. She rubbed her hands nervously and lowered her head shyly. You see, tonight the moon is so beautiful and the hot pot smells so good. Maybe we could do something fitting for the occasion? Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, seeming a bit interested.
Like what?
She looked up, showing a determined expression. We can enjoy the moon together and, well, do what partners are supposed to do. As she finished, her face suddenly flushed red, and her voice grew softer until it was almost inaudible. Mo Lin's eyes flickered with amusement, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but his tone remained cold. Oh, what do you mean by things couples are supposed to do? Susia's face turned red. How could this man be so tactless? He had already said so much. Did he expect her to say it outright? Whether he truly didn't understand or was deliberately provoking her, she didn't know. Her face grew even redder, as if blood was dripping from it, adding a touch of delicate beauty. Mo Lin watched her, his eyes deep and intense. His throat moved as if he was about to speak. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the hot pot in front of them exploded instantly, shattering into pieces. Boiling soup and ingredients splattered everywhere. I can't believe a hot pot can up on its own. Susia was so frightened she jumped up immediately, instinctively trying to step back. If she got splashed with hot soup or hit by flying fragments, it would hurt so much, maybe even cause a big blister. The inside was full of boiling liquid. Mo Lin's expression darkened. He reacted faster than her, wrapping his arm around her and pulling her quickly to the side. They weren't burned, only a few drops of soup splashed on them, so they were fine. But the explosion instantly killed the romantic atmosphere, turning it into something tense and strange. Mo Lin looked very upset, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the trees around them, finally stopping at a certain spot. His voice was icy. "Come out." Susia followed his gaze and heard the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves deep in the woods. Soon after, a tall figure slowly stepped out. His handsome face was cold and striking, with silver eyes shining under the moonlight. It was Ling. He looked half-smiling, with a mocking, teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes seemed to say, "Surprised? Didn't expect this?" Her face darkened. She didn't understand what was happening but stared at Ling with fiery eyes, grinding her teeth as she said, "Ling, are you being childish?" The carefully planned romantic hot pot was ruined, just like that. It was so close, almost enough for her to sleep with Mo Lin. She never expected that at such a crucial moment, this dog of a man would come and cause trouble. It made her so angry she wanted to slap him. Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't care about her fiery glare. His silver eyes glanced at the place where the hot pot had exploded and said casually, "Don't look at me like that. I was just testing my strength and accidentally blew up your hot pot." He would never admit that he did it on purpose. Susia chuckled softly. "Looks like your little accident came just at the right time. If that man wasn't doing it on purpose, she would have chopped off his head and used it as a stool." Ling had already gone to the back mountain but had been holding back and not come out. Even though the smell of hot pot made his mouth water, he still resisted. It wasn't until he heard Susia say some very suggestive words that he finally couldn't hold back. Mo Lin was also Susia's beast husband. Mating was just a matter of time and very normal. But knowing this didn't stop Ling from feeling angry and jealous. His strong possessiveness was hard to control. Yet he was holding back and not losing his temper. He shrugged lightly, as if nothing was wrong, just a hot pot. "If it burns, we can make another. It's perfect for the three of us to eat together." Seeing Yiling's calm look, Susia was so angry her teeth itched, she almost wanted to kick him. But she had to pretend to be generous because she didn't want her good impression to drop. She forced a smile and said, "All right, since you're here too, let's eat together. More people, more fun." Mo Lin frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Yiling's sudden appearance. But he didn't say much, just gave Yiling a cold glance. The original stone pot was broken, but Yiling, being considerate, found another one himself, though she didn't know where he found it. Susia didn't care. As long as there was a pot, it was fine. Soon, they were busy setting up a new hot pot, with bright red broth bubbling and steaming. The aroma was everywhere. Yiling sat nearby, his silver eyes flickering with mysterious light. He glanced at Susia and smiled with a meaningful look. Susia cursed inwardly. This dog man was definitely here to cause trouble. She quickly came up with an idea, but kept her expression neutral, smiling as she picked up chopsticks. "Come on, everyone. Don't just stare. Let's eat together." She picked a slice of cooked lamb, dipped it into her homemade sauce, and then put it in her mouth, looking satisfied. "Wow, this is so delicious." Yiling and Mo Lin looked at her exaggerated expression, exchanged glances, and both smiled as they also started eating. Susia pushed a special sauce toward Yiling. It was made with lots of crushed chili powder and double the amount of Sichuan peppercorns. I'll ruin your plans, spice won't kill you. Enjoy it, my first beast husband." She felt secretly proud, but kept a serious face. "Yiling, try the sauce. I made it especially for you. I promise you'll want more after you taste it." Nightling raised an eyebrow and looked at the dark red sauce in front of her. He smiled slightly and asked, "Did you make this just for me?" Susia smiled sincerely, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Yes, you're my first beast husband, so I have to take special care of you." Nightling responded quietly with an then picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of lamb, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it gracefully. She stared at him without blinking, counting silently in her mind, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, as soon as Nightling put the lamb in his mouth, his face changed instantly. His silver eyes widened, and his throat seemed to burn with fire. He coughed violently, cough, cough, cough. Oh my, what kind of sauce is this? Mo Lin saw this scene, and his usually cold face showed a rare hint of a smile. His annoyance disappeared quickly, and he calmly continued eating the hot pot. The food was delicious. Susia held back her laughter, pretending to be innocent. What's wrong? Not tasty? I made it with my secret recipe, so it should be very flavorful. Ling's handsome face turned bright red, and even the tips of his ears were tinged pink. He suddenly drank a large sip of juice, trying hard to suppress the spicy feeling. His silver eyes stared at Susia, gritting his teeth. Delicious? Are you sure you're not doing this on purpose? She looked at him and thought to herself. So what if I am? Who asked you to up my hot pot? If I don't get back at you, who will? The frustration in Susia's heart instantly disappeared. She spoke seriously but nonsense. Of course not. I genuinely prepared this for you. It should be very tasty. Did I mess up the recipe? Ling snorted coldly. Just as he was about to get angry, a soft laugh came from beside them. Oh, it smells so good. If there's something delicious, why didn't you invite me? Bai Qi suddenly appeared from somewhere, rushing over to the three of them. His beautiful fox-like eyes showed a hint of grievance. He stared at the hot pot without blinking, slightly stunned. Why is it so red? There are all kinds of ingredients floating inside, but the smell is truly tempting. It's so fragrant that saliva is flowing uncontrollably. Susia looked at Bai Qi and thought, another one? The hot pot is getting more lively. But it's a bit troublesome, making it hard to have a romantic moment with Mo Lin. Ling coldly glanced at Bai Qi. What are you here for? Bai Qi shrugged and chuckled softly. I smelled the aroma and heard something explode, so I came to see. I didn't expect you all to be eating something so delicious without inviting me. That's really rude. While speaking, he casually picked up a chopstick, grabbed a piece of lamb, and dipped it into the sauce in front of Ling. Susia's brow twitched, but she didn't have time to stop him. Bai Qi had already put the lamb into his mouth. Bai Qi just put the lamb in his mouth when suddenly, as if struck by lightning, his expression froze. In the next second, he spat out the lamb with a loud wow, coughing wildly, tears almost coming out. Cough, cough. Oh my God! What is this? It's spicy and numbing. My mouth is about to be ruined. Susia looked at him with sympathy. This was a super spicy sauce made specifically for Ling, the dog man. But Bai Qi's quick hand had already dipped into it and tasted it before she could stop him. She held back her laughter and quickly poured a glass of juice, nervously saying, Bai Qi, here, drink some juice to soothe your mouth. Bai Qi took the juice and drank it all in one gulp, then cast a meaningful glance at Susia and Ling. He wasn't stupid. Mo Lin was eating calmly, clearly unaffected by the sauce. But he and Ling were clearly suffering from the spice, looking suspiciously at the sauce in front of him. His sharp fox-like eyes swept over the sauces in front of Mo Lin and Ling, and he quickly figured out what was going on. He raised an eyebrow, his fox eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Sia, this sauce is quite special. Susia forced a smile, knowing that this old fox had guessed something. She tried to stay calm. Huh? Special? It's just an ordinary sauce. Maybe you guys aren't used to it. Bai Qi chuckled softly, his eyes full of teasing. Oh, but I think this sauce seems to be made especially for someone. And I just happened to be unlucky and got caught in the mess. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Ling and clicked his tongue. Looks like someone has recovered, but your face still looks terrible, like a stinky stone in a cesspit. Yiling's face darkened like a bottomless pot, especially after hearing Bai Qi call him a stinky stone. His eyes instantly turned cold, like ice blades, wishing he could freeze the other person on the spot. He looked coldly at Bai Qi, his voice low. Bai Qi, are you trying to fight? Bai Qi just smiled and shrugged, his fox-like eyes forming a crescent moon. Oh, Ling, don't be so fierce. I'm just speaking the truth. If you're uncomfortable, You can blame Susia's sauce for being so special, right? Even if they fought, Bai Qi wouldn't fear it. He had just refined his beast crystal and successfully broke through to the 6th rank, so his strength was not inferior to Yiling's. Upon hearing this, Susia secretly thought, oh no, this White Qi is really a clever fox. In just a few words, he shifted the blame onto her. She quickly waved her hands, trying to change the subject. Everyone, stop arguing. The hot pot is still hot. If we don't eat now, it will get cold. And Mo Lin continued to calmly cook his meat, as if the chaos in front of him had nothing to do with him. He picked up a slice of lamb, dipped it in the sauce in front of him, and slowly put it into his mouth. He was eating very happily. Although he had no expression on his face, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, showing he was interested in the drama happening. Ding, congratulations to the host. Mo Lin's favorability has increased by 10. Current favorability, 50. Keep up the good work. Ding, now releasing side mission 3. Within 10 minutes, the host must touch Bai Qi's bottom. Completing the task rewards 10 bars of soap and 10 bars of fragrant soap. Susia nearly spat out her juice when she heard the system's prompt. Touch Bai Qi's bottom? And within 10 minutes? This system task is getting more and more ridiculous. She secretly glanced at Bai Qi, who was elegantly eating hot pot. But this time, he didn't dip the sauce. He just ate directly, with a slight squint of his fox-like eyes, looking very satisfied.
Susia felt conflicted.
Should she do this task? Bai Qi, this old fox, if she touched his bottom, he might scheme against her. Looking at Mo Lin and Ling beside her, both with blank expressions, each focused on their hot pot. If they saw her touching Bai Qi's bottom, what would they think? They might think she was a very flirtatious woman. After all, she had recently spoken some suggestive words to Mo Lin. She clenched her teeth. For the soap and fragrant soap, she decided to go for it. Susia made up her mind, thinking to finish quickly. Using the cover of the items, she slowly reached out her hand, aiming directly at Bai Qi's seemingly tempting behind. Just as she was about to touch, Bai Qi suddenly stood up, startling her, and she quickly retracted her hand. I need to go to the bathroom, Bai Qi said calmly, then turned and walked into the dark woods. She was stunned. This old fox's alertness was really high. She looked helplessly at the system interface. The countdown had already started, with just over 8 minutes left. Ding, the task countdown has begun. Please complete the task quickly, host. The system's prompt sounded like a death knell, ringing constantly in her ears. Susia was anxious, like a fly on a hot pan, constantly glancing in the direction Bai Qi left. She clenched her teeth and decided to follow him. She looked at Ling and Mo Lin with an awkward smile and said, I drank too much juice just now, so I need to use the bathroom. Without waiting for their reactions, she stood up and tried to follow Bai Qi. After a few steps, Yiling's cold voice came from behind. The back mountain is so big. Why not just go somewhere convenient? Why are you following Bai Qi? Do you want to see him go to the bathroom?
Så jag pauset, här mot taichen.
She turned to look at Ling, whose silver eyes shimmered coldly in the night, as if he could see through her thoughts. She secretly cursed how accurate his instincts were. She forced a nervous smile, trying to hide her true reason. I just feel a little scared going alone, so I wanted to find someone to accompany me. Ling snorted coldly, clearly not believing her. He slowly stood up, walked in front of her, and looked down at her. Really? Then I'll go with you. Susia was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, I suddenly don't feel scared anymore. I'll go alone. Just kidding, if Ling followed, how could she complete her task? But Ling remained unmoved, insisting, it's okay. I happen to need to go too. Let's go together. He then headed toward Bai Qi, who was leaving. She became anxious. Why was this man so difficult? She quickly grabbed his arm. Hey, wait. I suddenly don't have a stomach ache anymore. I don't want to go anymore. Ling looked back at her with a mocking smile.
What?
Don't want to go with Bai Qi? Susia's face flushed red from his words. She glared at him and silently cursed him as a dog man. Then she looked down at the ants on the ground, actually checking the system page for the time. She saw only 10 minutes left and felt anxious. Fortunately, with just 2 minutes remaining, Bai Qi returned. Susia was so excited she was about to cry tears of joy. Seeing only 2 minutes left, she didn't care about anything else and rushed directly toward Bai Qi. Bai Qi stepped out of the darkness and saw Susia rushing overexcitedly. Before he could understand what was happening, he felt his being touched. He was stunned. He didn't expect Susia to suddenly do this. His face turned red, and his ears blushed quietly. Then he regained his composure, a meaningful smile on his lips. "Sia, are you trying to send me a message?" Ling and Mo Lin didn't see Susia's actions. They only found it strange that she suddenly rushed toward Bai Qi with excitement. Everyone was frowning and looking over here, their eyes shifting between Bai Qi and Susia. Susia felt embarrassed, toes digging into the ground, almost breaking the furniture. She forced a smile and pretended nothing was wrong. "Huh? What hint? I was just helping you brush off some leaves on your clothes." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, looked down at his clean animal hide coat, and chuckled softly. He didn't expose her, calmly sitting back in his seat.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing side mission 3. Rewards: 10 bars of soap and 10 blocks of soap. Rewards have been automatically sent to the system backpack. Please check later. Susia sighed in relief, patted her hot face, and sat back down. As soon as Susia sat down, Ling and Mo Lin's gazes shot over, silent questions in their eyes. She felt guilty and quickly lowered her head to eat hot pot. This system was too tricky, and the tasks kept getting stranger. It almost got her caught in the act. Such a shameful scene. Just then, her mind rang out again with the system's cheerful voice.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host's favorability with Bai Qi has increased by 10. Current favorability, 55. Keep up the good work. She was slightly stunned, secretly glancing at Bai Qi, her expression thoughtful. What's going on with this old fox? Increasing favorability after being touched? Could he be secretly mischievous? Seeing him leisurely pick up a slice of lamb and elegantly put it in his mouth, his fox eyes slightly squinting, a faint smile on his lips, as if nothing had happened. He was so calm. Susia curled her lips and cursed silently. As expected of the old fox, his emotional control is impressive. She didn't look at Bai Qi, just lowered her head to continue eating hot pot. The atmosphere grew a bit strange, like a silent battlefield. Ling's icy silver eyes scanned her and Bai Qi from time to time, as if saying, "You'd better explain what just happened." Mo Lin remained expressionless, but his actions slowed down as he ate, his gaze thoughtful. Bai Qi smiled warmly while eating, his fox eyes forming a crescent moon, looking mysterious and knowing everything but not revealing anything, making people feel uneasy. Susia kept her head down, pretending to be invisible, afraid of causing more trouble. Fortunately, things remained calm afterward, with no more incidents. Finally, the hot pot meal ended. It felt like they had just gone through a great battle. She took a deep breath, silently thanking the gods for their protection, relieved that nothing unexpected happened again. Just as she was about to leave quickly, Ling suddenly stood up, strode over, and without saying a word, carried her on his shoulder.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
What are you doing?
Put me down.
Susia screamed in fear, struggling with her hands and feet, but Ling's grip was as firm as iron, unmoving. Ling snorted coldly, not only refusing to put her down but also carrying her as he walked, looking very commanding.
What?
Of course, I'm going back to the cave to sleep.
What?
Going back to the cave to sleep? Who the heck wants to sleep with you? There's no reward in it. Her heart fluttered with panic, and she cursed silently, quickly looking at Mo Lin with a pleading look. Mo Lin just glanced at her faintly, then turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. She felt like crying but had no tears left. She thought, "Big brother, you should do something. Didn't we agree you'd sleep with me tonight? Why did someone suddenly appear out of nowhere?" Bai Qi paused slightly, then smiled warmly and waved his hand teasingly. "Sia, Enjoy yourself. It seemed that the two were now truly partners, probably having been close. Otherwise, after Ling returned to the tribe, he wouldn't act so strangely. Enjoy what? Susia rolled her eyes in anger. That's Life Fox. He's really just a busybody. Late at night, Ling carried her away from the back mountain, heading toward the mountain top. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. He held her tighter. The moonlight shone on his silver eyes, glowing coldly, as if even the moonlight was making way for him. Carried on his shoulder, she felt her stomach churn, her head dizzy, and she gritted her teeth in anger.
Ling, put me down.
I can walk by myself. Ling kept walking, his expression and tone domineering.
Put you down?
With your short legs, you won't make it back before dawn. Susia angrily pinched him hard, cursing inwardly. You're the short-legged one. Your whole family is short-legged. If I weren't afraid of losing favor, I'd have kicked you away long ago. Ling's cave was at the highest point of the tribe, facing forward. Behind it was a steep cliff, with a wide view and beautiful scenery. Mo Lin lived nearby. Their caves were almost side by side, one in front of the other. Any noise could be heard easily. Susia initially struggled more, thinking that Mo Lin's cave was right behind Ling's. Suddenly, she stopped struggling, perhaps having thought of something. Mo Lin is a normal male, full of energy. If he hears something he shouldn't in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, she suddenly has a bold idea. Since she can't escape, she might as well take advantage of the situation and use Ling to create some excitement for Mo Lin. Maybe she could even get an unexpected result. Ling sees her suddenly quiet and no longer struggling. A faint smile appears on his lips, and he slows down his steps. He quickly carries her to a cave, then turns around a crooked tree and enters the cave, throwing her onto a bed covered with animal skins. The bed is very large, enough for her to move freely. Susia is about to get up. In the next second, Ling's tall figure presses down on her. His silver eyes gleam coldly in the dark, like a wolf watching its prey. What do you want to do? She instinctively shrinks back, her heart pounding faster as she thinks about what might happen next. Although this isn't the first time, she can't help feeling a little nervous because Mo Lin is just behind her. Ling leans closer, his breath brushing her ear. His deep voice is a little hoarse. What do I want to do? Aren't you good at teasing on the back mountain? After teasing Mo Lin, you go tease by Chi. Now, why are you so timid? Susia is pressed onto the bed, her heart pounding like a drum, her palms slightly sweaty. She secretly curses this man for being so good at teasing. But she also has to admit that Ling's handsome face and his commanding aura are truly hard to resist. However, she's not the type to give up easily, especially now. She raises an eyebrow and pretends to be calm. I'm timid? Which eye of yours saw me as timid? I'm just giving you a chance to show off. After all, someone on the back mountain is quite obviously jealous. Ling narrows his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Jealous? Do you think I get jealous? She rolls her eyes silently, thinking, isn't that jealousy? The jar of vinegar is almost tipping over. But she pretends to be innocent. Oh, I didn't say that. But you're in such a hurry to carry me back. Isn't it to declare your dominance? Ling is momentarily stunned by her words, his face darkening. But he quickly returns to his cold expression. He lowers his head, leaning close to her ear, his breath hot. Susia, do you think I spoil you too much, so I dare to be so reckless? Susia feels trapped with nowhere to run. She gives up and wraps her arms around his neck. Ling, are you spoiling me so much because you actually like me? The dog man's affection level has already reached 73, entering the liking stage, but he stubbornly refuses to admit it. Ling's eyes darkened, and his silver eyes flashed with danger. Like, do you have some misunderstanding about your own charm? She raised an eyebrow and blinked innocently. Oh, isn't it liking? Then why do you look so jealous tonight? Did I misunderstand something? Ling was choked by her words, his face showing some unnaturalness. He simply lowered his head and covered her mouth with his. using action to make her stay quiet. Susia was caught off guard by his aggressive approach. But she quickly responded, her hands climbing onto his shoulders and actively replying. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the neighboring cave, as if someone accidentally kicked a stone. Susia's lips curled slightly, thinking to herself, Mo Lin is indeed next door, and she's not disappointed. She deliberately softened her voice, with a hint of coquettishness. Ling, be careful, don't tear my underwear again. Ling paused, hearing her words, and let out a low, hoarse laugh. Tear it? Perfect, then I won't have to bother. As he spoke, he applied a little force, and her leather skirt and underwear instantly tore apart, scattering like rags nearby. He suddenly realized that the feeling of tearing was extremely enjoyable, with an inexplicable excitement. Susia felt a chill on her body, and seeing nothing, her face turned bright red. That dogman was really rough, but she also felt a strange liking for it. What was going on? TSK, this chest, this abs, this mermaid line, your figure is truly amazing. She admired the handsome man's body in the moonlight shining in from outside the cave, and without hesitation, her hand shamelessly touched him, with a half-smile. Ling, you're the typical case of looking slim in clothes but having meat when undressed. No wonder the women at the bonfire night screamed that they wanted to have wolf pups with you. Yiling's silver eyes suddenly darkened, his throat moving and his voice hoarse. Susia, you're quite daring. She raised an eyebrow, smiling like a cunning little fox. What? The mighty silver moon Kang Wolf can't handle a little excitement? It seems you're not so hard to conquer after all. Yiling's forehead veins bulged with anger at her taunting tone. He grabbed her wrist, pressing her even closer, his voice deep and warning. Susia, you better know what you're playing with. Shiyue blinked innocently and said, Of course I know. I was just teasing you, Ling. He stared at her mischievous smile and suddenly felt that this female was simply asking for trouble. Since you like to play so much, he chuckled softly, his tone dangerous, then I'll play with you until you're satisfied. Before he finished speaking, his actions became even more assertive. Wait. Ling, calm down. She finally panicked, trying to push him away, but she couldn't move him at all. Ling chuckled softly, his voice deep and steady. Now you want to stop? Too late. Shiyue was on the verge of tears, thinking she had only herself to blame for provoking Mo Lin, hoping to tease Mo Lin, but ended up getting herself involved. While the two were tangled up, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the cave, with a hint of displeasure. Ling, it's late at night. Are you digging a mountain cave? Seeing the scene inside the cave, his pupils shrank sharply. The sight before him was quite shocking. The excitement made all his blood rush rapidly. Shiyue stiffened all over, suddenly looked up, and saw Mo Lin standing at the cave entrance, his black eyes cold and stern, sweeping a faint glance over them with furrowed brows. Ling paused and turned to look at Mo Lin, his tone unfriendly. Mo Lin, why are you here in the middle of the night? Aren't you sleeping? Mo Lin looked expressionless, his tone cold. You guys are making too much noise. I can't sleep. Shiyue. She silently buried her face in Yiling's chest, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Inside her mind, she was furious, thinking, what kind of chaos is this? Mo Lin, you cold-hearted block of ice. Not sleeping late at night and coming to watch others' live show. You're incredible. Although she was deliberately teasing Mo Lin, she didn't expect that this icy man would come rushing over directly. Now it was extremely awkward, so awkward she wanted to find a in the ground to hide in. Ling frowned and said unhappily, if you can't sleep, go for a walk outside. Don't stay here and be a nuisance. His expression seemed to say, hurry up and get lost. Mo Lin glanced at him coldly, his tone still icy. Walk around? I'm afraid if I do, some people might shake the entire tribe apart. Shiyue. Why is this man so sharp-tongued? He's the perfect example of a cold, sarcastic person. She couldn't help but peek out and weakly said, Mo Lin, actually, we're just, bonding. Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Bonding? Are you guys putting on an earthquake show? Susia's mouth twitched, and she silently rolled her eyes. This man is really sharp-tongued, always so sarcastic. He said he would speak less coldly, but he's so good at arguing. However, since Mo Lin has come to her willingly, she can't be too timid. She blushed and looked at Mo Lin, saying, if you're willing, we can also talk tomorrow night. As soon as she said this, Yi Ling's eyes suddenly darkened, and a cold aura swept through the cave. He grabbed her wrist firmly and warned in a deep voice, Susia, you have quite a nerve. Daring to flirt with others in front of me? Susia blinked innocently, pretending to be surprised. Yi Ling, are you jealous? But Mo Lin is also my beast husband. I can't favor one over the other. Yi Ling's expression darkened, and his tone became dangerous. Say that again? She was unafraid, and even a little proud. I said, Mo Lin is also my beast husband. I can't favor one over the other. Yi Ling sneered coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. Susia, do you think I have a too good temper? She pouted and muttered softly. Your temper is good? Then, who are you showing that jealous look for just now?
Yi Ling.
He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, then turned to look at Mo Lin with a hostile tone. Are you leaving or not? Mo Lin's expression was cold, and his gaze flicked between Susia and Yi Ling. Finally, it settled on Susia's flushed face, and he spoke coldly, remember, it's my turn tomorrow. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Susia watched Mo Lin's disappearing back, her expression full of surprise. Does this mean he's willing to be with me? Thinking that after tomorrow night, she could complete her mating with Mo Lin, she felt very happy. Her eyes flicked to the very gloomy face of Yi Ling in front of her. This man is very jealous. He might cause trouble tomorrow night. She quickly came up with a plan and decided to take the initiative.
Yi Ling.
She considered her words before speaking. If you dare to cause trouble tomorrow, I will go find Bai Qi the day after. Bai Qi has always had good feelings for me, so I think he won't refuse. Yi Ling's expression grew darker, flashing with hostility. He coldly said, you dare? Susia shrugged, acting indifferent. What do I dare not? You five are all my beast husbands. Naturally, I should share my affection equally. You can't be so overbearing. Seeing him stare at her without speaking, looking like he desperately wanted to hurt her, she was not afraid. She continued seriously, Yi Ling, you need to accept this fact. If you can't share a partner with other beasts, then tomorrow we will end our partnership. You can find a mate who only wants you. Yi Ling's eyes grew darker, and he gritted his teeth. End our partnership? Susia, you're dreaming. He suddenly pushed her onto the beast-hide bed, his tone dangerous. Since you want to challenge my limits, don't expect to sleep tonight. Then, loud noises came from inside the cave, echoing far away. That night was destined to be sleepless. The next morning, Susia crawled out of Yi Ling's cave with dark circles under her eyes. Last night's earthquake made her doubt everything. That dog man, Yi Ling, got so jealous that his fighting spirit flared up, almost hurting her badly. She supported her waist, cursing the dog man 1,000 times in her heart. Just as she was about to sneak back to her own cave for rest, Mo Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, standing coldly in front of her, staring at her without a word. Susia felt uneasy under Mo Lin's intense stare and couldn't help but step back, greeting him awkwardly with a forced smile. Mo Lin, what a coincidence. Why are you up so early? Mo Lin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the red marks on her neck, his eyes darkening. She quickly reacted, pulling at her beast-hide skirt and looking more embarrassed.
It's mosquito bites.
The beast-hide skirt and inner clothes she wore this morning were sewn from beast skins in Yi Ling's cave. The set she wore last night was torn apart by that dog man, turning into rags. Mosquito? Mo Lin clearly saw she wasn't wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Seeing the scattered rags from last night, his tone turned cold, like ice shards. Mosquitoes are quite picky about where they bite. She forced a laugh. Mosquitoes always like to bite the sweetest places. Mo Lin didn't continue to mock her and coldly said, "Tonight, come to my cave."
Susia awkwardly smiled.
How about we go somewhere farther? I'm worried Ling might cause trouble if we're too close. Mo Lin's eyes darkened. No, in my cave. He paused, his tone cold. And make sure he can't sleep either.
Susia.
His jealousy was even worse than last night's earthquake. The situation was escalating, and she was probably playing herself into a trap. She was just looking for a chance to slip away. Mo Lin suddenly took out a shiny snake skin from behind and threw it to her. Make it into clothes and wear them tonight. She took the snake skin, trembling slightly, almost dropping it. Could this really be the snake skin Mo Lin shed? She remembered that snake beasts shed skin was only given to their chosen partner as a sign of love. Although they were partners, Mo Lin had previously disliked her very much, so he wouldn't give her something so intimate. She looked up at Mo Lin and saw his ears slightly reddened, but he still kept a cold face. She found it funny. This cold snake beast could also be shy. Make a few more, I think one won't be enough to tear. Mo Lin felt uncomfortable under her gaze, coldly said, then turned and left. What does that mean? Is she supposed to wear one and tear it off? Why does he have such strange hobbies? Or does he find tearing more exciting? She looked up, and Mo Lin's figure had already disappeared into the morning fog, his ears slightly red, suspiciously shy. TSK. Even the ice cube guy can be shy? Susia couldn't help but laugh, but inside, she felt a strange anticipation for tonight. Thinking about Mo Lin insisting they go to his cave, she suddenly felt a headache. Mo Lin's cave faces a steep cliff, and if she wanted to go there, she had to pass by the Ling cave entrance. Given Ling's jealous nature, she doubted she could pass smoothly tonight. Ding! Mo Lin's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability is 55. Please continue your efforts, host. She was slightly stunned, her gaze fixed on where Mo Lin had disappeared, a deeper smile forming on her lips. She didn't stay there long. Holding the snake skin, she headed down the mountain. All she could think about was how to avoid Ling tonight. When she returned to her cave entrance, she saw Mia standing there with a cold expression. Oh, what a rare guest. Mia actually came to find her? But her face looked so sour. Maybe she knew she stayed in Ling's cave last night and was jealous, coming early in the morning to pick a fight? Mia's eyes were fixed on the snake skin she held, her face twisting with jealousy, almost spitting fire from her eyes. Only Mo Lin's true form was a snake in the entire wolf tribe, and that glowing black snake skin was definitely his. Such an intimate thing. Why would Mo Lin give it to this ugly girl? Susia, you're really clever. Mia sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. Tossing around in Ling's cave all night, then bringing Mo Lin's snake skin back this morning. You're really busy. Susia raised an eyebrow, feeling speechless inside. This woman was blocking the way early in the morning just to make sarcastic remarks? She was too lazy to argue and simply bypassed Mia, heading into the cave. Stop right there. Mia grabbed her wrist forcefully, almost tearing off her snake skin. She frowned and said coldly, "Let go." But Mia held on tighter, her eyes cold. What right do you have? Nightwing, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming, top-level beast men. How can a freak like you compare? Susia's eyes turned slightly cold. She shook off her hand with force and said calmly, "Whether I am suitable or not is not up to you. Besides, you have 7 beast husbands and still aren't satisfied, always thinking about other males. Aren't you tired?" Mia's face turned pale at her words. She gritted her teeth and said through clenched teeth, "Don't be proud. Nightwing and Mo Lin will be mine sooner or later. You a freak, don't deserve to have them." She didn't want to argue with Mia anymore and directly entered the cave, closing the door with a loud bang, cutting off Mia's anger outside. Mia stood at the door, trembling with rage, her face looking worse. She had come to plead for Mu Qing on Susia's behalf, but now all she could think about was that snake skin. Mo Lin actually gave the snake skin to Susia. That was the most precious and intimate thing of the snake beast, symbolizing recognition of a mate. Susia, you wait for me. Mia gritted her teeth, a hint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. She turned and left, determined to make Susia pay the price. Meanwhile, Susia sat inside the cave, looking at the snake skin in her hand, feeling quite pleased. Mo Lin, this cold guy, actually gave her the snake skin voluntarily. Looks like last night's excitement really worked. She wasn't in a hurry to make clothes and casually set the snake skin aside. Thinking about the rewards from last night's back mountain, she couldn't help but open her system backpack, which displayed a grid of items. There was toilet paper, sanitary pads, 2/3 of a weight loss pill, a set of delicate toiletries, a set of skincare products from the system, 10 bars of soap, and 10 blocks of soap. Susia's gaze fell on the skincare set. This set was a reward from last night's campfire dance, which she had not yet checked. She gently clicked to confirm the retrieval. The entire skincare set dropped into her arms: cleanser, toner, serum, moisturizer, eye cream, all beautifully packaged. The bottles were engraved with intricate patterns, clearly not ordinary. She unscrewed a bottle of serum, and a faint fragrance wafted out, fresh and pleasant. Although wood-based abilities can help detoxify, proper maintenance is still very important. She unscrewed the lid and poured a little into her palm, then started applying it to her face. It turned out to be quite good, refreshing, non-greasy, with a fresh scent. When applied, it seemed as if her pores opened up. It was much better than beast oil from the beast world, and also better than the skincare products from the end of world. Beast oil was one of the few skincare items in the beast world, only available in Bee City. I heard it was extremely expensive. 1,000 pounds of prey could only exchange for a tiny amount. However, Susia didn't like using it. When she spread it on her face, it felt greasy, like she had applied a layer of lard, with a strange smell. When the wind blew, a few leaves could stick to her face. Truly a disaster. Despite that, many females still eagerly wanted it. While applying serum, she glanced at the remaining 2/3 of her weight loss pills in her system backpack. Thinking that it had been 7 or 8 days since she last took the pills, she decided it was time to take the remaining 1/3. She took half of it and put it in her mouth. The pill melted instantly, with a hint of sweetness. Almost immediately, she felt her body change. Her abs became firmer, and her arms, legs, neck, and face slimmed down. Her previously exaggerated chest and hips finally looked less extreme. Though still full at first glance, they had become more toned, with a healthier, more beautiful look. Suddenly, she wanted to see her data changes, so she reached out and opened the profile page. Host: Susia. Age: 16. Charm: 70. Appearance: 70. Beautiful, full-figured. Health: 80. Weight: 130. Gene: slightly over the limit. Skills: wood-based ability, level 4. Target and favorability: Yiling, 73. Likes: Mo Lin, 55. Indifferent: Qingzhu, 45. Indifferent by Qi, 55. Indifferent Xianming, 55. Indifferent. Susia quickly glanced over the data, noticing all the numbers had increased, and felt very happy. She closed the data page, then turned to her system backpack and took out a bar of soap. She sniffed it gently. Its light jasmine scent was very pleasant. Her remaining shower gel was almost used up, only a few more uses left. Once the shower gel was finished, these soaps would be perfect to replace it. The 10 bars of soap were also good. It would make washing beast skins much easier in the future. She put the soap back into her system backpack. She yawned, pulled the blanket off, and lay down, ready to take a quick nap. Suddenly, she remembered last night's bonfire party and how she wanted to become a priest apprentice. The priest asked her to go to his place today. Suddenly, all sleepiness disappeared. With a flip like a carp, she climbed up from the stone bed and rushed out of the mountain cave. On her way out, she also closed the door behind her. The priest's stone house was in another part of the tribe, next to her father Suli. They were neighbors, almost right next to each other. The shaman also lived nearby. She ran quickly along the path, meeting many early rising orcs and females. When they saw her, they paused briefly, then their expressions grew complicated, and they started talking among themselves. Hey, have you noticed? Susia has lost a lot of weight again. Yes, she looks much thinner now. She doesn't seem as fat as before. I wonder how she did it. I'm so jealous. Did you hear? I heard she stayed in the Nightwing cave last night. Wow, the noise must have been loud. Hearing this, Susia's steps faltered, and her mouth twitched. She really was tossed around quite a bit last night in the Nightwing cave, but surely not everyone in the tribe knew about it. She touched her forehead and cursed inwardly. Can these wolf ears hear everything? Even from so far away? That's too much. Her face flushed slightly as she quickened her pace, heading straight for the priest's stone house, thinking about how to handle the upcoming priest test. She didn't know her own talent level, or if she had the potential to become a priest. But she remembered that her qualities had been fully improved after being transformed by the moonlight stone, so she believed it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, she felt reassured. On the way, a few females whispered quietly, their eyes complicated as they stared at her, pointing and talking. Nightwing is the strongest young orc in the tribe. Susia is so lazy, never moves, and her physique is terrible. Can she handle Nightwing's teasing? Wow, no wonder Mia was so angry she turned green. I heard Susia even brought back Mo Lin's snakeskin this morning. She's really aiming for 2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. Mia's 7 mates can't control her, always thinking about other males. Now she's finally been put in her place. Susia rolled her eyes silently, muttering inwardly. The gossip in this beast world spreads faster than 5G networks. I really can't take it. She didn't bother to listen to these idle talks and headed straight for the priest's stone house. When she arrived, she found the priest busy preparing ritual supplies. The inside of the stone house was filled with strange tools and herbs, and in the corner, there was a pile of beast hide scrolls. Clearly, these were ancient priest secrets passed down from long ago. The priest had his back to her, seemingly searching for something. Susia hesitated at the door, then gently knocked on the doorframe. Master Priest, I am here. The priest slowly turned around and looked at her with deep eyes, surprised to see she had lost quite a bit of weight since yesterday. He didn't ask much and nodded slightly, saying, "Come in." Susia stepped inside and quickly looked around. The priest's stone house was like a big storage room for strange objects, with all sorts of odd things. In the corner, there was something that looked like a magic broom. Does the priest also do cleaning? The priest seemed to notice her confusion and explained calmly, these are magical tools left by past priests. Each one contains powerful natural energy. She nodded seriously, thinking silently, that natural energy probably isn't for sweeping floors, right? The priest ignored her expression and picked up an old wooden box from the table. When he opened it, inside was a clear, shiny stone that emitted a faint blue glow. He handed the stone to Susia and said calmly, "This is the Spirit Source Stone. It tests how well you resonate with natural energy. Hold it in your hand. If it glows brightly, it shows you have the potential to become a priest."
Susia immediately smiled.
Isn't this like the spiritual test stone in cultivation stories? Having a spiritual root means you have talent. No spiritual root means you don't. It seems the priest really has some cultivation ideas. She clenched the stone and secretly used her wood element abilities. Suddenly, the Spirit Source Stone burst into a bright green light, lush and vibrant, almost illuminating the entire stone house. The priest's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he nodded with satisfaction. Good, your natural resonance ability is very strong, even better than I expected. It's even better than his own old talent. Sure enough, she is truly chosen by the beast god. Unaware of his thoughts, Susia modestly smiled and asked, "Thank you for the compliment, priest. Does that mean I passed the test?" "Of course." The priest put the Spirit Source Stone back into the wooden box, then turned and took an old beast hide scroll from the shelf, handing it to her. "This is the basic cultivation manual for priests. Get familiar with it first. After the ceremony, I will officially start teaching you." She took the scroll and looked at it. What is this supposed to be? She stared at the crooked, strange symbols on the beast-hide scroll and couldn't help but complain. She thought it was a cultivation secret manual, but after looking at it for a while, she couldn't understand a single word, more difficult than advanced math. The priest glanced at her and said calmly, "These are ancient runes. You need to feel them with your heart, not just see them with your eyes." Sun Shiyue twitched her mouth and silently rolled her eyes. Isn't this just a typical if you don't understand? It's because you're not perceptive trick? This priestess must be a seasoned grumpy expert. But for her own priestess path, she could only nod stiffly. The priestess is right. I will go back and carefully reflect. The priestess nodded with satisfaction, then said, "The midday ritual is very important. Since you've become an apprentice priestess, you must take part. First, move these prepared ritual tools to the tribe square and arrange them in order. If you don't know how, I will explain later." She sighed, tucked the scroll into her clothes, and resignedly carried the pile of ritual tools. How is this apprentice priestess, like someone moving bricks? It seems everything has to start from the basics. As she walked out, she glanced at the strange ritual tools with her remaining eye. Are these really useful? If, during the ritual, she has to dance holding a magic broom, she would be totally embarrassed. The priestess seemed to notice her thoughts and looked at her briefly, saying calmly, "The ritual tools are a way for the priestess to communicate with the beast god. Don't underestimate them." Sun Shiyue quickly nodded. Yes.
The priestess is right.
I will serve them well." She hugged the ritual tools and jogged toward the tribe square. The priestess, leaning on her staff, followed behind, walking slowly but seeming to have used a blink skill. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with Sun Shiyue, who was panting while holding the ritual tools. Now it was her turn to fall behind, only able to breathe heavily while holding the tools. The priestess glanced at her and said lightly, "Young lady, you lack stamina. It seems you need more exercise. Otherwise, how will you face the beast god's test?" Sun Shiyue twitched her mouth and muttered secretly, "Does the beast god's test also involve running a marathon? Then my wood element ability would be wasted after all." But she obediently replied, "The priestess is right. I will go back and train more, aiming to become a qualified apprentice priestess as soon as possible." The priestess nodded with satisfaction, and soon they arrived at the tribe square. At the front was a raised platform. The priestess pointed to the center of the platform, arranged the ritual tools in order. "Remember, no mistakes, or the ritual will have serious problems." Then she told her the sequence for placing the tools. She looked down at the magical tools in her arms and noticed they even had labels. Number 1, Eye of the Beast God. Number 2, Staff of Nature. Number 3, Wind Bell, and so on. This priestess is quite modern, even having numbers on her tools. Probably copied from some ritual management manual, she thought. Despite her complaints, she still carefully arranged the magical tools on the altar in the correct order. She arranged the tools carefully, afraid of placing them in the wrong position. The Eye of the Beast God was placed in the center, as it was said to have spiritual communication abilities. As soon as she set it down, she felt as if the stone was staring at her, which scared her into stepping back quickly, feeling uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder, does this world really have a beast god? The thought made her recall how she had used the beast god as an excuse for dreams, feeling guilty and nervous. She silently prayed, "Great beast god, no offense. You are forgiving, so please don't take this the wrong way." After praying, she quickly moved away from the beast god's eye. The Staff of Nature looked just like a magic wand, though she didn't know who made it. She waved her hand, but the wand didn't move at all, not even sparking. She silently withdrew her hand, thinking she wasn't the chosen one and lacked magical talent. The priestess standing below the platform saw her actions and said calmly, "The Staff of Nature is not a toy. It is a bridge to the power of nature. You can't just wave it around and expect results." She awkwardly smiled and hurriedly put the magic wand back in place. She thought to herself that this thing was just a decoration, used for pretending and fooling others. She continued to place the wind bell. Suddenly, a gentle laugh came from behind her. Susia, how did you sleep last night? Startled, she almost dropped the wind bell on the ground. She turned around and saw Bai Qi standing below the platform, smiling at her with his fox-like eyes curved into a crescent moon. His innocent-looking smile sent a strange chill down her spine. Last night
Was fine.
I slept peacefully, she said with a forced laugh, thinking, why is this old fox so nosy? He clearly knew everything but still asked. How annoying. Really? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, his tone full of meaning. It seems Ling was gentle, so you weren't too tired.
Susia.
Why does this old fox speak so strangely? Is he mocking her or Ling? She decided not to bother and focused on arranging the magical tools. Bai Qi saw that she ignored him and was not angry, only smiling gently as he stood below watching her. He stared at her for a while and suddenly realized she looked much thinner than last night. Her once exaggerated curves had become more firm and shapely. Her chubby face had also become more delicate and attractive. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Though he didn't understand what was happening, he didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets. There's no need to pry. Anyway, as long as she looked better, that was enough. Having a beautiful partner is always pleasing to the eye and makes others feel more fond of you. Although this might seem superficial, most men are naturally like this.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host's favorability towards Bai Qi has increased by 5. Current favorability is 60, reaching the next stage. Reward: 1 solar-powered flashlight. The reward has been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check later. Susia paused, looked at Bai Qi, and blinked. She didn't understand how this old fox suddenly increased his favorability. Though only 5 points, it was a significant jump from indifference to liking. She felt very happy. Thinking about the reward being a solar flashlight, she felt even more pleased. With a solar flashlight, she wouldn't have to worry about seeing in the dark at night anymore. She didn't rush to check it now, mainly because it was inconvenient at the moment. The magic tool had been mostly arranged. The priest stepped onto the high platform and began explaining the ritual process to her. She didn't want to embarrass herself by not knowing what to do later. Although she didn't need to host the ceremony, as an apprentice priest, she had to stay nearby and assist. Susia listened carefully, afraid of missing any detail. As noon approached, the sun was high in the sky. The tribe square was crowded with people, and beastmen gathered below the stage, looking solemn. By then, Susia had almost memorized the ritual process and couldn't help feeling nervous. After all, this was her first time participating in such a grand ceremony. A small mistake might cause embarrassment, but if something went wrong, it would be worse. Seeing that the time was almost right, the priest walked to the center of the high platform, holding a staff, looking serious. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. Today, we gather here to thank the beast god for blessing our salt lake, bringing prosperity and hope to the wolf tribe. May the beast god continue to protect us, dispel disasters, and grant us strength and wisdom. The beast men below knelt on the ground, looking devout, and responded in unison. Thank you, beast god, for your blessing. Susia stood to the side, watching the kneeling beast men and females, unable to help feeling emotional. The beastmen's reverence for the beast god was deep-rooted. Even the proud Ling and the cold Mo Lin lowered their noble heads. Even her father, Su Lai, knelt on the stage with a respectful and awestruck expression. Mia knelt in the middle of the crowd, thinking about Susia standing on the stage. It felt as if she was kneeling to her, which made her feel very humiliated inside. Susia, this ugly girl, was really lucky to become a priest apprentice. It made her so angry. But she dared not show her feelings. Ling knelt in front of the stage, just slightly behind Su Lai. He looked up, his silver eyes fixed on Susia on the stage, with a slight frown. Why does she look thinner than this morning? Did he tire her out last night, causing her to lose weight? Thinking this, he felt a bit guilty. He planned to send some rare spiritual beasts to her later to help her recover. He couldn't let her get too exhausted. He couldn't help but glance at Susia again, secretly thinking, this girl, why does she look more charming when she's thinner? It's so strange.
Ding.
Ling's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 78. Please keep working hard, host. Suddenly, a system voice rang in Susia's mind from the high platform. She looked confused, then quickly turned her gaze to Ling kneeling below. What is this guy doing? Why is her favorability increasing? Could it be because he noticed she lost weight and was attracted to her? Her eyes flicked to Mo Lin kneeling nearby, who had a serious and respectful expression, like an ice sculpture. Her mouth twitched. As expected, he was as cold as ice. Bai Qi was also kneeling nearby, his gentle face now showing a bit of solemnity and reverence. Qingzhu and Xianming both lowered their heads, their expressions unclear. After the priest finished speaking, he looked at Susia and signaled her to hand over the eye of the beast god. Susia snapped back to her senses and quickly stepped forward, carefully holding the eye of the beast god with both hands and offering it to the priest. The priest took the eye of the beast god, raised it above his head, and recited some words. She stepped back quietly, secretly watching the priest's expression. He looked serious and deep-eyed throughout, as if truly communicating with the beast god. He really looked like an old priest. His acting was so good, it was a waste not to be in movies. After finishing the spell, the priest placed the eye of the beast god back in its original spot and asked her to hand over the staff of nature. She silently passed it over and stepped aside, watching carefully. The priest held the staff of nature, gently waving it, as if an invisible force was flowing through the air. The orcs below showed expressions of awe, as if truly feeling the power of the beast god. Susia was shocked. This special effect looked so real. Could it be that the beast god really exists in this world? The priest finished a series of rituals and announced to the orcs below, the ceremonial rites are over. May the beast god continue to bless our wolf tribe. The orcs and females in the crowd shouted together, blessings of the beast god, blessings of the beast god, blessings of the beast god. Their voices were loud enough to shake the sky. Susia, coming back to her senses from her shock, looked at the excited orcs and females below with a complex expression. She had thought it was just a formal ritual, but seeing everyone's sincere eyes, she suddenly realized that perhaps the beast god truly existed in this world. And maybe she really needed to be careful so she wouldn't be caught off guard by the beast god someday. After the ceremony, Susia felt relieved and quickly prepared to leave. The orcs and females present stood up, no longer kneeling. Su Lai strode onto the high platform, scanning the crowd of orcs and females, and his voice was loud like thunder. Starting today, all the females in the tribe must work harder these next 2 days. Try to weave more baskets and vine containers for transporting salt. This task is arranged by Sia, and the more the better. Susia was about to sneak away to sleep when she was suddenly called out, stopping her in her tracks with a look of helplessness. Just as she was about to refuse and make an excuse, she caught sight of Mia's angry expression. The words she was about to say were swallowed back. She looked at Su Lai with a smile and said, "Father, don't worry. I will complete the task and try to have the tribe's females weave more baskets and vine containers." Although she was annoyed to do such work, irritating Mia was also satisfying. Plus, it could boost her reputation in the tribe. Mia's face darkened, her fists clenched tightly, nails almost digging into her palms. She stared fiercely at Susia, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Why her again? She's just an ugly girl. Why does she get to be in charge? Su Lai, however, seemed unaware of Mia's expression and nodded with satisfaction. Good, Sia. I entrust this task to you. Rest assured, father. Susia smiled and nodded, secretly feeling pleased. Mia's furious look really made her happy. All her frustration instantly disappeared. Su Lai then turned his gaze to Ling and ordered in a deep voice, "Ling, you are responsible for leading the tribe's orcs to the cliff bottom. You will arrange the salt drying and transportation. Remember, be very careful. The salt lake is the tribe's hope, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Yiling's expression was stern, and a sharp glint flashed in her silver eyes. Chief, rest assured. I will make sure everything is perfect. He paused, glancing subtly at Susia with a slightly serious tone, and asked, Does she need to go with us? Su Lai hadn't answered yet. Susia quickly stood up and waved her hand, saying, Father, I don't need to go. There's already a salt drying area at the bottom of the cliff, and Yi Ling and the others know how to dry salt. I also need to prepare woven baskets and vine baskets, so I probably won't have time to spare. After sleeping with Mo Lin tonight, she would receive the system reward, Ancient Pottery Making Guide. There's no point in going to the cliff with them. The 5 beast men will all go, and with Yi Ling's jealousy, she didn't want to get caught in a messy situation again. Being the only one is better. She can focus on studying pottery. Su Lai chuckled and said, Good, my daughter. You understand what's important. Stay in the tribe and organize the weaving of the females. Make as many as you can. The salt lake can be left to Yi Ling and the others. Susia obediently agreed, but was already planning to go back to her cave to rest. Last night, Yi Ling had caused her a lot of trouble, and today she had been busy with the priest's rituals. Now she just wanted to lie down. Once Su Lai left, she quickly slipped back into her cave, ate a little to fill her stomach, and immediately fell asleep. All the tasks about weaving and promises to cook delicious food for 3 days were completely forgotten. Soon, Yi Ling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, and Xianming arrived one after another at Susia's cave, hoping for a meal. But as soon as they entered, they saw her lying on the stone bed, sprawled out. A blanket made of animal skins covered her stomach, with her snow-white arms and legs exposed. She was sleeping soundly, even snoring softly.
Yeling. Montaklin.
Bai Qi. Qingzhu. Xianming. The 5 looked at each other, their faces twitching with awkwardness. Yi Ling frowned, recalling last night's battle, and his lips twitched slightly, saying, It seems she's tired from last night. Mo Lin's face was cold, but his eyes kept drifting to her peacefully sleeping face, feeling oddly annoyed. How could she have enough energy to fight with him tonight after sleeping like that? He doubted it deeply. Bai Qi smiled and looked at Yi Ling with a meaningful expression, saying, It seems someone wasn't gentle enough last night, making Sia so tired. Yi Ling's face darkened.
He knew Bai Qi was talking about him.
His silver eyes glared at him, showing displeasure. Bai Qi shrugged carelessly, not caring, with a faint smile on his lips. But his gaze lingered on Susia's calm face, his fox-like eyes narrowing slightly with a deep, mysterious look. He seemed to be lost in thought. Green Bamboo glanced expressionlessly and said sharply, Sleeping like a dead pig, and you don't even bother to get up and cook. He knew about last night, but he didn't care. Now, he only cared if he had something good to eat. His nature is cold and indifferent, and that is exactly him. He wanted to pull Susia up to make food. Xianming frowned slightly and quickly reached out to hold him, his eyes complex. Forget it. Let her sleep. He had heard about last night, and it was not surprising. Seeing how exhausted Susia was now, he knew how intense Yi Ling's actions had been last night. He naturally didn't want to wake her up. Yi Ling saw Green Bamboo move and immediately fixed his cold gaze on him, warning, Don't move her. Green Bamboo snorted coldly, withdrawing his hand, and said dissatisfied, She promised to make something delicious today, but she's sleeping like a pig. What's this? Mo Lin spoke calmly. She was indeed tired last night. Let her rest a bit longer. Bai Qi smiled warmly and added, Yes, last night was quite intense. Sia is still young and can't handle so much. Yi Ling's face darkened, a flicker of displeasure in his silver eyes. Shut up. In a daze, Susia seemed to hear someone talking beside her ear. She turned over and mumbled, Stop arguing. Let me sleep a little more. The 5 beast husbands. Yi Ling looked at her defenseless sleeping face and felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. He turned to the other four and said gently, "All right, everyone, disperse. Don't disturb her sleep." After speaking, he tiptoed to the bed, carefully tucked in the beast fur, covering her exposed arms and legs. His movements were so gentle he didn't even realize himself. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Green Bamboo, and Xianming saw this scene and were as shocked as if they had seen the sun rise from the west. Ling, usually cold and domineering, with icy eyes like a silver moon wolf, was actually so gentle as to tuck Susia in bed. This was more unbelievable than a 3-year drought in the beast world.
Montaklin?
Bai Qi's fox eyes narrowed with a meaningful smile. He wanted to say something but hesitated, afraid of waking Susia, and swallowed his words. Green Bamboo didn't care about all that and continued with his sharp tongue. Clearly a love-struck fool, even tucking in the blanket so carefully. Should I sing her a lullaby too? Xianming twitched his lips and thought, not only is he love-struck, but he also seems a bit like a sycophant. It was hard to imagine that Ling could do such a thing. Ling paused, his silver eyes coldly sweeping toward Green Bamboo, silent but full of danger, a strong warning. The Green Bamboo suddenly fell silent and stopped talking, thinking there was nothing good to eat and that staying here was pointless, so it turned and left. Bai Qi and Xianming also looked complicated and followed behind. Mo Lin looked deeply at Ling, then turned to leave, leaving a sentence. "Don't forget, tonight it's my turn."
Ling.
He watched the 4 people leave, then looked down at Susia sleeping peacefully, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He softly pinched her cheek and quietly chuckled, showing an unprecedented tenderness. His gaze fell on the snakeskin pile by the bed, and his eyes instantly darkened. He exerted a little force, and the glowing snakeskins turned into powder in an instant. He didn't stay here long. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he quietly got up and left. He also closed the door quietly. Susia slept deeply, unaware of what she had missed. She slept until evening, feeling refreshed when she woke up. She stretched lazily, and then remembered the snakeskin Mo Lin gave her. She reached out to feel beside the bed, but found nothing. Suddenly, she sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked more carefully. Nothing by the bed, not even a single snake hair. Where are my snakeskins?
I had so many of them.
Susia looked confused, suspecting she had gone crazy, or that her memory was off. She clearly remembered Mo Lin giving her a pile of snake skins and asking her to make clothes, but now, upon waking, they were gone. Could someone have taken them while I was sleeping? She frowned and immediately suspected Mia. She didn't rush to find Mia to ask, but instead asked the system in her mind. "System, where are my snake skins? Did Mia steal them?" The system lazily replied, "It wasn't Mia, it was your jealous partner Ling. He took the snake skins while you were asleep, and there's not even a speck of dust left."
Susia.
Wow, this man is so jealous he wouldn't let even snake skins go. How is she supposed to explain this to Mo Lin tonight? She rubbed her forehead in frustration, looked at the sky, and decided to settle things with Mo Lin first. Since the snake skins were gone, they were gone. Anyway, Mo Lin didn't need those snake skins. She deliberately changed into a cool beast fur dress, planning to sneak through a small path to see Mo Lin. Suddenly, she bumped into Ling coming straight at her. He was holding a bowl of hot soup, and his expression was meaningful. "You're awake? Have some soup to boost your energy." After leaving the mountain cave, he went to the red flame-burning wilderness ridge, where he happened to encounter a dragon turtle that had been sleeping for who knows how long. He caught it and cooked it into soup. He naturally wouldn't stew soup himself, so he asked the tribe's old female, Rue Mo, to do it, giving her a piece of beast meat. The taste wasn't as good as the soup made by Susia, but it was still okay. Susia glanced at him, but didn't reach out to take it. She looked up at Ling and asked straightforwardly, "Tell me honestly, did you crush the snake skin that Mo Lin gave me?" Ling's silver eyes flickered slightly. "Snake skin? What snake skin? I don't know." She twitched her mouth and secretly cursed inside. This man is pretending very well. "It's the snake skin Mo Lin gave me." I left it by the bed, and while I was sleeping, you secretly took it and tore it apart, leaving no trace. Do you think I don't know? She glared at him angrily. Yiling's expression turned cold. I destroyed a snakeskin? Ha, I'm not that bored.
Så är ju Juliet her lips.
This man is really good at pretending. Oscar should owe him an award. No, the whole award ceremony should give him one. She was too lazy to argue with Ling and bypassed him, planning to sneak to Mo Lin's cave. But just 2 steps away, Ling suddenly grabbed her wrist. His silver eyes narrowed slightly. Where are you going? She blinked innocently and pretended to be naive. For a walk.
Ling sneered coldly.
A walk. By the cliff? Susia's heart skipped a beat, about to make excuse. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and a huge black python spiraled down from the cliff, swiftly rushing over. Its icy vertical pupils stared directly at Ling, and it spoke human words, its hoarse voice full of threat. Let her go. Yiling's silver eyes showed no retreat. I won't let go. Mo Lin's tail swung out, wrapping around Susia's waist. Coldly, he said, Tonight it's my turn. Susia was instantly pulled to his side. The cold, smooth scales made her shiver. Even though Mo Lin was a super handsome guy, in his true form, he still couldn't hide his fear. Yiling's eyes darkened. He raised his hand to grab Susia, but was suddenly slapped away by Mo Lin's tail. The atmosphere between them instantly became tense. Mo Lin, what do you mean? His voice was as cold as ice shards, with a hint of killing intent flashing in his silver eyes. Mo Lin looked back at him coldly. His tail tightened slightly, protecting Susia more closely. Tonight, she belongs to me. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Susia was caught between the two, feeling speechless inside. This scene was too intense, and she was afraid they might fight. Ling clearly didn't want to back down. His silver eyes narrowed, transforming instantly into a silver moon wolf. The huge beast blocked Mo Lin's front, growling low. Do you think you can take her away? Mo Lin snorted coldly, swung his snake tail, and with Susia, soared into the air. He coldly said, Let's see what happens. Susia felt dizzy, the wind howling in her ears. Mo Lin's snake tail tightly wrapped around her, and he suddenly shot up a steep cliff. She couldn't help but look back. Nightling Silver Moon Wolf was furious and howling loudly in place. Clearly, Mo Lin's actions had completely angered him. Mo Lin, what about Nightling? She quietly asked. Although she secretly felt relieved to finally escape Nightling's entanglement, she was worried that the man might be too angry and lose favor. Fortunately, the system didn't give any warning, so her favorability probably didn't drop. She felt a little relieved. Mo Lin looked down at her, a trace of coldness flashing in his snake eyes. Who cares what he does? Don't forget, I am also your beast husband. Nightling disobeyed the rules and wanted to monopolize her. Beating him with a tail would be a good punishment. She was very nervous inside, afraid that Nightling would catch up. When they reached Mo Lin's cave, he turned back into a human form and gently set her down. His deep gaze fixed on her. Seeing she was wearing a beast skin skirt, which was cool but not made of snake skin, he frowned slightly and asked coldly, Where's the snake skin I gave you? Why isn't it made into clothes? Hearing Mo Lin mention the snake skin, Susia's heart skipped a beat. She forced a laugh and said, that. The snake skin. Maybe it was blown away by the wind. You know, the tribe's wind is strong, and it blows things away easily. Mo Lin's eyes darkened. He reached out and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look at him. Blown away? Do you think I'm stupid? He stared at her so intensely that she felt her scalp tingle. Inside, she cursed Nightling 1,000 times for being such a troublemaker. Deciding to give up, she spread her hands and said, Fine, actually, that dogman Nightling took it while I was sleeping. He just left the ashes, nothing else. Mo Lin sneered, releasing her chin, and turned to walk into the depths of the cave. Humph. He's quite jealous, he said with a short, cold laugh, full of sarcasm. Susia quickly followed. Mo Lin, don't be angry. Anyway, the snake skin is gone and we can... Before she finished, Mo Lin suddenly turned around, grabbing her and pressing her against the cave wall. He leaned in close to her face, his warm breath brushing her cheek. If it's gone, then don't wear it. His voice was deep, magnetic, and very pleasant to hear.
Susia.
She hadn't had time to react before Mo Lin kissed her, as if he wanted to release all his emotions. Her hands unconsciously reached up and clung to his shoulders. This icy man, usually cold as ice, turned out to be so wild when he was serious. Mo Lin's hand slid down her waist, fingertips teasing lightly. Her animal skin skirt instantly dropped to the ground. Susia felt a sudden chill and, before she could react, he lifted her horizontally and threw her onto the stone bed covered with animal skins. The next second, she suddenly widened her eyes, looking like she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was flooded with screams. What the heck? Do snake beasts actually have two? This setting is way too intense. I can't handle this scene, just let me go home. She instantly felt like she had fallen into some strange educational documentary. It was definitely not suitable for children. Mo Lin, wait. She pushed him away, trying to stay calm. I think we should talk first. Mo Lin paused, his cold eyes narrowing slightly. Talk about what? Susia swallowed hard, trying to make her voice sound less shaky. Are all snake beasts like this? Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, speaking indifferently. Yes, they're traits. What kind of trait is that? It's like they're using double power-ups. Mo Lin noticed her dazed expression, and his voice took on a hint of danger.
What?
Regret? She forced herself to stay calm, laughing awkwardly. No, I'm just a little nervous. Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, his gaze deep. Nervous? Weren't you pretty bold last night? Susia's mind was roaring. How can they be the same? Last night was a single power-up, but now it's double. I'm worried I won't have enough health. But she still had to appear calm. She cleared her throat. Well, Mo Lin, maybe we should liven things up a bit. Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, his eyes darkening. Liven things up? Her mind raced, pretending to be mysterious. She blinked playfully. Yeah, I heard snake beasts' tails are very special. Maybe we can play with the tail first? Mo Lin was silent for a second, his cold eyes narrowing slightly, his tone carrying a hint of danger. Are you sure? Her heart skipped a beat. For a moment, she wondered if she had said the wrong thing. But she forced herself to nod firmly. Yes, I'm sure. Absolutely sure. Mo Lin didn't reply, but his legs suddenly transformed into a tail, sliding out from behind him and slowly wrapping around her waist. The cold touch made her shiver involuntarily. They were in a half-human, half-snake form. Then go ahead and try. His voice was deep and teasing. Susia touched the cold snake tail, instantly stiffening. She felt goosebumps all over her body. She fought the urge to scream, internally ranting. Help. What kind of deadly experience is this? Why did I suggest playing with the tail? My mouth is so reckless. Mo Lin's tail slowly tightened, and the cold sensation made her shiver. The tip of the tail lightly brushed her waist, with a teasing touch.
Why?
Are you afraid now? Mo Lin's voice was deep and playful. Susia forced herself to stay calm, pretending to be brave. Who said I'm afraid? It's just a tail. What's there to be scared of? She took a deep breath and gently ran her fingers along the tail's pattern. When her fingertips touched the smooth, cold scales, her body stiffened. Mo Lin's body froze, his eyes dark and deep like an abyss, as if he could swallow her whole. Her heart skipped a beat, and she secretly thought, this snake beast's tail is definitely a danger zone. Her hand instinctively wanted to pull back. But doing so would seem guilty, so she forced herself to keep going. She pretended to be relaxed, pinching the tip of the tail with her fingertips. Mo Lin's eyes grew darker, black as ink. He suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice hoarse. You're playing with fire. Susia was extremely nervous, but she still tried to act composed. Playing with fire? What's wrong with that? Don't you like me like this? Mo Lin stared at her deeply, as if trying to draw her in. His tail suddenly tightened, pulling her into his arms, and he leaned down to whisper in her ear. "Since you like to play so much, let's play properly." Before she could react, he pressed her onto the stone bed. The cold snake tail wrapped around her legs, teasing her with the tip, playing in various ways. She was tense all over, her eyes misty, with reddening eyes, adding a touch of charm.
Montag Lin.
She softly called out, her voice full of flirtation. Mo Lin looked at her like this, feeling satisfied with his effect. He chuckled softly. "Are you scared now?" Her face turned bright red, embarrassed and angry. She looked up and glared at him, but her big, watery, misty eyes and blushing cheeks made her seem like she was pouting and teasing. Who's afraid? If you're brave, keep going." Mo Lin's eyes darkened, a dangerous smile curling on his lips. "As you wish." The next second, his tail suddenly tightened even more, the tip becoming more daring, and Susia's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that this normally cold man could be so mischievous in private. She tightly held the edge of the stone bed with her fingertips, her knuckles turning white. "Mo Lin, please." Mo Lin lowered his head and whispered softly beside her ear, his warm breath brushing her skin, with a hint of charm. "Didn't you say you could handle it? Why are you backing down now?" She rolled her eyes silently. "I had no idea your snake tail could be played like this." This was even more unbelievable than double penalties. It was more exciting than the extremes of hot and cold. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. "What the heck is your snake tail? How can it be?" Mo Lin chuckled softly, his deep voice carrying a magnetic tone, tempting her. "A snake beast's tail is a special part. Weren't you just enjoying it?" Hearing this, she froze instantly. 1,000 thoughts of regret rushed through her mind. If she had known the snake beast's tail could be used like that, she would never have mentioned playing with tails. But unfortunately, there's no regret medicine in the world, and it's too late to regret now. "Mo Lin, you're going too far." She looked up and glared at him, pretending to be fierce. But her current look had no power to threaten at all. "Too far?" Mo Lin chuckled softly, his snake-like eyes flashing with mischief. "Didn't you say you wanted to play with the tail?" Not only did he not stop, but his tail became more provocative, making Susia want to bite him in frustration. You old rascal." She clenched her teeth, her voice soft like cotton. "Are you addicted to bullying people?" Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, a charming smile on his lips. "Yes, I am addicted." After saying that, he leaned in close to her ear and added, "But I think you seem to like it very much." Hearing this, her face turned red as if bleeding, shy and angry, glaring at him. She was so embarrassed, she had no strength left to scold him. Mo Lin chuckled softly, suddenly transforming into a human form. His tail disappeared, revealing his long legs. His equipment was right in front of her. Susia's eyes widened instantly. Her mind went blank. Wait. She nervously reached out to push against his chest, her voice trembling. "Why are you still carrying that thing?" Mo Lin chuckled lightly, his tone playful. "What do you think?" Susia swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. "No, I think this isn't fair." "Not fair?" Mo Lin raised an eyebrow, a teasing look in his eyes. "The tail is just for fun. The real game is just beginning." Beginning? Her heart sank, silently scolding herself for being so careless. Why did she mention the tail just now? Now she was completely trapped. She deeply doubted whether she could leave tomorrow. Until dawn, Susia couldn't hold on and fainted. Only then did Mo Lin finally let her go. Before passing out, she only had one thought in her mind. The snake beast is not an ordinary pervert. It doesn't play like this.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host. Mo Lin's favorability has increased by 15. Current favorability is 65, reaching the friendly stage. Reward: a set of bamboo furniture. The reward has been automatically sent to the system backpack. Please check later.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing side quest 2, successfully mating with the male lead, Mo Lin, within 7 days. Reward: a set of ancient pottery techniques, including methods for kiln building and brick firing. The reward has been automatically sent to the system backpack. Please check later. Susia was dazed, as if she heard something but then lost all awareness halfway through. Mo Lin carried her to wash up, then placed her back on the stone bed, gently covering her with a beast fur blanket, a faint smile on his lips. His gaze then fell on the neighboring cave, looking thoughtful. Why is there no sound at all? It's so quiet, as if no one is there. Could it be that Ling didn't return tonight? Mo Lin guessed correctly. Ling indeed didn't come back to the cave last night. He was afraid he might lose control and do something terrible. Last night, he went to the Tegel forest and hunted beasts all night, not hundreds but dozens. This greatly reduced his internal anger. Ling brought all the hunted animals back to the tribe, but didn't share them with anyone else. Instead, he neatly piled them at the entrance of Susia's cave, stacking them like a small mountain, blocking the entrance entirely. If Susia knew about this, she wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was sleeping so deeply she didn't notice anything. When she woke up, it was already noon the next day. She rubbed her sore waist and silently cursed Mo Lin's ancestors. This snake beast is a real fighter among perverts. Double the status and still not enough, and it can play tricks with its tail. What kind of sin did I commit? She muttered as she got out of bed, glancing around to find Mo Lin wasn't in the cave and didn't know where he had gone. However, on the stone table in the center of the cave, there was a bowl of soup made from some kind of animal meat. Next to it was a piece of roasted beast meat, golden and crispy, obviously cooled down. Susia looked at the meat and soup, a slight smile appearing on her lips. This cold-faced guy was quite thoughtful, knowing to make up for it afterward. Even though it was cold, she didn't mind at all and took the meat and soup to drink without hesitation. Last night I didn't eat much and stayed up all night, so my stomach was already very hungry. Now, I naturally wouldn't mind. I finished a big bowl of meat soup completely, and only then did I feel less hungry. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up, sounding mischievous. Host, how did you feel last night? Was Mo Lin's double penalty? Susia twitched her mouth and quickly interrupted it, annoyed. How come I find out you're a mischievous system? Asking me this early in the morning? Do you have the nerve? I don't feel like answering. The system chuckled. It's just caring about the host. But host, aren't you curious why Ling was so quiet last night? She was stunned instantly, a bad feeling suddenly rising in her heart. Yeah, logically, Ling, who is usually jealous, should have caused a big fuss last night. Why is there no sound at all? The system pretended to be mysterious. Want to know the answer? Ask me. She twitched her mouth and said nothing. If you love to talk, just say it. If not, forget it. It's something she could easily find out by asking around, but this silly system was still teasing her. The system was choked and uncomfortable, but not wanting to stay silent. It decided to speak. All right. Last night Ling was crazy for you all night, going to Tegel Forest to hunt dozens of wild animals. It paused and continued. Whether out of anger or fear of leaving you hungry, he piled them all at your cave entrance. Now, it's so blocked that not even a mosquito can fly in. Susia almost spat out her soup. What? He piled wild animals at my door? Dozens of them. Can this man be any more outrageous? The system chuckled. Host, this time you've really provoked the jealous king, and your days ahead will probably be very exciting. She twitched her lips several times, feeling speechless inside. Exciting? This is clearly a deadly battlefield, possibly even life-threatening. She silently sighed. In the original story, Chu Yu could handle over a dozen strong and handsome men. Ling, though the main wife, can't even tolerate snake skins. How does he endure? Or does Chu Yu have some kind of Sea King secret? While she was thinking, Mo Lin suddenly walked into the cave, holding a string of fresh wild fruits that looked a bit like grapes. His stern face carried a teasing smile. You're awake? Looks like last night wasn't tiring enough? Susia rolled her eyes and glared at him irritably. Are you speaking human language? Last night I almost couldn't handle you, and now I still have a sore back and waist. After saying that, she reached out and rubbed her aching waist. It really hurts, as if about to break. After 2 nights of intense activity and staying up all night, even someone strong like me can't take it. Not to mention, it was with 2 very powerful 6th-tier orcs. Lin raised an eyebrow and smirked playfully. Weren't you enjoying yourself last night? Why do you start to complain now? She rolled her eyes at him. Enjoy? Do you call that enjoyment? I almost got worn out by you, you know. Lin smiled faintly and handed her a wild fruit. Eat some to recover. It's washed, don't overdo it. She twitched her mouth. Couldn't help but bite him playfully. Don't overdo it? Seriously. She took a grape, plucked one, and put it in her mouth. It was sour and sweet, tasting pretty good. While eating, she said, by the way, Ling went crazy last night. He hunted dozens of beasts and piled them at my cave entrance. Can you help me deal with it? My back still hurts, and I can't move them. Lin's expression turned slightly cold, and his smile disappeared instantly. He's quite diligent. Susia didn't want to discuss Ling anymore and said, hurry up and deal with it, or I won't even be able to get into my door when I go back. Lin frowned, his tone a bit colder. He hunted them himself. Let him deal with it. Susia got anxious. No, I'm still inside your cave. If I go back and see that pile of beasts, the whole tribe might come to watch. I don't want to look like a monkey. Lin glanced at her with a calm expression. You do know how to boss people around. She blinked innocently. Well, you're my beast husband. If you don't help me, who will? Lin was amused by her expression and reached out to pinch her cheek. Fine, I'll go. With that, he turned and left the cave. Watching Lin's disappearing figure, Susia didn't rush back immediately. Thinking about what happened with Lin last night, she asked the system inside her mind. System, I already slept with Lin within 7 days. Where's my reward? The system lazily yawned. It was sent to your system backpack last night. There's also a bamboo furniture collection as a reward for reaching a good impression stage with Lin. Check it yourself. She paused, surprised. Bamboo furniture collection? A reward for reaching a good impression stage with Lin? Lin's favorability increased again, surpassing 60. A happy smile appeared on her face as she quickly opened the data to check. Sure enough, Lin's favorability had risen to 65, an increase of 15 points from last time. Her lips curled up, feeling pleased. Close the data page and open the system backpack. Sure enough, the last 2 slots contain ancient pottery making encyclopedia and bamboo furniture collection. Susia takes out the ancient pottery making encyclopedia. She casually flips through it, and her eyes instantly light up. This isn't just a pottery guide. It's practically a manual of ancient black technology. From building kilns to firing bricks, from pottery to porcelain. Even the methods for making glass are included. She happily hugs the encyclopedia, acting like a silly person, as if having a seizure. Ha ha ha. We're advanced now. System, you're amazing. I love you with this ancient pottery-making encyclopedia. She can lead her tribe from the Stone Age directly into the Pottery Age. The system looks disgusted and makes a face like it ate something bad, silently adding, Host, don't celebrate too early. All these things require you to do the work yourself. The system can only provide knowledge, not help you practice.
Sui's smile instantly stiffens.
She remembers she once gained the dexterous hand skill, but she didn't pay attention to the system's words. The dexterous hands was a reward for reaching the liking stage with Ling. She doesn't feel any change in her hands, but the reward must be reliable. She plans to find a chance to mold some ceramics to test her skills. But first, she needs to find clay. She puts the ancient pottery-making encyclopedia back into the system backpack. Then she takes out the bamboo furniture collection and flips through it, her eyes shining brighter. This isn't just a bamboo weaving tutorial, it's a complete furniture design catalog. There are rattan chairs, bamboo beds, coffee tables, screens, bamboo mats. Even bamboo wardrobes and bookshelves, with many styles. opening her eyes wide. Wow, if I can make these, the overall living quality of the tribe will improve by several levels. She holds the bamboo furniture collection happily, smiling very brightly. Suddenly, she remembers that Sulai told her yesterday to arrange for the female members of the tribe to weave baskets and rattan containers so that the orcs can transport salt more easily. Thinking about this, she feels a bit embarrassed to keep hiding. She tidies up her things and leaves Mo Lin's mountain cave, heading down the mountain. Just at the foot of the mountain, she encounters Mia walking toward her, with dark circles under her eyes and a gloomy face like a storm. Susia scowls and pretends not to see her, walking straight past. Mia indeed didn't sleep well all night. She had heard about Ling and Mo Lin almost fighting over Susia last night. Her heart is crazily jealous. Later, when Susia was taken away by Mo Lin and tossed around all night, her jealousy grew even more intense. What she can't stand most is that Ling had caught so many prey and given them to this ugly girl. Mia carefully went to look early in the morning. The pile of prey looked like a mountain, probably enough to feed for several months. Not only that, Mo Lin happily helped her organize the prey. He cleaned everything thoroughly and cut the meat into evenly sized strips, which was very thoughtful. What's so special about this ugly thing? Mia clenched her teeth, nails digging into her palms, almost bleeding. She looked up and saw Susia walking toward her. Her jealousy exploded. She rushed forward, eyes fierce, voice sharp. Susia, you ugly thing, why are Ling and Mo Lin always around you? You're just useless. Even beast masters dislike you. How dare you act so arrogantly? Susia smirked with a mocking look. Oh, are you jealous? Too bad. No matter how pretty you are, Ling and Mo Lin won't look at you. Mia trembled with anger, raising her hand to slap her. She completely forgot that Susia had a wood-type ability. Susia sneered, flipped her wrist, and a vine shot out from her palm. It instantly wrapped around Mia's wrist and pulled hard. Mia was thrown to the ground, landing awkwardly like a dog falling flat. Her face pressed against the ground and accidentally hit a sharp stone protruding from the surface, cutting her face open wide and bleeding heavily. Mia felt a burning pain on her face. She reached up to wipe her face and saw her hand covered in blood, which frightened her into panic.
Ah!
My face. Susia, you wicked girl. You actually ruined my face. Realizing what happened, Mia covered her bleeding face and screamed loudly, almost piercing the sky. This immediately drew the attention of the tribe's beastmen and females. Everyone was shocked to see Mia's bloodied face and the large cut on her cheek, unsure what had happened. What's going on? Why is Mia's face bleeding? Oh my, that wound looks deep. Won't she be disfigured? Mia is the most beautiful female in the tribe. If her face is ruined, will her beast masters still want her? The crowd was full of discussion. Some were shocked, some pleased, and others secretly looked at Susia with complicated eyes. Mia squeezed through the crowd, saw Mia's face was ruined, and felt a bit pleased. But she pretended to be worried and hurried over, exaggerating. Sister, how is your face? Oh no, so much blood. Will you be disfigured? You must never ruin your face. If you do, the beast husband will dislike you. She said caring words, but each sentence pierced Mia's heart. Mia suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp like knives, glaring at Mia with anger and sharpness. Stop crying and acting helpless. Are you happy seeing me unlucky? Who are you pretending for? Get out of here. She was most proud of her face, but now it was ruined by the ugly Susia. How could she not hate? Although she hated Susia fiercely, she was also very angry at her jealous sister, Miao. Frightened by Mia's anger, Miao took a step back, but her expression of glee was even stronger. She pretended to be wronged, lowering her head and speaking with a choked voice. Big sister, how can you say that to me? I care about you. Care about me? You probably want me to ruin my face. Mia covered her bleeding face, her beautiful eyes full of hatred and madness. Since we were kids, you've always envied me. Now that you see me like this, you're probably overjoyed, right? Hearing this, Mia's face changed, but she quickly pretended to be pitiful, tears in her eyes. Big sister, how can you think that of me? I am your real sister. I only worry about you. If your face is ruined, what will happen to your beast husbands? This sentence was like pouring oil on the fire. Mia suddenly stood up, ignoring her face wound, pointing at Meow and shouting, "Shut up. My beast husbands won't dislike me. But you, always pretending and secretly flirting with Langya, sneaking around with him. Do you think I don't know?" She had long known about Meow and Langya's affair. She was angry, but she didn't care. She had many beast husbands, and many males wanted to be her husband. Losing one, like Langya, didn't matter. Langya was unfaithful to her, and if he was kicked out, so be it. Mia didn't expose this matter, mainly because she was afraid of losing face and being called less charming than Meow. Although she didn't reveal it, Langya hadn't come close to her for a long time. Every night it was Langya's turn. Mia would find excuses to avoid him. Meow's face instantly turned pale, her lips trembling as she couldn't speak. She never expected that Mia already knew about her affair with Langya and even said it openly in front of everyone. Now she only felt her face burning hot, wishing she could find a place to hide. All the orcs and females present seemed to have just heard a shocking secret, their eyes filled with gossip. Oh my god, Mia and Meow, these sisters, have actually fallen out like this. Mia's face was ruined, and Meow Yao even seduced her beast husband, Wolf Fong. This story is so exciting. TSK. Mia is usually so proud, but now her face is damaged. How can she still act so arrogant? Meow Yao usually pretends to be gentle, but secretly she is so cruel, she even seduced her sister's beast husband. People kept talking, and more spectators gathered, making the scene chaotic. At this moment, Wolf Fong and the other 6 beast husbands of Mia hurried over, overhearing the gossip. Wolf Fong staggered and almost fell. His face was pale. He didn't have time to think about how he was caught. He was very nervous, afraid Mia would be angry and kick him. His eyes instinctively looked at Mia, and he saw the fierce wound on her face still bleeding. He froze instantly. Mia's other beast husbands looked shocked and quickly gathered around her. "Mia, what happened to your face?" One of the beast husbands, Zhenjing, asked anxiously, full of concern and anger. Mia tightly covered her face. Seeing Zhenjing, she suddenly felt more confident and said angrily, "It's Susia. She used her powers to knock me flying, causing my face to hit a stone. That's why my face is ruined. Zhenjing, go tear her face apart now." Zhenjing usually listened to Mia and did whatever she asked, never disobeyed. But now he was in a difficult position. Susia was the daughter of the leader and had already mated with Ling Lin. He dared not tear her face. Though he wouldn't tear her face, he looked coldly at Susia and said, "I don't know what conflict happened between you and Mia, but Mia's face is her life. How dare you ruin it? Isn't that going too far? Or do you think since you mated with Ling Lin, you can do whatever you want? Do whatever you want?" Susia sneered coldly, sweeping her gaze over Zhenjing and the other beast husbands. Her tone was calm. "Mia tried to hit me first. I was just protecting myself. Do you expect me to stand there and let her hit me?" Zhenjing choked and looked unhappy, but quickly hardened his face. "No matter what, Mia's face is ruined. You have to take responsibility. You have powers from the wood element, so heal her now." She smirked with a mocking smile. "Heal her face? Why should I? Don't forget, she was the one who hit me first. Do I still need to heal her face? Or do you think I'm too easy to deal with?" Hearing this, Mia screamed loudly, "Susia, you wicked woman. If my face is ruined, I will definitely not let you go." Zhenjing, Blood Moon, broken words, "Teal, what are you all standing there for? Catch her and force her to treat my face." Mia's beast husbands looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Just as the situation grew tense, Langya suddenly stepped forward, looking at Susia with a complex expression. His voice was low and serious. "Susia, Mia's face can't be ruined. If you have a way, please help her treat it. I beg you. He spoke sincerely and lowered himself humbly. On one hand, he truly didn't want Mia's face to be damaged. On the other, he hoped to gain Mia's forgiveness through this. Although he betrayed Mia, he never intended to end their relationship. Susia looked at Lengya and sneered. Beg me? Why do you think I would agree? Lengya's face paled. He clenched his teeth and said humbly, Susia, Mia's face might not matter much to you, but to her, it means everything. If you help her heal it, I'll owe you a favor. Whenever you need, just ask. She scoffed, glancing at Lengya with a sarcastic tone. Your favor? I don't care for that. Besides, Mia's face is her own fault. If she hadn't tried to hit me, she wouldn't be in this mess. Why should I help her? Hearing this, Mia trembled with anger, shouting at her beast husbands to capture Susia and force her to treat her face. Fengji and the other beast husbands felt stuck, unsure of what to do. But Mia's face truly couldn't be ruined. Since this matter involved Susia, even if the leader knew, he probably wouldn't say much. Thinking this, they prepared to move forward and force Susia to treat Mia's face. Just as they were about to act, a cold voice came from the crowd. Who dares to touch her? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Ling and Emolin approaching from different directions. The two looked at Mia's beast husbands with fierce, sword-like gazes, emanating a strong pressure. Suddenly, the atmosphere froze, and the air felt heavy. Mia's beast husbands' faces changed drastically, and they instinctively stepped back. Ling coldly glanced at the fierce wound on Mia's face and said emotionlessly, Mia, you fell and hurt yourself. No one else is to blame. If you dare to attack Sia again, don't blame me for being harsh. Emolin then walked directly to Susia, wrapping his arm around her waist. His cold eyes showed rare softness. Does your waist still hurt? Susia twitched her mouth, wanting to kick him. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. In front of everyone, saying such words was clearly meant to make her hated. Sure enough, the surrounding orcs and females' eyes instantly became complicated. Especially Mia, whose gaze was full of jealousy and resentment, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Fortunately, she didn't bother to pay attention to him. Yiling's eyes were cold enough to scare, still angry from killing monsters all night, and hearing Emolin say, Does your waist still hurt? Only made him angrier. Emolin, I heard you handled all the prey I caught last night. Why did you do that? He spoke coldly, his voice icy. It was obvious he was looking for trouble. Emolin raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, What? Not enough monsters killed last night, and now you want to fight me? Susia cried inwardly. How could these two keep arguing again? She quickly broke free from Emolin's embrace and looked at Ling with a forced smile. Ling, don't get me wrong. I caught so many prey that they piled up at my cave entrance, blocking the way. I asked Emolin to deal with them. Don't be angry. Ling snorted coldly, still looking icy, but when he looked at her, the coldness in his eyes softened a little. He stepped closer and spoke in a deep voice, Since you said so, then forget it. Susia let out a breath of relief, secretly cursing this man's bad temper. Mia stared at Susia fiercely, her jealousy driving her crazy. But now she was more concerned about her own face. Susia, even if I brought this on myself and hurt myself on a stone, do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Mia's face was not bleeding, but she looked terrifyingly fierce, her beauty greatly diminished as she coldly stepped forward. Seeing everyone's attention on her, she felt proud and continued coldly, Not to mention, this whole thing started because of you. We are from the same tribe. Is it too cold-blooded to watch someone die and do nothing? Such behavior. What right do you have to be a priest apprentice? As soon as she said this, the orcs and females watching started talking. Some sympathized with Mia, some cheered her on, some just watched for fun. Others pointed fingers at Susia. Susia is so cold-blooded. Mia's face is like that, and she still refuses to treat her?
Exactly, we're from the same tribe.
How can she just stand by and do nothing? Doesn't she have a wood-type healing ability? Should be easy to treat her, right? Maybe she's jealous of Mia's beauty and deliberately ruined her face. Listening to the gossip around her, Susia sneered inwardly, about to say something. Ling walked out with a gloomy face, his silver eyes coldly sweeping over everyone. His voice was as icy as winter. Are you questioning my partner? As soon as he spoke, the surrounding chatter suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at each other, afraid to speak again. Mia's face looked even worse. She didn't expect Ling to defend Susia so fiercely, and her jealousy almost drove her crazy. But that wasn't enough. Ling's next words made her completely hopeless. Mia, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I don't mind making you stay silent forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Mia's face turned pale, as if all her blood had been drained. She opened her mouth but dared not make a sound, fearing she would truly anger Ling. 7 of Mia's beast husbands, including Wolf Fong and Burning Spine, looked very unhappy, their hearts furious. But because of Ling's strong power, they dared not speak out. The orcs and females around also fell silent, afraid to say a word. By chief round, Susia had worked hard to change the bad impression the tribe had of her. If she fell into a situation where she was bullied, disregarding her own people and gaining a reputation for being cold and ruthless, it would be very bad. He stepped forward, speaking gently but with authority. Ling, your actions may have scared everyone, but secretly, there will be rumors. It's not good for Sia's reputation. He turned to Mia, his beautiful fox eyes showing a hint of coldness. Mia, since this matter started because of you, why don't you apologize to Sia first? Maybe she'll help you heal your face. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned sharply to Mia, and the atmosphere became tense. Mia's face looked bad, her chest rising and falling violently, as if a breath was stuck in her throat, unable to breathe out or swallow down. She stared fiercely at Susia, her eyes full of venom. To make her apologize to this ugly girl? That was even more painful than killing her. Mo Lin's lips pressed tightly, his expression cold as frost. His gaze swept over Mia, and he said calmly, no apology, then leave. Qingzhu stood nearby, her green eyes full of teasing, as if watching a good show. Xianming crossed his arms, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, appearing indifferent. Although she disliked Mia, she didn't want to be known as someone who bullied others with power. She looked at Mia calmly. No need to apologize. I can help you heal your face. But you must swear to the beast god that if you ever try to harm me again, you will be devoured by wild beasts and meet a terrible end. In the beast world, the beast god was deeply revered. Once a vow was made, almost no one dared to break it. As for the apology, it was really unnecessary, since it wouldn't be sincere anyway.
Mia sneered, swearing?
How could she possibly swear to the beast god? This ugly creature thought that with such tricks, she could control her?
Dream on.
She turned to Mo Lin, her tone icy. Mo Lin, as a strong member of the tribe, do you just let her bully our people like this? Mo Lin's expression remained unchanged, his lips slightly raised, his voice cold as ice. What does it have to do with me? Mia's heart trembled. She clenched her teeth, forced down her fear, and sneered. Fine. Since none of you want to help me, I'll go find the shaman and priest. I believe they can heal my face. After saying this, she turned and left without looking back. Even if the shaman and priest can't heal her, she can find help in other tribes. The world of beasts is vast, with countless tribes. Someone out there can cure her face.
It will just cost her something.
Wolf Fong, Burning Spine, and 5 other beast husbands watched Mia's departing figure, exchanging glances. They didn't know what to do. Wolf Fong's expression slightly furrowed.
He wanted to stop Mia.
To him, it was just an apology or a vow. Was that so hard? But then he thought, maybe it's good for her to try the shaman. Perhaps the shaman really has a way. If the shaman can truly heal Mia's face, she wouldn't need to ask Susia. Thinking this, he let Mia go without trying to stop her. After Mia left, Susia looked around at everyone's different expressions, sneering inwardly. She said lightly, since Mia doesn't want to, then forget it. But I want to remind everyone, there's a beast god above us. Good and evil will be repaid. If anyone harbors ill intentions, they will eventually suffer the consequences. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Ling stood beside her, a flash of admiration in his silver eyes. He coldly said, "Everyone disperse now." Everyone felt like they had been granted mercy and quickly left. Bai Qi looked at Susia with a smile and said, "Yesterday, I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to wake you. But today, you should prepare something delicious for us, right? Tomorrow morning, we'll leave for the salt lake at the bottom of the cliff." Hearing this, Ling, Mo Lin, Qingzhu, and Xianming immediately looked at Susia. Especially Qingzhu, whose expression was fierce, as if daring her not to agree, ready to unleash a sharp tongue. Xianming also looked as if she wouldn't let her go easily if she refused. Susia twitched her lips, silently cursing in her heart. These men are really difficult. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and nod. "All right, I'll cook a big meal for you today." Seeing her agree, the five of them were in a good mood, thinking that today they would finally have something tasty. Mo Lin walked over with rare gentleness, as if an icy mountain had melted. "Will it be too tiring? Do you want me to help you?" Susia glanced at Mo Lin. This man, usually cold as ice, was now being quite attentive. No need to waste a free worker. "All right, then help me wash the vegetables later." After saying this, she headed towards the cave casually. Not far behind, Ling caught up and grabbed her wrist, his voice low and a bit annoyed. "You wanted to help you wash the vegetables?" Susia stopped in her tracks. Feeling the grip on her wrist, she knew this man was jealous again. She laughed softly and said, "What do you want to do? Do you also know how to wash vegetables?" Ling snorted coldly, his silver eyes narrowing slightly. "I'll help you process the prey. I promise I'll be faster than you." Mo Lin watched coldly from the side and spoke calmly, "I've already finished processing the prey." Ling's face darkened, and his sharp gaze swept towards Mo Lin, making the atmosphere tense instantly. Susia helplessly massaged her forehead and quickly tried to mediate. All right, both of you come help." Ling, cut the meat. Mo Lin, wash the vegetables.
Don't just stare at each other like that.
Bai Qi smiled slyly and leaned in, his fox eyes flashing with cunning. "Sia, what about me? I can't just watch, right?" She shot him a glance. This old fox really knew how to seize every opportunity. Smiling, she said, "You? Responsible for lighting the fire." Bai Qi's mouth twitched slightly, pretending to be wronged, and sighed, "Sia, you're showing favoritism. One washing vegetables, one cutting, and when it comes to him, it's always lighting the fire? He's a fox and afraid of fire. What if his fox fur gets burned?" Susia sensed there was more behind Bai Qi's words and lazily asked, "Then, what do you think you're suitable for?" Bai Qi smiled slightly, his handsome fox eyes flashing with cunning. His tone was gentle but with a hint of probing. "Sia, you know I'm good at planning overall. Why not let me assign everyone's tasks, huh?" She raised an eyebrow and looked at him.
"Oh.
And how do you plan to arrange it?" Bai Qi's smile deepened, and his gaze swept over Ling and Mo Lin. He pretended to think and said, "Ling is strong, so cutting meat suits him. Mo Lin is meticulous, so washing vegetables is perfect for him." He paused, then looked at Qingzhu and Xianming, speaking lightly. "Qingzhu is indifferent but diligent. He probably doesn't mind simple tasks like lighting the fire." As for Xianming crossed his arms and lazily interrupted, "I'm only responsible for eating." White Cheese smiled slightly. "Then I can only trouble Qingzhu. After all, only someone calm and steady like you can handle lighting the fire." Qingzhu's green eyes looked coldly at him, and her tone was icy. "You, this fox, are good at shirking responsibility." White Cheese' smile remained, and his tone was gentle. "Not at all. I just think you're the most suitable. Besides, you've always been diligent. This small task shouldn't be too difficult for you." Qingzhu snorted coldly and, "Too lazy to argue," said sarcastically, "Lighting the fire is lighting the fire. It's better than some people who only talk a lot." White Chi didn't mind her words and turned to look at Susia, speaking softly. Sia, what do you think of my arrangement? Susia's lips twitched slightly, secretly cursing that the old fox was indeed cunning. In just a few words, he had handed the fire-starting task to Qingzhu, so she didn't have to do anything, just talk. She was too lazy to expose him and waved her hand. All right, let's do it this way. She didn't stand there any longer and turned to walk toward the cave. White Chi followed behind, and the others did the same. Meanwhile, Mia ran swiftly until she was far away before stopping. Her face was grim, and her chest rose and fell violently. The anger and humiliation in her heart threatened to swallow her whole. She reached out to touch the wound on her face, and the sharp pain made her even angrier. Susia, you wicked woman. She gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Why does everyone protect you? Is it just because of your leader father? You're just a ugly, disgusting waste. The more Mia thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. Jealousy and hatred spun like poisonous snakes in her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She knew that anger wouldn't solve anything. She had to think of a way to completely get rid of that ugly thing so she could regain her place and dignity. But right now, the most important thing was to treat her face. If her face was ruined, she would really be finished. She headed straight to the shaman's stone house, holding on to a glimmer of hope. After all, the shaman was the best healer in the tribe. Maybe he could fix her face. But when she hurriedly ran to the shaman and stood in front of him, he stared at her face for a long time and frowned. Mia, what happened to this wound? He asked as he treated her injury. Seeing the shaman ask, tears suddenly fell from Mia's eyes. Then she began to exaggerate, describing how Susia used her supernatural power to throw her away, causing her face to hit the ground and scrape against stones. She deliberately concealed her own provocation and physical attack, pushing all the blame onto Susia. It was as if Susia was jealous of her beauty and deliberately damaged her face. The shaman paused, looked up at her, and frowned. Sia, deliberately hurt your face? That girl used to have a bad temper, but she has changed a lot recently. She has become smarter and more diligent, even discovering the salt lake for the tribe. She has also become an apprentice to the old priest. The old man next door is very pleased with her and often shows off to others with a big smile. How could the girl hurt Mia's face out of jealousy? Seeing that the shaman didn't believe her, Mia was angry but dared not say directly that Susia did it on purpose. She only suggested that it might have been an accident. The shaman didn't bother to ask how her face was injured. He casually applied some herbal medicine, stopped the bleeding, and waved her away. All right, don't get water on it for a few days. The wound will heal soon. He didn't use his special powers to treat Mia. In his view, a woman's role was to bear children for the tribe, and whether she was pretty or not didn't matter. He was old and found it hard to cultivate his powers. Unless a beast man in the tribe was seriously injured and in life-threatening danger, he wouldn't easily use his powers. Mia saw the shaman's indifferent attitude and felt even angrier. But she dared not lose her temper. She held back her rage and asked, Sir Shaman, will I have a scar on my face? The shaman glanced at her and said coldly, a scar? That depends on how well you recover. Mia's heart sank. She knew how deep her wound was. If it left a scar, wouldn't she become as ugly as Susia? Thinking of this, she couldn't hold back anymore and asked anxiously, Sir Shaman, can you use your powers to help me heal? I don't want a scar. The shaman frowned and replied coldly, powers aren't used for small injuries like this. There are many other injured beastmen in the tribe who need help. I don't have time to waste on you. Mia's face turned pale, and her anger almost exploded. But she dared not lash out. She could only grit her teeth and endure, forcing a faint smile. Then I will go find the priest to try. After saying this, she quickly turned and left the shaman's hut, afraid she might lose control if she stayed even a second longer. The priest's stone house was right next door to the shaman's, so she was there in moments. Mia clung to her last hope, but when she arrived at the priest's door, she saw the priest sitting with Su Lai, discussing the salt lake. Sulai noticed the movement at the door and immediately looked over, his gaze sharp. Mia was quickly swept by his sharp gaze, and her steps instinctively stopped. Her anger on her face immediately faded, and she forced out a faint smile. "Leader, priest, sorry to bother you." Sulai nodded faintly, his gaze scanning her face with a slight frown. "What's wrong with your face?" Mia hurriedly lowered her head, her tone tinged with some grievance. I accidentally fell, your leader." Sulai only asked casually. When she said she fell, he didn't ask further and turned back to discuss important matters with the priest. Seeing Sulai's indifferent attitude, Mia felt even angrier, her fists clenched tightly. If she had fallen today like Susia, that ugly girl, the leader would probably be heartbroken and would immediately order the shaman and priest to treat her, right? She felt unwilling but helpless. After all, she was not born as the leader's daughter. Mia suppressed her inner anger and frustration, turning around quietly to leave. Her eyes were cold, and she secretly vowed, "Susia, just wait. One day, I will make you pay." She didn't leave the wolf tribe immediately, deciding to wait a few days first. If the medicine given by the shaman worked and left no ugly scars, she wouldn't need to look for others to treat her face. If she unfortunately got scars, she would have to leave the tribe and find a way to heal her face. Unaware of Mia's situation, Susia had already returned to the cave with Ying, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qing Zhu, and Xianming. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the baskets of meat strips neatly arranged along the wall, making her mouth twitch. Does the dog man have to be so excessive? There's enough meat here to feed the entire tribe for a month. Susia turned to look at Ying and said helplessly, "Did you gather all the wild animals in the Tegel forest?" Ying's silver eyes flickered. "We're leaving for the Salt Lake tomorrow, and I don't know when we'll return. I'm worried you'll be hungry." Mo Lin suddenly mocked coldly. "How considerate." Ying's silver eyes darkened, and her tone was unfriendly. "Better than someone doing nothing." Seeing them argue again, she helplessly rubbed her forehead and quickly interrupted. "Enough, you two. These meats are good for winter storage, pickling or smoking. But the cave is a bit crowded. It might be hard to store everything." She turned to Bai Qi, smiling sweetly. "Bai Qi, you're so good at planning. Why don't you help them dig a cave nearby?"
I want to use it as a storage room.
White Qi's mouth twitched. "Sia, are you using me as a labor?" She raised an eyebrow slightly. "What if I am?" White Qi's expression stiffened slightly, pretending to be wronged. "Of course I am willing." He turned to Xianming with a half-smile. "Xianming, we all have work to do. Since you're free and strong, digging holes is perfect for you." Xianming crossed his arms lazily. "I still say I only eat, I don't do work." White Qi narrowed his fox-like eyes, with a meaningful look. "Xianming, are you sure you won't help?" Xianming snorted coldly. "No, I won't." White Qi pretended to be disappointed. "That's a pity. Sia just said there will be a special dish at noon, which can greatly boost the beastman's spiritual power, maybe even help break through a bottleneck." Xuanming's eyes sharpened, and he tightened his arms slightly. "What kind of special dish?" White Qi leaned in with a smile, lowering his voice. "I don't know the details, but Sia said only those who help with the work can eat it." Xianming frowned and looked at Susia. "Really?" Susia was busy cutting meat. Hearing White Qi, she cursed the old fox silently. "He's such a good liar." Thinking of the silver moon-tail fish brought back from the dark river at the foot of the cliff, she knew it really had the effect of boosting spiritual power. She nodded in agreement. "Yes, there is indeed a special dish. Eating it is very good for beastmen, but—" She deliberately stretched her tone and shot him a glance. "You have to do some work first." Xianming hesitated, then snorted coldly, walking quickly toward the cave entrance. "Fine, I'll dig the hole." White Qi smiled happily, walking over to Susia. His gentle voice carried a teasing tone. "Sia, since Xianming is working so hard, shouldn't we prepare that silver moon-tail fish for noon?" Susia looked up and glared at him. "You're well informed, even knowing about the silver moon-tail fish?" White Qi chuckled softly and didn't hide it. Last night, I was chatting with Xianfeng. He mentioned there's a dark river at the foot of the cliff, where rare silver moon-tail fish grow. He said you brought back quite a few, so I knew. Listening to him, Susia cursed Xianfeng silently for being too talkative. But she didn't refuse and agreed readily. Everyone was busy working. Ling was cutting meat, Mo Lin was washing vegetables, Qingzhu was tending the fire, and Xianming was digging a mountain cave nearby. Susia was in charge of stir-frying. White Qi helped her, passing water and seasoning, occasionally wiping her sweat, acting very attentive. Sometimes he said funny things, making her laugh nonstop. Mo Lin glared coldly at Bai Qi, then with a snap threw a clove of garlic, speaking in a deep voice, bored and peeling garlic. Bai Qi watched the flying garlic without anger, smiling as he caught it easily. He looked with a meaningful expression. Mo Lin, are you trying to smash the garlic? Mo Lin kept a blank face, speaking coldly, if it breaks, that's better. Just put it in the pot. Bai Qi looked at the broken garlic, quickly peeling off the skin, then sighed helplessly. Mo Lin, your temper isn't good, but since it's broken, it saves effort. He casually sprinkled the broken garlic into the pot, acting as gracefully as if scattering flower petals. Susia also didn't bother with them, focusing on cooking. Her spatula flipped swiftly, filling the air with a delicious aroma. The pot's tomato beef stew bubbled gently, the thick broth making everyone's mouth water. Ling also noticed and paused, his silver eyes slightly cold. Fox, you're too close to her. Bai Qi looked at Ling, his fox-like eyes narrowing with a playful tone. Ling, you act like Sia is your exclusive property. He deliberately moved closer to Susia, softly asking, Sia, isn't that right? Ling's silver eyes darkened. He slammed his kitchen knife onto the chopping board and coldly said, Fox, you're asking for trouble. Susia trembled in fright, nearly dropping her spatula, but she caught it just in time. She struck the edge of the pot with her spatula and shouted angrily, Everyone stop it. No more eating at noon if you keep arguing. Suddenly, everyone went quiet. Even the next-door shadow, now in the form of a dark night wolf, paused its digging and glanced over with wolf-like eyes. Ling snorted coldly, retracted his knife, and continued slicing meat. But his silver eyes kept flicking toward Bai Qi, showing displeasure. Bai Qi smiled warmly and stepped aside as if nothing had happened. Seeing Qingzhu sitting at the stove, her beautiful face covered in soot, sweating heavily from the heat, with her mouth twitching, he showed no intention of helping wipe her face. She sat lazily, drinking tea. She was drinking dried chrysanthemum tea that Susia had prepared, sitting gracefully. Susia saw this scene and secretly cursed. Old Fox knows how to enjoy himself. But she said nothing and focused on cooking. Things calmed down a lot afterward, with no more trouble. After some busy work, the dishes were quickly ready. 6 main dishes and 1 soup, all in large portions, enough for several people. There was tomato beef stew, mushroom stew with gurgling meat, pan-fried silver moon-tail fish, stone-grilled meat, stewed deer tendons, spicy rabbit heads, and a large bowl of pork bone soup, fragrant and tempting, drawing everyone's attention. Ling sat down with a cold face, followed closely by Mo Lin. Bai Qi smiled warmly as he picked up a fish fillet and deliberately held it near Susia's mouth. Sia, try this. It's your favorite. Ling's silver eyes turned cold. He flicked his chopsticks, and the fish fillet snap fell to the ground. Mo Lin looked expressionless and added, wasteful. Qingzhu coldly glanced over and said, childish. He then casually picked up a spicy rabbit head and put it in his mouth. Xianming looked amused, glancing between Ling and Bai Qi, and teased with a smirk. The way you two fight over each other is even more interesting than this barbecue. He lazily picked up a piece of stone-grilled meat, took a bite, and said teasingly, should I make some space for you two to settle your score? Susia rolled her eyes and casually took a piece of beef into her mouth, muttering, enough, just eat quickly. After we're done, I need to organize the tribe's female members to weave baskets. Try to finish before you leave for the Salt Lake tomorrow morning. Knowing she had plans in the afternoon, Everyone wisely kept quiet and focused on their food, as if the previous chaos hadn't happened. Seeing the others settle down, Susia let out a breath of relief. These 5 beast husbands were all not easy to deal with. When they gathered, it was like a battlefield. She secretly felt grateful for her quick thinking. Otherwise, this meal might have been even more chaotic. After dinner, Lin took the initiative to help clean the dishes. Although this man was cold and quiet, he was honest and proactive about chores. He didn't need anyone to tell him to do his share after eating. Susia was quite satisfied with this. Bai Qi, the old fox, disliked greasy dishes and didn't want to wash them, but he also wanted to impress Susia, so she would come to him for food later. So he chose to fetch water instead. Ling didn't understand the concept of finishing food and then washing dishes. When he saw Lin and Bai Qi helping, he could only frown and wash with them. The two didn't get along and immediately started arguing. In the end, they broke a few chopsticks and shattered 3 stone plates. Susia looked at the messy stove and helplessly rubbed her forehead. What kind of disaster scene was this? She hurried over to pull the two apart, speaking sternly. Enough, enough. You all can go back. I'll handle it myself. Although these 5 beast husbands were powerful, they were like a bunch of unruly children when it came to daily life. Ling and Lin's conflict was more like 2 kids fighting over toys. She shook her head and used a broom to sweep up the debris on the ground. Ling and Lin looked embarrassed and wisely left without staying further. Bai Qi smiled warmly and approached Xiu. Do you want me to help you? Xiu shot him a quick glance, clearly knowing what this old fox was thinking. She smirked playfully and said, Sure, I have something to do, so you can wash the dishes. With that, she stood up, wiped her hands with a small piece of beast hide, handed the bowls and chopsticks to Bai Qi, and turned to leave the cave. Bai Qi was stunned, never expecting Sushi to actually give him the dishes to wash. Looking at the full basin of dishes, he twitched his mouth slightly and turned to glance at Qingzhu, who was still leisurely drinking tea. His fox eyes narrowed. Qingzhu, you're free too. Why not lend a hand? Qingzhu's green eyes coldly swept him, her tone icy. Whether I'm free is my business. If you're so eager, just do it yourself. Don't try to pass the buck. Falling for this old fox's trick, Bai Qi had been burning the fire for a long time, making it hot and dirty, getting himself covered in black ash. Now he was asked to wash the dishes. No way. He was choked by her words and wanted to say something. Meanwhile, Xianming had already stood up, dusted himself off lazily, and said, Take your time arguing, I'm leaving first. This is no fun. He turned and strode away without looking back, his back confident as if nothing had happened. Bai Qi. Qingzhu saw Xianming leave, set her tea bowl down on the table, and quickly got up to follow. She was afraid she'd be too slow, and this old fox would trick her into washing the dishes. Bai Qi. Why walk so fast? Hasn't he started scheming against me yet? He sighed helplessly, originally wanting to build good rapport with Xiu and come over every day to mooch food. But cleverness often backfires, and now he could only grit his teeth and wash the dishes himself. Meanwhile, Susia had already left the cave. She gathered all the females of the tribe, and seeing most of them arrive, she waited patiently. Mia didn't come, probably going to see the shaman about her face or something. She didn't care, less trouble if she didn't come. She looked over the sparse crowd, clapped her hands, cleared her throat, and loudly said, Sisters, early tomorrow morning, the tribe's orcs will set out for the Salt Lake. Our goal today is more is better. Gather baskets, vine baskets, weave as many as you can. The more, the better, so the tribe's orcs can take them along tomorrow. Smile playfully and walk over happily. Sia, don't worry. We've already learned how to weave quickly. The timing is a bit tight, but since the afternoon is long, we can keep weaving into the evening and should make quite a few baskets. Yunxiang also laughs and agrees. Exactly, Sia, don't underestimate us. We may not be the best at weaving, but we guarantee the baskets will be sturdy enough for carrying salt. Seeing everyone's confidence and good mood, Susia feels pleased. All right, everyone start working. Remember, Choose flexible vines to make strong baskets. If the baskets fall apart halfway through carrying salt, that would be a problem. Su Ying winks mischievously. Don't worry, Sia. We learned from you, after all. We won't embarrass you. Yunxiang pats her chest with a smile. Exactly. We're no longer beginners. We promise not to let you down. She nods contentedly and says nothing more. Then she leads the female members present to the moonlight forest to find suitable vines for weaving baskets and assigns tasks to each woman. The more baskets they weave, the better, and they will be rewarded with a piece of fresh game meat. Although one piece of meat doesn't seem like much or very tempting, for those without mates, relying on the tribe's daily share of game meat, fresh meat is the best reward. With this incentive, everyone works harder, searching for good vines to weave quickly, afraid that if they are slow or less skilled, others will finish first and get the meat. Meanwhile, Susia is busy and unaware that a secret plot is quietly unfolding. Mia arrives at the edge of moonlight forest unnoticed, her eyes coldly watching Susia, who is directing everyone. A sneer appears on her lips. She touches her wound, her resentment growing stronger. Susia, do you think you can keep being proud forever? She whispers, a cruel glint in her eyes. She turns and walks straight toward Yunhan's cave. Yunhan is the most cunning and treacherous orc in the tribe. He usually keeps to himself and doesn't get close to other orcs. His strength isn't top tier, but he's ruthless and discreet in his actions. Most importantly, Yunhan likes her and has always wanted to be her 8th orc husband. She initially looked down on him and didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either, keeping him hanging. She plans to ask Yunhan for help, either to secretly kill Susia or sell her to the distant pigdog tribe as a. Mia quickly arrived at the cave where Yunhan lived. She saw him inside, carefully wiping his bone knife. The blade reflected a cold light in the dim cave. He looked gloomy, with narrow eyes slightly raised at the corners, giving off a sneaky and ruthless vibe. His nose was high, lips thin and pale, and he exuded a cold, distant aura. Yunhan never mingled with other beast men in the tribe, preferring to be alone. His personality was somewhat similar to Xianming. However, Xianming had no bad intentions. As long as you didn't provoke him, he was usually easy to talk to. Mia's fierce expression quickly softened, and she put on a pitiful look. Yunhan. He looked up and focused on her left cheek, which was roughly covered with some herbs but had already fallen off. He frowned slightly, but showed little concern. He put down his bone knife and spoke coldly. What do you want? His tone was much colder than before, when he was more enthusiastic. Seeing Yunhan's attitude turn cold, Mia's heart clenched with anger. She cursed him silently for being shallow, caring only about her small wound. Wasn't he always fawning over her before? Now that her face was hurt, his attitude became so cold. What a shallow male. Fuming inside, she clenched her teeth, but kept a look of grievance. Yunhan, my face. It really hurts. Yunhan continued to wipe his bone knife, moving slowly and calmly. His voice was cold. You came to ask me to treat your face? Sorry, I'm not a healer. I can't help you. Seeing he was unmoved, Mia's anger grew, but for her plan, she had to keep pretending. No, Yunhan, I want you to help me deal with Susia. Yunhan paused, looked at her, and his eyes turned icy. Deal with Susia? Are you crazy? Not to mention Susia being the daughter of the leader. Even those 5 powerful beast husbands weren't someone others could easily provoke. Mia shivered under his gaze, but forced herself to speak. She ruined my face. How can I swallow this insult? If you help me, I will agree to make you my 8th beast husband. Yunhan slowly lowered his bone knife, a mocking smile on his lips. Mia, do you think too highly of yourself? Now, your face. Do you think I will still listen to you like before? Mia's face darkened. Her fingers clenched tightly, nails almost digging into her palms. In her eyes, Yunhan was just a dog that only pleased himself. Now, not only does this dog refuse her, but he also looks at her with a sneering and mocking gaze, which she finds hard to accept at once. She is also very, very angry. She suppresses her anger and says, Yun Han, you weren't like this before. You said you would protect me. Yun Han sneers coldly, stands up, and walks over, looking down at her. That was before. Now your face is ruined, and your appearance is greatly damaged. He pauses and looks her up and down without mercy, his gaze resting on her perfect, curvy body and full chest, with a meaningful tone. Your figure is quite good. Mia feels uncomfortable under his gaze, feeling both ashamed and angry. Thinking about leaving, she considers asking her 7 beast husbands for help. But then she remembers her current look and fears the outcome might be the same. Their attitude probably won't be any better. So she can only endure her anger and pettishly say, Yun Han, my face is only temporary. The witch doctor said the wound will heal quickly and leave no scars. Yun Han raises an eyebrow, suspiciously eyeing her, with a hint of scrutiny. Really? The witch doctor said so? A flicker of panic flashes in Mia's eyes, but she quickly calms herself. Of course it's true. The witch doctor said it's just a small injury, and with some herbal ointment, I'll recover completely in a few days. As long as you help me deal with Susia, I'll make you the 8th beast husband. How about that? Yun Han stares at her with a serious look, neither agreeing nor refusing. Mia feels uneasy under his gaze, her heart pounding, unsure of what he means.
Just as she is about to ask,
Yun Han suddenly lifts her chin with his hand, looking playful and mischievous, with a teasing smile. Oh, so, how do you want me to help you? Mia thought he agreed and felt happy, restoring her proud attitude, gritting her teeth. Of course, I want that ugly thing gone completely. No, I want her to suffer more than death. At this, her beautiful eyes flicker with resentment, and she looks at Yun Han. Here's the plan. Tomorrow night, Ing will lead the tribe's beastmen to the salt lake at the bottom of the cliff. Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Qingzhu, Xianming, and others will go too. By then, no one will be around that ugly thing, perfect timing to strike. You find a chance to sneak back, and I will find a way to lure Susia to a remote place. Then you can seize the opportunity to kidnap her and sell her to the pigdog tribe as a loli. Once sold to the pigdog tribe that would truly be a life worse than death. Yun Han's dark eyes flicker with a cold, sinister light after hearing Mia's plan. He slowly released his grip on Mia's chin, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Mia, you are quite good at planning. Do you want me to take risks while you enjoy the benefits? Mia frowned, looking impatient.
What exactly do you want?
Yun Han smirked mischievously, his gaze sweeping over her. His voice was low and cold. It's simple. Come to my cave tonight, and we will be together. If I am satisfied, I might consider it. Mia's face changed suddenly, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger. She never expected Yun Han to make such shameless demands, and she felt disgusted. But to get back at Susia, she had to suppress her disgust and grit her teeth. Fine, I agree. Yun Han's eyes grew more contemptuous. Come early tonight and wash up well. I hope you won't disappoint me. Mia felt more disgusted but forced herself to accept the humiliation. She turned and left the cave, her heart full of hatred for Susia. Yun Han watched her leave, a look of disdain in his eyes. He thought Mia was just a so. However, if tonight could give him enough pleasure, dealing with this problem for her was not impossible. Anyway, early tomorrow morning, most of the tribe's orcs would have left. Only some old, weak orcs and females remained, which posed no threat to him. As for the leader, he was busy and had no time to watch over Susia. As long as he could secretly take Susia away and find a hidden place to deal with her, no one would know it was him. And as for selling her to the pigdog tribe Yun Han sneered, thinking Mia was so foolish. No wonder she couldn't compete with Susia. In his view, only killing her and destroying the evidence was the safest option. In the moonlight forest, the afternoon sun shone through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. The females sat together, weaving baskets and talking about the latest gossip in the tribe. They exchanged words and occasionally laughed softly. Around them, scattered bundles of processed vines and woven baskets were piled up, at least dozens. Susia was not idle either. She sat on a stone, weaving with everyone else. Several finished baskets lay beside her, all made by her. She was quick and skillful, finishing a basket in no time. Listening to the gossip of the females around her, she occasionally responded, feeling not bored at all.
Ding.
Alarm! Alarm! At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, sounding mischievous. Host, your old rival, Mia, just went to see Han, planning to attack you. Susia was carefully weaving a basket when the system suddenly interrupted her, almost giving her a heart attack. Since it was an important matter, she didn't get angry but asked internally, what? Has Mia finally lost her patience? The system chuckled, exactly. She even tried to use her beauty trick to get Han to help her. But Han not only didn't fall for it, he turned around and told her to come to his cave tonight for a meeting. TSK host, do you want to watch a live broadcast? I can show you the footage. She twitched her mouth. No, I don't have a hobby of watching others' live streams. You can watch it yourself. But Han really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Mia actually agreed. The system didn't mind whether she watched or not, and said gleefully, yes, she did it to get back at you, even tolerating something disgusting. Then it changed the subject. But, host, what do you plan to do? Han is quite powerful, close to level 5, and is cunning and ruthless. Early tomorrow, your 5 beast husbands will leave the tribe. Once they leave, you'll be in danger. Maybe you should go with Ling and the others to the Salt Lake tomorrow. Not only can it improve your relationship with the beast husbands, but it's also safer. Later, the system suggested again. Hearing the system's advice, Susia felt a bit tempted. She thought it made sense and hesitated about whether to go with Ling and the others tomorrow. But she said aloud, what's there to worry about? Han hasn't agreed with Mia yet. Even if he does, I'm not afraid. I already know about their plans, and I have my own abilities. Even if I can't beat Han, I can still run away to save myself. Thinking of something, she continued, by the way, keep monitoring Mia and Han's movements. Notify me immediately if there's any sign of trouble. Rest assured, host, I've got this covered, the system replied cheerfully. She nodded and continued weaving the basket. In her mind, she wondered whether she should stay in the tribe or go with Ling and the others to the Salt Lake tomorrow. Susia saw that it was getting late. She stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and looked around at the females present. She loudly said, everyone has worked hard today. It's getting late, so go back now. We will continue tomorrow. The females put down their work, looked up at the sky, and realized it was indeed late. They each packed up their things and headed back to the tribe. Su Sheng stretched lazily and smiled. Sia, today was really tiring, but seeing so many woven baskets makes me feel quite accomplished. Exactly. I didn't expect we could weave so many in one day. If we work harder tomorrow, we should finish the task. Yun Xiang also nodded with a smile, looking a bit tired but happy inside. Susia smiled faintly, thinking about what the system had said. She then said to Su Sheng, I might have some matters to attend to these days. Please take over the basket weaving with Yun Xiang. Keep working together and try to make as many as possible. Although she wasn't sure yet whether she would go with Ling to the Salt Lake tomorrow, she thought it was better to give instructions early. Besides, she needed to focus on dealing with Han and Mia, so she probably wouldn't have time to manage this. Su Sheng looked confused but quickly nodded. Okay, Sia. Don't worry, I will handle it. Yun Xiang patted her chest and smiled. Sia, rest assured. We are very skilled at weaving baskets. We won't delay the tribe's work. She nodded and looked at them, feeling a bit relieved. With Su Sheng and Yun Xiang here, the basket weaving should go smoothly. Everyone packed up their things and gradually left the moonlight forest, heading back to the tribe. After a few steps, Susia suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if something was watching her from the dark, making her feel uneasy. She stopped walking and quickly turned around to look behind her, but saw nothing. Frowning, she squinted and looked around carefully. The moonlight forest had swaying shadows, and the wind rustled the leaves, making a soft sound. Apart from that, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Her alarm bells rang loudly inside. Everything looked normal on the surface, but her intuition told her that things were not so simple. "Everyone, help me scan the surroundings. I feel something is wrong," she said. Her steps slowed unconsciously, and her expression became cautious. She communicated with the system inside.
Got it.
The system immediately activated, starting a 360-degree, all-around scan. After scanning, he teased, "Host, you guessed right. Yunhan is hiding in the shadows watching you, with his sinister look. TSK, this guy is definitely a sneaky old fox. Although he hasn't agreed with Mia yet, he's already started scouting." Susia remained calm on her face but thought coldly inside, "He's eager, but since Yunhan came to scout, it seems he plans to attack me." She casually took her things and returned to the tribe with everyone. In the afternoon, she placed the woven basket and vine basket in the tribe's communal cave. Back at her place, she saw 5 beast men sitting neatly at the stone table, staring intently at her as if waiting to be fed. She couldn't help but twitch her lips and secretly complain. These 5 guys are usually very individualistic, but at mealtime, they turn into legendary hungry wolves. She washed her hands, then turned to look at them. "Are you here to mooch food or to hold a meeting?" Ling raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing flashing in his silver eyes. "Of course to eat, but after eating, I wouldn't mind eating you." Lin shot him a glance, his voice a bit cold. "Don't scare her." Ling shrugged, a cold smile curling his lips. "Now you know how to feel sorry? I heard someone was tossing and turning all night last night, making such a loud noise the tribe could have collapsed." Lin's expression stiffened slightly, coldly replying, "Same to you." Yiling's smile deepened, his sarcastic tone tinged with a subtle envy. "At least I'm a normal male, unlike someone abnormal. A snake beast like you should reduce how often you get close to Sia." Don't be fooled by his words about Lin being abnormal. Inside, he's actually quite jealous. This double life is basically every male's dream. Hearing their conversation, Susia's face flushed. These 2 guys are really enough discussing such topics. Can you 2 be serious? Everyone come help out. Do you still want to eat dinner or not? She barked with a dark face. Yiling and Lin exchanged glances, a hint of a smile flashing in their eyes. They didn't argue further and obediently went to help. Lin was washing vegetables. Yiling was chopping, but Qingju refused to light the fire. Bai Qi quickly handed the fire-starting task to Xianming. Xianming sat obediently in front of the stove holding firewood. Though clumsy, he managed to start a fire. Bai Qi sat cross-legged at the table, holding a bowl of chrysanthemum tea, his fox-like eyes slightly narrowed, a faint smile on his lips, as if everything was under control. Susia silently glanced, and couldn't help but think, this old fox has really maxed out his blame-shifting skill. No wonder he's a 9-tailed white fox, with 9 tails and 9 paths, always finding the easiest way. But she didn't say anything. Xianming was foolish. He couldn't outsmart Bai Qi, so he deserved to burn. Ling and Lin were much quieter now. They each focused on their tasks, occasionally exchanging glances that sparked sparks, but no one provoked the other anymore. She let out a breath of relief and skillfully stir-fried the beast meat in the pot. The aroma filled the air, making their eyes involuntarily drift over.
Ding.
"Host, a new task has arrived." The system's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Susia's hand trembled, almost dropping the spatula. "What task now? Don't tell me I have to mate with Bai Qi within 7 days?" The system chuckled. No. Please, after tonight's dinner, interact closely with Bai Qi and successfully find his foxtail. The reward, a warm gift pack. She was speechless inside. Find his foxtail? Does this silly system think this is some kind of fox spirit acting cute script? Thinking about the warm gift pack reward, she felt strangely excited. The nights in the beast world are really cold, especially for someone like her who just crossed over and hasn't fully adapted to the temperature difference. If it were winter snow season, it would be even colder, truly life-threatening. But touching Bai Qi's tail? That task is as difficult as snatching a tiger's tooth. While stir-frying the fragrant roasted sheep meat, Susia quietly calculated. Bai Qi, that old fox, looks gentle on the surface, but is actually very scheming. One wrong move, and she might fall into his trap. But for the big gift pack, she decided to go all out. Bai Qi, come help me taste if this sheep meat is salty enough, she said, glancing at Bai Qi, who was leisurely drinking tea, with a smile. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, put down his chrysanthemum tea, and walked over slowly. Sia's cooking is excellent, but since you say so, I must support. Susia placed a piece of fragrant roasted sheep meat into Bai Qi's bowl, smiling innocently. Try it. This is my new secret sauce. Bai Qi's fox eyes narrowed slightly, looking at her with a half-smile. Why is Sia so enthusiastic today?
Could it be?
Could it be what? She asked, heart tightening but pretending to be calm. Do you think my cooking is poisonous? Not exactly. Bai Qi took a small bite of the sheep meat, chewing leisurely. It's just that offering kindness without reason usually hides a scheme. Susia thought to herself that this old fox was indeed hard to deal with. She snorted in annoyance and said, You fox, why are you so scheming? Just let you taste the saltiness. If you don't want to try, then go away. Mo Lin, come here. She didn't care for Bai Qi and casually picked up a piece of lamb from the pot, then handed it to Mo Lin, who was washing bamboo shoots nearby. Mo Lin smiled gently and walked over, his gaze cool as he glanced at Susia. His lips parted slightly, and he opened his mouth to swallow the lamb she offered. He moved gracefully, chewing softly. The saltiness is just right, tender and flavorful. Very delicious. He nodded slightly and gave a sincere compliment. Mo Lin's words made Susia feel good, and she secretly glanced at Bai Qi. She saw him squinting calmly as he tasted the lamb, seemingly indifferent to what had just happened. She frowned slightly. This old fox was very cunning. A small mistake could reveal his true intentions. The hardest part wasn't just touching his tail, but figuring out how to make Bai Qi willingly show it. If the tail didn't show, she couldn't touch it. Suddenly, she had an idea. She deliberately raised her voice. Bai Qi, I heard that your fox clan is the best at illusions and charm techniques. Is that true? Ling, Mo Lin, Qingzhu, and Xianming all looked over at once. Qingzhu and Xianming were simply curious. Ling and Mo Lin's faces turned cold, alarm bells ringing in their minds. No matter if they were male or female, the Fox clan was known for their charm techniques. If Bai Qi started casually using charm magic on Sia, what would they do then? Thinking this, both of them looked at Bai Qi with cold, resentful, and warning eyes. Bai Qi naturally noticed their resentful and warning gazes, but paid no mind. He slowly put down his chopsticks, a half-smile on his face, and looked at Susia. Instead of answering, he asked back, Sia, why are you suddenly interested in this? Susia blinked innocently and said, just curious. I heard that the illusion and charm techniques of the Fox clan are very powerful. I want to see for myself. Bai Qi's fox eyes narrowed slightly, and he deliberately glanced at Ling and Mo Lin. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Since Sia is so curious, why don't I show you myself? Ling's face darkened, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his silver eyes. Bai Qi, you're cheating. Mo Lin coldly shot a glance at Bai Qi, his voice icy with warning.
Stop it now.
Susia found it strange that Mo Lin and Ling reacted so strongly. Was it just about letting Bai Qi try his charm magic? Why such a big reaction? Could it really be that powerful? She couldn't help feeling curious and added more details. Is it really possible? I really want to see for myself. By then, he should probably reveal his tail, right? Bai Qi chuckled softly, his expression meaningful. Since Sia wants to see, I won't disappoint you. Before he finished speaking, his beautiful fox-like eyes suddenly flashed with a strange glow, and the surrounding air seemed to become more flirtatious. Susia felt her vision blur, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily, and her cheeks flushing slightly. She only felt that Bai Qi looked even more handsome, his androgynous face becoming incredibly charming in her eyes, as if every inch of his skin emitted an alluring aura, captivating all living beings. He had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, almost magical, drawing her closer without her realizing. She instinctively pinched her palm, a warning bell ringing in her mind, scolding herself for being careless. She wanted Bai Qi to reveal his tail, but unexpectedly, she was led by him like a puppet. This enchanting magic truly lived up to its reputation. She almost fell into it. At that moment, 9 white tails quietly appeared behind Bai Qi, swaying gently, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. They were so beautiful, so stunning that she couldn't help but lean closer, reaching out to touch his 9 tails. The feel was soft and smooth, like the finest silk, irresistible to her. Yiling's face darkened to the extreme, his silver eyes flashing with a fierce light. His beast meat in his hand turned into mincemeat. Bai Qi, enough. Mo Lin's expression was equally grim, his black pupils flickering with a dangerous glint. But he said nothing. Qing Zhu and Xian Ming remained silent, both feeling that the fox tribe's charm magic was indeed powerful. No matter male or female, the fox tribe members were all handsome, and they were especially clever, skilled in enchantment and illusion magic. This was why the fox tribe was not very strong physically, but developed rapidly, becoming one of the most powerful clans. Even they led the Beast King City. The ruler of Beast King City was a powerful 9-tailed white fox, said to have reached the 9th level. How strong exactly, no one knew. Only that it was terrifying. So terrifying that even the strong-winged tiger tribe and the fierce lion tribe dared not provoke it easily. No one knew Bai Qi was the 3rd son of the Beast King. Due to a power struggle, he was momentarily careless, young, and not very strong at the time, and was secretly hunted by some brothers. He fled from the Beast King City and was saved by Su Lai. He had been hiding in the wolf tribe ever since. Speaking of which, Bai Qi's status was quite noble. However, apart from Su Lai, almost no one knew Bai Qi's true identity. Bai Qi chuckled softly, his fox-like eyes narrowing slightly, seeming indifferent to their reactions. He slowly retracted his tail, speaking lazily. It's just to satisfy Xi's curiosity. Why make such a fuss? Susia finally came to her senses, realizing she had been influenced by Bai Qi's charm technique, and felt annoyed. She quickly withdrew her hand and cleared her throat. Ahem. Indeed, very impressive. I've seen enough. Bai Qi looked at her with a half-smile, his eyes playful. Xiu, are you satisfied? Her heart tightened, but she pretended to be calm. Yes, it's quite good. But next time, don't use it so casually.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received a warmth package as a reward. The reward has been sent to your system backpack. Please check automatically later. Sushi listened to the system prompt in her mind and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she smelled a strong burning odor. Her face changed, and she hurriedly lifted the pot lid. The mushrooms inside were blackened and smoke billowed out. She quickly said, Xianming, the fire is too big. The food is burnt. Xianming snapped back to his senses, hurriedly pushing the firewood out of the flames, sparks flying dangerously close to the nearby green bamboo. Green bamboo looked cold and dodged away, frowning. Xianming, are you trying to start a fire or burn the place down? Xianming awkwardly smiled. Sorry, I slipped. Sushi sighed helplessly, quickly discarding the burnt mushrooms and stir-frying a new batch. Yiling glanced at her coldly. Focus. Don't always think about touching the tail. She pretended not to hear and concentrated on cooking. Dinner was soon ready, and everyone sat together peacefully to eat. Afterward, Yiling, Mo Lin, Bai Qi, Green Bamboo, and Xianming cleaned up and left. Su Shi stood alone at the cave entrance, gazing at the hazy moon outside. Thinking about Mia. She asked the system. System, is there any news from Mia? The system lazily replied. She's on her way to Yun Han's cave now. Are you sure you don't want me to show you the scene? She twitched her lips and decisively refused. No, I'm not interested in watching others' live streams. The system chuckled. Alright, but don't regret it later. By the way, host, are you sure you don't want to do something? Mia went to find Yunhan with full sincerity. Her eyes turned cold. Ignore her. If she wants to play with fire, let her burn herself. As for Yunhan, keep a close watch on him. Don't let him have a chance to make a move on me. The system responded, don't worry. I will watch him 24 hours a day to make sure he doesn't take any chances. Susia nodded, said nothing more, and turned to enter the cave. She saw the prey from last night's hunt. Emolyn had already cleaned and cut it into even strips, neatly packed in vine baskets, about 10 baskets in total, placed against the wall. Since the weather is hot now, if not processed quickly, the meat might spoil. Fortunately, now that there is salt, she plans to marinate the meat and dry it to make jerky. Some will be smoked in 2 flavors, kept for winter. After finishing these tasks late at night, she took a shower and then climbed onto the stone bed to sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, she remembered she hadn't checked her reward, so she opened the system backpack. She saw a sparkling warmth preservation gift pack inside. She clicked to take it out and confirmed. The gift pack instantly appeared in front of her. She unwrapped it, revealing its contents. A fluffy snow leopard fur coat, a pair of thick, non-slip snow boots, 50 self-heating warm patches, a portable heater, a solar-powered electric blanket, a windproof mask, and a jar of hand cream labeled Premium Beast Oil Essence, moisturizing and non-greasy. Ha ha ha, all of this. Are you preparing a winter survival gift pack for me? Susia looked at these items, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. The fur coat and snow boots were fine. She could make those herself. But the warm patches, portable heater, and electric blanket were really useful. Most of all, she loved the hand cream. In winter, the cold and dryness made her hands prone to chapping, which was itchy and uncomfortable. The hand cream would come in handy then. She happily stored everything in her system backpack, pulled a fur blanket from the side, covered herself, and closed her eyes to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes for less than a minute, the system suddenly popped up again, sounding very suggestive. Host, there's movement over at Mia's place. Do you want to check? Susia rolled her eyes. I told you I don't want to watch the live stream. Why are you still pushing it? Thinking of something, she sat up again. By the way, if Mia's 7 beast husbands saw her and Yunhan's live broadcast, what do you think their reactions would be? They'd probably be very angry, right? Can you project the footage in front of Mia's 7 beast husbands? The system chuckled, its tone a bit excited. Host, that's quite a sneaky move of yours, but I like it. Don't worry, I will handle this. I guarantee Mia's 7 mates will be thoroughly impressed. She nodded happily, feeling good, then lay back down, covering herself with a beast fur blanket, and closed her eyes to sleep. Not long after, the system's voice sounded again in her mind. Host, Mia's 7 mates have received the live footage. TSK. Their reactions are quite entertaining. She opened her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Really? What expressions are they making now? The system's voice sounded a bit smug. At first, when I showed them the footage, they thought it was a hallucination. But once they realized it was real, they got very angry, thinking it was the beast god revealing himself. It paused briefly before continuing. Wolf Fong's reaction was okay. His face looked bad, but since he had secretly been with Mia and Mia Yao before, no one said anything. Burning Spine couldn't take it anymore. His face looked like he wanted to eat someone, and he smashed a stone table with a punch. Now he's in the cave cursing Mia. The other mates reacted similarly. Hearing this, Susia asked curiously, did any of them rush over to question Mia? The system chuckled softly. Question her about what? Mia's face is already ruined. They're angry and upset, but they wouldn't go confront her. Basically, they don't like her as much anymore. Plus, Yunhan is quite powerful and cunning, so no one wants to cause trouble. They've basically accepted Yunhan as Mia's 8th mate. Susia sneered, feeling that Mia's 7 mates were no match for her. Her appearance was damaged, and suddenly their attitude changed. Though superficial and a bit cruel, it was true. Men are often like that. It's like herself. If not for the system's modifications, she would be as ugly as the original. Over 300 pounds, small eyes, flat nose, big teeth, face full of pimples and boils, disgusting. Ling and Mo Lin wouldn't even want to mate with her, let alone look at her twice. Inner beauty is important, but you need to have a good appearance first. Otherwise, no matter how beautiful your inner self is, if people are turned off by your looks, they won't see your inner beauty. She was lost in her thoughts, drifting into sleep without realizing a man had slipped into the cave. The man glanced at the peacefully sleeping Susia on the stone bed, his silver eyes flickering slightly, and a handsome smile curved his lips. It was Ling. He removed his beast fur skirt, moved quietly onto the stone bed. His movements were gentle, careful not to wake her. His gaze fell on her calm yet delicate face, his expression complex. Everyone could see the changes in Susia. Once, she was lazy, greedy, obsessed with beauty, ugly, and disliked by others. Now, she is hardworking, smart, beautiful, interesting, as if reborn, and he likes her more and more.
Sia.
Ling lay beside her, gently holding her, whispering softly, his voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. Susia vaguely felt someone speaking near her ear. She suddenly turned over and sleepily opened her eyes. They looked into each other's eyes. Ling froze, and she was stunned too.
Ling?
She rubbed her eyes. It was very dark at night, so she leaned closer to check and confirmed it was indeed Ling, that dog-like man. He had climbed into her bed in the middle of the night. What a bold move. What if in the future, her other beast husbands came to climb into her bed randomly? That would be a problem. This habit had to be stopped early, and she must take control. She wanted to sleep with whoever she wanted, and when she didn't want to, she would just wait patiently for her turn. Susia kicked him without hesitation, not worried about losing favor. Her liking stage was already at 78. How could it drop so easily? Ling was thinking about how to explain when suddenly a kick flew toward him, hitting a sensitive spot. His face instantly changed, and veins bulged on his forehead. Susia, you're bold to kick me. He looked up at her, his face pale and his voice full of anger. This female. Why did she have to kick him there? It almost ruined him. She sat up, realizing she had kicked a place she shouldn't have, and felt guilty, smiling shyly. But she kept her composure and glared back at him confidently. Who told you to climb into my bed in the middle of the night? If all of you do this in the future, will I still sleep or not? Ling was momentarily speechless from her justified tone, but his eyes grew deeper. He slowly stood up, his tall figure looming over her, his voice carrying a hint of danger. Then tell me, how should we arrange things in the future? Susia raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding his meaning, and smiled. Simple. In the future, if I want to go somewhere, I will naturally go to someone's cave. She deliberately stretched her tone and glanced at him. Tonight, I am tired. You go back. She was truly exhausted. 2 nights of staying up all night, no one could handle that. Hearing this, Yiling's face darkened. No, if you don't want to come to my cave for a month, doesn't that mean I can't see you for a month? There must be a fixed schedule, say we take turns 1 night each, whoever's turn it is, that's who she goes to. Fair and just. The other females in the tribe will arrange themselves the same way. She slightly twitched her lips, thinking this dog-like man really knew how to cause trouble for her. She lazily lay down on the stone bed and teased. Your turn? So, I won't be your group's tool? I don't want to be worn out by you all. Ling frowned, clearly unhappy with her attitude. Then, how do you think we should arrange things? We can't all guard you without even touching you, right? She blinked and smiled sweetly. Here's an idea. Every day, I choose someone based on my mood and condition. The others go back to their caves. If I really want to rest one day, I won't pick anyone, and you shouldn't come looking for me. This way, it's fair, and I won't get too tired. What do you think? Ling paused for a moment, glancing at her face, as if evaluating whether the idea was good. Finally, he slowly nodded. All right, I agree. But you have to keep your word and not deliberately ignore me. After saying that, he gently climbed back onto the bed, wrapping her in his arms softly, burying his head in her neck, and whispering, "Sia, can I stay tonight? I have to leave early tomorrow for the Salt Lake, and I don't know when I'll be back. I'll miss you." Susia was momentarily stunned by his sudden tenderness, feeling unexpectedly soft inside. Usually, Ling was domineering and strong, but now he was like a spoiled big cat, making her hesitate to refuse. She hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. "Okay." She finally agreed to let him stay. "Looks like you're in a good mood tonight." Ling's silver eyes sparkled with a dangerous light under the moonlight. His slender fingers traced the graceful curve of her waist, gently outlining it. His voice was deep. "Is it comfortable to touch your foxtail? How does it compare to my wolf tail?" Susia's neck trembled slightly, but she smiled lightly. "Oh, so even the mighty 6th-rank Silver Moon Azure Wolf gets jealous." Before she finished, he suddenly flipped her onto the beast hide blanket. Ling's black hair draped over her face, his throat moving as if his voice came from deep within his chest, with a low, vibrating tone. "It seems I spoil you too much." He leaned down and bit her earlobe slightly, with a bit of a punitive feel.
"Ah."
Susia grimaced in pain, instinctively clutching his tense waist muscles with her fingertips. She never expected this dog-man to bite her. She was about to kick him away. Suddenly, a faint sound of dry branches breaking outside the cave. Ling's silver eyes turned cold instantly. He grabbed the beast hide blanket and quickly covered Susia's body. He stood up and walked to the cave entrance, scanning the surroundings but found no one or animal. Just as I was about to turn back into the cave, I caught sight of a twisted, thin shadow cast by the moonlight on the stone wall beside the cave.
"Ha."
"So it's you." Ling's silver eyes suddenly turned cold. In an instant, I understood who was in the shadows and decided not to bother with him. I stepped into the cave. Inside the cave, Susia had just lifted the animal hide blanket and sat up when she felt something cold and tight around her waist. She looked down and saw a pitch-black snake tail slowly tightening, with a possessive feeling. She immediately recognized it was Mo Qing and felt speechless. Why are all these people so unpredictable? She rolled her eyes and said, "Mo Qing, when did you learn to climb walls? You make it look like you're sneaking around."
Montaklin chuckled softly.
A dark glow flashed, and he instantly transformed into a human form. His calm, deep face appeared from the shadows, and his large hand wrapped around her waist from behind. His voice was low, hoarse, with a lazy, magnetic tone. "Climb walls? I'm a snake. Isn't climbing walls my nature? As for Ling, he came here earlier than me." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Ling, who had entered the cave with a very grim expression, showing a hint of provocation and jealousy. Ling's silver eyes were as cold as ice, and his gaze seemed to want to tear Mo Qing apart. He strode over, his voice low and dangerous. "Mo Qing, why aren't you sleeping in the cave at this hour? What are you doing here?" Clearly, he was asking a rhetorical question. Mo Qing looked at Ling expressionlessly, tightening his arms, almost wrapping Susia entirely in his embrace. "Didn't you come too?" He threw the question back at him. Ling immediately choked and looked extremely displeased. His voice was icy. "Mo Qing, you're asking for death." Mo Qing didn't care at all. A lazy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His slender fingers gently brushed her hair and said provocatively, "Ling, we are both Sia's mates. If she allows you to stay, she can also let me stay." "Ha!" Ling sneered coldly. His aura suddenly grew heavy, and his silver eyes seemed to brew a storm. "Do you think I will allow you to stay here?" Mo Qing raised an eyebrow, his deep eyes as dark as night, and his voice hoarse and low. "Ling, who do you think you are? Sia didn't say only you could be here." Susia, caught between the two, felt the tense atmosphere and couldn't help but rub her forehead. It felt like a herd of wild horses was rushing through her mind. Suddenly, she broke free from Mo Qing's embrace, stood up from the stone bed, and moved between the two. She crossed her hands on her hips and said impatiently, "Enough, you two. Ling and Mo Lin both paused suddenly, their eyes locking onto her at the same time. She glared at both of them, speaking sternly. This is my cave, not your battlefield. Ling, aren't you leaving for the Salt Lake early tomorrow? Hurry up and go back to sleep to rest and prepare. After saying this, she turned to look at Mo Lin, her tone unfriendly. Mo Lin, you're also going to the Salt Lake tomorrow. Why stay up so late? Climbing walls? Do you think your pose looks especially cool? Susia suddenly started shouting fiercely, pointing aggressively at the cave entrance with sharp eyes. You too, go back and sleep now. Immediately, right now. Ling narrowed his silver eyes, looking displeased. But in the end, he snorted coldly, turned around, and strode out of the cave. Before leaving, he coldly glanced at Mo Lin, his eyes full of warning. Mo Lin remained expressionless, with a serious look, and simply looked at Susia with a calm, low voice. Rest early. After that, he turned into a shadow and silently disappeared into the night. She let out a breath, rubbed her temples, and silently complained, these people are really exhausting. She closed the wooden door at the cave entrance, making sure no one else could come in. She yawned, then turned and climbed onto a stone bed to sleep. The next day, just before dawn, a faint light from the mountain pass shone into Yunhan's cave. The air was filled with a subtle, intimate atmosphere. Mia, wrapped in animal skins, looked slightly red-faced, but her eyes showed nervousness and anxiety. She turned to Yunhan, speaking softly and with a hint of probing. Yunhan, last night. You promised me something. Don't forget. Yunhan lazily leaned against the stone wall, his messy black hair falling on his shoulders, his eyes full of satisfaction and amusement. He gently touched Mia's chin with his hand, his voice low and lazy. Don't worry. When I promise something, I always keep my word. After speaking, he turned over and got off the bed, wrapping himself in animal skins, with his back to Mia. When I find a chance to come back, you think of a way to lure her to the back of the tribe. I'll be waiting there in ambush. Mia sighed in relief, her beautiful eyes flashing with a malicious glint, and she couldn't help but urge, you'd better come back quickly. Don't let that ugly thing notice. Yunhan glanced back at her with a cold smile on his lips. Why rush? No matter how ugly she is, she used to be different. Now, she's better than you, just a bit chubbier. Mia's face stiffened, her fingers clenched tightly, nails almost digging into her palms. She suppressed her anger and forced a faint smile. You're right. But once her face is ruined, she'll be even uglier than before. Cloud Han snorted softly and said no more, turning around and striding out of the cave. His figure quickly disappeared into the morning light. At this moment, Susia was leisurely stretching outside the cave, squinting as she looked around. The tribe was empty, with hardly any orc figures in sight. Did Tuan and the others leave? She couldn't help but ask the system internally. The system immediately activated, lazily replying, they left about half an hour ago. Yunhan followed. But he probably will find a chance to come back, and then the host will be in danger.
Danger?
Susia narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. Maybe, but it's a good chance to catch them all. Hearing this, the system perked up and asked, do you have a plan, host? Since Yunhan wants to play dirty, then we'll play big. She raised an eyebrow. You keep an eye on him. When he returns, we'll catch him in a trap. The system excitedly asked, how do you plan to catch him, host?
Susia chuckled softly.
He wants Mia to lure me somewhere hidden, right? Well, I'll go. But I'll have father send Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 to hide there in advance. When Yunhan shows up, we'll see how he walks right into our trap. We can also take care of Mia at the same time. The system clicked its tongue. Host, you're really cunning, but I like it. She smiled. He's trying to harm me, so I won't be polite. Since he's sending himself to me, I'll take him up on it. Then she frowned and continued, but the real problem is how to tell father about this. Yunhan hasn't made a move yet, and he's gone to the Salt Lake with Night Feather. It's all talk, and father might not believe it. She brushed her teeth with the mouthwash rewarded by the system and washed her face with handmade soap. She hung the preserved meat she cured last night on a tree branch outside to dry. After some time in the sun, it would be stored for winter. Susia ate a quick breakfast and then left the cave to find Su Lai at the stone house. Most of the tribe's orcs had gone to the salt lake. Only the elders and females remained, making the tribe look empty. Apart from the females cooking and cleaning animal skins early in the morning, she saw hardly anyone else. As she walked, she pondered how to talk to Su Lai. She couldn't just say, "Father, Yun Han and Mia want to harm me, and you should ambush them." That sounded too unbelievable. Moreover, Yun Han has already gone to the salt lake with everyone else, not in the tribe anymore, and hasn't made a move yet. If she suddenly speaks out, it might make her seem paranoid or suspicious. People might think she is crazy or has delusions of persecution. When she turned past the tribe's altar, she saw Mia leaning against a big tree. Mia was wearing a fine animal skin skirt with a silver belt around her waist, looking graceful and elegant. Her new herbal ointment on her left cheek glowed strangely in the morning light, with a cold expression that didn't match her outfit. "That face of yours." Susia paused slightly, deliberately stretching her tone. "I heard that using aurora moss on wounds can leave scars?" Mia suddenly turned around. Her animal skin skirt swept the dry leaves to the ground, and the new herbal ointment on her face fell off in small pieces, revealing a scar across her left cheek like a moving red centipede. "Better than someone being all fat and greasy," she said. "Really?" She smirked, gently touching her own fair cheek. "Last night, Nightwing praised my slim waist and said my skin was really nice, smooth and soft, and felt very comfortable." Suddenly, she leaned close to Mia, her smile deepening. "He said your scar looks like a centipede, and it's so ugly it makes him feel sick." Of course, Nightwing never said those words. She was just making them up to tease Mia. Mia raised her hand to slap her, but remembered this strange girl had special powers, so her hand froze midair, hesitant to strike. Seeing this, Susia chuckled softly, with a hint of mockery in her eyes. "What? Afraid to do it? Are you scared?" Mia's face turned pale. She retracted her hand, clenched her fists tightly, nails almost digging into her palms. She forced down her anger and sneered. "Susia, don't be too proud. One day, I will make you wish you were never born." She shrugged casually and replied, "I'll wait and see. But before that, you'd better think about how to save your face. Aurora moss can help wounds heal, but it might leave scars. If your face gets scars, you'll become even more ugly." Mia's face instantly turned very pale. Her eyes flashed with panic, but she quickly masked it. She held back the urge to strangle Susia, biting her lip and coldly saying, "No need to worry you. The shaman said my face will heal soon. As for you." She seemed about to say something but suddenly stopped, her expression becoming meaningful, and she didn't continue. This strange girl would disappear in a few days anyway, so there was no need to argue. Thinking this, Mia's expression improved a lot. She gently shook her animal skin skirt and turned to leave. Susia looked at her back. Her smile gradually faded, and her eyes turned cold. "Where is Tong Tong? Where is Yunhan now?" she asked herself. The system immediately activated and replied, "He is currently with the main group heading to the salt lake. Once the first batch of salt is dried, Yunhan will probably return with a salt-carrying team. It should take about 4 or 5 days." She narrowed her eyes. 4 or 5 days is enough. She didn't stay standing there. She continued toward the stone house where Su Lai lived. Soon, she appeared at the door of Su Lai's stone house, thinking that perhaps she could use the beast god's dream as an excuse. She would say that the beast god's warning in the dream signaled recent danger. Her father would surely believe it and would secretly send wolves to protect her. Susia lifted the animal hide curtain and entered the stone house. Su Lai was sharpening a new bone knife, sparks flying onto the stone table. "Father, the beast god said I will have bad luck soon." She grabbed a stone bowl on the table and drank 2 big sips of water. "If you don't believe me, just pretend I never said anything." Su Lai put down the bone knife. He always believed deeply in the beast god's dreams. Everyone had noticed her recent changes. If it weren't for the beast god's warning in the dream, how could she have changed so much? But it's still better to have a priest do a divination for more accuracy.
Come with me, father.
He stood up and said, then lifted the animal hide curtain and left the stone house. Susia knew he was going to the neighbor's house to ask the priest for a divination. Her eyes flashed slightly. She put down the stone bowl and obediently followed. At the neighbor's stone house, the priest sat cross-legged on a stone platform with a pile of turtle shells and bones in front of him. Su Lai briefly explained the purpose. The priest nodded. His cloudy old eyes glanced at Susia, who followed in, but he didn't say anything. He quickly moved his fingers over the turtle shells, muttering words. Then he suddenly grabbed and threw them into the flames in front of him. The turtle shells fell into the fire, cracking into 3 fierce lines. It's actually a great misfortune. The priest squinted, staring intently at the cracked turtle shells in the flames, his expression serious. Su Lai's face changed suddenly. He hurriedly asked, "Is there a way to break this curse?" The priest hesitated for a moment, then looked at Susia with a meaningful expression and said, "The beast god's dream must have deep meaning. Have you felt anything unusual lately?" Susia pretended to think deeply, then nodded. "Yes, after the beast god's dream, I had another dream. I saw myself being chased by a black wolf and almost lost my life. I remember there was a very beautiful female wolf lurking in the shadows. Her face was fierce, and then I woke up scared." The priest frowned slightly, tapping lightly on the turtle shell, as if pondering something. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "The black wolf is chasing. The mother wolf is lurking."
This is a bad sign.
The black wolf represents danger, and the mother wolf. He paused, looking at Su Lai with a meaningful gaze. It seems someone is secretly causing trouble. Su Lai's face darkened. He suddenly kicked the stone bench beside him. "Who is it?" The priest shook his head solemnly. "Secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed, but Yuer needs to be very careful recently, especially watch out for the people around her." Susia glared at the priest, thinking that old man was becoming more like a wise old fortune-teller. She then pretended to suddenly understand and looked shocked.
Could it be Mia?
"She's been acting strange toward me lately, always saying I ruined her face. Just now, I was on my way to find father and ran into her. Her eyes looked sinister, and she even said I should suffer." Hearing this, Su Lai's expression grew darker, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He ordered outside the door, "Wolf 1, from now on, you keep an eye on Mia. If there's any movement, report immediately. Wolf 2, you are responsible for protecting Yuer until Yi Lin and the others return." As soon as he finished, 2 dark figures quickly slipped into the stone house. They were Wolf 1 and Wolf 2. Wolf 1 received the order and left. Wolf 2 respectfully stood behind Susia, clearly already carrying out the task. Susia breathed a small sigh of relief. It seemed her plan was halfway successful. With Wolf 2's protection, her safety was assured. In the coming days, she only needed to follow her plan and wait quietly for Yunhan to return, so she could catch them all. She and Su Lai, along with the priest, exchanged a few more words, then she took Wolf 2 and left. On the way back, Susia glanced at Wolf 2 behind her, feeling uneasy as if he was a tail. She stopped walking and asked him softly, "Can you hide? Or stay in the dark? I'll call you when I need you." Wolf 2's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded quietly.
"Yes."
After saying that, his figure gradually blurred, as if merging into the surrounding air, leaving only a faint, barely perceptible aura to show he was still nearby. Susia sighed in relief. Finally, she felt less uncomfortable. She continued walking forward, planning her next move in her mind. Back in the cave, Susia sat on a stool, lightly tapping the stone table with her fingers, lost in thought. Mia was determined to kill her. Once Yunhan returned to the tribe, she would be the first to find her and try to lure her to a remote place. Yunhan was probably hiding nearby, thinking about how to kidnap herself. She decided to go along with the plan, knowing that Wolf Air was secretly protecting her, so she didn't need to worry about safety. Although Yun Han was strong, Wolf Air was also quite capable. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. But with Wolf Air's help, capturing Yun Han was no problem. As for Mia, she planned to handle her herself when the time came. Thinking about these things, Yun Han made sure she hadn't missed anything, then she relaxed. Susia stretched lazily and looked toward the outside of the cave. The sun was already high, probably around 9 in the morning. Mu Qing and Yun Xiang had probably taken the female members of the tribe to the moonlight forest to weave baskets. Both of them were careful and well-liked, so Yun Han didn't need to worry. She could leave the tasks to them. She didn't plan to go there herself. She opened her system backpack, intending to study the ancient pottery-making manual. Suddenly, she saw a brown sheepskin scroll quietly lying in one of the compartments. She paused slightly, remembering it was given to her by the old priest called the Basic Cultivation Manual for Priests. She had been busy these past days and hadn't had time to study it, so she had forgotten about it. Now that she had free time, she decided to take it out and study. She pulled out the brown sheepskin scroll. The surface was slightly yellowed and the edges curled up, clearly very old. She unrolled the scroll, and the strange, crooked ancient symbols came into view, seeming to mock her ignorance. Use your heart to understand? How am I supposed to understand this? She muttered, gently tracing her finger over the symbols, trying to find some pattern in these strange markings. She closed her eyes, trying to calm her mind. But her mind kept flashing with the old priest's calm face, as if he was saying, "If you don't understand, it's because you lack talent." Her lips twitched, feeling like the old priest was fooling her. Could this be ancient doodles? If it really could be cultivated, she might be able to fly or teleport. The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. She opened her eyes and stared at the symbols on the scroll, suddenly having a bright idea. Since she couldn't understand it, she decided to try sensing it with her wood element supernatural power. She gently placed her hand on the scroll and activated her wood power. Immediately, a gentle force seeped from her fingertips into the scroll, and the symbols started to glow, as if responding to her. Her eyes lit up with excitement. There really is a way. As her fingertips' wood element abilities gradually seep in, the rune glow becomes brighter and more intense, forming mysterious patterns like ancient symbols. She feels a strange force pulling her, as if her consciousness is drawn into a strange space. Suddenly, she sees a vast starry sky, filled with countless stars shining in different colors. Susia stands beneath the stars, feeling deeply amazed. What is this place? Could it be the consciousness space of an ancient high priest? Then, she hears a distant old voice. Power of nature, originating from heaven and earth. All things coexist, endlessly cycling. A complex cultivation mantra appears in her mind. She listens, somewhat confused but trying to understand. Unconsciously, she follows the mantra's guidance, and her wood element abilities begin to flow slowly within her. It feels like a resonance with the starry sky, gradually merging into her body. Merging? A thought strikes her. Could her wood element ability be the same as the spiritual root of wood in cultivation stories? Perhaps different worlds, different names? If her wood element ability truly equals the spiritual root of wood in those stories, does that mean she could also cultivate into an immortal? This idea makes her heart race, as if she sees a path to ultimate power. She calms her excitement and continues listening to the old voice. As the mantra deepens, she feels her wood element ability transforming into another kind of power. Time passes slowly, and she doesn't know how long. The starry sky before her begins to fade, and the old voice gradually disappears. Her consciousness returns to reality. She opens her eyes and finds herself still sitting at the stone table, holding an ancient-looking sheepskin scroll. The runes on the scroll have vanished, replaced by clear lines of text, the cultivation mantra. Eagerly, she begins to practice according to the mantra. The power within her gradually becomes purer as she guides it, and her strength continues to grow. In just a moment, She feels a noticeable increase in her abilities. Suddenly, she wants to test her power. In an instant, a bright green vine shoots out from her palm, like a snake, and strikes a large stone outside the cave. With a loud crash, the stone shatters into pieces, and debris flies everywhere. The vine, however, remains unharmed, writhing in the air before quickly retracting back into her palm. This power is more than twice as strong as before. She looks at the scene in shock, her face full of excitement. Originally, her wood-type supernatural ability also had some attack power, but it was mainly used for healing and support. Its strength was not very high. Now, her ability has evolved into a different kind of power, with attack strength multiplied many times over.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for starting the cultivation journey and successfully reaching the 4th layer of Qi refining. Hearing the voice in her mind, she felt very happy. Then she asked with some confusion, 4th layer of Qi refining? Wait, am I now a cultivator? What about my previous supernatural ability? Has it just disappeared? Rest assured, the host. Your wood-type supernatural ability has not vanished. It has transformed into wood-element spiritual energy. Cultivation and supernatural abilities are fundamentally connected, just with different methods and systems. Now you are a cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refining, much stronger than your previous 4th stage supernatural ability. The system patiently explained. Susia's eyes brightened as she listened. I see. So, I can directly start cultivating now? This is much more interesting than just having a supernatural ability. Quickly, give me a basic overview of cultivation. I'm a newbie cultivator and need your guidance. As for finding the priest? Haha, that old man would probably just tell her to figure it out herself. Figuring it out?
Impossible.
If she didn't have her wood-type ability, with her current skills, she wouldn't understand even after 100 years. The system immediately activated the introduction to cultivation mode. It started explaining endlessly. Cultivators are divided into stages: Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and tribulation. Each stage has 9 levels. The Qi refining stage is the basic phase of cultivation, mainly absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, tempering the body, opening meridians, and laying the foundation for future practice. The host is now at the 4th layer of Qi refining, officially stepping into the cultivation world. Susia listened while pondering and nodded thoughtfully. So, what should I do to cultivate now? Should I find a place rich in spiritual energy to meditate?
Exactly.
You have good comprehension. Cultivation is similar to practicing supernatural abilities, but the power is stronger, and you can also learn spells. She listened with great interest and asked eagerly, what spells can I learn now? I can't just keep throwing vines, right? That would be too boring. The system chuckled softly. Of course, there are spells. But your current cultivation level is still shallow, so the spells you can learn are limited. However, the advantage of the wood attribute spiritual power lies in its strong vitality. You can try spells like Wood Escape Technique, Thorn Technique, or Vine Bindings. These are both practical and cool. If you want to do something more elaborate, you can learn Puppet Technique to control plants in battle. It's really impressive. Her eyes lit up even more as she began to imagine herself controlling countless vines and plants to defeat enemies. She couldn't help but laugh. That sounds so cool. Tongtong, do you have any secret spell manuals? Teach me quickly. I can't wait anymore. That sheepskin scroll is just a basic cultivation manual. It doesn't contain any spells. Sorry, host. I can't give you spell manuals directly, but you can earn them by completing tasks, the system said, its voice becoming a bit tempting. Susia rolled her eyes when she heard this. The dog system is just like a greedy boss, and she's the poor employee being squeezed for everything. She asked unhappily, tell me, what task do I have now? The system was very satisfied with her reaction and chuckled. Ding. You triggered Hidden Task 6. Defeat the villain Yunhan alone and deal with the malicious female character Mia. The task deadline is 7 days. Completing it will reward you with a blueprint for an ancient weaving machine. Hearing the task details, she was speechless and cursed inwardly. The dog system is really a greedy boss who exploits employees. Not only does she have to fight monsters, but she also has to deal with Mia. Is it treating her like an all-rounder? But for the weaving machine blueprint, she could only grimace and agree. All right, I got it. She waved her hand and said in a bad tone. She accepted the task. Now, she was at least a 4th-level chi practitioner, no longer the weak wood-type supernatural who had no fighting power. Even if she couldn't defeat Yun Han, she wouldn't lose too badly. Besides, there was Wolf Air watching secretly. As for dealing with Mia, that was a piece of cake. In the next few days, she stayed in the cave practicing cultivation, occasionally studying ancient pottery techniques and bamboo furniture making. Making pottery requires building kilns and suitable clay. She didn't know where to find clay, so she sent the little orcs from her tribe to search nearby. Whoever found clay would be rewarded with a piece of meat. Kids love playing with mud, so maybe they knew where to find it. If adults went to look, they might not find any. Susia handed the task of finding clay to the little orcs. As she turned around, her peripheral vision caught sight of Mia hiding under a big tree, staring at her with a sinister look. She was moved inside but pretended not to notice Mia. She casually lifted her foot and walked away. Meanwhile, Mia, hiding behind a big tree, couldn't hold back. She stared fiercely at the direction Susia left, her expression anxious and resentful. What is Yun Han doing? It's been several days. Why hasn't he come back? She frowned, unconsciously peeling off a piece of bark from the tree, and muttered curses through clenched teeth. Originally, she planned to carry out their scheme as soon as Yun Han returned, luring Susia to a remote place to get rid of her once and for all. But Yun Han was delayed, so her plan had to be put on hold. Forget it. I'll wait and see, Mia said angrily, stomping her foot. Since Yun Han hadn't come back, she couldn't act yet and could only wait. Susia returned to the cave and went about her business, unaffected, just keeping the system on alert. A few days later, Yun Han finally returned to the tribe with a large amount of salt. He was accompanied by a few other orcs. They first brought back the salt dried from the salt lake, then took some baskets and vine containers from the tribe. As soon as Yun Han arrived, Mia eagerly went to find him. In a hidden, deserted corner at the back of the mountain, 2 figures quietly whispered, "Why did it take so long for you to come back?" Mia looked at Yun Han with urgency, her eyes flashing with a hint of cruelty. Yun Han leaned lazily against a tree trunk, his gaze showing some impatience. "Do you think the salt lake is close? It takes time to go back and forth, not to mention drying and transporting the salt. Do you think I'm like you, doing nothing all day, just waiting in the tribe?" Mia was momentarily stung by his words, her face changing slightly. But she quickly suppressed her displeasure and asked eagerly, "Now that the salt is back, you should think of a way to deal with that ugly girl, right? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid she'll notice something." Yun Han sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "Why are you in such a hurry? No matter how strong she is, she's just a female. What waves can she make? But first, you need to find a way to lure her to the remote back mountain, then I can act." Mia's eyes flashed with pride. She lowered her voice and said, "I've already thought of a plan. That ugly girl has been looking for some clay recently, probably to make pottery. I'll pretend to know where the clay is and lure her to the back mountain. It's remote there. You hide nearby, and when she arrives, you can strike directly." Yun Han's eyes sparkled at her words, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Quite clever. All right, let's do it. The plan is set for tonight, when it's late and quiet, at the remote part of the back mountain, perfect for action. However, this time everything must go perfectly, or we will both be in big trouble." Mia sneered coldly, her eyes full of malice. "Don't worry, she won't escape. This time, I want her to suffer more than death, and no one will know it was us." Yun Han nodded, and then turned to leave. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Remember, don't give yourself away. She has changed a lot recently, so don't let her suspect anything." Mia impatiently waved her hand.
Got it.
"You go and prepare quickly. I don't want to delay, any longer. Yunhan didn't say anything more and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Mia stood there, a sinister smile on her face, as if she had already seen Susia suffering terribly. She didn't stay long and soon left the back mountain. Until Yunhan and Mia were completely gone from sight, the hidden wolf, Wolf 1, revealed itself. Clearly, it had observed everything just now, a cold glint flashing in its eyes.
Ha!
Such stupidity. Even the young lady dares to move against her. She's really tired of living. Wolf 1 almost expected how furious the leader would be when he heard the news. It silently left and reported the matter to Sulai. On Sulai's side, after hearing Wolf 1's report, his face darkened as if water could drip from it. He smashed the stone table in front of him with a palm and suddenly stood up. Good Yunhan, good Mia, daring to scheme against Yuer. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his voice was icy cold. Wolf 1, keep an eye on them. Report immediately if there's any movement. As for Wolf 2, make sure he protects Yuer at all costs and doesn't let her get hurt. Also, send Wolf 3 and Wolf 4 over to help. Although Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 could handle Yunhan, it was better to send more people just in case. Daring to attack Yuer was asking for death. Yes, leader. Wolf 1 received the order and disappeared like a ghost into the stone house. Sulai stood inside, his gaze fierce and full of anger. He had known for a while that Mia and Yuer didn't get along, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just small conflicts among juniors. He never expected Mia to be so cruel and ruthless, willing to conspire with Yunhan to capture and harm Yuer. How could he not be angry? Meanwhile, Susia was in a cave studying pottery. Suddenly, the system jumped out. Host, Yunhan has returned and has already met with Mia behind the mountain to discuss how to lure you there tonight. Susia paused, a cold look flashing in her eyes. As expected. What's happening with Wolf 1? Wolf 1 has already informed Sulai of their plan. Sulai was very angry and called over Wolf 3 and Wolf 4 to help. The system mentioned here, reminding her. Host, remember to complete the task alone. She rolled her eyes in frustration. This dog system is so intrusive, still reminding her to do it alone, as if she's lazy. She dusted off her hands and looked thoughtful. Since they are so eager to send themselves to trouble, I don't mind giving them a hand. She walked to the cave entrance, looked up at the sky, and saw the sunset glow on her face, giving her a mysterious aura. Wolf 2, she softly called. Almost instantly, Wolf 2 appeared from the air behind her. Respectfully standing behind her, he asked, Miss, what are your instructions? Susia turned to look at him, with a faint smile on her lips. Tonight, come with me for a walk in the back mountain. Wolf 2 was slightly surprised but then nodded. Yes, Mississippi. As night fell, the entire tribe was covered in moonlight, like a light veil. Wolf 2, just follow secretly. Whatever happens later, do not show yourself easily. Only if I face danger or am overwhelmed, then you can come out to help. Wolf 1, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4. Also inform them. The system's instruction was for her to defeat Yunhan alone and deal with Mia. If Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 helped her, it would interfere with her mission. Inside the cave, no one else was there. She seemed to be talking to the air. After a few seconds, a deep voice came from the shadows of the cave. Yes, Mississippi. It was Wolf 2's voice, with a hint of hesitation. Although he didn't understand her purpose, he still obediently agreed. Susia nodded in satisfaction, gently flicked her bangs, her eyes full of coldness. She stood up, slowly walked to the cave entrance, leaned against the stone wall, and looked into the distance. The moonlight was like water, shining on every corner of the tribe, creating a peaceful scene. Mia should be coming soon. That self-proclaimed clever female was eager to put herself in danger. Sure enough, not long after, Mia appeared. She wore a red beast hide skirt, with a silver belt around her waist, highlighting her already perfect figure and making her look even more alluring. Unfortunately, the new herbal paste on her left cheek looked strange in the darkness, ruining her beauty. Why are you here? Susia glared at her, pretending not to understand her purpose, and coldly mocked, "Don't say you're here to chat. Our relationship isn't good. Not just bad, it's almost life and death, and she wishes the other would die." Mia stopped walking, her eyes sharp as she stared at her coldly. "Do you think I want to come here? I just heard you're looking for clay, and I happen to know where some is." She raised an eyebrow, lazily leaning against the stone wall, half smiling.
Oh?
"Such kindness? Are you trying to lure me somewhere remote, and then do something sneaky?" Mia's face instantly stiffened, a flicker of panic in her deep eyes. But she quickly regained her composure, her cold voice filled with strong dislike. "Yes, I really dislike you.
But Tao is very important to the tribe.
If you can really make Tao, that would be a great thing. For the tribe's future, we can put aside our grudges for now." She glanced at Susia, hiding her contempt, and continued, "Besides, I'm not the type to play tricks behind someone's back, believe it or not." Susia smirked, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Mia's acting was clumsy, but she did speak convincingly, as if everything was for the tribe's good. "All right, since you're so kind, I won't hold back." She straightened up, dusting off her hands, and in a teasing tone, said, "Lead the way. I want to see where you say the clay is." Seeming unaware of the danger ahead. Seeing her so easily fooled, Mia secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes full of mockery. As expected, she's still so foolish. What makes her think she can fight me? When we reach the back mountain, let's see how she dies. Thinking cruelly inside, she kept her face cold and turned to lead the way. They headed toward the back mountain. Susia followed behind, walking leisurely as if she was just going to dig clay, not facing a life-or-death situation. The second wolf lurked in the shadows, frowning slightly, silently following. Mia didn't notice the second wolf's presence. She walked ahead lightly, as if just guiding the way. But her inner malice was already boiling over. The two of them remained silent, only the rustling of the wind through the trees and the occasional chirping of insects breaking the quiet. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, making the scene feel very peaceful. When they reached a remote mountain hollow, Mia suddenly stopped and turned to look at Susia, a cold smile curling on her lips. "This is the place." Susia looked around, raising an eyebrow.
Oh.
"So, this is the clay land you mentioned? It does seem quite remote. No wonder I didn't notice it earlier." Her tone was light and playful, as if she didn't care about what was happening. The malice in Mia's eyes was impossible to hide. She sneered, "Yes, it's remote and perfect for doing some secretive things."
Like what?
Susia asked innocently, but her eyes were cold. Mia's smile twisted into a grimace. "Like making you disappear completely." Before she finished, a rustling sound came from the dense forest. Suddenly, a tall, fierce black wolf stepped out from the shadows. Under the silver moonlight, its fur shimmered coldly, and its sharp teeth looked especially frightening in the dark. "Howl," the black wolf growled, its voice full of mockery and contempt, as if laughing at Susia's innocence and foolishness. Susia looked at the black wolf, a slight smile on her lips, a hint of amusement in her eyes.
Oh.
"Isn't that Yun Han? So, you're here to deliver yourself for me to practice on?" The black wolf's teasing expression suddenly turned cold and serious. "Susia, don't think a little cleverness will make you safe in front of me. Tonight is your end." The black wolf spoke in a deep, cold voice, full of disdain. She chuckled lightly, appearing unconcerned, with no sign of nervousness. "Really? Then I'll see just how powerful a fifth-tier beastman really is." After saying this, her gaze shifted to Mia, who looked extremely malicious, and she continued, "But first, I need to deal with that annoying little fly over there." She suddenly clapped her hands, and several thick vine tendrils burst out of the ground. The thickest vine immediately wrapped Mia into a bundle and hung her from a tree. The other vines, like living giant snakes, coiled around the black wolf from all sides. The wolves hiding in the dark widened their eyes in shock, as if struck by lightning. "Wow, when did the young lady become so powerful? Isn't the wood-type healing ability supposed to be bad at attacking? Wolves 1, 3, and 4, also hidden in the shadows, didn't show themselves. Seeing this, their expressions were equally shocked and unhappy. That move from the young lady is really cool. Using a wood-type ability like this, it seems her supernatural ability level is quite high. We underestimated her. Wolf 3 secretly marveled and muttered quietly. Shut up. Wolf 1 slapped Wolf 3 on the head. Stay focused. Yunhan's strength is almost at the 5th level, which isn't easy to deal with. If something happens to the young lady, we can't afford to take the blame. Although Yunhan was surprised by Susia's strength, he paid no mind. He slashed through 3 vines with his claws, with chips flying everywhere. Seeing Yunhan easily cut through the vines, Susia secretly admired. Wow, this guy's claws are harder than steel. The vines are like paper in front of him. She still kept a calm smile on her face, but inside, she was very nervous. Yunhan, your claws are pretty sharp, but don't get too confident. The real challenge is coming next. She raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly, moving her hands slightly. Her spiritual energy surged wildly inside her. Suddenly, the vines on the ground seemed to be injected with adrenaline, growing wildly, thick as pythons, quickly wrapping around Yunhan. Moreover, sharp thorns also grew on the vines, shining coldly, as if they could pierce Yunhan into a sieve in the next second. Yunhan transformed into a black wolf, baring his sharp teeth. His claws carved deep gorges into the ground, and he sneered. Trivial tricks. He growled loudly, his body suddenly expanding into an even larger black wolf, with fierce fangs and claws like knives, tearing through the approaching vines. But the vines seemed endless. When they broke, they quickly grew back, continuously. Mia was hanging upside down from a tree, terrified as she watched the scene. Yunhan, save me quickly. Susia glanced at her with disdain. Save you? Do you still think you're the most beautiful person in the tribe? With your current ugly look, just looking at you makes people sick. How could he possibly save you? Not to mention, he's in trouble himself. Her words were extremely sharp, making Mia's face turn pale with anger. She trembled all over, struggling wildly, but the more she struggled, the tighter the vines became. You ugly monster. Ugly monster?
Susia chuckled softly.
At least I don't have mud on my face. Look at you. Half of your herbs have fallen off. TSK, TSK, TSK. She deliberately used the vine to brush Mia's face, causing a large piece of the herbs to fall, revealing a healing, scabbed scar that looked like a long centipede.
Oh.
She pretended to be surprised. So you're not applying medicine, you're just hiding your ugliness. The scar on your face, looking like a centipede, is really disgusting. You ugly monster, I will kill you. Mia screamed in anger, twisting her body desperately to cover her face. Shut up. Shut up. You're the ugly one. You're the disgusting one. Yunhan was annoyed by the vine wrapping around him. Hearing Mia's screams and curses made him even more irritated. He couldn't help but shout, shut up. Enough. Susia took the opportunity to add, look, even your friends think you're noisy. Honestly, you might as well not hide your face. At least then you could scare people. Mia rolled her eyes in anger, nearly fainting. Yunhan finally couldn't take it anymore. He roared loudly, releasing a powerful force that forcibly broke free from the vines. She was shaken back several steps by this force, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. TSK, you're quite strong. She wiped the blood from her lips, her expression serious. In the shadows, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4 watched the battle nervously, ready to act at any moment. By the salt lake, the night breeze was cool. Ling was lying on a large rock by the salt lake, resting. Suddenly, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and the wolf-shaped partner mark on his chest flickered. This mark appeared after he mated with Susia. He suddenly sat up on the rock, his silver eyes flashing coldly in the moonlight. What is this female doing? Staying up late and causing trouble, making my chest hurt. He looked down at the flickering wolf-shaped mark on his chest, his brows furrowing. This is troublesome. Ling stood up, irritably scratching his hair. He turned into a streak of silver light and quickly left the cliff bottom, rushing toward the tribe. Meanwhile, Mo Lin also opened his eyes. He looked down at the faint snake-shaped mark on his chest, frowning slightly. What is that female up to now? Although he said that his body was honest. With a flick of his tail, his huge figure disappeared into the night. Bai Qi was lying in a cave, squinting as he played with a fox fur in his hand. He thought to himself that life was really comfortable now. His ears were quiet, and being forced into the chaos every day was tiring. Although sometimes he deliberately involved himself. But that was purely for fun. If he really had any special feelings for Susia, he would say no. Although he admits that the female recently seemed to have undergone some change, so what? He is a noble nine-tailed white fox of high bloodline. How could he easily like someone? As for fighting over her, that's impossible. He was just teasing them for fun. He also enjoys the pleasure of playing with everyone at his whim. There's just no good food. My mouth is craving something. His tail gently sways. He is thinking about where to find some delicious food tomorrow to satisfy his craving. Suddenly, his ears twitch slightly, and he hears some movement in the distance. He sticks his head out of the cave and glimpses flashes of silver and black light moving very fast, quickly rushing to the top of the cliff. Bai Qi instantly recognizes that it is Ling and Mo Lin. TSK, is little Ye causing trouble? He narrows his fox eyes, lazily turns over, and prepares to sleep. Just as he closes his eyes, the image of Susia's charming smile appears at his mind. He can't help but let out in TSK, then turns over again, muttering, "This female is really troublesome. Even late at night, she won't let people rest." But since Ling and Mo Lin have already gone over there, he's too lazy to move. Bai Qi doesn't want to run so far in the middle of the night, tired and gaining nothing. It's just not fun not being able to watch the show up close. He yawns, closes his eyes, and quickly falls into a deep sleep. Qing Zhu is sitting on an ancient tree, his emerald eyes gazing at the night sky with a calm expression. He holds a leaf in his hand, gently flicks his fingertip, and the leaf turns into a streak of green light that disappears into the night. Why is there such a wind in the middle of the night? His expression shows some impatience. As expected, love affects the mind. Two idiots. Xian Ming is lying under an ancient tree, dozing, his 8-pack abs shining healthily in the moonlight. He turns over and mutters, "Not sleeping at night, running around. Are you sick?" After saying that, he pulls a beast hide over himself and continues to sleep soundly. In the back mountain of the wolf tribe, the battle has entered a fierce stage. The black wolf transformed from Yunhan is fierce, but the vines seem to be unstoppable, wrapping around him endlessly, with thorns aimed at his vulnerable spots. He tears at the vines while shouting angrily, "Susia, what kind of magic have you used?" Susia stands nearby, arms crossed, watching him leisurely. "Magic? I'm using a proper wood-type ability, just with a bit of creativity." She spoke while controlling the vines to weave a tight, impenetrable net around Yunhan. The thorns shimmered with a cold light, as if mocking, "You try to escape? Go ahead, try if you can." Yunhan was furious, his claws raised as he tore through some vines, but new ones immediately replaced them, like a resilient insect that refuses to die, full of life. "It seems that even a 5th-tier beast man is nothing special," she said lightly, making Yunhan almost explode with anger. Yunhan struggled wildly, but the more he fought, the tighter the vines wrapped around him. It was clear he was trapped. Mia was hanging upside down from a tree. Seeing the scene, she panicked and screamed, "Yunhan, save me quickly." "Don't worry, it's almost your turn," she said with a gentle smile, her tone light and casual, like discussing the weather. Mia, hanging upside down, looked terrified. She opened her mouth to scream, but suddenly a vine shot into her mouth with a whoosh. Her eyes widened instantly, and she made muffled sounds, as if a chicken was being choked. Susia raised an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "Oops, sorry, the vine is a bit thick, so I pushed it in a little deep." After saying that, she waved her hand, and the vines suddenly pulled out of Mia's mouth, bringing with it a splash of blood. Mia cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Blood flowed from her mouth, and her tongue had been torn off by the vine, leaving her unable to speak. She could only make ha-ha sounds, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. Susia nodded with satisfaction, her tone relaxed. There, now you don't have a tongue, so you won't be able to yap anymore. No more annoying comments in my ears all day long. Mia trembled with anger and pain, wanting to curse, but with no tongue. She couldn't speak. All she could do was make muffled sounds and twist her body in rage, glaring at Susia with hatred, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. If you glare at me again, I'll gouge out your eyes, Susia said coldly, glancing at Mia with an indifferent tone, as if it was just an ordinary matter. Mia shivered in fear, her face pale. She quickly closed her eyes, not daring to look at her anymore. Susia nodded with satisfaction. That's better. She then turned her gaze to Yunhan, who was still struggling, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Now it's your turn. Yunhan was entangled in the vines and couldn't move, like a trapped beast. He kept struggling wildly, howling loudly. Whoa! In the quiet night, his voice was especially clear. It sounded like a roar or a cry for help. The back mountain was not far from the tribe, and everyone could hear it. The female, the young, and the old orcs who stayed behind in the tribe all woke up suddenly, causing a wave of curses.
Who is that?
Why are they acting crazy in the middle of the night?
Who's screaming like that?
Some wanted to go check the back mountain, but were too afraid. Thinking it was better to avoid trouble, they went back to sleep, believing it wasn't their business. Over at Su Lai's place, he hadn't slept at all tonight. He paced back and forth inside the stone house, frowning, clearly waiting for news. When he heard the howling from the back mountain, he knew a fight had started. He also recognized Yunhan's voice. Though there were wolves, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4, there was no real danger to Moon. But he still felt uneasy not going to see for himself. He lifted his foot, pushed aside the beast curtain, and left the stone house, quickly disappearing into the night. His direction was the back mountain. At the salt lake, the night wind blew softly. Mia's 7 beast husbands, Wolf Fong, Burning Spine, Blood Moon, and others, each sensed something the moment Mia's tongue was torn out. Wolf Fong touched the wolf-shaped mark on his chest, frowned, and cursed irritably. What is Mia doing? In the middle of the night, can she stop causing trouble? He rolled over, intending to sleep again. But the burning sensation on his chest grew stronger, making him tremble in pain, cursing under his breath. Her face is ruined, yet she can still be a demon? I must have been blind to chase her back then. Better to have stayed with Mia Yao. She's gentler and more caring. For a moment, Wolf Fong wanted to erase the partner mark on his chest. But thinking about the risk of losing his rank, he forced himself to suppress the thought with a grim face. Enduring the pain, he turned over and tried to sleep again. Next to him, Burning Spine and Blood Moon also looked annoyed. Their chest marks flickered wildly, as if urging them to go save someone. But neither of them wanted to move or had any intention of helping. Mia's face was badly damaged. Not long ago, she had been intimate with Yunhan and had taken her 8th beast husband. If that was the case, let Yunhan go save her. After all, Yunhan had already left. Thinking this way, they each turned over and went back to sleep. Back at the tribe's back mountain, Yunhan was entangled in vines, unable to move, his wolf eyes full of despair. Susia stood nearby, floating lightly, with a teasing smile. A 5th-rank beast man? That strength is so weak. She waved her hand, and the vines instantly tightened, squeezing Yunhan's wolf claws until they squeaked. Howl! Yunhan cried out in pain, his voice sharp and pitiful, like a dog with its tail stepped on. The wolves in the dark, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4, shook their heads in disbelief. Wolf 1 couldn't help but complain. Isn't this guy usually pretty good at pretending? Why does he look like a chicken about to be slaughtered now? Wolf 2 covered his mouth to hide his smile. Maybe he didn't expect Miss to be so fierce? Look at those vines, with thorns targeting the weak spots. TSK, so ruthless. Wolf 3 looked serious, but with a hint of glee in his eyes.
Serves him right.
Trying to hurt Miss? That's asking for trouble. But should we go help? The leader said we must keep Miss safe. Wolf 4 waved his hand. Don't rush. Miss is clearly having fun. If we jump in now, we might ruin her mood. Besides, how much longer can Yun Han struggle? Let's just watch the show. Hearing Yun Han screams, Susia's eyes turned cold. I've had enough fun today. Time to send you to meet the king of. She slightly raised her hand, and the vines suddenly tightened. Yun Han's wolf form was squeezed and deformed, bones cracking loudly. It's over, she whispered. With a sharp twist, Yun Han's wolf head was snapped off instantly, blood gushing out and staining the vines on the ground red. The wolves in the dark, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4, stared in shock. Wolf 2 couldn't help but comment, "Wow, Miss is so fierce. She just sent Yun Han away like that?" Wolf 3 swallowed hard. "We better be more careful in the future. Don't make her angry." Wolf 4 nodded vigorously. Yeah, her strength is almost supernatural." Wolf 1 said nothing, silently recording Susia's actions of killing Yun Han in his mind, preparing to report to the leader later. The leader would surely be happy and might reward him with a big chicken leg. No, wait, if only he could get a beast crystal as a reward. Susia glanced at Yun Han's corpse, her eyes full of coldness. Her gaze shifted to Mia, a teasing smile on her lips. Calmly, she said, "Who's next?" Mia's eyes widened in fear, and she fainted immediately. She hung limply from the tree, like a rotten fish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Hidden Task 6, successfully defeating the villain Yun Han alone within 7 days and dealing with the malicious female supporting character Mia. Reward: a blueprint for an ancient weaving machine. The reward has been sent to the system backpack. Please check automatically later. At that moment, a voice from the system rang softly in Susia's mind, like a heavenly melody. She slightly smiled, feeling in a good mood, and cleared her throat loudly. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, Wolf 4, come out and clean up the body. The 4 wolves in the dark immediately jumped out from behind the trees, moving in perfect unison, looking very obedient. Yes, miss. Wolf 2 glanced at Yun Han's body and muttered softly, "He died such a tragic death. Miss really is Wolf's tough talk, little words." Wolf 1's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that she didn't talk much, and Mia was already so angry she nearly fainted. Their sharp-tongued, confrontational skills could almost rival Qingju's. Maybe they had been together so long that they picked up her habits. Susia waved her hand and said, "Enough, no more chatter. Quickly deal with the body." Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4 immediately sprang into action, efficiently cleaning up Yun Han's body. Just then Su Lai arrived. "Greetings, leader." The 4 wolves paused their work and respectfully saluted. Su Lai waved his hand, glancing at the bloodstains on the ground and Yun Han's corpse. His expression remained unchanged. Yun Han's death was almost expected by him. As for Mia, who was hanging from the tree and had fainted, he paid no more attention. He walked straight to Susia, inspecting her from head to toe. Seeing the blood on her mouth and her furrowed brow, his expression instantly darkened. He looked coldly at Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, and Wolf 4, and softly scolded, "I told you to protect the lady. Why did you get hurt?" The 4 wolves' faces turned pale. They knelt on the ground in unison, sweating profusely. Wolf 1 was about to explain. Susia quickly interrupted, blinking nervously and pretending to be scared. "Father, don't blame them. It was Wolf 1 and the others who saved me. Yun Han was too powerful. I almost got taken by him. Luckily, Wolf 1 and the others arrived just in time, or I might never see Father again." Her awakening of her special ability was not long ago, but she managed to kill the 5-star beast Yun Han alone. That was hard to explain. It was better to take the credit for herself and the others. Wolf 1 opened his mouth to speak, but was glared back by her, and he could only silently close his mouth. Mrs. Acting skills were just as impressive as her special ability. Sulai's expression improved significantly, clearly not intending to blame them further. Wolf 1, tell me what exactly happened. Although he had some idea, he still wanted to hear the details. He cleared his throat and said seriously, leader, here's what happened. Miss couldn't sleep tonight. He cleared his throat and said seriously, leader, here's what happened. Miss couldn't sleep tonight, so she decided to take a walk. But before she left, she ran into Mia. Mia lied to her that there was clay on the back mountain. Miss believed her and went to the back mountain. Yunhan had set an ambush here earlier, intending to capture Mississippi. Lang Air, Lang San, and Lang Si quickly jumped out and worked together to kill Yunhan. At this point, he bowed his head and continued, leader, we didn't protect Miss well. Letting her get hurt is our fault. Please. Susia silently glanced at him. This wolf's acting was quite good, and he cooperated well.